100 years after a global cataclysm, a whole new profession has emerged. Now, people can control the power of various elements. Forgotten Earth, 3rd Senior High School. Alliance Lieutenant Taein Shun tells the audience what elements he can control. The lieutenant reported that the recovery rate of his element iron was 57%. After necessary manipulations and careful monitoring, the iron element was successfully isolated. Taein Shun showed the surprised spectators that this element in his hand remained quite unstable. The officer explained that the extracted element was not only used as a source of energy. He then decided to demonstrate the true power and practical application of his skill. He swung around and delivered a crushing blow to the metal plate, holding the extracted element in his fist. The audience was amazed. Seeing what they had read about in textbooks in person was truly impressive. Among the audience was a student from Forgotten Land's 3rd Senior High School, Gon. Suddenly, Gon heard someone's voice. "Do you want to become stronger?" Study went on 7 days a week, but he still didn't know where that voice was coming from. Was he going crazy? Gon irritably replied to the unknown voice, "Shut up." At that moment, a screen appeared in front of his eyes. What is this? He wondered. The screen read, "The host has been elected. Test order has been opened. Mission processing has been started." Shen Yi. What does that mean? Who is Shen Yi? Gun and thought. Soon, the system reported, Shen Yi detected. At this moment, a girl who introduced herself as Shen Yi walked by. The officer introduced her to the students and explained that she was Private Shen Yi. Under her guidance, they would be able to manifest their element. The girl spoke briefly, enough talking. It's time to begin. The lieutenant announced that he was leaving the students with the private. He added that this girl was their age. Titan Shun asked Shen Yi, "Can you transform a piece of war?" The girl replied, "It's not necessary. The Alliance's resources are limited. I will use what I already have." Shen Yi raised her hand, revealing the ore within it, and began the transformation process. Gan immediately realized that she was extracting material from another dimension using a previously destroyed piece of ore. The first step in manifesting an element is to transform the extracted energy into an unstable form. Then, it is necessary to mentally visualize what to transform it into. Everyone raised their heads and saw the soaring dragon. Shen Yi explained that this was how the element was manifested. She threw the object that appeared in her hand towards the flying dragon. The dragon did not hesitate and grabbed it with its mouth. The people present gasped. Did he really eat that? However, Shen Yi calmly explained that the impurities in the iron had been eliminated instantly. After all, this dragon was composed entirely of molten iron. Gao Neng was amazed by what he saw. This girl's abilities seemed unbelievable. Could she really be able to summon a dragon? The officer standing next to her praised Private Shen Yi, noting that her abilities were truly impressive. He then turned to the disciples. "Each of you dreams of attaining great power, but not everyone will be able to realize it," he said. "If you want to become like ordinary shiny, you will have to work hard and pass the entrance exam." The officer announced that Alliance will be accepting 10 students for the 3rd high school this year. At that moment, the system activated again and reported, "A sacrifice must be performed using fire and blood to establish the ability level. May the path ahead be brightened." Gao Neng felt that he was definitely being bullied by someone. Meanwhile, Shen Yi continued to control the Iron Dragon. "Midnight is the best time for the sacrifice ritual," Shen Yi muttered almost to himself. "For the ritual to work, one must draw a circle and loudly say, 'I call a stormy stream,' spill hot blood. It is allowed to use harsh methods." Suddenly, there was a rumble of thunder. Gan was not afraid of the trials that fate had in store for him. The people present hurriedly began to disperse. Gan realized that he would soon be soaked to the skin. At this moment, he was called out. He turned around and saw Teacher Jang. The teacher said, "I have an errand to run. You should substitute for me in the 10th grade class of the 3rd group. I need to escort Lieutenant Chin to the meeting." Gang replied, "Don't worry, Teacher Jang. I can be relied on." Jang thought to himself that there weren't many students as obedient and reasonable as Gong. Despite his family's difficult financial situation, Gong always seized opportunities to earn money. It was said of him that he was a good, capable boy, a brilliant student who was always ready to help. In class, Gong asked the headman to come over and collect the exam papers. The headmistress suggested, "Let's continue with the lesson we didn't finish last time." Guy reported, "There will be a first lesson exam today consisting of 5 assignments." One of the students suggested, "How about we write the exam in the first lesson and listen to the teacher in the second?" Guy reminded them, "You all know the 11th grade entrance exam is coming soon. You should study hard and strive to enter the military academy." The boy said his phone was dead and he needed to look for a charger. The head teacher would look after the class. The girl assured him that he could rely on her. Gown walked under an umbrella in the rain and thought the farther away, the more difficult his path. Suddenly he was called. He turned around and saw his mother. What is she doing here? He wondered. Shul and Gao Neng's mom asked how he was doing. The woman said that Aunt Lu had moved and she had come to help her. Then she asked why her son wasn't in class. She remarked that he was an adult and decided for himself what he wanted to do, but no matter what happens, she would always support him. Shuan asked her son to come home when he finished all his business. She was called out and told it was time to get back to work. Gao Neng asked his mom not to worry. Aunt Lu offered the boy to come over for a while his mother was busy. Gao Neng thanked her but declined. He didn't have much time. Aunt Lu sighed and said that Gao Neng was a very good, polite, and talented boy. It was a pity he was born in the Forgotten Land. This evil place had spoiled the fates of many outstanding kids. The fate of those born on the Forgotten Land is predetermined. They cannot be compared to the inhabitants of the capital. It is impossible to change the foundations of society by one's own efforts. Gao Neng thought that even if he was born in the Forgotten Land, he would find a way to become stronger. Then he would be able to provide his mother with a decent life. The sister reminded him, if the master is eager to obtain a powerful force, there are less than 10 hours left before the sacrifice is to be performed. Gao Neng wondered what would happen if he failed the ritual. Our hero has decided he's ready. It's better than spending his whole life on the Forgotten Land. The system reported, the host should activate the difficulty level. Gao Neng wondered, was it really possible to adjust the difficulty level? He asked the system to show the available levels. Medium difficulty level, 2 attempts to pass. The probability of getting the first level is 50%. The probability of getting special abilities is 1%. Highest difficulty level, 1 attempt to pass. The probability of getting the first level is 100%. The probability of getting special abilities is 50%. Negative difficulty level, the system recommends choosing it. The probability of getting the first level is 100%. The probability of getting special abilities is 100%. For a while, Gao Neng hesitated, pondering all the options. However, he was thinking of choosing the nightmare level. They gave an excellent reward for it. It looked like the system had prepared it especially for him. But at the end, the young man decided not to risk it and stopped at the highest level of difficulty. Gao Neng decided that was enough thinking. It was time to accomplish the mission. The system gave a clue. Shan Yi is a genius. The reward for catching a genius is quite high. She had passed the medium difficulty level. She couldn't have typical childhood joys. She spent every day practicing hard. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and ran away. That day, she spent time in a filthy sewer. The whole time she was there, she could hear distant rustling noises. Gao Neng thought, were they really rats? Could the genius Shen Yi really be afraid of rats? The boy pondered, how many rats would he have to catch? 10? 100? If he couldn't, he was ready to catch the biggest one. Gao Neng decided he had to catch the biggest rat in all of the Forgotten Land, Jin Hotel. After training, Shen Yi asked Lieutenant Qin what he wanted to report to her. The officer reported to Major Shen that after the room exchange, a lot of love letters started arriving in his room. The lieutenant said the boy who sent them was too presumptuous. Major Shen remarked that the lieutenant was too stiff. The man objected, my room is littered with letters. The major told the lieutenant to find someone to remove them. The lieutenant said, one letter, Major Shen Yi, is still worth looking at. It was written by Ju, the son of the local influential man, Tang Day. He's waiting outside the hotel now. Forces in the Forgotten Land are unstable, and relations between the capital and the region are becoming increasingly tense. The spies are failing. If Tang Day's support can be secured, it will have a favorable effect on their work. The major tossed the lieutenant a flash drive. The officer asked, what's on it? Shen Yi replied, these are secret information about the state of forces in the Forgotten Land. They should be studied and thought about how to proceed. When the lieutenant left, Shen Yi wondered, was Officer Qin hinting that she should use seduction techniques? After all, this is the Forgotten Land. The girl decided that she needed to strengthen her position. Anyway, the young men waited for a long time at the agreed place. One of them remarked, Brother Tan, we've been here for half a day. Shen, you will definitely not come out. Tang agreed. However, he added, the colder a woman is, the more interesting it is to win her over. A handsome man like me would definitely melt her heart. Tang took out a certain item from his pocket and said, if I hand this to the right people, getting into the university won't be a problem. He added, the last step is to get the key. Enter Shen Yi's room and hand her the gift in person. Its companion fearfully objected, it will not be easy to accomplish this. At that moment, the young people saw a man with a huge backpack behind him. Who's that? Could it be Gan? Well, why does he need such a big backpack? Is he going to bribe Lieutenant Qin? Tang approached Gao Neng and told him to wait. He then asked, what are you doing here with all this luggage? Gan apologized. I hadn't noticed Han. It wasn't intentional. Tang stated that he had a lucrative business to discuss. Gao Neng became interested. What is it about? Tang grinned and reassured the man, don't worry. If you're reacting so acutely, can you be trusted? He added. Tang explained that he needed the key to one room in this hotel. He was willing to pay 50,000 coins for it. Gan asked, "What happens if I'm caught and accused of stealing it?" Tang doubled the amount, teal. Gan agreed. However, the young man stated, "I want an advance payment first, or I won't do anything." Its companion intervened, saying that he too was willing to do the task for that kind of money and would do even better than Gan Tang. He became furious. Doesn't this dummy understand why they don't go after the key themselves? He thought, if anything goes wrong, no one will suspect them. The blame will fall on Gan. Gan went to the hotel receptionist and asked if there were any rooms available with an hourly rate. The receptionist replied that all such rooms were occupied. Then she raised her head, looked at the young man carefully, and suddenly said that they had such rooms after all. "All of them are paid by the hour," she added. The receptionist asked if he needed a single room, then smiled and said, "I guess you also came to meet Shen Yi. She lives on the 8th floor in room 88. Gan said that the girl was mistaken. "I had come to meet Lieutenant Shin," he replied. Our hero thought it was impossible for anyone to know that he was going to sacrifice Shen Yi. The receptionist said it was the first time she'd heard that, but she'd help. Lieutenant Shin lives on the 7th floor in room 7. The guest will be assigned to the room next door, room 707. The girl looked at the young man and thought that she had never met such a handsome man before. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Gan thought that this number had cost him too much. If he had known, he would have been better off just stealing that key. Taking a bath the protagonist thought he had, after all, spent the entire advance on this room. Ganning thought that Tang Wai would come for Shen Yi, but would actually end up in Lieutenant Shin's room. This would be quite unexpected. Ganning thought that Tang Wai had decided to take advantage of him, but if he had already taken the money, he had also done something ugly. Tang Wai, still waiting, said that Ganning must have cheated him and taken the money. He would pay for it tomorrow. The guy told his companion to bring him this key. A colleague asked, "If you bring the key, will Tang pay you?" 10 minutes later, the key was already in Tang Wai's hands. He thanked his colleague. Tang Wai decided that this moment had finally arrived. Today was the most important day of his life. Tang Wai fell in love with this girl at first sight. He decided that he would fight for love and would never regret it. "Tang Wai," he said to himself, "I came to see my little girl." He opened the front door to the room. A guy, holding a bouquet of flowers, entered. He immediately heard the sounds of water. Someone was taking a shower. Tang decided it was a blessing from heaven. Its heart felt like it was ready to burst out of his chest. Hiding behind the door, the guy waited for the girl to come out of the bathroom. Looking at the man in the bathroom, Tang Wai appreciated his beautiful figure. The young man fixed his hair and thought about how many people didn't understand what it meant to fall in love with a girl at first sight. Tang Wai decided it was time to take action. The hero and heroine often surrender themselves to love, overcoming difficulties. After all, he was an expert in love relationships. With determination, the intruder approached the mistress of the room. Tang thought that first love is always unexpected and strong. He grabbed the girl by her robe. The determined man believed that by now, Shen Yi would already be struck by his beauty. Her thoughts were confused and she would fall in love with him. Tang Wai ripped the robe off the girl, knelt down, bowed his head, and raised the bouquet of flowers upwards. The boy thought that this was truly a superb moment. The young man said, "I love you more than life." The guy waited for the girl's response and didn't look up. He thought that in a second, she would scream with fright, but he had already prepared a speech to calm her down. He would show her his manhood. In a minute, her voice would subside and she would fall deeply in love with him. Why didn't she scream? Tang Wai slowly raised his head and looked at the object of his lust. He saw a naked young man, but how was that possible? Tang Wai received a kick in the butt and flew far and fast, along with his bouquet. Lieutenant Chin shouted, who was he going to love? The whole hotel was filled with a loud scream. The soldiers, hearing the exclamation, thought something had happened. Had enemies broken into Lieutenant Chin's room? Tang Wai, still on his knees, tried to explain everything. Lieutenant Chin grabbed the guy by the hair and tried to throw him out of his room. At that moment, Lieutenant Chin's subordinates rushed in to support their commander. The military saw a naked lieutenant and a young man kneeling in front of him. The civilian shouted that he wanted to explain everything. The military men looked at the lieutenant in silence. The lieutenant stared back at the military in surprise. The military men apologized for the disturbance, wished him a good evening, and immediately left, slamming the door behind them. A moment earlier, they were in room 707. Gan had overheard the military talking about protecting Lieutenant Shin. The boy wondered, why did the lieutenant go upstairs? Looking out of his room, Gan saw Shen Yi walking by. What is she doing here? He thought. He quickly closed the door and wondered, does Qin Shang really live on the 8th floor? In that case, Shen Yi must live in room 708. Gan thought, no matter what's happening one floor above, this opportunity shouldn't be missed. 10 minutes later, the large military backpack was already in Shen Yi's room. Following the backpack, Gan entered through the window. Our hero was not mistaken. It was Shen Yi's room. The guy saw a flash drive on the table. It was a high-level energy saver that Shen Yi used. If one of these were to be sold, it would be worth at least 1,000,000 coins. Gan decided that the most important thing was to remain calm. The most important thing now was to find a safe place to hide. In search of a hiding place, our hero looked all over the room. Gan decided that the only place to hide was in the closet behind his clothes. He heard a noise and realized that the landlady had returned. There was no time to think about it. The door to the room opened just as the closet door closed. Hiding behind the clothes, the protagonist thought that he shouldn't have left any traces of his presence. If he had, Shen Yi would have suspected something. Gan heard the sound of water and realized that the girl had gone to take a shower. Time dragged painfully slow. The guy prayed to God that, after showering, the girl would go straight to bed and not look in the closet. 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Shen Yi came out of the shower room. Gan had heard the footsteps approaching. Is she really going to the closet? He thought. The girl opened the closet, but she didn't notice the uninvited guest. Shen Yi had cucumber slices on her eyes and a cosmetic mask on her face. This was what saved the protagonist from being exposed. Gao Neng thought he was going to die of fear. He even covered his mouth with his hand to keep from crying out or giving away his breath. Shen Yi took the bunny ears costume and closed the closet. Gavin thought that this costume must be her pajamas. He didn't expect the Major to wear such a thing, the funny pajamas, the mask, the cucumbers on her eyes. She's just a regular girl, he thought. The frightened girl was in the sewer near the sewage. Something was dripping nearby. She saw the rats and screamed in fear, begging them to stay away. There were many rats, their eyes glowing in the dark. Shen Yi woke up and jumped out of bed. It turned out to be a nightmare. The girl was upset. That dream was haunting her again. She heard water dripping and smelled the same odor. As in the dream, wasn't this just a dream? Shen Yi grabbed the phone receiver and called the front desk. She looked in the corner and was startled again. Glowing eyes were staring at her, just like in her dream. Shen crawled under the blanket, trembling with fear, and cried. Major Shen, she whispered. Wearing funny pajamas with rabbit ears, she clearly heard a rat squeak. The girl began waving the blanket in all directions, screaming, demanding that the rats get away. Shen Yi tried to convince herself that it was just a dream. She looked toward the closet and saw a huge, human-sized rat in front of her. The rat stretched its paws forward and moved toward the frightened girl. Major Shen reacted instantly, delivering a devastating blow that sent the monstrous beast flying backwards. The rat hit the wall, damaging the structure, and slumped to the floor. Shen Yi no longer felt fear. She was ready to continue the battle with the monster. The huge rat rose to its paws, kicked aside the rubble of the ruined wall, and moved toward the girl again. Shen Yi, in her little rabbit pajamas, prepared herself for what came next. She pressed herself to the floor and begged the monster not to approach. The huge rat opened its mouth, exposing its sharp teeth. The monster was getting closer, and its shadow completely covered the frightened girl. The girl fainted from fear and collapsed to the floor. The rat leaned over her and said her name. After making sure that the girl was indeed unconscious, the rat unzipped the zipper on her chest. It was a man dressed in a huge rat suit. Gang climbed out of the suit. He was holding his chest. The place where Shen Yi had struck was very sore. The lad thought that when confronted with a ghost of the past, one experiences a primal terror. Noticing that Shen Yi was lying motionless, Gunning decided that the sacrificial ritual could now begin. Tanji Wei, along with his accomplice, was still outside the inn. The guy thought that he would bring this to Lieutenant Shinian Shun's mind. His co-worker suggested a quick exit before something worse happened. Tanji became angry. Why was this guy afraid? He was the one who got beaten up. Tanji said he couldn't just leave. His companion warned him not to act rashly. Tong added that if Chin had decided to interfere in the affairs of the Forgotten Lands, no one would be able to help him except his father. In these Forgotten Lands, the social order has long since collapsed, he said. Now, the three powers rule here as true emperors. If the Alliance wants to take control of the Forgotten Lands, they will have to choose one representative from the three powers to join forces. Tan noted that they had reason to believe the choice might fall on them. As long as the City of Hope is in my hands, the military will not dare to oppose me, Tan stated. He added, if we manage to get it done today, the Union will have no choice but to compromise. Tan then said, after the ceremony is over, I'll try to convince her. Would the army side with me then? His companion asked, Brother Tan, will you take me with you when you go to the City of Hope? Tang took out a vial of liquid from his pocket. Shen Yi should be asleep by now, he said. The young man thought Tang would use the ecstasy tonight. Even the gods wouldn't be able to resist, he mused. Gao Neng finally threw off his ratty clothes. He decided that spending an hour in the sewer was worth it. The recorded sound effects were very atmospheric. Gao Neng thought that the time for the sacrifice was almost here. It was time to make final preparations. The ritual requires blood and fire, he murmured. Candles will be a good source of fire. As for the blood, you can use the blood bought at the market. The pattern on the girl's face was almost complete. Gan thought, as expected, he turned out to be a genius, even in art. The final touch is to say the right words, he added. I call for a stormy stream, spill hot blood. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on. Where is the promised reward? The system reported that the sacrifice was not completed because the slogan was not shouted loud enough. It is necessary to shout it as loud as possible, the message said. If the task is not completed within 20 seconds, the mission will fail. Conan thought he was being mocked. How loud can you have to say it in the middle of the night? However, there was no way out. You couldn't stop. The stage was set. Our hero didn't have time to say anything. He smelled a foreign odor. Could it be ecstasy? The door to the room opened, and Tang Weiwei walked in. He told his companion to stay outside and guard the entrance. Seeing Gao Neng lying on the floor, Tang Weiwei wondered, what is he doing here? Tang Weiwei's companion was also astonished. Had he mistaken the door again? Tang reassured him, saying that everything was fine and ordered him to continue watching. Tang Weiwei noticed Shen Yi lying in the middle of the room inside a strange circle. He wondered why were Shen Yi and Gao Neng in the same room at night? Were they really going to have dinner by candlelight? Tang Weiwei was indignant. How dare Gao Neng barge into Shen Yi's room? What had he done to her? Why did she have that look on her face? Gan barely replied that he was dizzy and couldn't move. Tang realized that this guy was under the influence of the very same substance. While I thought things were working out just fine, Ganon would take all the blame. Tang Weiwei declared that he would be the hero. Who would save Shen Yi from that rascal? Out of his last strength, Gan shouted, I summoned the turbulent stream. Let the hot blood flow. He collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Tang Wei and his companion covered their ears to escape the loud scream. Tang wondered, why did Ganon start yelling so loudly? He figured if this guy screamed again, someone might come in here. The young men grabbed Gon and pinned him to the floor. He can't be allowed to escape. Tang thought that Shen Yi hadn't counted on such trouble, but at least she should be compensated as a flower protector. Gan wondered, why hadn't the sacrifice been completed yet? Is it really some trick of the system? The system reported that a download was in progress. The next message congratulated him on successfully passing the test and completing the Shen Yi sacrifice mission. A card of our hero with his main characteristics appeared on the screen. After looking through them, Gan became frustrated. Did he really have a low talent? The sister reported that he had a chance to get a treasure chest and a special ability. After baptism, a special ability will be unlocked. The system also reported that the hero could obtain the hidden talent of the sacrifice object Shen Yi. It noted that Shen Yi had a great hidden talent. After the hidden talent update, the hero's talent level began to rise rapidly. The upgrade is complete, the system announced. Hidden talents have been updated and are now extremely complete. However, the protagonist was now interested in another question. What should he do to move forward? After all, the mission was far from complete. What would happen when evolution was finally finished? Would he become a Superman, or perhaps a Transformer? The system presented the hero with a primary treasure chest. In addition, he received a special ability, a third set of radio gymnastics for high school students. Gao Neng was confused. Why would he need radio gymnastics? What was he supposed to do with it? Tanji Wei wondered aloud, what was this guy muttering to himself? Has he gone crazy? Gao Neng noticed that Shani was beginning to come to her senses. Had she really decided to wake up at this very moment? Our hero realized he had no choice. Gymnastics, that's gymnastics. He rose to his feet and began to perform the exercises, seemingly casually slapping Tangi Wei and his companion. The protagonist continued to do gymnastics and count out loud. Tanji Wei noticed that the incense and fear had definitely made this guy go crazy. Gao Neng, he announced, I'm moving on to the second section, chest expansion exercises. Tanji Wei, with annoyance, said, your colleague is useless. He can't even handle a Botist. Then he decided to attack Gon on his own. Gavin calmly said, the third section is kickboxing, before throwing a punch at Tang Wei, who had gotten too close. Holding his jaw, Fane thought that people who went crazy were really hard to deal with. Suddenly, everyone present heard a knock on the door. Lieutenant Shin wondered, is Major Shin all right? Govin tensed. Did they really want him to sacrifice the Major? This is the same as going straight to hell. Tang, on the other hand. Is Shen Yi already a Major? How was she able to reach such a rank at the age of 18? What kind of power is behind this? He wondered. He looked back and saw that Gan was trying to leave the room the same way he had entered, through the window. Gan stated that Tan should take the blame. There was something in his hand. Tang thought it was the same capsule that Shen Yi had shown earlier. Gan Neng broke open the capsule and threw it on the floor. "I'll see you again," he said, then jumped out the window. The capsule shattered and out popped a huge energy dragon. The massive dragon filled almost the entire space of the room. The walls began to crumble. The door to the room was kicked open and Lieutenant Chin, along with the other soldiers, appeared on the doorstep. The lieutenant saw the dragon and the same young man again. The soldiers noticed Major Shen Yi lying inside the magic circle, her face painted. What kind of ritual was being performed here? Tang Wei, holding the knife in his hands, shouted that he didn't do it. He was here to save someone. Before he could say anything more, Lieutenant Chin punched him in the face. Tanji Wei flew far back and hit the wall, damaging it. The officer shouted, "How dare he poison Major Shen Yi with drugs?" The guy yelled that it wasn't what the lieutenant was thinking. Shin was indignant. They had proof. How dare he deny everything? Major Shen Yi rose to her feet and a mighty dragon soared above her. The burro said he couldn't scare her anymore, that she wouldn't be afraid of him anymore. Lieutenant Jin shouted for everyone to leave the room immediately. The dragon began to swirl around the girl like a tornado. Some dark objects flew off in different directions. Tanji Wei was frightened and tearfully asked to be left alive. He had something important to say. Tanji couldn't understand why he was the one to take the blame. The subordinate told the lieutenant that if this continued, the hotel would be demolished. The officer rushed to the exit and shouted for everyone to follow him. The hotel was collapsing. As expected, Shen Yi could not only manifest assimilation, but also absorb it. The manifestation of energy combined with absorption led to destruction. Gan, as he was climbing down the cable, heard an explosion from the room he had just left. Gan thought it was amazing. If he had known the dragon was this strong, he wouldn't have released it. If this power was sold on the market, its price would be at least 5,000 alliance coins. Young lands safely. Our hero was hit on the head by something, a metal storage device that flew out of the window after the explosion. The protagonist thought of the memory of metal. Are there still such things in the sky? In any case, they must be collected first and then dealt with. Gan looked up, waved his hand, and said, "We'll see each other again." Gunning walked over to the hotel receptionist. At this moment, the girl was on the phone with Lieutenant Shin and Shang. The guy said he was moving out. The receptionist told him, "Leave the key card in that case." Gan thought that the more critical the situation, the higher the level of mental ability a person could demonstrate. Despite this, our hero didn't know if these two people could testify against him. Could Lieutenant Shin charge him with anything? Had Shen Yi memorized his appearance? The protagonist decided that in any case, it was a risk and it was better to see for himself. There is always a way out, and its attraction is justice. After running a safe distance away, Gao Neng thought he was already there. He remembered that he had another unopened chest. Opening the chest, he found only one item inside, a pill. Had he really managed to get his hands on an elixir? This elixir randomly renewed the life and variable power of the bearer. A latent natural ability is extracted and has a degree of control. Used for fun, it is quite powerful. The physical abilities of life force and invariable energy are fundamental and are similar to the life streak and mana streak. Gao Neng decided that he would now completely hide the heaven-given property and single-handedly appreciate the power granted to him. This medicine would help him in his time of need. The young man carefully opened the door and quietly entered the house. His mom had fallen asleep at the table, and so, as not to wake her, he tried to make his way to his room as quietly as possible. The woman woke up and opened her eyes. She asked, "Has he really come back?" Mom said Alu gave them eggs and a piece of meat, so she made some hot food for dinner. Gan praised his mother, saying that she was a very good cook as always. The boy said that the entrance exams were only a few days away and hoped to get into the Central Military University. Gavin told his mom that he would find the money needed for the entrance fee himself, and she shouldn't worry. Our hero said he had a very good dinner and thanked his mom for the food. He asked if she had had dinner. Donan told his mother that when he entered the military university, they would move to the center and eat meat every day. The woman said she was already sleepy and would go to bed, advising her son not to stay up late. Gunnan thought that his mom shouldn't worry about him. He was already grown up and capable of supporting a family. The system reported, "A host heavily possessed by Jinnu has been detected. The assignment is male responsibility. As a man, our hero must maintain heavenly strength. He may not have strength, but he must have steadiness. In youth, the blood must be high. A real man goes forth and becomes brave. It is necessary to earn 1,000,000 coins in 3 days." Gan tried to comprehend the situation. He must earn 1,000,000 coins. What's the difference between that and robbery? He wondered. I guess my next step would be to rob a bank. Now it was up to Gan to choose the level of difficulty. Our hero thought it was important to competently assess his strengths and capabilities. Gon said, "This system, like a watermelon rind, has learned to take a percentage. It's keeping up with the times." "Of course," Gan muttered, "a real man has to be brave to take on the challenge." "Hidden talent is 50% of success," he added. Plus, he only had 3 days to make a million. Conan told the system that he wouldn't be confused. He chose the normal difficulty level to start with. Under these conditions, the prospect of being trapped was tempting. It seemed like the best choice. The system gave a clue. The hostess picked up a metal device that might contain the answer inside. A second hint appeared. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the defense is the weakest. This is the only chance. It is necessary, the system added. Prepare a hammer. Shovel and wrench in advance, otherwise you may not succeed. Gon wondered, would it really be a bank robbery? It was obvious that the second clue was key. Inside the device, the protagonist found only one folder, but it was double encrypted. If he was not an excellent student, the system prompt would have been in vain. Our hero thought, is this really a bank vault? It looked more like a factory, though, with various machines in it. The young man seemed to notice some kind of emblem. Gon thought that this magnetic pile was an open source of disaster. Since then, the world had experienced centuries of calamity because of magnetic piles. And today, once again, magnetic piles welcomed human culture. The invention of the arrogant capsule had raised the energy resources of the army, and the magnetic piles were of great importance. That was all our hero knew about it. He had no further access to information about magnetic piles. The guy didn't understand why the name magnetic pile appeared in these blueprints. You can't say that this is the magnetic pile, can you? But this is some kind of mistake. How could it be in the factory? The dream toy factory? Is it possible that it has something to do with the magnetic pile? There are people who believe it's a joke. The dancing ghost killer. The boy with the big head in the red robe. Gon thought it was some kind of rumor, but it was all amazing and exciting. The first clue pointed to the place, the second clue pointed to the time and tools of the crime. However, the factory is closed. A bank robbery looks preferable. Only if the plan actually has a magnetic pile, or at least something related to it. The system wanted the hero to have a hammer with him. Maybe it would be useful for something else besides tapping people. The wrench must be designed for just that too. A shovel may be needed to bury people. It doesn't matter if he's a mercenary or a ghost. After all, you can't break into hell with a chicken. Gan decided it was time for dinner and popped the pill into his mouth. He could taste the minty flavor. The next moment, the guy felt a coldness so intense that his brain felt like it was freezing. Ganon slumped to the floor, feeling as if his brain had turned into a void and his blood was boiling. Was that pill really poisonous? Gon was lying on the floor, holding his throat. Would he really die soon? According to the data from the system, his vital signs were deteriorating. Our hero felt like he was losing blood. This couldn't go on. The system reported that the upper limit of the host's index had reached 200. Now there was no need to break the first human limit. The boy thought that the first thing he needed to do was calm down. Gon still felt bad. Was it really all for the sake of wealth? Gunnan decided that he had to survive at all costs. You can start by trying to perform the movements. Lying on the floor, the protagonist began performing exercises as in physical training to a rhythm. The system reported that the host had passed the first human limit. It seemed to our hero that he was in a different place. He felt comfortable, with a pleasant sensation. Gon came to his senses and realized he was alive. On the young man's arm was something incomprehensible and very smelly. What's going on here? Gordon rushed to the bathroom and took a shower. Our hero never lost the feeling that he had become stronger. According to the data from the system, the hero realized that his blood pressure and vitality had almost doubled. In other words, he already had a completed energy warrior foundation. It is rumored that a person who has broken through the boundaries of their body can become an energy warrior and learn an energy-based method of combat, such as energy extraction. If a person can break the human limit twice before becoming an energy warrior, they are said to be able to master skills such as synthesizing and purifying energy. Conan thought it would be a good idea to break the human limit 3 times. In other words, they needed to get some pellets of medicine, then maybe become a martial artist. The third senior vice principal of the middle school is Tang Tang. The man looked at the elven girl lying next to him. She had a picture of flowers on her back. Tang Tang said that art is art and poured the wine from his glass directly onto the image. At this moment, a phone call from Lieutenant Shin rang. Tang Tang asked, what could have happened at 3 o'clock in the morning? Was something serious going on? Tang Tang wondered, did Ninger really attack the major? Where did Captain Shin Ninger come from? Isn't she a subordinate of Lieutenant Shin? Tang Tang ended the call and angrily smashed a chair with his foot. Tang Tang was very angry. How could Qin Tan Shang ask for such a thing? The girl lit a cigar and asked, is there something wrong with him? Tang Tang replied that the cunning fox Qin Tan Shun was not who she thought he was. It was necessary to learn everything about this man and the old man who had attacked him. That old man was very unpleasant. The girl said that it seemed like the Forgotten Lands were the Alliance's target this time. The man replied that information about the Forgotten Lands had not been confirmed yet, and he knew almost nothing about it, only what people from Wangju had said. The Alliance scouts were silent for a reason. The companion asked, "What about the old man?" This version maintains the original essence while softening any language that could be seen as aggressive or offensive. Let me know if you'd like any further adjustments. Who doesn't take the trash out of the hut? The girl said that she still liked Tantok, so they could continue to create beautiful things together. The man added that art comes from inspiration. Even if the inspiration disappears, it will continue to create. She had to go back to Wangju's factory, and he would visit Jinsei Hotel. The woman said she loved his creativity and the technique he worked with. He is like no one else. He is incredible. The woman added that she was leaving, but next time she wouldn't take no for an answer. The phone call rang once again. Tangtek said that he knew what Qin Ti and Shun wanted, but in any case, they must find a replacement for his son and save his life at any cost. The officer, in presence of his subordinates, was examining relevant documents from the hotel. Lieutenant Qin inquired, "Who opened room number 707? The receptionist on duty replied that it was her. "Who is this Gao Neng, and how old is he?" The girl replied that he looked to be about 18 years old and seemed to be a third-year high school student. He said that he was waiting to meet Lieutenant Qin. The lieutenant thought, who could possibly want to meet him, and even a third-year high school student? The officer told the subordinate to contact Liang Ping and find out everything there was to know about Gon. This guy needs to be brought here. Jit and Shun thought that this Gon had, without a doubt, become someone's scapegoat. The soldiers arrived at the address. Is this really Gon's place? A guy had left a note for his mom saying he was going to a classmate's house tonight. His mom worked 5 jobs. Temporary workers had to survive somehow, so she came back only late at night. The young man thought that the most important thing for him was to finish this task quickly. Already leaving the house, our hero ran into a colleague at the door. Gan wondered what Teacher Jang was doing here. Mr. Jang saw the tools in the young man's hands and asked, "What are these?" Gan said that Teacher Jang had come very early. He was just about to go to class. The teacher was surprised. Was Gan really going to learn with a hammer? Gan began to riddle out and make up some excuse to explain why he had such tools on him. Teacher Jang said that in that case, he would need a shovel to dig the road. Gan replied that his teacher was very present. Teacher Jang said that the road repair can wait, that the guy should follow him. At that moment, the military entered the room. Teacher Jung thought that Gao Neng had returned home earlier than expected. He wasn't prepared for this. Teacher Jang said that he was the young man's class teacher in middle school. He knew his character very well, and the guy probably hadn't done anything wrong. Gammon stuck a wrench in his backpack and said it was no big deal. He was ready to proceed wherever he needed to go. Already moving in a military vehicle, our hero thought, how can I get out of all this? The young man was brought to meet Lieutenant Qin Ten Shang. The room was livelier than before. The lieutenant asked the receptionist if it was him. The frightened girl said that this was the man. The lieutenant approached the guy and asked if he knew why he was invited here. Gunnan, assessing the situation, thought it was clearly a lose-lose situation. 99 people in a situation like this start to remember or make up an alibi. Or they become so calm that they answer any question with "I don't know" in order to avoid suspicion. Our hero decided he wasn't going to be like that. The guy took his backpack off his back and tossed it aside. Gan fell to the floor and grabbed the lieutenant's leg. He shouted that he was wrong and begged not to be eliminated, saying he had done nothing. He pleaded, "Please don't expel me." The guy added, "I know I did something wrong, but please don't expel me. I won't do it again." Lieutenant Chinton Shang was surprised. Was this really a confession? Could it be that he's trying to resist but has already resorted to this cunning ploy? Is this really how the best student in the class behaves? The teacher got up from the table. The main qualities of a man are courage and bravery. You should tell everything in detail. And if you're wrongly accused, you should speak about that too. Tangtek said if a guy, Gan, has committed some misdeed, he should confess it. Admitting mistakes is the mark of a good disciple. Tangtek added, but first, the guy has to admit what he... Gong thought, what was there to tell him? Did he and Tang Wai try to pick up a girl, or did Tang Wai end up getting into some kind of trouble? Or was he crushed by Shening air? The purpose of Tangtek coming here was to find a scapegoat. If Tang Wai had died, then there wouldn't have been much point in finding a scapegoat. Gong continued to show by holding his leg. He said that he had failed to meet the expectations of the principal and vice principal, and failed to meet Teacher Jang's expectations. He was guilty of taking the easy way out in everything. He shouldn't have run inside the hotel to find Lieutenant Qin. He shouldn't have even thought of going through the back door. Tang was surprised. Did Disciple Gong really say that he followed Lieutenant Shin through the back door? Gong began to repeat something confusingly, changing his testimony. In general, he did not meet the expectations of the director and deputy director. Lieutenant Shin said, "Did he ask the reason why the guy came in through the back door?" The lieutenant took the young man's hand by the chest and said he was asking why he went to the hotel. And how did he end up in a room with an hourly rate? Hyun fearfully repeated the same question, but this time mentioned the back door. The lieutenant remained angry. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? Did he come in through the back door? Gan thought about establishing a good relationship with Lieutenant Chin before passing the Gao exam. He believed this would give him the chance to enter the military school. However, once he entered the inn, he could never find the lieutenant. Gao Neng, growing more worried, continued, "He just left. Time is running out. I have no money to extend my room payment. Besides, my mom is still waiting for me at home." The young man clung to Tang Tang's leg, crying. He promised again, "I will never use illegal methods. Please don't cancel my college entrance exam results." Tang Tang told Gong, "Stop crying. What shenanigans are you trying to pull on Lieutenant Chin? And could you please let go of my leg?" The military thought, after all this, does Gong still want to go to a military university? The director said that Gaowen deserves nothing but contempt. Most importantly, Shen Yi, who is watching him from the other room, also despises him. How could an alliance major, a dabbler of fortune, with talents like Shen Yi and her rich life experience, allow someone to besmirch her honor and be defeated by such a person? Shen Yi thought, was this really the terrorist who had been caught, and was this meant to undermine her ideal prestige as a major? The principal told Gaowen to go upstairs. They all knew he wanted to go to military school, that the boy must not take any more actions like that. Gaowen said he understood and thanked the principal. The principal said that the situation had been clarified. This student is really doing well in his studies, and the whole situation was probably just a simple misunderstanding. Tang Tang said that, like Director Lee, he believes Gao Neng is an innocent child. However, since he was found by the military, maybe we should let Lieutenant Chin handle the situation first. The lieutenant said that Principal Lee as a teacher would always believe that his students were innocent, but he would not let it go unpunished. Lieutenant Shin grabbed the young man's chest again and said, "This guy probably has no idea what's going on when asked by the military department." Ganon fell to the floor, and using the remnants of the rat's blood, discreetly smeared his face. Lieutenant Shin said, "This young man decided to pretend to be injured. It won't work." Principal Lee became indignant. Did the lieutenant really decide to punish a student in front of me? Lieutenant Chin replied, "This boy is deceiving everyone." The principal continued to be indignant. Isn't the officer still not enough? He wants to lynch an innocent student. Even though he may be from the military department, every case needs evidence to solve. Lieutenant Shin Tian Zhong said, "This guy took a room at the Jingle Hotel in the middle of the night. I have some questions about his intentions." Director Lee was surprised. Would the fact that he had taken a room be evidence? Besides, would Ga be able to identify those in the neighborhood? The receptionist stated that Gon did not know. She told him that Lieutenant Shin lives in the neighborhood. The girl added that she could help Gon with her testimony. The principal said that if the officer had nothing else to add, he demanded, on behalf of the head of the high school, that the young man be released immediately. The officer was angry, but there was nothing to object to. Gon thought that this technique would make Lieutenant Shin regret everything. It's worth trying out the secret of going beyond the human body of Zidane, he thought. It's something that will help our hero get out of the ambush. The duty officer reported to the officer that Tangi Wee and A were awake. The young men said that before they entered the room, Gan was already in that room. Lieutenant Shin stated if Tangi Wee and Ashi came to their senses, then Principal Lee, Tang, and Teacher Jiang no longer have anything to hide. Tang Tang told his colleagues that they needed to trust the military department because that's what the lieutenant wanted. Principal Lee said that he trusted the military, but this case was not handled properly, and there was no way he would allow his students to be harmed. Chin replied, "I understand everything. I want you to lay a finger on Gao Neng." The lieutenant told his subordinates, "You can go as well. Only a few people should be left to guard the entrance when Tangi Wee and Ashi are brought here." The lieutenant stated to the apprentice Gon, "We'll have to wait a little while." Gunnin thought he hadn't touched anything, and neither had the bloody vomit. There was no evidence of guilt. However, he couldn't think of any normal story. Was it really that bad? The young men who had been bandaged after the explosion were brought into the room. Tangi Wee told the lieutenant, "When we entered the room, Gao Neng was there and Shin Yu was already unconscious. We were there to save the girl." Shin asked Disciple Gao Neng, "How would you explain what these young men have just told me?" Gunnin asked, "Who is Major Shen?" He repeated, "I haven't gone to Shen's room. I don't know who Major Shen is." Lieutenant Shin thought that apparently Gao Neng was really unaware. Tom Wee said, "Last night I entered Major Shen's room when Gong was on the bed. They had an argument, and Gong beat them up. Ozzy can confirm everything. The lieutenant interjected, so this guy hurt them unfairly. He grabbed Tang Weiwei's chest and said that he was cheating. The major's room was filled with smoke. Gon was inside. Then how could he, while in the smoke, harm them? The officer asked. The officer turned to Goen. Is this true? Gan waved his hands, saying, I don't understand anything at all about what is being talked about here. What kind of smoke are we talking about? The lieutenant recalled G was in the room next door, even though what was going on there. G says he knows absolutely nothing. Ken stated there are a lot of omissions in Gang's words. He won't be able to deny what happened. He is not that smart. Gunning agreed he lied, but wasn't Lieutenant Chin lying himself? Gao Neng stated Lieutenant Chin is trying to justify Tang Weiwei. Otherwise, why else would he still not let him go? Is it only because he rented a room in an inn? The guy added, the lieutenant made arrangements with Director Tang in advance, counting on him to be the scapegoat. Major Shen Yi was able to observe all these conversations from another room. Gan said, in fact, the officer had actually colluded with Director Tang Tak a long time ago. The lieutenant replied, this rascal has no right to say such nonsense. Gan told the lieutenant, don't go near him. Does he really want to get rid of the witness? Chin wondered aloud. What is this boy talking about? Gan began covering his face with his hands and shouting, I'm to be destroyed. A witness wants to be eliminated. Lieutenant Chin grabbed Goong's chest and shouted, shut up immediately. At this moment, the principal and teacher ran into the room. Mr. Zhang asked, is Gaoong okay? The principal and teacher saw the officer's angry face as he clutched the student's chest furiously. Principal Li shouted, Chit and Shang, let the young man go. How dare you do this to a disciple? Teacher Zhang asked again, is Gaoong all right? The boy was breathing heavily, his eyes full of terror. Mr. Li said, the student has nothing to fear. He and the teacher would not allow anyone to hurt the young man. Gan thought that putting on a show would be too pathetic, but there was almost no time left, and he had no other choice. Gan thought it was in vain that they started accusing him. Did they really hope he would just admit his life was bad? All right, he would agree. Gunny began to dance and said that he was the culprit who deceived Shen Yi. What will they do to me now? Lieutenant Chin said, this guy pleaded guilty. The young man continued to croak and make grimaces, stating that he was the one who had deceived Major Shen. Teacher Jen grabbed the guy by his shoulders and covered his mouth with his hand. Mr. Seneng said that Gang had gone mad. Turning to the lieutenant, he said that the people at their headquarters had driven the child to madness by their actions. Tang Weiwei said that this guy confessed, so he should be tied up immediately, and they should be released. The system congratulated the host on completing the hate mission. A random reward was triggered. The system congratulated the host for winning the Eye of Deprivation. This is an experimental edition with a trial period of 5 days. The Eye of Deprivation is capable of removing the makeup and disguises of all 4 ancient evils. The hero will be endowed with the ability to see through. Gong thought about how to make the experimental edition legitimate. The boy rolled around on the floor, angry at the flawed system in his head. Teacher Zhang tried to calm the student down and apologize to him. Major Shen thought, has this guy really lost his mind? The girl asked Junior Lieutenant Shen to invite Dr. Wang for an examination. Principal Li told the lieutenant that as principal, he had responsibility to ensure the safety of the students. I'm going to take Ganon to the hospital right now. The officer stated that by doing so, Director Li was obstructing the law enforcement activities of the War Department. He had not touched Ganon, and this could be verified from the records in the control room. The lieutenant added that Director Li should have confidence in the War Ministry. Dr. Wang entered the room, accompanied by Junior Lieutenant Chen. Chit and Shang asked, what are you doing here? Chen replied, we came here on Major Shen's orders. Chen explained, Dr. Wang is here to check on Gao Neng's mental state. The doctor told the young man, I will give you a checkup. Mr. Wang added, I also want to examine Tangy Wei and Asai. The junior lieutenant explained the young men suffered head injuries the previous day, which could have caused hallucinations. It's necessary to verify the authenticity of their words, and this requires a psychiatric examination. Tangy said, our psyche is fine. All the blame is on Gong. He admitted it himself. Shen stated, this is Major Shen's order. Do you really intend to go against the decision of the War Ministry? Tang Tag replied, if it's the decision of the War Ministry, of course we will obey. He then asked, will Dr. Wang examine the 2 young men? The doctor reassured them, don't worry. I've seen thousands of patients in the psychiatric ward, and not a single one has slipped through my hands. Director Li inquired, what exactly does the inspection include? Dr. Wang replied that it was very simple. If they could answer his question, their psyche was fine. Otherwise, they would be recognized as sick. Director Li was surprised. Is it really that simple? The doctor asked if the director doubted his professionalism. He added that although he had long supervised surgery at a military hospital, his good buddy had been in private practice at a psychiatric hospital for over 4 years. The doctor pulled out a saw and a large knife from behind his sinus. When performing surgical operations in a military hospital, he said, "I always keep my tools with me. This is the epitome of professionalism." Mr. Wang told the young men to stop talking and line up in a single row. He's starting the inspection. Gao thought that if he were diagnosed, he would spend most of his life in a mental hospital. However, he didn't have time for that. If no mental disorder was found, his confession would be considered true. Would he get around everyone by pretending to be temporarily mentally ill? The doctor said he would ask one question, and the young people could answer at the same time. You have to imagine they're being stalked by a killer right now. They ran into the bathroom. There is a secret door under the bathtub full of water. Only after emptying the bathtub will the young men be able to get in. There is a basin and a spoon next to the bathtub. It is necessary to make the right decision instantly. Tanjui shouted, "I'm the first to choose the basin." Dr. Wang said, "This young man is not mentally healthy." Wee shouted, "I'm not sick. You're a quack." The doctor replied, "Every mentally ill person refuses to admit they are sick." Asai got scared and said, "In that case, I choose the spoon." The doctor, smiling, stated, "This guy is mentally ill as well." Those present were surprised. What kind of game had the doctor set up? The doctor walked up to Ganon and said, "You're the only one left. What will you choose, the spoon or the basin?" Ganon replied, "I'm not choosing anything." The doctor wondered, what is the boy going to do? After all, it's impossible to crack the bathtub or move it away. Director Lee said it was time to stop this experiment. There is no answer to the doctor's question. Ganon said he would have pulled the plug on the bathroom. The doctor patted the young man on the shoulder and said that his psyche was normal. In such an emergency, the doctor continued, only a mentally ill person would scoop out the water. A person in his right mind would remove the plug and drain the water. The doctor looked at those present and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" The lieutenant stated that the doctor was a professional at what he does. Dr. Lee agreed with his statement. Dr. Wang said, "The sick not only don't recognize themselves as sick, but also call others sick. The symptoms in this case are obvious." Mr. Tonto grabbed his son's chest and said, "He is really sick." Tanji thought that the people around him were wrong. He is not sick. Or could he be sick? Tantic said that his son had admitted that he was not well. How is he going to be dealt with? Chit and Shang said, "The young man will be under strict observation at the military hospital. Only after he has fully recovered will his trial begin." Mr. Tan asked how the military was going to deal with Gon. His mental health had just been confirmed, which meant that his recent confession made sense. The junior lieutenant said, Major Shin's order was that if Gao Neng was mentally healthy, he could be released. Chen said that they still had some suspicions and need his cooperation. He should keep this phone with him and not turn it off for a minute. Leaving a room, our hero thought that the major had given him a phone. He must be in some kind of trouble. Be that as it may, he must get his hands on the treasure chest. He needed to secure 10% of the amount due as soon as possible. The only way to truly protect himself was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Major Shen compared her skills and characteristics with Gon's. Analyzing, Shen Yi couldn't understand why he fainted. Was it really just a dream? It was definitely a dream. The major decided that the only way to know if it was a dream was to feel this guy out. The girl decided that tonight Gon would learn what real acting and intelligence was all about. Gon sneezed sharply and thought that someone intended to harm him. Principal Lee asked, did the young man catch a cold? The final exams are just around the corner, so he needs to take good care of his health. The boy needs to rest. The director offered to walk the young man home as it was almost on the way. Dad thanked him and said he would get home on his own. Mr. Lee said that Gong may be good in theory, but in practice he is quite bad. It won't be easy for him to get into military school. Our hero found himself on the streets of the Evening City. 2 girls of easy behavior approached the guy and offered to go with them. Gao Neng replied to the girls they had a strong man with 8-toed abs, a body with less than 5% body fat, and a weight of 100 ulls. Gan stopped a cab and told the driver that he wanted to go to the North Suburban Psychiatric Hospital. The cab driver warned him that he would have to pay 25 coins. After a bit of haggling, the cab driver and Gan agreed on payment. The cab driver asked, "Are you going there at such a late hour of the night and with such a huge bag to visit? Is it a sick person?" Gunnan replied that he was going on a trip. The driver said, "As far as I know, there's a wasteland spreading out in the North Suburban District. Nothing but a mental hospital and an abandoned factory to be found there. Where are you going on your journey?" the driver asked. Gunnan noticed a young man putting a mask on his head. The masked cab passenger said, "I'm traveling through a psychiatric hospital." At that moment, an emergency message was broadcast on the radio. There are anomalies near the North Suburban Mental Hospital. 2 people have already been confirmed missing. Caution must be exercised to avoid accidents. The frightened cab driver stopped at the right place and said, "We've arrived." The passenger seemed to the driver like an outstanding person, so he was willing to charge only 15 coins for the fare. Gunnan said, "You're a good man. Thank you for that." Seeing the driver's frightened look, our hero pointed to the hammer and said, "It's for road repair. I'm going to level the surface." The driver saw the wrench and the passenger added, "The hammer failed. He would use the wrench." The driver said, "The car is a bit stuffy. Could the young man get out of the car first and then pay the fare?" The passenger agreed. After the car door slammed shut, the driver immediately drove away. Gunnan wondered, what about the toll? Gunnan thought that the driver was really a good person. He even mentioned a good deed and didn't take payment. Apparently, he practiced Buddhism. Not far from the lonely young man, a motorcycle stopped. Major Shen was driving it. The girl decided to show the guy what psychosis looked like on a scientific level. At his mansion, Mr. Tan, talking to Lieutenant Chin on the phone, wanted the officer to give him an explanation of a case. If Chintan Shang's strength is limited, then wouldn't that mean it makes sense to start looking for a new partner? The officer inquired, is the conversation really about Shen Yi? Not everyone would agree to cooperate with the League. Tang said that he had checked her name to see if she would agree to get close to them, but she refused. The officer said, there's no point in intimidating him. You'd think the League didn't intend to organize everything, but to clear the territory for themselves. Tang Tak replied that he didn't care if Chin Chin believed him, that Major Shen Yi had no intention of getting into close contact with their forces. Fane added, the lieutenant should give me what he owes. Doing the deed is the best choice, and whether or not to believe it is his own business. Tontik wondered, was this really the behavior of a beggar? It was as if he would die if he asked one extra time. Tontik thought it was necessary to be patient. In 3 days at most, the lieutenant would come to him again with a plea. After all, the information he had was a bunch of magnets. The hooded man asked the elf woman, hadn't Tantok given out the information of the magnetic pile yet? The woman replied, no, I haven't made a deal with the Alliance yet. If he gave it out, it would no longer be of use to him, and he wouldn't let me in there anymore. The woman offered to push him some more when he brought the Union army into the factory. Then he would have no other choice. She heard Tang Tak say that another major from the Union army was coming this time, so more explosives were needed for the factory. Shen Yi was already on the grounds of the mental hospital in her hospital pajamas. She even smeared her face with mud. The major thought that from any angle, this was the perfect psychotic woman to scare people in the middle of the night. Shen Yi wondered, why isn't Gao Neng still here? The girl saw a guy with a large backpack behind him walk up to the front door. Shen Yi hid behind the door and thought that as soon as the young man opened it, she would scare him. The door opened and Shen Yi assumed the posture of a terrifying zombie, roaring. On the other side of the door, however, was another patient. It was a huge man with an eye patch like a pirate. Shen Yi herself was terribly frightened and screamed loudly. Hearing that scream, our hero thought that in this mental institution, the patients were having a hard time. Gon was at the entrance of the other door. Major Shen Yi deactivated her opponent and thought that a real mental patient had come to her. It's very stressful. Thanks to the phone that Gon had, the Major could track his location. But what's this guy doing in a toy factory? Gon thought that this factory had been abandoned for a long time. It was in a terrible, deplorable state. The protagonist saw a horrible sight. Talismans scattered on the floor, broken wooden swords, and traces of blood everywhere. Gunnan decided that he would just do it and end it all. In his hands, our hero held a hammer. Suddenly, Gunnan heard a sound behind him. He swung his hammer and tried to strike. Behind him was an ordinary cat. Gunnan thought it was better to hide his face from now on and put on a mask. It would be bad if a cat scratched his face. In the observation room, a stranger with a backpack appeared on the monitor. The guard thought, these people really have no fear of death. Only a few days ago, they had destroyed one, and now they've come again. The colleague replied that it couldn't be helped. These bums always want to take something that is lying around badly. The guard radioed the actors and said, there's work for you. He added that the actors should not be lazy because the man was almost at the entrance to the factory. The actors replied to the guard, don't worry, we're professionals. We know our job. The guard thought they weren't professionals at all, but rather some losers who were overly dedicated to their jobs. One of the actors told his coworkers, we got a job. If you remember, we had a dream of becoming actors. True, he continued, you've already destroyed a few people, but that doesn't matter. The boss said they had good hearts. They had a dream, and they should live up to their status as actors. The actors replied that they did have something to aspire to. Gon stopped and looked around. He heard strange sounds, but they couldn't be ghosts, could they? Why did he think he could hear them? One of the actors, playing the role of a ghost, cautiously approached Gon from behind. The ghost, with glowing eyes, made a terrifying sound. The masked Gon was frightened. A masked guy with a backpack on his back turned around, swung his hammer, and ran toward the ghost. The guard got scared and yelled for the man to stop. Gao Neng stopped after using a hammer to deactivate this ghost. The young man stated, "I don't allow anyone to scare me." Our hero realized that this man was just pretending to be a ghost to scare those who enter here. That's not the right thing to do, he thought. It's a crime. The system congratulated the host for defeating the ghost. However, there was no reward for this. Gan thought that if he relied on the system all the time, he would have starved to death long ago. The way to make money, the protagonist stated, is not to ask for it, but to steal it. It was money he took out of the deactivated actor's pocket. Gan counted 500 coins and thought that if there were 10 ghosts, that would be 5,000 coins. However, he needed much more than that to complete the task. The actor portraying the Grim Reaper radioed in. "The guy with the long tongue hasn't been walking back for some time," he said. "He only went to scare the kid. What's taking him so long to come back?" The Grim Reaper decided to check what had happened to his colleague and followed in the same direction. The Grim Reaper saw his coworker lying on the floor with the very same young man standing next to him. Ganon, hearing a sound behind him, turned around. The Grim Reaper, upon seeing the mask, cried out in fear. The actor rushed away with all his might. Ganon, seeing another 500 coins and the ghost waving his tools, shouted for the ghost not to run away. Another ghost was deactivated. Ganon thought that at this rate, he would be able to accumulate the necessary amount of money. Breaking through the first human limit, Ganon said, wanting to destroy all these lowlifes, Ganon had a thought. Should we bury him? The protagonist decided that he would not bury them. Digging a hole was very problematic. The guy figured that if he destroyed a few more ghosts, he could have a mass grave. Ganon saw 2 more ghosts in front of him. The clown wondered what kind of psychopath had come here and was causing mayhem. The other ghosts wondered, how dare this scoundrel rob their brothers? Ganon, looking at these ghosts, saw only money. They came to him on their own. From far away, the actors could be heard yelling for help. Where did this psychopath come from? After dealing with all the ghosts, Gon thought that being invincible was sad. Gon said that money comes easy to him and that he is about to be bloated with it. The boy thought that 4 ghosts had appeared outside, so there might be many more inside. However, no matter how much the guy traveled, he didn't meet any more ghosts. He only had 2,000 alliance coins, and he had many more ghosts to find. As the saying goes, a thief cannot escape without stealing. If no one is here, they must be somewhere else. Gon flinched as he felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. The young man turned around sharply and tried to hit whoever was behind him with the hammer. However, behind him, far away from him, was a person he couldn't reach. It was a girl with a toy in her hand. The girl started a counting chant, 10 dwarves running for dinner, 1 choked to death. At that, the crazy girl tore the toy apart. Gan said he's not afraid of anything. In front of his hammer and wrench, all ghosts are like paper tigers. The guy hit the hammer, but missed. The crazy girl ended up behind him. 9 dwarves were sleeping late at night. 1 fell asleep and died. 8 dwarves were left. Ganon tried again to hit the mad woman with the hammer and missed again. 8 dwarves were felling wood and chopping branches. From 8, there were 7 left. 7 dwarves were felling the forest and chopping branches. The axe broke and fell, leaving 6. The boy looked around but couldn't find the girl. Ganon thought that this ghost was not like the previous ones. 3 dwarves got into animal trouble. The bear fell suddenly. 2 were left. The mad woman was still out of reach of the young man with the hammer. Ganon thought it was not a ghost, but a lunatic. What kind of black fairy tale was she singing? This backward report frightened him. The boy gripped the hammer tighter in his hand. The more frightening thing was that she moved very fast. It was impossible to keep track of her, even though he had surpassed human limits. The girl continued her counting, but Ganon interrupted her. He removed the mask from his head and tossed it aside. The guy said that good children shouldn't learn such scary children's songs. Would she like to play something else with him? The girl suggested that the boy dance. Gan wondered what they would dance. He figured only a psycho in the middle of the night would dance with a stranger. As soon as she got close, he would deactivate her. The psychotic woman stretched her arms forward and said, "We will clap first and then dance." Gun had reached into his backpack and was about to retrieve a shovel from it. He thought this was his chance. She let her guard down. One more step and he'd destroy her. We need to see what she is. Peering into the face hidden behind his hair, the hero thought he spotted familiar features. Gang was surprised. Could it really be Shenny? Gon was frightened. Why was she here? Had he been exposed? The young man backed away from the girl. The psycho kept insisting that they dance. The guy decided to play along and said that he agreed. The guards were asleep at their workplace. They did not see what was happening in the factory. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang. The guards woke up. It was time for another report. One of them asked, "Are there any more ghosts?" The security guards decided to use the cameras to determine where the ghost actors were. However, what they saw was very surprising. Who is that young man and that psychotic woman? Are they clapping and dancing? The guard wondered what these ghosts were up to. Why did they put these two in the workshop? A colleague suggested looking at another monitor. In another room, all four ghost actors lay motionless. The man asked his coworker, "What should we do? Should we destroy the two men?" The older man replied, "There's something wrong with these two. They can't be dealt with so easily." The guards decided to immediately report it to the proper authorities. As he continued to clap and dance, our hero pondered, was Shen Yi really following him? Had she unmasked him, or had they bumped into each other by chance? Shen Yi continued to clap and dance. Gan thought that whatever her intentions were, she still had no proof. Suddenly, Shen Yi made a serious expression and asked the young man, "Is this his energy?" Gunning thought that he was being set up. The major said the guy recognized her or he wouldn't have done it. How did he recognize her and who sent him? Gunning thought he should behave carefully now. Every word could be a mistake. The guy grabbed the hammer with both hands and assumed a threatening posture. He swung the hammer in front of him in different directions. Major Shen, using her unique abilities, destroyed the hammer by eliminating its metal part. The girl said the two attacks on the major were a serious crime. In Shen's hand was a metal element. It was what was left of the hammer. Gunning turned around and rushed to flee. The energy warrior, who had mastered the embodiment of energy, had broken the human limit at least 3 times. The major was surprised. Did this boy really think he could escape? The girl threw a piece of metal in his direction, which turned into leg shackles. Gunning's shackle at the legs fell to the floor. Shen said, "I am willing to listen to this young man's last words." Gao replied that he was too young to speak his last words. Suddenly, the young man became frightened. Pointing his finger in a direction, he told the girl to be careful. Shen didn't look back. She said she didn't believe what he said. Shen Yai unleashed her dragon against the man behind her. The man said, "Iron control is very interesting." 3 unknown people appeared in the room. One of them said, "I never thought I'd see such an expert in this forgotten land, but she's not the only one like that." Major Shenny said, "The guys in front of her are no ordinary men." The girl inquired of Gon, "Is he in league with them?" The boy shook his head in response, "I don't know them." Shen said, "I didn't think so either. Otherwise, he'd already be dead." The stranger stated, "The information is incorrect. This woman doesn't look like a regular crazy person." The guy stated, "There's a major in the Union Army who can also manifest energy. Could this be her? Doesn't she look like that girl in the picture?" The third stranger stated, "She's alone anyway, and it would be easy to handle." The man bowed and said, "If it is a major, I am honored." He would like to introduce himself as Makoto, 33 years old. He was single. He wondered, what is this beautiful girl's name? The major replied, "Her name is Goma. She's a middle school student from godforsaken city." Makoto Aido was very surprised when he heard those words. He tried to strike with his fist, but the dragon blocked the blow. His fist found itself clutched by the dragon's paw. Gao Neng even squinted her eyes. She thought, what's happening here looks very bright. Makoto and his colleagues confronted Shen Yi and her dragon. Gao Neng wondered how he realized it was a battle between energy warriors. The system asked, would the host like to take the mission? Gao Neng agreed. Maybe, she thought, he would have a chance to save himself. The system informed her within an hour, Shen will transform again. The scholar can tolerate it. The scissors cannot. The crime of losing hands cannot go unrestrained. Watch. Attitude and sorrow can turn around 1,000 times. The second time, Shen Yi cannot be transformed. Gan didn't realize what he should do. Save the girl or destroy her. The guy told the system that there should be a clue. The system reported that a nightmare level of difficulty was selected. Gan wondered why that was so. He would never have chosen this level of difficulty. Our hero thought man is born and man dies. There is early death and late death. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion nearby. Gan looked back and saw the Shen Yi dragon amidst the blazing fire. Makoto Aido said, even the hardest iron can be melted. Had they really decided to tackle him? Gan realized that the energy warrior in front of him was manipulating magnesium energy. At this speed, the iron dragon would indeed be melted by magnesium. The premise was that Shen Yi only used ordinary iron energy. This steel dragon, made of energy, was on the verge of becoming a ghost. However, the iron dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Makoto. Makoto Ito's co-workers were startled and looked at each other. What should they do now? Gom thought that the energy warrior had been destroyed in just a few moments. She looked at the remaining people and asked, which one will be next? The man replied, this dragon is scarier than you can imagine. However, it has lived long enough, and today it will try to show its full strength. The opponents rushed to attack Sheenie and her fire dragon. Gon covered his nose with his hand. He could smell sulphur. The woman with a ribbon in her hand was ready for decisive action. A few moments later, the fire dragon was already wrapped in this ribbon. The man said even if Shinny's iron doesn't melt, it won't be protected from corrosion. The woman added, my element is much more resistant to corrosion than Shinny's iron. Gunnan thought that the non-metal element was sulphur. The multicolored metal element was copper. It was surprising how sinister the pairing of these two sources of elements could be. Gunnan thought that he had no chance of engaging in such a battle. Shinny recognized that her dragon was useless against their elements, but were they sure that this was all she was capable of? Shen Yi headed straight for the opponents. The man wondered, what did she mean? The major cracked open the capsule, which began to emit glowing energy. Gunning squinted his eyes and thought that Major Shen Yi was actually a metal princess. Due to this, the protagonist decided to make a strategic retreat. The opponents, frightened, also decided to run away from the place. Shen Yi, approaching the opponent, said, it's too late to retreat. She raised her hand and a huge metal structure appeared beside her. Another explosion followed. The red-haired woman, caught under the impact of the shockwave, flew far to the side. The woman, leaning against the broken wall, began coughing loudly. Not far from this woman was our hero. The guy tried to cautiously pass on. The gazes of Gowan and the red-haired woman met. Our hero thought that she was also a little afraid of him. They didn't know of his origin, but they knew that he had come together with Shen Yi. Gowan saw a huge metal monster in front of him. The massive creature held Major Shen Yi in its palm. The red-haired woman begged, spare me. Gon continued to walk away, heading in his own direction. However, the stranger was not spared, and the metal monster was preparing to crush her with its paw. Gon thought that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Could this be the end of the day? If he were reborn, he would destroy the system. The girl introduced herself to our hero and said, I am Major Shen. I eliminated 2 thieves. The young man will take care of the rest. Gon thought they could test his relationship with the factory and keep his opponents at bay by falsely revealing their identities. But was he the kind of person who would allow himself to be used as a tool? He wondered, who would set up whom? The guy took a fighting stance and told the girl, get ready. The guards, watching the events unfold through the monitor, were frightened. What should they do now? Who should they call for help? Who were the guy and the girl? The senior guard turned to his colleague and said, don't do anything. I'll take care of this girl myself. The mistress had received a report that a psychotic woman who could manifest energy had broken into the factory. 2 are already dead, and the 3rd is being rewarded. Soon, the factory will be finished. The elf woman told Mr. Tan that the Major Shen he was telling him about was probably at the factory now. The woman asked, didn't Tank betray yet? She added that there was no point in cheating. She knows that Tank wants to work with the Union. Does he really think that if the Major dies, he can work with the Union? She originally planned to wait for Tank to give the information to Chinue, then blow up the lieutenant and his men along with the factory. But now that Shin Ti and Shuer is gone and the Union Major is there, it's a possibility. Tank took the woman by the neck and said that he would destroy her if she tried to deceive him. The elf woman said there was no need to rush. Wasn't it better to clear a path for himself? He could continue to cooperate with her and the Union. She added that the factory was full of explosives, and at her command, the Major could be killed. Tantic asked, did she really think it would take him by surprise? The woman said, as long as they both keep quiet and don't say how the Major died, everything will be fine. The woman says she's leaving. Then Tangtak will go to the factory and find out if the Major is alive. Under the Major's orders, our hero was to massacre the red-haired woman. Godin pulled out a divorce wrench and swung it at the woman. Gunnan struck the shackles with the key and shattered them. The boy turned around and began to run away quickly. Shen Yi, with the help of her monster, straightened up the red-haired woman and wondered where Gao Neng was going. Running away, the hero saw the cat that scared and rushed into the sewer. The guy thought that life is unpredictable. In a moment, our hero was already following this cat and descending through the sewer manhole. Shen Yi shouted, does he really think he can escape from her? After all, she has great talent and martial arts. Gunning thought that now Shen Yi wouldn't be able to keep up with him. That gold monster can't go down that little sewer hole either. He's like a needle in a haystack with all those sewer lines. It's too bad he didn't do well, but it's better to survive. Our hero heard a girl from somewhere upstairs suggest that he should tell the whole truth, and she would consider whether to let him live. Gan wondered, shouldn't a Major be ashamed of running around in the sewers? Gonin shouted that if she caught him, he would tell her everything and more. Shenny thought it had to be decided, or else he would really run away. The girl, using her ability to affect metals, made the necessary transformations. Moments later, the iron dogs were already running after Gon through the sewer tunnels. The boy heard the noise of approaching pursuers and, frightened, tried to hide. The metal dogs had picked up the trail and were moving in the right direction. Gon added to his stride and didn't understand how she could catch up so quickly. Was she really able to give metal consciousness? Ganon thought that energy warriors were cool. He should become an energy warrior too. Shen Ya was stalking the guy and thought he couldn't get away from her. Ganem realized that there was nowhere to retreat to but forward. The pursuers were closing in. Suddenly, a dead end appeared in front of our hero. The passage was filled with boxes. How could there be a dead end in a sewer? Approaching Gon, Shinny asked, "Why isn't he running now?" The major reminded her, "I warned you. There's no escaping me." The girl said, "I'll give him 10 seconds to tell me exactly what he wants and how he broke into my room and attacked me." Gan thought that perhaps it wasn't trash in front of him. Suddenly, Shenny shouted, "Gao Neng, get out of there immediately." A massive explosion sounded behind the protagonist's back. Gan wondered, were these crates really filled with explosives? Shen Yi once again broke the special capsule and activated the necessary functions. Using the capsule, the girl created an energy field and drew the young man to her. Gon and Shen Yi were together in a protective sphere that saved them from the blast wave. The guy realized that the girl was protecting him. Shen Yi stretched her fist forward and shouted, "Golden Ball." The young people were safely protected from the effects of the explosion. In the confined space, the guy and the girl were in close proximity to each other. Shen Yi said that this was the third attack on the Major. Now he would definitely be destroyed. Gon says she threatens to destroy him, but actually saves him all the time. Doesn't she get tired of doing that? Shen Yi said he was thinking too much. After all, she had only given him 10 seconds to think before answering. Now she would kick him out of the balloon if he didn't tell her how and why he broke into her room. The system reported that there were 5 minutes left to complete the task. It was necessary to hurry up. The guy thought that a woman's heart was really fickle, in which case she shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Shen Yu was scared. What did he just do? Gan recalled that they were in the sewers. A rat peeked out from under the girl's sweater. There was a loud scream. Gan discreetly pulled out a crescent wrench. Shen Yi tried to kick the animal out of her clothes. At that moment, our hero grabbed a wrench and swung it over Shen Yi. At the last moment, before completing the task, the girl received a blow to the head. The time to complete the task had been exhausted. Shen Yi was deactivated and was lying on the ground. The system congratulated the host for completing the quest. The guy got the chest. There was also an opportunity to spin the roulette wheel. Gonen thought he'd gone through all this for a chest or a roulette wheel. After spinning the roulette, the hero was rewarded with a silk that should help him. Goen was very angry, for he had almost died because of this nonsense. The system said life is not as good as it seems. However, the master has a system. The system added Ganon also has a Danshin pill. It is a full purification pill. It enhances all 5 of a person's senses. Ganon thought, although his study of spirituality was profound, that even if only talking about strengthening the 5 senses, it was still a blood-earned bonus. The only problem was that our hero didn't know when Shen Yi would come to his senses. Gan thought that there was no need to be a gentleman here, or things would turn out badly for him. A rope appeared in our hero's hands. After a while, the Major found herself completely wrapped in rope, as if in a cocoon. It was now possible to rest and take an appropriate pill. After a while, our hero heard footsteps. But if they were underground, how could those footsteps be heard? The entire factory on Earth appeared to be under a mysterious dome. Gunnan wondered if he could watch the factory from the outside. He saw Tang and his mysterious companion. They were talking about something being somewhere in another part of the city. The woman asked, did Tang really want her to ask for a body search? The man shook his head negatively. Cannon wondered how he could not only see them, but also hear them. This is what happens when the soul is purified and the 5 senses are heightened. Tang noticed that Lieutenant Shin said the letter of appointment to the Alliance would come tomorrow. The condition was 10,000 a month. The woman replied that she would give them the amount. However, she would not be able to attend and would send 2 people in her place. The woman got into her sports car and sped off somewhere. Gunnan saw the elf woman approach the mental hospital building. The elf woman touched the wall and activated something. The wall moved to the side and a passage downward appeared. Gunnan, watching the woman, marveled at how many hiding places there were. The mysterious woman was in an underground factory. Gunnan realized that the real factory was here. It was built on the grounds of a mental hospital. Gan understood it all. It meant that the factory was really just a decoy, and the explosives were there for a reason. Our hero saw a female elf face a hooded man. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. It was necessary to get a closer look at the face. Our hero was trying to activate his new skill, Gaze. Ganian thought since the real underground factory is in the shelter, then the magnetic pile should be there as well. Gunnan realized that his first task was to get to the underground factory and earn his allied money there. According to the terrain he had just scanned with his abilities, this pipe was connected to the shelter. Gunnan thought it won't be good if Sheeny is found here. However, he quickly decided that his life was more important, so the Major would lie here for now. Gan decided that, just in case, he would keep the capsules and return them to the girl when the opportunity arose. he would find his magnetic pile and make some money. Shani woke up and thought, how does this guy know about her? And where is he taking her to? However, it was better for her to do nothing right now. In front of our hero's eyes was a map of the underground factory. The guy felt that in just 10 seconds, his mental strength had dropped by more than 50%. How could this happen? Gan felt that he was already having a hard time. However, he had to view the terrain every 10 seconds, so he decided to make the view radius smaller. Through experimentation, our hero concluded that it was best to set the view to 10 meters. Gan thought he should get to the shelter and walk some more around the factory. The young man decided to rest. He needed to regain his strength before moving on. The boy noticed that dust had appeared in the tunnel. Our hero assumed someone was digging from above. There might be a mine above it. Gudden thought he was right. The mine and the magnetic pile must be near each other. However, to verify this, he would need to dig. After a short rest, our hero took the bound girl in his arms and continued onward. There were another 15 meters to go before reaching the heap, which was now guarded. To rush there would be unforgivable. It would be tantamount to a sentence. Gao Neng decided to wait a bit. The system was talking about 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe there would actually be a chance at that time. Gao Neng overheard the workers talking. They were deciding who was going to rest and who was staying on duty. The boss can rest, one of the workers said. We stay on guard. After the boss left, one of the workers muttered, I'm tired. I want to sleep after a long day's work. Our hero noticed that the tired workers had also fallen asleep. He realized that it was time to act. After observing Gon, Major Shin determined that there were indeed fluctuations of spiritual power on this young man's body. The girl thought, at this level of binding, it would only take me 3 seconds to free myself. But she couldn't. He'd have taken her pods. She would have to be patient until he came out. Gao Neng thought, why is he still not leaving? The guy saw the girl stirring and grabbed his wrench again. You scared me, he said. I thought you were dead. Our hero realized that she was a member of the Union. She must not be killed. She could be useful to him in the future, so he must save her. Our hero's new mission was welfare. It was a mission that had no penalties, no time limit, and very generous rewards. Our hero pondered for a while on what he should do with Shen Yi. After all, you could enhance your hidden talent after the sacrifice and earn the achievement. Gao Neng lifted the girl and loaded her onto his shoulder. It was almost 2 o'clock and time to act. Our hero pushed back the sewer manhole cover and stealthily climbed out near the sleeping laborers. He got close to the workers and, using the adjustable wrench as a deactivator, neutralized them. Having taken care of the workers, the protagonist thought that with his psychic powers he could sense their movements. Gao Neng picked up the shovel and thought, now I'm a strong man who can see what's coming. He had little time and needed to speed up. The guy felt his strength weakening in this place. Even though it was just a pile, there was something about it. Our hero realized that the only way to make a fortune was through hard work, so he continued to dig intensively. Suddenly, behind our hero's back, someone asked, did someone decide to dig diligently in the middle of the night? Gon turned around and said, I see the opportunity, and continued to work, hoping to earn more money. The supervisor told him, go to bed early and don't disturb the rest with your noise. The protagonist thought he should keep working anyway. After 4 hours had passed, Gan was frustrated. Why can't I see any results? Our hero was tired. He thought he should come back the next day, but tomorrow wouldn't be so easy to enter. Gao Neng decided that if nothing happened in the next hour, he would leave. Another worker appeared. The man said, I thought I came first. However, someone had already arrived before him. Gao Neng said, the early bird. The guy saw the workers arriving and wondered, what time is it if they're working so early? Gao Neng thought that the place was getting crowded and it was too risky to stay any longer. He had to find a way to slip out of there. One of the workers shouted, there's ore right in front of me. He had just dug up some ore. Gao Neng thought it was a great bonus and hit the worker in the face with a shovel. Our hero hit the laborer so hard that he flew far back. Gao Neng said he dug this ore with his own hands and they decided to rob him. Putting his shovel forward, the protagonist asked, who else is willing to come out against me? The brigadier inquired, is it really your stone? The brigadier then said, this lucky man could hand over the stone and go after his prize. 1,000 Union coins is a bargain. Gao Neng thought that only 1,000 coins was not enough. The foreman wondered why this guy wouldn't give the ore away. The system reported that the price of the stone in the master's hand was worth about 350,000 allied coins. Gan hit the foreman over the head with his shovel. Our hero said, do they really want to take away a stone for 1,000 when its price is 350 times that? I don't agree. The worker looked at the deactivated foreman, became frightened, and called for help. Outside, they received information that someone was robbing the mine. At the mine, there was a confrontation. Many wanted to take away the ore from our hero. Gao Neng, waving his shovel, defended himself. The worker wondered, why is this boy so strong? Could it be that he was sent by another country? Our hero accelerated with a shovel in his hand. Wanting to get away from here, he moved straight at the laborer. The man shouted, "Does the boy really want to escape from here?" He adopted a fighting stance, cobra pose, and said that this kid had underestimated him. Gao Neng didn't say anything. He simply deactivated another opponent with a blow of a shovel. The other workers thought that Kai was a real fighter. However, he was destroyed with one move by this boy. The protagonist thought that after breaking the first human limit, destroying opponents was commonplace. After developing a decent speed and running away from the mine, Gao Neng thought that no one would stop him now. However, there was an explosion in the floor and a hole was created. Our hero thought that when it came to energy warriors, he was weak. Gao Neng was able to dodge the attack. The opponent who appeared said that this kid was predicting his attack with his mental abilities. Is he really a master? However, he wouldn't just get away with it. Our hero didn't want to get into another confrontation. Gao Neng thought, this man looks like an energy fighter. We should head back to the sewers. Gao Neng jumped into the sewer manhole and found himself safe. The young man looked around. At the place where the guy had left Shen Yi, there were only scraps of ropes. Our hero felt a girl appear at his back. She said, "Finally, you're back." Shen Yi put a knife to the guy's throat and suggested playing a game of who would die first. The system reported that a life threat had been detected. Prudent behavior was required. Gan said it was the girl who had put his life in danger. Everything had happened because of her. Shen Yi became indignant. What are you still muttering about? The system suggested pressing a button or the hero might die. The protagonist pressed a button and activated the mission. Survive until dawn. Gao Neng must fight and survive until dawn. Others would come and make their move. The hero must destroy this factory and find valuable materials. He also had to fight against rivals and survive. The system informed him that if the hero failed the mission, he would die. The guy said his name was Ganon. When he was 18 years old, he accidentally got a system that told him he was actually the chosen one. When he talked about such things at 6 years old, they didn't believe him. Gon was terribly angry at the system. Why had it set him up like this? Our hero tried to calm down. People who are not arrogant, not sad, not happy. People with high moral qualities can often be lucky. Gon decided that he would take the system's advice. Suddenly, stones began to fall from above. One of them hit our hero's head. Through the resulting hole, a warrior entered the sewer. He asked, "Did this guy really expect to escape from me?" Seeing the girl, the villain said, "So, there's also an accomplice." The man asked, "What are you playing at?" Gon, holding his head, told the man to get the hell out of here. Ganon grabbed a shovel and swung it. The opponent wondered what could be done with a small shovel. Our hero brought the shovel down with a swing right on the villain's face. Gon thought, why was he able to take this punch so easily? Shen Yi thought it wasn't bad. The villain wondered, why did it hurt so much? The villain didn't understand how the guy could control his iron energy. Ganon threw another punch and said that he shouldn't talk much during the battle. The villain shouted, "How dare this wretch do this to him? Doesn't he know who is in front of him?" Gao Neng told the upstart to stop talking and kept beating him with the shovel. The workers thought it was too much. It was foolish to resist and try to go against a shovel that was beating up an energy fighter. The workers thought this guy was showing signs of waking up. There were some strange sounds in the mine, unnatural for this place. The sounds were the footsteps of armed guards. There were also some mercenaries in the mine who said not to cause unnecessary trouble. Gan wondered, are there really still so many people hiding in this factory? Major Shen Yi assumed that this was Wang Ju's lair, but there weren't many people here at all. Gao Neng wondered, is it really not a lot of people for Shen Yi? The villain with the shovel smash face was swearing, saying that he wanted this guy dead immediately. Major Shen Yi told the guy that because of his not-so-good behavior and the fact that he brought her to the Seeper factory, she would let him stay until dawn. Gao Neng said he needed to call wherever he needed to go and get help. The girl replied that she had tried, but the signal was blocked. Gao Neng asked, don't you have any special means in the army like satellite signals? The major replied, after the Cataclysm, the number of satellites has been reduced. We can only use them in very important cases. The girl said, I can't trust him to cover for me, but there are two options. Shen Yi suggested, the guy attacks first and I help afterward. Gan immediately fell to the ground, groaning, I'm left with a wound from that rascal. Gan lay there in pain, unable to move. The boy unclenched his palm and scattered the capsules near him. The villain with a broken nose rushed back into the attack, shouting, I will destroy it. Shai stepped forward and kicked the villain away. The villain's attack was unsuccessful. He flew back, landing far from the group. Gan told the system, I'm picking normal difficulty. Give me another hint. The system responded, Major Shen is not that weak. We just need to wait. The hidden potential energy had been accumulated. The protagonist was ready. Now you just need to activate the system. Upon completion of this task, the hero's level will increase. The system added, "This is the end of the clue." Gavin said, "So that the system does not shut down." He received instructions to buy more of these prompts. How can such a system be called a helper? Gon thought. All that could help him now was his attractiveness, wisdom, and a body that had been through difficult trials. Various objects made of different materials appeared in front of our hero. One of the villains said, "Be vigilant. This guy is a role model. His attack is mesmerizing." Gan was prepared for any eventuality. Shenyi wondered if he had forgotten that everyone had died. The girl added, "I'm going to be honest. This guy's jabs look like nothing more than friendly kicks." Shenyi once again summoned the metal monster to her aid. Everyone present looked at this girl with horror. The major asked, "Is this guy really going to continue to hide behind her back like this?" Gao Neng inquired, "Could you give me some weapons?" Xia said, "Giving you weapons and armor wouldn't be difficult, but he should tell her how he knew about the magnetic pile." Gan wondered, how did she know what he was looking for? Had she really been conscious at that moment? Shenyi asked again, could he answer the question, no matter what his affairs were? She then asked the reservoir in Tang Sun's body. The major said, "Gon isn't an energy warrior yet and can't control power, so this armor is only for protection. It's not worth waiting for skill improvement." One of the mercenaries attacked the girl and said, "The little girl should not underestimate us." Shenyi countered the attack, her fist beating her opponents. Gan thought the girl was using magnesium. Shenyi replied, "It's lithium." Gan realized that Shenyi was using energy to accumulate electricity. The opponent said, "They know a girl can use the golden elements." The villain added, "He wants to see it. If she's got a gold level, that means she can resist electricity." Shenyi attacked her opponent and deactivated him. The same thing happened to the next attacker. The villains thought it's because the girl is using golden elements. The mercenaries thought that 2 of the 4 had been destroyed in one blow. Ganon thought, is it possible that the bald head let false electricity in? However, it was unnoticeable. Suddenly, our hero was caught in a copper harness. He was attacked by another mercenary. The villain said, "The Alliance Major knows a thing or two about electricity. It's obvious to him now." His opponent kept holding one end of the copper harness and said he would stun this guy with an electric shock. The electricity generating device was running at full capacity. Our hero was exposed to an electric current of great magnitude. The opponent decided that this guy was ready and approached him, swinging his sword. However, the attacker miscalculated and was deactivated by the shovel. The protagonist stood as if nothing had happened. He declared to his opponent that he was fine. After all, it's not just gold armor. There's a layer of unknown material inside for insulation. It's worthy for an Alliance Major in battle. The villain wondered, why is this guy afraid of the electric current? Is it because of that golden garment? Gan said, why would his opponent ask him that? After all, he is not the kind of hero who stretches a fight with idle chatter. Gan added that using this copper wire was like exchanging real gold for fake gold, and the opponent, with his little copper glove, wouldn't do anything. The villain shouted in anger that this guy was looking down on him. Sato would have to destroy him. However, the metal monster that came to the rescue destroyed this opponent. Shenyi said, "The guy should not thank the monster but me." Ganon noticed that the major had eliminated more than 10 fighters. Shenyi said, "This young man's account is not open at all." Ging said, "He'll be able to destroy 100 later." Our hero thought that he certainly couldn't be like Shenyi. The girl pointed to the side and said that the young man was about to get an opportunity. The participants of the Call a Friend campaign appeared. A huge number of fighters surrounded the metal monster and our heroes on it. One of the men present turned to the girl and said that she was an Alliance Major. He regretted that she had chosen to intervene on her own. The girl said hello to the old man and welcomed Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang asked the hooded man if the captains could make a move. After all, the elder had seen for himself that he had lost a dozen men in one night. The elder replied that one of the 3 great fighters in the Lost Lands couldn't stand up to a superior force. This girl is the mystery man of the mystery room, the elder added. Mr. Wang said, if the young lady opened this place, why won't the elder let her leave? After all, the plan is already in place. Mr. Wang continued, an 18-year-old major. That's pretty rare among humans. She's the only one like that. A masked villain approached the girl from behind and held a dagger to her throat. He told the major to accept the gift. The girl turned around sharply and fended off the attacker's strike. Major Shenyi grabbed the dagger by the blade and cracked it open. The villain jumped aside and said, it's some sort of skillet. As he landed on the ground, the masked villain surrounded Gon and began to squeeze the ring, closing in on him. Gan said, those guys in black are causing a lot of trouble. Shenyi said that she counted 20 of them. The major told this guy to leave. She would hold him off. As soon as he returned, he must tell Lieutenant Chen what happened here. Gudden said he wasn't the type to run away from the battlefield. The major wondered, will he not go? Gudden replied that he wanted to fight alongside the girl. The protagonist realized he couldn't do it any other way as he was on a rescue mission. If he failed once, he would immediately die. The system said to be back by 10 o'clock in the morning, adding 2 hours to the mission. Shen asked, does he really want to fight together? But he's not an energy fighter after all. Our hero saw an aluminum rod in the girl's hand. He couldn't understand exactly what kind of alloy it was. This was the first time he had seen her pull out a weapon. The battle promised to be exciting. Shen Yi said that as long as she was alive, the golden armor would always protect the young man. Otherwise, he would fend for himself. Using her metal rod, Shen Yi successfully repelled the opponent's attacks. The major left her enemies no hope of victory. The hooded man told them not to make a fuss around the girl. It was necessary to prolong the fight so she would expend her strength. However, after some time, all the attackers were defeated with a metal rod. Gao Neng thought that these opponents were completely ignoring him. He believed Shen Yi was truly exhausted, while the man in the black suit hadn't even moved a finger. Our hero decided that, after overcoming the initial threshold of endurance, he could theoretically become an energy fighter. However, information about surpassing human capabilities was part of military studies. The system responded that he could not become an energy fighter at this time. Gao Neng thought the system had conditions but did not specify what those conditions were. Perhaps it had something to do with the assignment he had received. The assignment exceeded the basic level. Shen Yi, leaning on the metal rod, tried to fight with her last bit of strength. The hooded man said that they were nearly victorious. Now, we need to strike together. The villain rushed to attack Major Shen Yi all at once. The girl pushed off the ground and jumped high into the air. However, a hooded man appeared behind her and shoved the major in the back with the palm of his hand. Shen Yi dropped the rod from her hands and began to fall, losing her balance. Our hero was nearby and tried to pick the girl up in his arms or at least cushion her fall. Guy leaned over the girl and asked, is Sheenie all right? The hooded man said, Mr. Wang, destroy the guy and the girl. Mr. Wang ordered his men, take these two to him. Gao Neng thought that what had happened was the same as the past metal mining incident. The energy had dissipated due to the great pressure. Our hero seemed to have guessed who the mediator was. Although energy fighters use the technique of extracting energy from ore, this energy was different from that extracted from materials and elements. If you want to turn energy into material, you have to purify it of impurities. The protagonist guessed that it could be done with magnetism. To get to our hero and his companion, the villains had to deal with the metal monster first. Gon thought, this golden monster turns out to still be in business. Guy asked, can the girl still hold on a little longer? Shen Yi replied that she was a soldier and soldiers always stay and don't run away. Ying asked again, could energy warriors use the laws of magnetism to control energy? Shen Yi wondered, what did he need that for? Our hero said, in that case, I'll cover and you should help find the magnetic ore deposit. Major replied, I will try. Our hero grabbed a shovel and rushed at his opponents, telling the girl, don't worry, I'm strong too. The attacker said, this boy could be destroyed immediately and the girl must be taken alive. Shen Yi said, I'll be back quickly. Our hero, supported by a golden monster and with a shovel in his hand, prepared for the confrontation. Mr. Wang shouted, this is a pathetic gathering. So many people can't beat a boy. Besides, the girl is left out. In that case, I'll handle it myself. After a while, Shen Yi came back and said, I found the deposit. The girl added, we need to find a place of concentration for the magnetic energy. Within an hour, this space could disappear. Gam thought, what is a place of magnetic energy concentration? Mr. Wang shouted, the girl must be stopped. She might destroy the ore deposit site. The hooded man couldn't believe it was possible. Does that mean the girl realized what she's done, he wondered. Shen Yi told the guy, I didn't think I could die in Gao Neng's company, but we make a good team. Gam was frustrated. What had he hoped for? After all, he wanted to find the ore deposit, not destroy it. Was this really a level with medium difficulty? He questioned. Mr. Wang said, it's time to end this. I don't want to die here. We need to take these two down. The golden monster was destroyed by the hooded man. The hooded girl thought, only I can get rid of these two. Shen Yi said, that's presumptuous. The major and our hero confronted the mysterious girl hiding her face under a hood. Gan asked, what happened again? The major replied, the magnetic field is about to explode. The magnetic field strength has indeed reached a critical point. Gan thought, if one used the eye of deprivation and spiritual vision, it might seem as if the very essence of the world was accessible. Man exists and yet does not, as if he himself were more than the time of creation. Our hero told Sheenie to detain them. The girl asked, what is he going to do? After all, the magnetic field will soon decay. It can no longer be turned into ore. Sheenie entered the confrontation with the hooded opponent. The rival said that Shen Yi's endeavors have become obsolete. Even if the rest of humanity is equal in strength to her, it won't be enough. All her actions are futile. A new star will soon be born here. The stranger said that this place would become a grave for the opponents. Gan was able to put the magnetic fetal into a safe shell and asked, "How do you feel about this air cushion?" Our hero understood what the system meant. The total potential now fully matched his unrivaled source of energy power. Ordinary energy fighters without a medium were ineffective. Although Gan was not an energy fighter, as long as the field served as a medium, the rounding energy would obey him. The protagonist unknowingly initiated the explosion. Pillars of smoke rose into the sky. Shani looked out from behind the rock and thought, how could one even be capable of such a thing? Gan wondered, had there really been a mistake in his calculations? Did he really hurt Shen Yi? In fact, our hero didn't realize what had happened. After all, he was trying to build an air cushion, and it turned into a bomb. All the magnetism, along with the energy, wasn't his. He could only extract and divide them uncontrollably. Shen wondered, could the guy really control the oxide energy? What's wrong with this guy? How can you get hit at this distance? There was a winged girl floating in the air. She wondered how this guy had done that. Gan thought he was facing a celestial super beings who came to this world after the apocalypse. They called themselves the messengers of paradise. They appeared at the dawn of life, conquering most of the earth and encouraging people to worship them. Our hero didn't expect to meet them in his 18 years. He thought that he should not miss another opportunity to take a shot. After another explosion, the villains scattered in different directions. The messenger of paradise watched from a bird's eye view. Gao Neng thought that the two guns had almost completely drained him. However, his spiritual strength only grew stronger. Was it really due to the effect of magnetism? He could now fully feel the energy in the factory. To begin with, our hero decided to restore his fine physical form. He wanted a humble existence in obscurity, but he was not given such a choice. In fact, our hero felt like a super energy fighter. At his will, this zone would be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Mr. Wang was surprised. What super energy fighter could we be talking about? The Celestial screamed that none of this was true. The girl with wings pulled out her swords from behind her back. "I am Makifa," she said. "I will destroy this super fighter." Gao Neng responded, "I'm not bluffing," and attacked the winged girl with metal bars. The protagonist found himself inside the magnetic energy and asked, "Can this block me?" The Celestial, undeterred, pressed on with her goal. Once again, she activated an energy attack on her opponent. Everything around him began to collapse, and even huge rocks were flying in the resulting tornado. It was like the end of the world. During another counterattack, the girl with wings was forced to retreat. Ganon wondered if he could really take her down. The Celestial said that the underground factory was gone. The ore deposits were also gone. There was nothing of value left in this place. Lashing out, the Celestial screamed that she was going to destroy this guy. Ganon replied, "If you're going to intimidate people, you should be able to withstand a 300-round battle." The magnetic field continued to exist, concentrating more and more energy. Our hero decided that it had to be stopped or would turn into a black hole, sucking everything into itself. Exhausted, our hero fell to his knees. He could not get up. When he raised his head, he saw that the black hole was approaching him. Trying to hold on, the boy grabbed onto a metal beam. The young man thought that, judging by the residual energy, she should have completed the task by now to keep her form. Suddenly, there was another explosion, and our hero was thrown aside. He found himself next to Shen Yi. "Gan," he said to Major Shen, "wake up. I need your super skill to find a way out." The guy thought, the system has drained the last of its strength, and Shen Yi is unconscious. Now, how can one save oneself? The huge glowing magnetic ball was once again descending on the ruined earth. The resulting liquid substance flowed down the stones. What is this? In response, our hero heard laughter. Who laughed? The liquid substance took the form of a man. Our hero looked at this creature and thought, is this a special form of intelligent life? Did this creature come from the ore or because of the contact between the magnets and the black hole? It doesn't matter what it is, though. It looks malevolent. God looked at his hands and thought that the magnetic field had taken away the rest of his strength. He wouldn't be able to resist if a battle happened. The hostile creature of liquid substance, prostrating itself, reached for the man. Suddenly, a black cat appeared out of nowhere and clawed at the creature's arm. The protagonist wondered, how did this wild cat get here? Was the cat really chasing him? The cat continued to attack the strange creature, clawing at it with its sharp claws. Gao Neng, watching from the side, thought that this cat was very cruel. The liquid substance turned into a fish lying at the cat's feet. The cat did not hesitate to eat the fish. Gao Neng was very surprised. He thought that if he messed with this cat, he would definitely be diagnosed. The cat started tumbling around on the ground. Was it poisoned? Our hero noticed that the cat had taken on the color of the liquid substance. The young man thought that this was the spirit of survival. The strange animal grabbed a huge rock, jumped up, and prepared to strike the man. The cat cried out, "All a man can do is allow his appearance to be used." After getting our hero, the strange cat said, "This is the end of today's lesson. We'll see how brazen the boy will be next time." The young man with a bump on his head was deactivated and lay on the ground. Gon and Shini were lying unconscious, not far from each other. A talking upright cat was sitting to the side. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Master had completed his task, but there was no need to leave. They had to fight until dawn. The system reported that the odds of winning had increased. 2 more lotteries became available. The system also provided a cure to help him recover quickly from the damage. Our hero received a system notification. Another explosion was expected in the near future. Gao Neng came to his senses. He had a headache. It felt as though he had been mauled by a wild cat. He thought about the cat that lost consciousness again. Looking around, the protagonist saw that the cat had disappeared. Who was that cat? He looked at Shen Yi. The girl was fine. This time, Gao Neng had received 2 more drugs besides the pills. Gao Neng offered the Major a pill. If she died, all of her healing powers would be useless. He had heard somewhere that it was hard to give drugs to unconscious people. You could block the trachea. Maybe we should give her mouth-to-mouth, Gao Neng muttered. He moved closer to the girl. If you go all the way. Human life was paramount. He still remembered that motto. Gon prepared to give artificial respiration to the girl and came close to his companion. Major opened her eyes. Our hero had time to say hello. This was followed by a blow to the most vulnerable part of his body. Feeling the unbearable pain, the protagonist thought it was a failure. The guy found himself lying on the ground, the pain continuing to make itself felt. Major Sheni asked, "Is he awake yet?" Our hero replied that he had been on his feet for a long time, even going around her. He also gave her medicine, so now she owed him. The girl pointed to the destruction around her and asked, "Is this his handiwork?" Gan replied that he had scattered all of Wangju's men, as well as the people from the factory. He was inhumanly cruel and terrified everyone. Shen Yi said that she believed him unconditionally and would definitely get to his secret someday. Our hero thought that the girl suspected something. A junior lieutenant came to pick up the major. He wanted to report to her about chaining Shang. However, she said that she would talk about it later. Shinny asked if the super energy fighter was going with him or staying here. Our hero replied that he was going with him. Gao Neng asked the major if he did an excellent job, would the lead provide him with some sort of reward. Shenyi asked if he needed this reward. There are more valuable things than Wangju rewards. If a guy is going to move on, one should leave the principles of the abandoned place behind. King replied that graduating from the military school was a great achievement, so he would stick to it. Shinny asked, "Is the university really that bad?" The girl added, "Make sure the guy holds on tight. I'm about to pick up speed." At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the 3rd High School Athletic Field, high school leaders, public safety directors, the community planning department, and representatives from the construction company gathered for the conference. Principal Lee asked the honored students to be quiet, but no one listened to him. The commotion among the students continued. Lieutenant Chin Tian Shang snatched the microphone and said that the director couldn't handle them. The officer said loudly that he had some insight into the students before coming here. In hopes they would not miss their opportunities, the officer added that he now believes the man in front of him is just a bunch of scum. The students got very angry when they heard such words. The lieutenant said, "Today's meeting can't change that. It's just that those people are still hoping for the students for the last moment." Chintan Shang said, "Principal Lee has seriously violated his authority and covered for delinquent students, resulting in losses on the Alliance side. Therefore, the Alliance Council has decided to revoke Mr. Lee's authority and send him to resign." There was outrage among the students. Why was Principal Lee fired? After all, he had been the best for the past few years. Chintan Shang added, "The Alliance will send an inspection to the Forgotten Lands. All illegal activities there will be stopped and subject to sanctions. As of now, President Tang takes over as the new director." The officer added, "I would now like to invite this person to talk about the new organizational points as well as the new conditions of admission." One student, the student body president, stood up. He said he had a question. What mistakes did Principal Lee make? The officer replied, "I'm not going to exonerate the principal, but if you're interested, I'll tell you." The day before, the principal had visited the military department and covered for students suspected of a crime. Because of the information leak, Major Shen Yu was sent on a military mission. Chen Jiang sacrificed his life. The lieutenant spoke solemnly. "Major Shen, the youngest officer in the League, her sacrifice is a major loss for everyone." Pursuing the personal interests of the former president led to a great tragedy, Qin added. After the high-energy fighter was spotted, it was destroyed. The student, after hearing this, said he had no further questions. Suddenly, a motorcycle came rushing toward the gathering at high speed. The motorcycle driver yelled, "Is there a meeting here? Sorry, I'm late." Everyone was surprised to see whose face was hidden under the helmet. Standing between the students and faculty was our hero, a high-energy fighter Gon. Teacher Jung wondered, how did the young man end up here? Gao Neng smiled after all. He is a student and came to class. The boy added that this time he had especially tried his best on the mission and hoped the school would give him credit for the effort. Tang Tang and Shinton Shan were terribly surprised when they saw that Major Shen Yi had also appeared nearby. The girl said, on behalf of the representative of the military department, I am confirming the merits of this guy. The students wondered if Gao and Shen Yi were alive. Then what was the lieutenant talking about? The lieutenant wondered what's going on. Tang excused himself and said, I have seen everything with my own eyes. Teacher John asked, what did Gao Neng do last night? The boy replied that he had helped the military in a small way. He killed over 200 people, was a bit of an energy fighter, and also destroyed an angel. Shenny said that the young man helped in the destruction of a huge underground factory. He is not only entitled to a monetary reward, but also extra points. The major said, with so many people gathered here, maybe it makes sense to have an award ceremony for honor students. How does Principal Lee feel about it? The lieutenant shouted, even if the major outranks him, she's not the only one here. She has no right to make a decision for the military. He added that he was the one who commanded that mission, and Director Lee was also the one who removed him. Shaney asked, is this really about the expert committee? The lieutenant said he had official government authorization. It is confirmed. The major said she wanted to see the documents. She was interested in a document confirmed by the Federal High Consulate. The junior lieutenant read out that the Forgotten Lands Division was being taken over by Lieutenant Shen. There was also a document forfeiting the rank of Lieutenant Chinton Shang, signed 2 days earlier by the Federal High Consulate. Major Shen Yi said that Chinton Shang no longer had a military rank. Chinton Shang said that it was unfair because everything he did was for the Alliance, for the country. I didn't do anything wrong. The major said that she did not doubt Chinton Shang's good intentions, but did he ever think about the interests of the people of the Forgotten Lands? Pine said, this rabble is not worthy of such attention. They are greedy, shallow. They deserve nothing but destruction. They're parasites on the Alliance. Chinton Shan continued to shout. They're all brainless, and there's no need to worry about their well-being. From behind, our hero snuck up on the officer. Gon struck the lieutenant in the jaw with all of his might using the shovel. The lieutenant flew backward, crashing to the ground. Our hero muttered, Chinton Shan is pathetic. He deserves to die. The lieutenant shouted, I'm going to destroy this boy. But before he could act, the military grabbed his arms. Shai thought, that guy just gave the lieutenant a good shoveling. The military officials quickly handcuffed Mr. Tonto. The man believed that was the end of it. Lieutenant Chen turned to the major. 100,000 coins is a considerable sum for the department. The girl replied, this man has become a symbol for the Forgotten Lands. This amount should be given to him. Shen added, the mission was successful largely because of him. Lieutenant Shen turned to the major, saying, I didn't feel any magnetic energy from him. After all, I just recently had to overcome the first limit of human capabilities. For the first time in his life, Shen remarked that this was why the glasses would help him, but he would have to wait until he was accepted into the military academy. The minimum pass required him to pass the limit twice. If he couldn't, his light would just get lost in the Forgotten Lands. Lieutenant Chin, who was arrested, excused himself by saying, everyone knows the sacrifices one has to make at the front. A lot of guys have fallen. Many are in prison. Meanwhile, what are people doing in the Forgotten Lands? The lieutenant added, absolutely nothing. They live off the Alliance. What is the major doing for them? The major noticed that Chin Tian Shang was talking about what was happening at the front, but does he know how much was taken away from the Forgotten Lands after the war? Their evacuation keeps getting postponed. The girl added, there were heroes among them. These people did not renounce their names, but they didn't even receive compensation. They are called cowards. The major replied, they are being oppressed, but after all, these lands are the cradle of the Alliance. The number of people is decreasing every year. The same goes for their official representatives. What they really need is help. Major added that these people are called cowards, but no one knows what they are willing to do. The protagonist received an honorable monetary reward from the Alliance. Our hero was thanked for his bravery and dedication and wished success in enrollment. Shen Yi said for Gong to try his best when entering the academy. And don't forget about Wangju's guides. It could be worthy competition. Major added that she was looking forward to his enrollment. Our hero was glad that he had earned so much money, rather than begging or stealing it. Kong thought that with this kind of money, he would not only get into university, but also help his mother. Now he wouldn't have to sell his charisma and beauty for nothing. From this day forward, everything would be sweet and smooth for him. The system congratulated the hero and informed him that he had received the chest. The system offered to complete a task for which almost the entire fee had to be paid. Seeing his money disappearing, our hero shouted for the system to stop. The system reported that the contribution was fully received. Gao Neng believed the system had ripped him off and demanded his money back. Teacher Jung didn't understand why this guy was crying. After all, he had just received a huge reward. The system boosted the hero's skills. The guy decided it was necessary to go on a random mission. Such a mission should be included in the evaluation system. The system announced the shining red star scoring task. Evolutionary points would be awarded for completion. Our hero was very angry. He thought that the system first took the money and then sent him to the front line. He underestimated its insidiousness. While on a mission, the protagonist decided to check out what this monster was all about. The system said that the hero's task was to demonstrate his attractiveness and special skills. A key to the brave heart task would be provided. A brave heart could not increase the wielder's strength or talent. Our hero thought the pretest was also a psychological test. There would be no problem with the physical data. Candidates lined up to take the test. One of the candidates said, "I am a high-energy fighter." Now it was his turn to take the photo. Gao Neng sent the insolent man into free flight and said that he had shown up here at the wrong time. The girls thought this is what it means to be a high-class fighter. This guy is very elegant, strong, and as handsome as a painting. Our hero had a feeling that beautiful people caused the envy of the higher powers, who then took revenge on them. It was noon. The health and energy levels went up one at a time. The boy thought, was it because of the battle last night? Gao Neng thought that one pill raised the limit of his abilities by one step. Today, he would be able to overcome the third one as well. His health and energy levels were greatly increased. There was no pain this time, but instead, a warmth spread throughout his body. It looked like the point gains would decrease with each new limit increase. Finally, our hero made a new breakthrough. It was evident even from the expression on his face. Gao Neng thought it was even harder than last time, but still better than passing out. After the guy came to his senses, he realized that the energy had increased even more after the breakthrough. Maybe it was because he had swallowed a pill to improve his spiritual energy. The guy felt his spirit grow stronger. However, they really need 4 pills to overcome the third limit. The young man wanted to sleep and decided not to think about it yet. It was necessary to rest. Dusk had descended over the city. Huge crowds of stray cats were gathering around the main dump. One of the cats climbed to the highest point and said, "I will keep Guapo informed. From now on, I'm in charge." Guapo, a venerable black cat, shouted loudly and lunged at the young insolent man. As Guapo approached, their gazes met. The young cat wasn't frightened in the least. The white cat took out a hammer and swung it. Guapo was finished. The new ringleader said, "Alert the cats from all the other 5 districts. They all have to come here for the showdown." The white cat declared, "I should be the master, not just of this place, but of all the forgotten lands." He had a hammer and a wrench in his paws. The woman walked up to her house and pulled out her door key. The key fell out of her hands. She bent over and saw a white cat holding the key in its teeth. "Whose cat is that?" The woman wondered aloud. She took the cat in her arms and asked, "Are you hungry?" Deciding to open the door, she brought the cat inside with her to find something to eat. Shulin said, "This cat probably understands human speech. Who raised it?" She motioned for the animal to enter the house. Shulin turned to her son and asked, "Is he doing his homework or sleeping?" "I'll prepare the food now," she added, moving toward the kitchen. Gan, sleepy, came out of his room and asked, "Isn't Mom back already?" He said he had just woken up. Gan saw the white cat, grabbed a chair, and seemed ready to chase it away. Shuan looked out of the kitchen and told her son, "Don't torture that cat." Gan took the animal in his arms and said, "The 2 of us get along very well." "That's good," the woman said, adding, "The food will be ready soon." She asked her son to clear the table and find a clean bowl for the kitten. The cat, feeling annoyed, thought, "If he doesn't stop hugging me, I'm about to bite that man." Gan looked at the cat and asked, "What are you doing here?" The cat said he only wanted to eat and sleep. He is now the master of the territory, the owner and god of cats, so he can't sleep like a wild one in a dumpster. Gao Neng wondered, why didn't the cat come to his house? He can see that his family's poor. They can't afford to keep a god of cats. The cat wondered, can other people feed him? Gao Neng asked, does the cat offer to take care of him? The cat replied that it was for that person's well-being. Gan thought that in that case, the animal should be given a name. The cat replied that he did not mind. Gan said he would call the cat Godin. The guy explained that he had tamed the cat, so that would be his last name. So, the cat is Godin. Gan suddenly jumped upwards with a loud bounce. Gan was startled. The cat hit the wall and turned into a liquid substance. The substance flowed down the wall to the floor and turned into a cat again. Godin said it was another skill. Shuzlin, from the kitchen, said that the food was ready. Gunning thought that this cat was worthy of attention. After your dinner resting on the bed, Godin said that he was full. Thus, this animal remained to live in the house. The protagonist never realized whether he was really a cat or a liquid. Does this creature really have great intelligence? Shuzen told her son, I could give 1,000 coins for tomorrow's college entrance exam. The woman added, Aunt Lee liked my jade bracelet and said it was worth it. Gan replied to his mother, I've already paid the enrollment fee. The school said my grades are good and I have a good chance of getting into a military university. They even applied for a scholarship, especially for me. The young man gave the money to his mother and said 9,000 coins remain after paying the installment. He added, I've grown up and can earn money on my own. Gan said, this time I'll definitely pass the college entrance exam. After that, we'll move to Hope City and live together. Shoin said, I'm a little tired. I'll go rest. Gan jumped on the guy's head and started yelling, I want more. 2 days passed, and the day of the college entrance exams came. Gan asked the system if the assignment could be changed, such as exchanging it. The system said no, and the young man got angry and swore. He thought that once the exam started, everyone would see what he was capable of. Gunnan had heard that the position of chairman of the audit committee was determined by each school's entrance exam results. Our hero wondered if Principal Lee wanted to be the chairman of the inspection committee. He was willing to bring those points. Gunnan reached out to the principal and students from several other schools. Director Lee prepared to listen carefully. The system congratulated the hero on his increased popularity. One of the students said, this guy was also in the army. Another student added, in order to pass the test, you also need to impress the committee. The students were curious about what Gunnan usually did. It was just the military who realized that there was nothing to argue with him face to face. The girls were hoping to meet him in the exam room. The high-energy fighter looked more and more attractive. The female students thought he was perfect. The young man said, Lillian is the prettiest in the all-girls high school. Ganon definitely can't interfere with her charm. Lillian will easily be able to bring him to his knees because she is the best student. Lillian thought to herself, if she is thought of like this, then she really can't give in to this guy. She will defeat him with a single blow. The students asked the young man, after all, had he broken the first limit? The young man replied that it had been a long time since he had passed his first limit and that it was normal. He wondered if the high-energy fighter would be able to surprise them. Seeing the characteristics of this guy, the students were amazed. They had never seen such results before. He must have surpassed the limits of the human body twice. The guy said, not only is this evaluated, but also endurance and speed. On the speed test, the protagonist was ahead of everyone else. In the endurance test, our hero was also out of reach. The endurance test machine applies more gravitational pressure. The longer the test subject endures, the higher the endurance. One of the students said he had been practicing for 5 years, but had never seen anything like this before. In previous years, students had not lasted more than 2 minutes. However, this gown had lasted for a full 20 minutes. Lieutenant Chen thought that one of his results was already enough for admission. Major Shinny's protege is really good, he noted. It remains to be seen if he can pass the most important test. Suddenly, Linlin threw herself onto the young man's chest. The girl couldn't stay on her feet and sank to her knees. The student apologized to Gon. It was all my fault, she said. I broke my heel. Could you help me? Gon said it was possible. Possible to break the other heel as well, he added. That way, you'd be able to walk. The young man helped the girl with the task. You might not thank me for this, he said. The system reported that the first stage was passed. It was time for the evening exam. The students lined up again, some of them failing. Gunnan told God that when it was his turn, the cat should help him with this test any way it could. Linlin found himself near Gon again and said that he had a very cute cat in his arms. Can I pet it? The girl asked. At that moment, the cat was sitting on Gon's shoulder. Turned backwards toward the girl, raised its tail, and launched a chemical attack at her. Everyone present began to scatter in different directions. Ganon told Linlin that this cat had a slight stomach problem. The students sympathetically said that Sister Linlin had failed again. The second time, her charm didn't work. Lilin thought that she would still get rid of this guy by any means necessary. The lieutenant said, the student has bronze talent, 43%, and phosphorus talent, 35%. Those in attendance marvel. Does this guy really have double talent? It would be hard for anyone to top him this year. Our hero, a student of Gon, was announced next. The students thought it was finally his turn. The lieutenant was surprised. Did Gon really come to the exam with a cat? The young man replied, my family is in a difficult situation. My mother is going to work and no one is looking after the cat at home. The officer told Gon to grasp with both hands, identify the items inside, and then imagine he was using his hands to extract them all. There is talent that reaches 40%, which is excellent. 30% on 2 items is enough to pass. Our hero, according to the system, had all indicators equal to 100%. The officer asked the young man to act quickly. The boy replied that he was already starting. Ganon thought if he failed the test, a cat would sleep in a dumpster. Slipping his hands inside, the young man experienced a strange sensation. The automatic control system was at its limit and even began to smoke. The students standing to the side were tense and frightened. The officer wondered, what was that all about? Something strange is happening. The iron level has already reached 50% and continues to rise further. The copper is also rising. The examination equipment failed and shattered. The boy, frightened, jumped aside. How is that possible? Lilin was beside him again and asked if Ganon had hurt himself. The officer was surprised. A last value on the computer showed as much as 60%. Ganon thanked the girl for bothering him. Linlin told him not to leave. Gon looked at the cat and thought, did this really happen because of the animal? He can't let the cat be taken away from him. Gao Neng asked the officer, was he the one who decided to interfere with his test and ruin the equipment? Had you been sent to sabotage the equipment? The officer said he had nothing to do with it. The examiner told Gon to go to the car and try again. Gan expressed the hope that this would not happen again and the machine would not explode. The officer said the young man was very suspicious. It was just an accident. The computer may have been outdated. The students decided it was a glitch. Gan told the cat that he did well and should continue to work hard. In the subsequent testing process, it happened again and there was an explosion. Gan wondered, wasn't this all deliberate? This officer was definitely sent here by Wangju. Our hero angrily began to scold the examiner. Lieutenant Chen appeared in the room and inquired, what had happened here? How could there be an explosion with serviceable cars? There must be an intermediate test machine as a backup, Lieutenant Chen suggested. This is a case where the hidden talent is too great. It's rare for the test machine to fail, but if it does, the only option is to switch to an intermediate tester. Gunnan thought that his talent exceeded 60%. It was even more so with the cat in his hands. No wonder the machine was malfunctioning. As long as they returned, he could fulfill his goal and successfully hide his talent. Lieutenant Chen said, we need to repeat the test. I want to see the process myself. He continued, the cat should be left at the training base. You don't need to worry about it. A training base isn't the kind of place where a cat could get lost or go missing. The officer reported to the lieutenant, after inspection, no abnormalities were found. We can begin. Chen announced this machine can measure talents between 60% and 80%. However, if the talent exceeds these limits, it won't be able to keep up. Gunnan asked, will the machine explode if the talent exceeds those limits? Major Shen responded, had used the machine for his first test. The guy didn't know where God was right now. However, if he could do it while on his shoulder, distance shouldn't play a big role. Our hero counted on Gon and promised to make him a millionaire. Lieutenant Chen was surprised. The figures were equal to 80%. The officer told Gon to carefully remove his hands from the car. The examination terminal trembled again and the guy flew far back. Lin rushed over to our hero. Falling down, our hero jammed his face into the girl's chest. Lin asked if Gon was okay. The system said that the hero had passed the test and had been given the rank of warrior. Our hero thought this was the way of the strong voice. The young man was still in pain. He felt like someone had grabbed him. Shinny, watching the scene through the monitor, asked what the student's name was. The duty officer said he would check the registration data immediately. The major added that it was okay to forget. She was just asking. Gon told Lieutenant Shen that it was simply impossible. Our hero stated that the officer was convinced that this car wouldn't blow up. Now he wants an explanation. Meanwhile, at the military base, Godin turned into a liquid substance and seeped through the grate. Gunnan told the officer that he could have exploded. Doesn't the army guarantee safety? Lieutenant Chen answered the phone call. After receiving instructions, he stated that the order had been received. Lieutenant Chen looked at the tablet and said that the test results had come back. Even though the machine had broken down, access to the main computer had been maintained. The total percentage was 91. Also, the 5 hidden talents had reached over 80%. It was obvious to our hero that the results were faked. What was Major Shenny thinking? The officer told Gunnan to follow him, and the young man would be given his papers. The young man was told that this school had won the grand prize for his exams. He brought good luck. The guy received the letter. He didn't know what the army's strategy was. It seemed that Shen Yi suspected something and was testing him. She wanted him to be honest with her. In that case, our hero decided to give an answer. The guy decided that she writes 8, and that will be enough. Shen Yi, after reading the message, realized what the greeting was, an answer. However, the girl didn't think that Gong was a complete jerk. 8 whole talents, over 80%. Major thought it was better than she expected. He even beaten her to it. The system reported that the hero received a chest as a reward. Also, 1 star was awarded as a reward. Gunnan thought he was in charge. In the Forgotten Lands, in a garbage dump, an old black cat gathered his charges. It was still necessary to wait for the arrival of the other cats. After a while, it reported that everyone was already here. Today was the glory day of the master of this land, Xiang. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A bright flash illuminated everything around. The cats attacked Xiang, but they were thrown apart by the hammer blows. Xiaoming, swinging the hammer, said that this technique was unparalleled in the world. Xiaoming added that if those present didn't realize it yet, they should just let him pass. Gan thought he should thank Director Li for helping him find the cat, but he was too excited about the test results. Gao Neng was given a new task to defeat the competition and combine the energies of the task participants. Gao Neng thought that these tasks always made him feel a little uneasy. The guy realized that he might not have more than 30% of the skills, yet he wanted to dominate the entire human alliance. However, the young man decided that it was useless to think too much. He should go home early and get some rest. Gao Neng thought there were still people there, but who? Who were they? After all, no one knew where he had gone. Lin was in the alley when she was approached by some young men. The girl said, "If I'm attacked, I'll call a high-energy fighter for help." Lelin set a task: capture this hero so that the performance won't be ruined. After that, there shouldn't be any guys left who would ignore her beautiful existence. Everyone should bow down to her. Watching this scene, our hero thought that he had been playing in these slums his childhood and knew all the secret places. Do they really want to ambush me here? He wondered. That looked like fun. Gao Neng had no doubt that he would easily outmaneuver these guys. They'd be sorry they ever messed with him. The Eyes of Deprivation feature allowed you to see through. Gan wondered if he should change his route home, but the mission was still on. You can't go home so quickly. Lin noticed the guy approaching and told everyone to get ready. One of the villains with a knife in his hand warned the trashy girl not to try to run away. Lin started running from the armed men. They shouted that no one would come to help her. "Lin, help me," she shouted. However, instead of Gong, Lin and her pursuers saw an old woman sitting on the ground. The woman asked, "Is this really a robbery?" Han came out from around the corner and asked, "How dare they attack a poor old woman in broad daylight?" Lin said it wasn't like that. Gan said, "I didn't expect Jin Lingling's classmate to behave like this." This time, he continued, "I'll let her go and not report her to the right place." Lin explained that she wasn't with him because she was being chased. The pursuers said they wanted to teach the girl a lesson. The old lady thought, "Is the guy really going to still play? He needs to run away." Our hero thought it wasn't the old lady, but the female elf. Didn't she die in an underground factory like Wanju? What did she want? Gao Neng thought there was little choice. He could solve this with his acting skills and his heroic hammer. Gao Neng approached the old woman, hiding the hammer behind her back, and asked if she had hurt herself. The woman replied that she was fine. The guy added that she should not move. He needed to check if there was any damage. The woman stated that she was not so infirm as to insult the old woman. Discreetly, she pulled out a knife, gone, and swung his hammer over the old woman. Lilith and the pursuers were very frightened when they saw the young man's actions. What is he doing? At that moment, the old woman turned into an elf woman and screamed loudly. Gan grabbed his ears. What kind of sound attack was this? The guy hit the elf in the head with all of his might with the hammer. Gan told her classmate that it was a hoax and she should run away. Lin was startled. What is this Gao Neng saying? However, the old lady had become a completely different person. The female elf fell onto her back and prepared to kick our hero in the chest. Gan dodged the blow. The elf pushed herself off the ground and jumped towards Linlin. She put the knife to Linlin's throat and said, "Ganon even resisted my low-pitched voice." She felt like there would be quite a harvest today. Linlin was frightened. What was she going to do? Was she really not human? The elf remarked, "I don't want this girl's life." Ganon shouted for her to stop and lunged at her with his hammer. Linlin slammed the back of her head into her captor's face and yelled, "Guang, run away." The female elf cursed and kicked Linlin with her foot. The girl flew far back. The girls in black masks came up to Linlin and shouted, "We need help. After all, we're schoolgirls, not bandits." They asked Gan to help them. The female elf looked at Linlin and her companions and wondered, is this really the future of the Alliance? Gan swung the hammer, shouted that her target was him. The girl should run away. The guy threw the hammer at his opponent. The elf changed the trajectory of the hammer's flight. The hammer struck one of the schoolgirls in the head. The system reported a double strike count. The frightened schoolgirls rushed to run away. They shouted that Principal Li would protect them. Gunnan thought he should flee too. The elf woman said they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Retreating, our hero thought that knowing the terrain in the area, he would not run down the road leading to the house. There must be enough people nearby. Gunnan dodged the knife flying at him. He realized he was being pursued. The woman said there are many ways to get this guy. He's obviously weak, but he's flexible as a mouse. Gan realized that the pursuer was obviously faster and would definitely catch up to him someday. Running away from pursuit, our hero found himself in a garbage dump. Xiaoming asked, "What is Ganon doing here? Did a person come here on purpose to salute Sliam?" He thought. The boy wondered, had the cats gathered in such numbers to rebel? An elf woman appeared in the same room. She said, "Does Ganon really think he's going to run away from me and hide here?" The woman wondered, why are there so many cats here? Gao Neng asked, "Who is she? What kind of scum did Gang bring here?" The guy replied that this woman was threatening him. Gao Neng said that on the first day of his reign, someone had found someone to ruin everything. He ordered the cats to attack. The elf woman wondered, what happened to those cats? Why are they so strong? Gao Neng noted that this was the cats' way of expressing their loyalty to him. The woman took out her knife again and confronted the cats. Shellman grabbed the hammer and rushed at the woman, screaming. She heard what the cat was saying and wondered, is he really the one in charge here? Under the onslaught of the enemy, the cat was forced to retreat. Being hit, it flew aside. Ganon thought that now Gao Neng wasn't as strong as imagined, except that his intelligence was higher and his body more durable. Gang thought that Jin Lingling had suffered a lot because of him before. And now, he couldn't let these cats lose so much. The elf shouted that these people were woefully ignorant. Trying to attack our hero from behind, the woman said there was a big difference in strength between them. Anticipating this attack, our hero was able to jump aside. He thought that if he had not foreseen it, he might have been killed. Gunning thought that although this pointy-eared woman didn't look like Shen Yi, her strength was definitely much greater than that of energy warriors. Gao Neng climbed onto our hero's shoulder and purred. Ganon began to speculate, would it really be like last time? A strange, viscous substance began to envelop Ganon's body. Around our hero, iron stalagmites began to rise from under the floor. The woman wondered, could this guy really create iron? Wouldn't he have time to become an energy warrior? But that's impossible. She couldn't sense any magnetism in him at all. How could he be a warrior? This guy's control distance was as much as 30 meters. He was able to send metal spears at his opponent. The woman thought that this guy was a real monster. He must not be allowed to progress, or it would be unimaginable. Gan, with a cow on his shoulder, continued to attack the woman with metal spears. The female elf, dodging the spears, moved towards her opponent. Wielding her knives, she effectively chipped away at the metal objects. However, one of the spears struck her, hitting a soft part of her body. The woman broke that spear and, indignant at how he dared to hurt her, prepared for the next attack. Ganon wondered, why didn't that spear pierce the woman? Was she really made of stone? Many feral cats were destroyed in the process. Gam regretted that so many innocent lives had suffered in the skirmish. No matter how innocent they were, the strong never hear the weak. They know no sympathy. Gam thought that this woman had information about him and his family. Even if she escaped today, she would still find a way out. We can't let her get away. There were various metal objects circling around the woman. Our hero had decided that she must die here. The female elf said that with her physical strength, ordinary iron would not destroy her. Our hero changed tactics and attacked his opponent in a different way. The elf woman was startled. She realized that this guy had used phosphorus. The information only confirmed that this boy could control the elements of iron, copper, and tin. It turns out that's his fourth element. The elf did not give up. She decided that such geniuses should be destroyed in the cradle. She kept dodging our hero's attacks. Another spear thrust into the arm of our hero's rival. The woman thought those spears posed a threat to her. With her strength, she shouldn't have fallen into his hands. The wounded woman sank to her knees. How could she be hurt? After all, she was a worthy night elf. The elf realized that she had been wounded by a spear made of a unique alloy. The elf said, this guy has more than 5 talents. However, the protagonist did not give up on his plans and sent many more copies of the same spear into her. The elf was destroyed, and her soul, leaving her body, flew out through the broken window. With a sense of accomplishment, our hero and cat looked at the elf's motionless body. Only now did the lad feel that his spiritual powers were almost exhausted. Gao Neng also felt tired and immediately fell asleep. When he fell asleep, he told Gon to bring him some fat fish. Lifting the sleepy cat above him, our hero thought, is this a cat or a liquid life form? Why was he releasing energy? Kind of thought it might make sense to deal with this creature now while it slept. The young man put the cat on his lap. It was his savior anyway. The protagonist noticed that wild cats began to pull up to him from all directions. Gon told the cats that he would take care of their lord. Soon people would come here, so the cats had better leave. The young man decided that tomorrow night he would buy a fish and bring it here to the cats for their help. Vehicles carrying military personnel who were looking for Gao Neng pulled up to the garbage dump. Major Shen Yi was told that Gao Neng had been found. The girl indignantly said, I had to watch the guy for only a few hours, and he's making a big fuss again. The guy justified himself by saying that he was being harassed. Shen Yi saw the elf and asked, is she really destroyed? Gao replied, it was an easy matter. She was just some kind of alien. Major Shen Yi realized that it was a top-ranked dark elf. The girl ordered Junior Lieutenant Shen to send this body to the Research Institute. The disciples bowed and thanked Gon for saving them. The boy replied that it was not difficult. The girl said Livlin was fine. Her injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. Our hero thought that there might be a lot of elves like this. The young man assumed that it was safe to live only in the City of Hope. Now Gao Neng had slept for the third day in a row after the destruction of the Dark Elf. Our hero received a reward of 5,000 coins, and these funds immediately went to the necessary expenses. The day of the entrance exams had finally arrived. The girls chased the protagonist in droves, asking about his exploits. They also wanted to take pictures with him and get his autograph. The modest young man replied, "I came here to take an exam, not to show off." Gao saw the strict observers at the exam and wondered, could there really be any problems? The guy realized that for today, he had a good chance to take first place in the theoretical test. As long as there were no crazy people in the exam room tearing up his exam papers, there should be no mistakes. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 452 students came to the auditorium. The time to complete the test was 3 hours without a break. You may not leave the classroom, drink water, or get up without permission. The examiner added that if anyone could not sit still, they would be disqualified from the exam. Those present had chosen the path of a soldier and should treat themselves as soldiers. Golan thought that this was very harsh. It would be hard to cheat here. The exam had 2 theoretical subjects and 2 professional courses. The third form had to be filled out in an hour, and there were a lot of questions. However, this did not stop our hero. Gordon had even considered the risk of some lunatic taking the forms from him. The boy thought that God protects the best, so he took his pickaxe with him. The young man said that he was Nikolai Dogin. Although he was not the main character, he also had the spirit to win. The instructor told the man not to make excuses and to leave the exam room. The examiner insisted that Dogden get out of here immediately. After another half hour, Gon completed the first test. A man shouted, "One of the students is peeping. He should leave the classroom immediately." It was forbidden to bring cheat sheets. An hour later, our hero filled out a second form. After 2 hours, Gon had filled out 4 sheets and was pleased with himself. In 2 hours, nearly 20% of the candidates were eliminated due to irregularities. The military theory test tests not only the knowledge but also the determination of the soldiers. Gon thought there would be no surprises this time. He had quietly completed all the tasks. At some point, however, a few drops fell from the pen onto a piece of paper. The paper began to ignite, and there was a corresponding odor. The young man was angry. The pen had failed him. The students were frightened. Is Gon really on fire? What is that smell? Gonen realized what the catch was. Who in the morning crowd could have done this? The guy was asked what happened, but he didn't give up on his goal and felt he had to achieve it. Leave it. The young man was told that his test was completely screwed up and grades could not be calculated. Gon shouted that he needed more blank slips. The man said that he respected Gonen's zeal, but there were only 40 minutes left until the end of the exam. The inspector said that Gon would not have time and offered to go with them. He would have to explain everything and he could get his release. Gon thought that he needed to pass the mission. Would he be able to get first place in theory while being exempted from the exam? Gunnan said he doesn't need an exemption. He needs forms. It was explained to our hero that he could not be given more time and should think hard about the matter. Those present wondered how this guy was able to bring phosphorus powder into the auditorium. Maybe someone had set him up. Gon realized that the time left was disastrously short to fill out all 4 forms. Our hero decided that it was necessary to be cunning. Previously in the dungeon, except for the angel, even Shen Yi couldn't discern his spiritual power. Even the military doesn't have the means to accidentally detect his power. Our hero tried to summarize the answers of all the students. Gunnan had answered all these questions and was now very easy to judge whether the others had the right answers. Director Lee told the lieutenant, "It is clear from observation." Gan was elated after he finished answering the test paper. Someone had set him up. It was necessary to calculate the grade according to his overall score. Jen noticed that the young man himself had asked for extra slips. Shenny said, "There's no need to shout. It's better to keep watching." The major noticed that this guy was filling out forms like he was fighting for his life. The examiners were surprised. Was this guy a monster? In their 20 years of experience, they had never seen such a thing. Keoden filled out 3 forms in 15 minutes. Principal Lee and Junior Lieutenant Shen were happy for this dissemble. She mentally asked her father, if this guy takes the test, will she lose to him? The bro was told, it's impossible because you are the most talented in everything. Shenny thought that Daddy had tricked her a little. Everyone there was surprised. This guy did 4 tests in half an hour and he wants to check it. The competitor thought if Ganon can pass the test this way, he would eat the form on the spot. Half a day after the completion of the test, the participants were taken to the range. It was announced that the exam would last a day and a half. Participants were invited to go inside. Gon thought that this was the underground fortress. Are the tests really being conducted in such a deep place? According to Director Lee, the places for evaluating combat tests are chosen randomly and change every year. On the bottom floor, Junior Lieutenant Shen gathered all the candidates. The officer said he would be in charge of the test. He added that the results of the theory test were already ready. In first place, with the highest score, was Gao Neng. He had 600 points, despite the fact that the original forms had been burned. The protagonist felt like a king. 4 out of 4 tests had been passed. The officers said that those present were now ready for the practical exam. The main thing was still to come. Chen explained the further conditions of the exams. The system proposed a new task, conspiracy theory. Don't let yourself be exposed, Chen warned. Gon fantasized about how he would participate in this conspiracy theory. But why had Chen introduced the whip? Should he prepare handcuffs too? King thought that based on Junior Lieutenant Chen's strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. Besides, the officer in charge of grading would have to publicly beat the officer in charge of grading. Would he need grades? Jing wondered. Then the only hope at this point was that the exam consisted of a competition with the officers. Even so, this would not solve the problem of power differentials. The contestants had arrived at the battle test site, but after all, there wasn't even a rank here. So how were they supposed to fight? Chen spoke again. There's no need to guess. The content of the exam is survival on the battlefield. The energy of magnetism was used to create a virtual battlefield. Once the candidates entered, they would be randomly assigned to locations, and their appearance will also be changed. The officer added that this was required by the special location. They will have to guess who is who. The student's task is to detect the disguises of other candidates and earn points for destroying them. This is a comprehensive test of camouflage, reconnaissance, and combat abilities. The junior lieutenant was asked if the destruction of the competitors would be for real. Chen replied, dying on the virtual battlefield will not be harmful to health, but it could be uncomfortable. Pain in this area is normal, and death occurs after 2 hits. You have to try hard not to get killed. In addition, if the candidates continue to disguise themselves and remain in place, they will eventually be destroyed by the storm. Gan thought that based on the contents of this assessment, the easiest and most effective way would be to form a team. Teams would be much easier to survive, and the chances of survival would be greater. However, virtual masked and randomized locations can cause serious trust issues for teams. It's definitely not going to be easy. However, our hero was not concerned. He had been forbidden to team up at the beginning of the mission. The officer had said the time was up and the exam was starting. Everyone had to go to the battlefield. Our hero found himself on an uninhabited piece of land. There was a forest all around and a river flowed nearby. This was the battlefield. As expected from the space developed by the magnetic stone, there was no edge on all sides, no borders either. Our hero decided to go to the river. He gazed into the water, hoping to see what he had become. Gan wondered, had he really become a duck? Gao Neng realized it was an animal disguise, but why a duck? Did the builders really want him to be a kung fu duck? Suddenly, a huge crocodile jumped out of the river. My name is Gao Neng, he said. I want to team up with someone. However, there can only be 5 people on the team. No more. A zebra ran up to the shore and demanded, who dares to pretend to be me? For I am the Gon. The duck watched the dialogue between the crocodile and the zebra from the side. Do these two really mean what they say? The crocodile and the zebra tried to resolve their differences by claiming that the opponent was lying. At one point, the crocodile started apologizing to the zebra, saying that he had made a mistake. Doesn't Gao Neng remember him? After all, they had met before. The zebra asked, is it really Zhang Zioen in front of her? The crocodile confirmed and asked to be on the team. The zebra replied that it all depended on how strong he was. The duck was furious. These beasts didn't take him seriously. They didn't even notice him. Our hero used his unique vision on this wilderness beach. It was fun. It took a lot of effort to figure out who was telling the truth. The zebra and the crocodile saw a duck. They thought it must be a wild duck. They decided to leave this bird alone because they couldn't even eat it. They must look for the others. The duck got angry, flew up, and hit the zebra on the head with its paw. The crocodile looked at the duck and wondered, is it really Gao Neng? The zebra was deactivated and turning. The pixels disappeared. The crocodile got scared and decided to back away from the duck. The crocodile began to apologize. It shouldn't have called Gon. However, the reptile was also deactivated and disappeared. Gon thought that this duck mask could be well used as a surprise tactic. Our hero heard a loud noise, turned around, and saw a dinosaur chasing various animals. Is it really a Tyrannosaurus? Gao Neng wondered. He saw people running past. They were observers. Gao Neng thought that in this way, they could create additional obstacles for the students. He considered it an advantage to get closer to them. Gao Neng saw some real wild ducks passing by. Is there really such a thing here? He thought. The supervising principal of the 4th school said that the two shouldn't have pretended to be Gam in front of him. The colleague noticed that this guy hadn't run into the others yet. Principal Lee, smiling, apologized to the headmaster of the first school for the 2 points. The headmaster of the first school thought that the theory test had been won by the 3 seniors. If Gao wins the real battle, he mused, the winner of this year's college entrance exam will really be in the top 3. The observers were surprised to see what Gao was doing. This guy was training ducks. Gao Neng ordered the ducks to line up. He called it a great job and told the boys to move behind him. Gao Neng, at the head of the column, thought that a little gold was a lot of money. This is a great disguise, he thought. No one will guess who I really am. A fox and a rhinoceros passing by noticed the standing ducks. The fox said, "We need to find a team before sundown." Rhino didn't want to meet with Gon, thinking they might have a good chance of getting high scores. They wondered how over a dozen students could become ducks and form a team together. The exam room was like a battlefield, and that battlefield was ruthless. The duck attacked the fox and rhinoceros in the most aggressive manner. The principal of the first school said, "This is a violation." Principal Lee commented, "This is a rationalized battlefield setting, which all military personnel agree on." A colleague said angrily, "Director Lee prepared well. However, he will not succeed." The system congratulated our hero on completing the first part of the mission. As a reward, he received a chest with new abilities. 3 pills fell out of the duck. An announcement was made to all students. The weather was turning bad, and a storm was about to hit. Director Lee didn't understand what Ganon was doing. After all, it was necessary to get out of the storm zone. Gan stopped and rested 3 times within an hour. He was physically exhausted, as the exam took a lot of energy. Hyphen's casualty count was only 1 less than Ganon's. The principal remarked, "This guy has great advantages. He shouldn't fight like this." Ganon and his pack thought they were still not far from the storm, but they were moving very slowly. Even mental ability in the jungle wouldn't be able to tell the difference between east and west. However, night is the best time to display one's spiritual power. The participants got up early in the morning to take a 3-hour test and then went to the practice test immediately afterward. They couldn't help but feel tired. At night, everyone should rest, but it was the time for action. Night is the time of the hunt. Ganon saw an ostrich resting. The ostrich had no time to resist and was deactivated. The same fate befell the lion. The duck managed to cope with the king of beasts. The wild boar also turned into pixels and disappeared. Our hero knew he wouldn't get much sleep this night. Observers recognized that this was called a successful tactic. Although all cadets were trained at the military academy, they had never seen students who implemented thinking on the battlefield in this way. This student was truly brilliant. The system reported that the second stage of the task was complete and a gift to be received. The gift turned out to be 4 pills. The duck thought that this would be enough to overcome the 4th limit. A flock of ducks watched the Tyrannosaurus from behind a tree. Gowan thought that this beast also hunted at night, so it must have some tactics. It is necessary to swallow pills faster, break through, and capture most of the territory. However, this pill had a different effect for some reason. Gon noticed that the improvement had doubled. It felt as if some particle in the air was gradually dissolving into his blood. Could this phenomenon be due to the space created by the magnetic field? Duck has made a breakthrough, Gon stated. His explosive power is now over 1,000. The effectiveness of the drug had decreased after the breakthrough, but in this space, the pill's effect was still reduced. Gon realized that he needed to solve the problem with this dinosaur. The commander gave the order, and a flock of birds rushed toward the huge beast. The students from the Forgotten Land were still succumbing to the City of Hope. Although the power of energy couldn't be used here, it was more than enough to deal with the students who had just broken through the human limit. The dinosaur-like student realized that he needed to knock out 2 more students, in addition to the 8 he had knocked out earlier. The Tyrannosaurus looked around and saw the ducks. He didn't take them seriously. Did this group of ducks really come up to me? A large predator? The Tyrannosaurus thought. They must be using the ducks as cover to confuse me, trying to attack stealthily. The Tyrannosaurus roared loudly. The ducks, frightened, scattered. Gay identified the beast's vulnerable spot and muttered, "It's my own fault. I opened myself up." Our hero attacked the dinosaur with all his might. The Tyrannosaurus cried out loudly in pain. He realized it was a stealth attack. The huge beast couldn't believe it had been defeated by a duck. Though it was a combat test, it was more than just an exam. Gan thought he felt sorry for the student. He had never met him before, but he would not forget this sacrifice. Gan thought that there was one last step left, and then he would be done with this exam. At the training facility, the candidate who dropped out of the exam left the premises. The candidate said, "This duck proved to be too sneaky." The participants noticed that even mavericks were dropping out of the exam. Another candidate came out of the room and said, "I'm ready to tell my sad story." Everyone here realized that they were the victim of a duck. The cadets greeted Lieutenant Chen, who appeared. The officer wondered, how could one become such easy prey? Jen said, I was aware. I was watching. You were all beaten by Gao Neng, the same guy who caught fire in the exam. Jen noticed that Major Shen Yi was saying, you can't let this guy be too arrogant, and not forget that they are soldiers in the army. The officer said he would personally go in to destroy a spirit. The students wondered, wouldn't it be risky? A junior lieutenant should not use energy when entering virtual space. The lieutenant replied that these students got good grades anyway. They were successful with the assignment. Gao Neng reflected on the fact that he had been hunting all night, but he was only missing a few men. When would the lieutenant show up? Gan, watching his pack, thought they had done a good job too. The surrounding area was quiet for the time being. Gan thought that he should proceed on his own from here on out. The nearby island was the last stage. Because of the thunderstorm, all the students had to reach the island to complete the final battle. The duck was at the epicenter of attention. In a forest clearing, she was surrounded on all sides by beasts of prey. Gan thought something had gone wrong. Why did they surround him? High in the guise of a tiger with 16 victims, said he had been waiting for Gan for a long time. Black Panther said they had long ago discovered who was hiding behind the image of a duck. That duck acted alone all the time, something only Gan could do. The snake, possessing 11 victims, said it still didn't want to be Ganon's enemy. The tiger asked the bull, what did Luguin have to say about his second school? Does he agree with the tiger to destroy the duck and fight for first place? Luguin said, yes. Gan was calm, for he did not find himself here without a backup. The Black Panther ducked and said, good night to Ganon. The duck met the wild cat with dignity and hit it between the eyes with its paw. The wild beast scurried away. What kind of explosive force was that? Was this gown really on a student? The duck continued to repel the attack and deactivate the wild beasts. The duck said, you're just a bunch of weak boys in front of me, and I'm about to show you real strength. The wild beast thought it wasn't Gao Neng in front of them, but Junior Lieutenant Chen. The wild cat lay on the rocks and, turning into pixels, disappeared. The beast thought that Aji was stronger than them. He was second only to his brother Hai. However, he was destroyed in a matter of seconds. The beast turned around and started running away with all its legs. It was terribly scared. The beasts weren't sure if it was really going on. After all, only by destroying him would they have a chance to take first place. Tiger thought that pretending to be an observer was definitely very useful. The duck had a plan and took to the air. A duck attacked its congener. The victim screamed, I'm just a child. Please let me go. The animals were trying to catch up with the others and swim across the lake faster. Tiger said, we can't take care of that. You really have to get across the lake first. The white duck said, it's time for me to leave too. Reality can be cruel sometimes. Suddenly, a big octopus attacked the duck. The duck thought, who cared to attack the lieutenant? The octopus, however, was the lieutenant. Did he recognize him? The duck grabbed the octopus by the tentacles. He couldn't do it any other way. However, the octopus was stronger, and the duck was captured by the octopus. The octopus said, this guy forgot about respect. I'll have to remind him. Gan thought that his strength level was higher. Even without magic energy, he wasn't going to give up. The lieutenant had taken a sensitive hit to his most vulnerable spot. The octopus screamed loudly in pain and had to let go of the duck. However, the octopus did not give up. It shouted that this boy would not escape him. The animals were frightened and shouted that the lieutenant was moving toward them, being chased by a large octopus. The octopus shouted, I'm going on. I need to grab the duck. The beast thought that the octopus was actually gone. Was he really fighting with the lieutenant and catching up with him? The octopus said, in order to pass the exam, one must destroy the other contestants. By destroying one lieutenant, you will have a chance to pass the test. We have to pull it together, the octopus continued. He's already been through a lot. The duck thought that the beast had realized he was gone and was trying to use that against him. This is real revenge, the duck thought. The lieutenant used such a dirty trick to attack the boy. The squirrel and the snake saw the duck and shouted, the lieutenant has been caught. Everyone must come. Come here at once. The duck was fighting off a snake and a squirrel. However, everyone thought it was Lieutenant Chen. 3 more beasts approached the duck. They couldn't lose and gathered to act coherently. The lieutenant thought that he should not die at the hands of his own students. The duck yelled for everyone to stop. Don't they really want to take this test? Duck had forbidden them to attack her because she was Lieutenant Chen. Octopus said, I am Gang and I have a good relationship with Major Shen Yi. We need to attack the duck and then we will all pass this exam. The monkey said, capture Gon as the lieutenant had instructed. Elephant added, I am going to destroy Lieutenant Chen. Opinions were divided. The duck got angry. Why are these people so unintelligent? A duck attacked an alpaca. It said, whoever gets in my way will be killed immediately. The beasts were outraged. He destroyed one of the high school girls by punching her right in the face. The duck wondered, could they really discern that it was a girl? Duck stated, I am like that. I have no principles. Gon continued to impersonate the lieutenant. The octopus was very angry. However, he could not go on land. Tiger urged his companions to attack the duck and destroy it. The next moment, the tiger was struck by the duck's palm. After that, the duck flew away. The octopus recognized that this duck was quite strong. She flew away so quickly, yet she had ruined his reputation. The squirrel ran up to the duck and said, "The lieutenant is surrounded." The bull also pounced on the duck and said, "I will set the lens now." The duck flew up, thinking it was a very painful blow. The bull yelled, "You can't let the lieutenant get away. He would take care of Gon and the octopus." Gon thought that the most important thing now was to break out of the siege. The beast surrounded the duck from all sides. Gon rushed to attack the beast with the desire to at least destroy two of them. The people watching congratulated Principal Lee. He was very lucky to find such a student for his school. It seemed that this year's champion was not stressed at all. The tiger was approaching the beast, the black. Panther said that Hyphen had betrayed them. Tiger, on the other hand, stated that on the contrary, they had been too stupid. The animals in the vicinity were destroyed by the tiger. The observers noted that Hyphen had increased his points, but he still couldn't destroy Gao Neng yet. Although all the surviving candidates were trying their best, the octopus made its way onto land. Hyphen approached him. The lieutenant said that the tiger had chosen him to attack after all. The tiger said that if he destroyed the octopus, he would definitely get the highest score. After a brief respite, the beast again rushed to attack the duck. At the same time, the duck, having used up a third of its health, destroyed only one. It's hard to deal with a dozen enemies. Monkey didn't understand how he could still be on his feet after so many attacks. He really deserved the rank of junior lieutenant in the army. Hare said that Hyphen wanted to defeat Gon, so he attacked the octopus. The hare shouted that they should hurry up and protect him. The students of the 3rd middle school must protect Gao Neng. The champion cannot be allowed to be taken away. The elephant said that the girls' high school and the 3rd high school had run away. Now they couldn't handle the lieutenant on their own. The squirrel began to approach the duck and told the lieutenant, "Don't try to run away." Even if no one dared to surround and destroy him again, she, Li Kai-sai, would never spare him. Luguan, standing in the way, was also destroyed. No one would be able to stop her now. The squirrel rushed to attack the duck and shouted for the others to fight for Gon. The duck adopted a fighting stance and prepared to repel the squirrel's attack. Gao Neng said that he even sympathized a little with Luan. After destroying the squirrel, the system congratulated the hero for completing the task and the reward. The system reported that 1 ticket was available for drawing. Gao Neng thought that if it hadn't been for saving his strength and regaining his health, he would have died a long time ago. The guy realized that if he didn't win the lottery, he would go crazy. The system reported that the hero could gain the permanent life form transformation skill. Gao Neng thought that the Wheel of Fortune could indeed provide useful skills. And this time, it wasn't a temporary skill that needed upgrading, like the Eye of Deprivation, but a real permanent skill. The hero could now transform his body. But what did that mean? After studying the information, Gon realized that this was not just a skill, but a whole system tree of life transformation. The human body is made up of more than 60 different elements. Among them are quantitative elements such as calcium, sodium, and carbon. There are also trace elements such as iron, copper, and zinc. This skill is capable of transforming quantitative elements and trace elements by 30%. For example, transforming carbon into iron. In this case, the structure of the body becomes stronger, increasing the strength of defense. The overall level of health improves. Gon thought it was not a good thing. If he was reported to the proper authorities, there would surely be trouble. But on the other hand, it was worth the risk. He thought that if he reached intermediate and advanced levels in the future, he would definitely become an incredibly powerful fighter. The system advised not to use the shape transformation for a long time. Otherwise, there would be adverse reactions, dizziness, vomiting, and pregnancy. Our hero thought that with his budget, he would be able to use the skill for no more than 10 minutes. Gunnan said his system was very dangerous. It discriminated against poor laborers. Why are prices different for copper and iron? He asked. Our hero thought that when he got a little stronger, he'd get rid of this system anyway. No need to take any more missions from it. The beasts continued their confrontation. Some of them were intent on destroying Gon, while others tried to protect him. However, it was reported that time was running out. A thunderstorm was approaching. As long as they delayed, Gan would be able to win the competition. A duck flew up to an octopus and transformed life with copper. The monkey saw the duck and shouted, "Lieutenant Chen has attacked Gao Neng again." The Alliance second lieutenant is indeed strong. His pinch tore through the gown far back. But why did he target him in particular? Octopus thought. What do these beasts know? Now, Gon has an explosive power of at least 2,000. As a second stage energy warrior, his personal explosive power is only 2,000. How does Gon, who only recently broke the second limit, now have such strength? The duck kept beating the octopus. The gorilla said that Gon is very strong and can resist the junior lieutenant's attack. The octopus will be able to defeat this duck because he is growing, the gorilla added. Octopus thought that Gao Neng was a good guy. His explosive power was already almost 2,500. Does he really want to overcome the threshold again? All the beasts shouted that Gon might drown. The observer said, even though Gon can't use energy, he is physically equal, or even stronger. It's simply a terrifying genius. Colleagues asked Principal Lee, what kind of monster is attending your school? The lieutenant did not understand. How could this be possible? How could he lose to a schoolboy? What kind of fighting spirit does this duck have? This aura of fighting for your life just can't come from a student. Major S watched this battle silently from her office through the monitor. The Bureau said this guy broke through the 4th human limit. In the entire alliance, including her, there are no more than 20 people who have broken through the 4th limit. Every single one of them is an incomparable genius. However, this guy broke through too quickly. Whether it was the factory or the Dark Elves, it was hard to imagine that he had done it all by himself. Could he be hiding his power? Shen radioed for Junior Lieutenant Chen by Ba to not hold back. The Major said, let the Junior Lieutenant use the energy. The duck continued its unrelenting attack on the huge octopus. Junior Lieutenant Chen replied to the Major, understood. At one point, the students noticed that everything was gone. Their disguise was gone. Everyone saw that it was Gao Neng who was the duck. It turns out he was lying to everyone. Did Gao Neng really go to fight the lieutenant? The lieutenant didn't expect Gon to force him to use the power of energy, despite being a second lieutenant. The officer took out a capsule of powder. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of the military. Chen be transformed. I'll have to harass this young man today, he said. But once I become an energy warrior, I can take revenge on him at any time. Junior Lieutenant Chen used iron energy. Everyone shouted for Gon to run away, for the lieutenant would attack with iron energy. However, the unbelievable happened. Gao Neng wasn't afraid. He rushed towards the lieutenant. At the meeting, the lieutenant, with all of his might, struck our hero with his fist in the chest. The young man's body shuddered. He flew far back, but immediately jumped to his feet. He thought that the junior lieutenant was much stronger than expected. His strength must have exceeded 6,000. Chine rushed forward again and shouted, show me your true strength. Gone. Gan responded, this is my true power. The lieutenant replied, I don't believe it. Dodging the officer's attacks, our hero said, you should trust people more. Gao Neng thought his speed was much slower and he wouldn't be able to escape. Besides, he only had 1 minute left. It was necessary to destroy the officer within that time or his mission would be over. Our hero reduced the lightning damage by 50%. The lieutenant shouted, why is Gao Neng running to that particular place? Because that's where the lightning is. The officer thought, does the boy really want to end his life? We have to stop him. Shen shouted that he would stop him and rushed in pursuit. Our hero appeared in the fog that had formed. The lieutenant didn't understand where this guy had gone. Suddenly, Gao Neng appeared from behind and grabbed the lieutenant by the shoulders. The guy suggested the lieutenant see which of them was more resistant to lightning. The officer shouted, this kid has lost his mind. He uses lightning bolts himself, and now he dares to fight me on endurance. He'll get first to die. After a series of lightning bolts, the lieutenant said, that boy was really behaving himself. Gao Neng thought it was incredibly painful. Even though the lightning injury was reduced, it still hurt. Our hero thought the junior lieutenant had been hit harder, but he couldn't take a third blow either. The lieutenant threw the boy back, then turned and grabbed his chest. The opponents bumped foreheads, each thinking the other couldn't possibly win. The confrontation reached a critical level. Everyone wanted their victory to the last. The lieutenant couldn't stand it and fell over, murmuring that it was great. The observers wondered if the opponents might have died, since the lightning bolts were quite strong. How was this? They thought. Gao Neng was still able to fight against an energy warrior on par. Though Lieutenant Chen's strength was clearly higher than Gao Neng's, the guy appeared capable of fighting to this extent, even though he wasn't an energy warrior yet. Everyone watched as Gao Neng appear out of the fog. He'd been struck twice by lightning and had hit the lieutenant's head many times, but he was still alive. Major Shenny thought, what a tough guy. His body is really worth studying and sending to the lab for research. The student shouted that Gao Neng was holding something in his hand. Our hero pulled Lieutenant Chen out of the water by his leg, so the officer was still alive too. Gao Neng said Junior Lieutenant Chen is really very cool. He won today, but the officer showed him the greatness of the Union soldiers. Gon pounced on the officer again as soon as he opened his eyes and yelled, we're not done yet. The observer said it was very cruel. Isn't Gon afraid of the lieutenant's revenge in the future? Turning into pixels, the lieutenant told our hero we will meet again. One of the students said, this guy has been through many battles, but he's weakened. Now he can be destroyed. The student pounced on Gon and shouted, I will destroy you. Everyone thought it was the fat man trying to take advantage of Gon being very tired. We need to protect Gan. However, our hero was ready for the attack. He kicked his opponent and threw him far back. Everyone was surprised. Does he really have any strength left? Gunnan told his opponent, "You just attacked me." Fatty stated, "The results of the combat test will determine everything. I also want to be first," and is just seizing the moment. Our hero thought about it. Who could have framed him for the theory exam? Now he understood everything. Gunnan told Director He that his son still had the courage to act boldly, but his father was a turtle who hid his head and refused to admit it. The young man shouted, "My father could not have done such a thing." Our hero shot down his opponent and said, "Although my father framed me, he has a good heart. So now, I'll only stop with a belt flogging." Beating up his opponent, our hero declared that his father was the reason he had to fight Lieutenant Chen. The opponent was also deactivated, turning into pixels and disappearing. The protagonist turned to the surviving students and said, "Now it's your turn." The students wondered, why bother with this? After all, the exam is almost over. Gan said, "I'll take all your points anyway." Director D tried to justify himself to his colleagues. Do they really believe this boy? I have dedicated a decade to education in the Forgotten Lands. Could he really have framed a student for personal gain? Shenny said that during the written exam today, all the cameras from the first middle school were collected except for one, which is missing. Can the principal explain why the video surveillance at the college entrance is broken? The principal replied that he did not know that. If necessary, the War Department could contact the logistics department of their college. The major said that there was no need to worry. The War Ministry always behaves discreetly. Another additional camera was installed. The backstage actions of the director were already in the palm of the Ministry's hand. If the Forgotten Lands are to be reorganized, the three major forces must be cleared, and Director Hyland is no exception. The director wondered, if they knew that, why did they only do it now? The major replied that the War Ministry pays attention to evidence. Director Li Hang has no evidence. Director Hein lowered his head and said, "In that case, I have nothing to say, but I want to ask, should the military do the same to their families?" After all, his sons were not involved. The major said that it was not the ministry's custom to involve family members in this, and she didn't care if his sons knew about it or not. If they wanted to get back at her, they would have the power to do so. Director Hein said that both of his sons would study in military universities. They have a great future, Director Hein added. He then mentioned he had one last message. Director Hay is quite suitable for Parkers and Oldley too. Principal Shu wondered what they were looking at. After all, she was very demanding. She doesn't have 3 apartments and 2 cars. 2 of the people present really think she can date him. The man said he had 3 apartments and 2 cars. Director Shui remarked, "He's too ugly. He might not even dream of it." Leaving the room, Principal Shu said that this boy, Gom, had destroyed all the excellent students. However, she still loved the beautiful ones. The system informed our hero that the mission was accomplished and he could receive the reward. Shiheya's boyfriend wondered how he could catch a cold in the virtual world. The system congratulated the hero for completing the quest. Arrogant lone warrior. Gan thought that there were only 2 missions left before he would leave this space, and he needed to make a breakthrough. Having demonstrated explosive power earlier, it was impossible to explain it without breaking through the 4th limit. The protagonist had reached the 4th breakthrough of human limitations. Junior Lieutenant Chen appeared before the hero and asked, "Guess what? Will you make it out alive today?" The officer didn't understand why the young man in the test had only shown an explosive power of just over 700. Gam replied, "In a dark place, in a forgotten land, I, a handsome and talented boy, must restrain myself to protect my own safety." He added, "Things are different now. I'm going to a military university. When I reach the capital, I'll be completely safe." The officer said, "You're right. I'm not going to destroy you. When you reach the capital, you'll have a great future ahead of you, but it won't be a safe one." The officer continued, "Major Shen and Dr. Lan wanted to see this guy, so the young man should follow him." The officer added that Dr. Lan had come here from the Union Institute of Scientific Experiments. This is going to be very interesting. The young man stood in front of doors labeled Institute for Experimental Research. Major Shen introduced the young man to Dr. Lan, an anatomical research specialist at the Union Science Laboratory. Examining the young man, Dr. Lan said the muscle density is extremely high and the metabolism is very fast, exceeding the human limit by 4 times. The major remarked, "From 1 breakthrough to 4 in just a few days. This guy has a lot of secrets. Dr. Lan should start researching immediately." The young man spoke up, "I spilled blood for the Union and served the ministry. You can't do that to me. I saved your life, Major, and pacified Wangju's forces. I also destroyed the Angel." He paused, then added, "If I'm right, you used me as a trap to catch Hillen. Isn't that credit enough for reporting him?" The protagonist turned to the major and stated, "I'm in great need of a reward. However, making a contribution to the Union is a goal worthy of every young man's life." Gan, tied to a chair, shouted that he was a Union man. He was the soul of the Union and had dedicated his life to the cause. Major Shin said that it was just a blood collection, but she couldn't stop him if he was shouting so loudly about giving his life for the League. Dr. Lance started the electric song and said that she did not know the young man was so talented and very good at understanding his thoughts. The doctor told Gao to take off his pants. She promised only to draw blood and nothing else. The more you resist, the more it will hurt. Gan was surprised. Who draws blood while forcing someone's pants down? After taking the test, our hero thought that, thankfully, it was really just a blood collection, just a blood test. It shouldn't tell us anything about the system. Either way, he needed to leave soon or he'd be cut to pieces. Major Shen asked Dr. Lance, looking at the blood, is there anything out of the ordinary? The doctor replied, implying that his blood contained a special kind of energy, and that it is very active. She added that although she was not sure what kind of energy it was, his blood was indeed special. Shen wondered if it might be an affiliation with an alien race. The doctor replied, this guy is human. He just has some unknown energy in his blood, a kind of mutation. The major calmed down. It was a good thing he wasn't an alien. Shen said that Lieutenant Chen had given Gao 50,000 Union coins. The guy should also be given her number and told to call if he needs to. The service fee would be a 50% one-time fee. Late in the evening, Gao came home. His mother said, you must be hungry. Let me offer you something to eat. The son asked, Mom, are you not going to ask me about my exam results? The woman replied, practical exams are not your strong point. I know that, and I won't blame you if you failed. Gan said, I did well this time. I got excellent marks in all 4 subjects in theory and got first place in a practical exam. I'm now the best student, and they will soon leave here. Dreaming, the guy said, they'll rent a bigger house when they get to the capital. He got a big bonus this time. Mom said she was a little tired tonight, so she would go to bed. You can have dinner on your own, she added. The woman then mentioned, I bought some wine on the way here, a sort of congratulatory gift from your mom. I'm very happy for you, son. The system reported that there was a new mission. You must achieve 3 intermediate titles. The guy thought that after developing his mental power through the reward from the chest, he'd obtained skill with which he could observe his surroundings. Although it could only be used for observation right now, with a few soul-hardening pills, a qualitative change could definitely be formed. To become the man who owns everything, improving physical fitness could no longer fulfill the need. One must improve one's strength. The mission will be completed after the hero becomes an energy warrior. Everything related to energy warriors is top secret to ordinary people. There is absolutely no access to information. Until a hero became a cadete of the military university. This task could only be accomplished when Gain started school in 2 months. Our hero had gotten hold of Shen Yi's business card, which included a phone number. Gan remembered how the junior lieutenant had rewarded him with money, presented by the War Ministry as his social scholarship. In the future, this scholarship would be given annually to the best students who worked hard. Everyone was amazed at how seriously the martial ministry took the disciples from the forgotten land. Our hero thought that this was definitely a bonus for Hein's report. He couldn't believe he was taking credit for something he had set down simply to earn prestige for the Ministry of Military Affairs. The junior lieutenant had then told Gan to call the number if he needed anything. The officer had hinted that the service would cost 50,000. Gao Neng was very surprised when he saw that it was Major Shen's phone number. Would it really cost that much? As he continued to look at the business card, Gao Neng thought that maybe he did need special treatment. However, 50,000 was very expensive. Our hero didn't think that Junior Lieutenant Chen Bai was really up to something bad. Gan called the number listed. The woman's voice asked, what would you like to be served on the table tonight? I have everything here. Gao Neng thought that this was indeed a service call. Could it be that Shen Bai was an old rascal? He should find an opportunity to denounce him. However, for some reason, it seemed to our hero that he was really talking to Major Shen. Choosing clothes, the girl pondered if the guy had thought about what services he needed. Gaiman yelled out, I thought I wanted full service. Major Shen Yi replied, the full service will cost 50,000. Gang agreed. Shen told the interlocutor, the car will pick you up from home in half an hour. However, you might not be able to return home for some time, so it's better to talk to your family beforehand. Gao Neng was surprised. Was it really a $50,000 deal? And was Shen Yi not deceiving him? It was still worth the risk. After an hour, the car drove our hero to the military training base. Gao Neng wondered why they had driven up here. Chen Bai asked, where did you think the hotel should be? Major Shen was already waiting for our hero, practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques in the gym. The girl stopped, wiping the sweat from her face, and asked, have they really come already? Gan swallowed, scrutinizing the heated female body. Gao Neng thought he could really use a full service. Finishing her sports practice, Shen delivered a final kick to the punching bag and then suggested the young man talk about service. The junior lieutenant reported to the major that he had received the said amount. The girl told the officer that he could now leave. Gao then said he needed money before he could start the service, and the major took everything from him. The girl wondered, how can you get service without money? The guy asked, could Shen Yi really help him break through to the energy warrior? The girl threw the paperwork in the guy's face and told him not to worry. She always takes money for her work and gets the job done. Shen added that while she took a shower, he should read the contract and sign it before she came out. The contract was about selling herself. Guy wondered if she had the slightest intention of hiding her true intentions. The contract was full of horrible clauses where it would be used. The guy refused to sign this unequal contract. Why is he being forced to sell himself? He wouldn't sign it even if he was on the verge of death. Shenny of the shower said if he does not agree, then he can go back. Gen declared he should be given his money back. After taking a shower, the girl said the full set of services was given. How can I get my money back now? Galen called the girl a cheat. He had just entered the house. When did she serve him? Shen Yai replied, I am giving him a chance. He was alone in a room with a young girl in the shower and changing clothes in front of him. Who does he blame if he didn't go in? Major said, I don't want to sign a contract and sell her my body. So why should she shell out that much money for me to help her get by? She should get something for her money. Xiu said, Director Lee warned the young man, but the price he quoted is incomplete. The power of the energy warrior is the source. It refers to the origin of everything in the world, including space, matter, elements, and everything else. People are accustomed to calling those who have mastered the power of source energy warriors. To become an energy warrior, you must create a source core in your body. Since the source core has the power to attract everything, it is also called a magnetic core. To do this, you need to create a special space that mimics an energy zone. The price of the energy material absorbed during the breach is about 500,000 per human limit. In addition, the higher the latent talent, the more energy will be required. The young man has over 80% talent for metal and other materials. Gao Neng inquired, would my beauty be enough as payment? Shen replied, a handsome man is only worth something if he signs a contract. Gan said, I saved the girl's life. The major replied, she could have had someone shoot you and then saved you. Wouldn't that have leveled the playing field? Shen tells him, be a good boy and sign the contract. I might consider buying half of your body, and you would be 3. Gunnan threw away the contract and said he wouldn't do it. I can sell my virtues and soul, he declared, but I will never sell my body. Shep replied, in that case, the negotiations are over. You can ask for money somewhere else. Gon thought that this girl wasn't easily fooled. Her IQ might not even be much lower than his. Getting into business with someone like this could lead to a trap if one wasn't careful. Looking at the girl, our hero wondered, was she really so sure that he would give in to her? Why was she so confident in herself? He laughed. Shen asked, is he really willing to agree? Gan replied, how could a strong man give up? He just thought, if she was so confident, wouldn't she want to see how strong I'd be when I became an energy warrior? Gavin stated, I made her fail twice before I broke through. The major wondered, did he really think he could beat her? The guy replied, right now, I'm just weaker than her. When I break through, I'll enter the military academy and continue my training, even if I can't do it in a year. He will beat her in 3 years at most. The major tossed her teacup aside in anger. She smashed the table she was sitting at and added, with his 4 human breakthroughs and talent for materials, he doesn't stand a chance. She too had broken the limit 4 times. She had over 90% talent for materials, 100% brain development, and a level of mental strength that no one in her class could ever possess. Gowning declared that he has a bit of spiritual power as well, she continued. In addition to his hidden talent, his blood, bones, and muscles have been refined, and he is now at full strength. He can use 200% of his strength. He is a future war hero. Shen recognized that he had psychic powers. She had sensed it in the underground factory, but hadn't confirmed it. The guy said, I have long been able to study my mental energy. I am the truest genius. The major declared, in that case, I will give him a chance. After 3 years, if he can't beat me, I will beat him to death. The girl told Junior Lieutenant Chen to get Gong into a locked cell and prepare him for a breakthrough. Gunnan asked what would happen if he beat her. The girl angrily replied, in that case, I would give him a real full intimate service. Major Shen Yi stood in front of the training machine wearing boxing gloves in the presence of those watching. The girl attacked the simulator and blew it apart. The observers said, Major Shen has broken through. The girl said angrily, I'd like to see how strong this guy could be in 3 years. The junior lieutenant stated that Major Shen had promised to pay for the energy materials needed to break through Gao Neng. What did that guy do to her? Gavin jokingly replied, the only thing he could do with her is spend the night with her. The lieutenant blushed with embarrassment. Our hero couldn't say that he had just pissed her off. Chempy said, I want to warn the young man about something. Did he know that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces also had the surname Shen? The boy wondered, what's the problem? Don was very frightened when he realized what was happening. How could he not have thought about it before? Our hero told the lieutenant, don't take my recent words seriously. It was a joke. The lieutenant said he understood everything. He had not heard anything before. Dr. Land said hello to Gao Neng once more. The lieutenant said that Major Shen had sent the young man to make him an energy warrior. You have to be careful with this guy, he warned. Dr. Lamb replied that he was her guest of honor, so she wouldn't treat him badly. She told the guy to change clothes and go into a locked cell. This closed chamber is used to model the energy domain. The inside of the cell is completely isolated from the outside world, so no sound or light can penetrate. The young man must simply remain asleep at all times. The doctor said that Gan was 4 times the human limit, so this process could take more than a month. Gan was scared and said he hadn't even filled out an application yet. What would happen to my enrollment? Chen wondered, could there be something wrong with this guy? The doctor said it's normal he can't observe the outside world in a closed cell. Many people experience anxiety when they go inside. However, we have a special solution for this situation. Dr. Lamb pressed the appropriate button and said, everything is fine now. The facility is stable and out of danger. I'll take care of everything. I am a professional. The assistant reported to the doctor, Gaowen's absorption rate is somewhat unusual. He's had to put in 4 times as much energy, but at this rate, he can't keep up with the absorption speed. Dr. Lamb replied, it's really too fast, but after all the other stats are normal. You can keep adding energy. We should be up to 6 breakthroughs. The doctor instructed, we'll infuse a 12-fold amount of energy material. The aide shouted, that's too much. It would cost 6 million union credits a month. Dr. Land said calmly, it will take 15 times that amount. She paused, wondering, did the assistant really question her actions? An order came in to raise the power. Dr. Land watched the ongoing process closely. After a while, Lieutenant Shen reported to Major Shen, Gaowen is absorbing energy very quickly. Dr. Land decided to give 18 times more energy to meet the high energy demand. Shen added that at this rate, consumption could reach nearly 10 million coins per month. Shen thought she had 20 times more consumption. Major said, let her consume as much as she can. She pays for everything. Junior Lieutenant Shen thought that these two were indeed a true office romance. Otherwise, how could an ordinary friend pay more than 10 million coins for a friend? The Major said she needed to organize a car. She wanted to visit Gaowen's mother. We need to assign people to guard this woman, remembering to do it discreetly. We can't interfere with her work. Shen thought that the Major was already establishing a relationship with his mother-in-law. Why was this happening? What kind of magic did this guy do? Lieutenant Shen decided to ask everything from this guy. After all, falling in love with Shen was a very high level. Shulin opened the front door and asked, who are you? The young man said, hello. The girl introduced herself. My name is Shen Yi. I'm a friend of Gaowen's. The woman said that her son was not home. Shen Yi stated that she came to talk about Gam. He can't fill out the form in person. So, she would like to hear Xu Xiaolon's opinion before making a decision. She added that she hoped she would be able to get the young man to work at Dongdu Military School. Juan was very surprised when she heard about this school. Shenny said that there was no need to worry. The guy will definitely get in. I can guarantee it. If the mother agrees, he will be accepted. Shenny continued, if the woman wants to come to the capital, I will help with housing. I have a house near the Dongdu Military Academy where Gang can be well taken care of if there's a desire to move. Zulin assumed that the girl was military. She confirmed that her rank was major. Zulin said that she would leave it up to the military ministry to decide on the application. As for the relocation, I will think about it and report back later. Shenyi said that she would wait for information, but she would take care of Gon on behalf of Shellen. Lieutenant Shen thought that he was witnessing the early relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The person on the phone said that Shen Yi hadn't called her old man for a long time. The girl replied that she wanted to discuss a deal with Grandpa Song. She needed a pass to a certain place. The old man assumed that the granddaughter had helped someone with enrollment and wanted to trade that for a pass. The girl said she wanted the pass in exchange for a student. Mr. Song wondered, a pass for a student in exchange for a student? He didn't understand. It was as if he wasn't getting anything out of it. Shen Yi said, if Grandpa doesn't want it, I'll call Grandpa Jin from Nanlian Military Academy. He always needs talented students. Mr. Song replied, it's not that hard. If you call him personally to ask for a seat, he can't refuse. But I wonder, who is this genius you're talking about? Shen Yi said, it's Gang, a student from the 3rd senior high school in the Forgotten Lands. Mr. Song wondered, is my granddaughter joking? What kind of brilliant student could there be in the Forgotten Lands? He paused and added, "Remember, you'll now be indebted to your old man." Shen Yi smiled and reminded her grandfather, "Father, you're the one who owes me." After this conversation, the lieutenant asked the major, after all, she has privileges. Why would she do such a thing? Shen Yi replied, "We are in a good position, but the people of the capital do not want to see privileges but respect." Chen assumed if the school or Ganon's mom didn't agree, they would have enrolled Gan in school. Xia confirmed if they don't agree, they won't report it. The lieutenant didn't hold back and said the major is Ganon's future bride. A moment later, the major regretted what he had said, but it was too late. He was thrown out of the moving car right onto the road. Rubbing the bruised spot, Chen thought, did he really say something wrong? After all, he hadn't said anything wrong. He wouldn't believe it if it turned out they weren't having an affair. 2 weeks later, Major Shen received orders from the military and left the Forgotten Lands. Junior Lieutenant Shen Bai stayed behind to wait for Gan to awaken. Months later, Gan still hadn't woken up. The lieutenant pondered, it has taken at least $9 million. Shouldn't this guy be out by now? A month and a half later, the admission notification for the entrance exam was published. Chebby felt that Master Gang should come out as soon as possible. It had already been 2 months, and spending over $10 million was too much. If something happened to the guy, it would be a real disaster. The lieutenant asked Dr. Lon, "Are you sure everything is all right? If anything happens to the boy, Major Shen will skin me." Dr. Lon was surprised. "Do you doubt my professional competence?" she asked. The assistants informed the doctor that there had been a change. Gutton started to be active. The doctor stated, in such a case, it is necessary to start measuring and monitoring the values. The assistant reported the blood count and heartbeat have reached staggered values, but he still seems to be absorbing energy. Dr. Lon replied, in such a case, we need to increase the energy intake to 35 times. The doctor was then told the enclosed chamber can withstand only 33 times the load. If it is increased any further, there will likely be an explosion. Dr. Lon said not adding power now could be life-threatening. Lieutenant Shen was scared. He had been here for 2 months, and if anything went wrong, he would have to send Gao Neng's body back to the capital. The doctor said to increase the load to 50 times. Whether she exploded or not, Lieutenant Chen tried to interfere with the increased workload, but Dr. Lan tried to push him away. Tension was building. Everyone present began to scurry away from the camera, trying to protect themselves from the supposed explosion. The assistants noticed that the young man had stopped absorbing energy, and a young man rose from the ruined chamber. Ganon said it was as if he had been reborn. Is this a breakthrough? Looking around, our hero wondered, why did the cabin explode? Everyone present looked at Ganon in silence and amazement. Our hero thought that this ruined cell was worth a lot of money, and it wasn't his fault. He couldn't take the blame for what happened. Most likely, the quality of the camera was not satisfactory. The doctor and assistants agreed that the camera quality was terrible. Everyone was close to potentially being victimized. Dr. Lan asked Lieutenant Chen what he thought about the breakdown that had occurred. The terrified lieutenant said, the camera is very expensive and someone will have to take over. The officer was indignant. Why didn't the factory give a closed capsule of this quality to a military department? Dr. Lan and Gan thought that Junior Lieutenant Chen really did get it right. The head of the laboratory said, it is intolerable to make such a fuss and practically jeopardize a future pillar of the Union. It is necessary to make a report immediately and agree with the ministry on the new cell. The lieutenant thought that this lab was staffed by some very cunning people, much smarter than some PhDs. Chemby handed the guy an admission notice. He said that Major Shen had already filled out the form for Gao Neng. Our hero studied the documents provided. He was curious about the department to which the major had applied for admission. Our hero was very surprised that it was Dongju University. Isn't it one of the 4 major military academies? But after all, in the Forgotten Lands, no one has quotas for enrollment. In the 4 major militaries, the lieutenant added, Major Shin had warned that if the young man's mother wanted to, she too could go to the City of Hope, and they would live together. Godin said that he had become much stronger. Now I can make money on my own with my abilities. The lieutenant looked at him closely and realized that Godin was in the business of extracting elements from ore energy. Any energy fighter could do that, but it was necessary to separate the iron from the alloy material after energy refining. Even in the military, such geniuses were few. Is it really reverse extraction? The lieutenant wondered aloud. Magic fueled by 50 times more energy. How powerful is its magnetic core? Godin realized what it was like to control energy with his own magnetic core. At that moment, it felt effortless to him. The protagonist, too, was able to see his magnetic core for himself. It surprised him immensely. Godin asked Chen Bei, how can I control it? I can't cover my body with armor like the lieutenant. The lieutenant replied, the guy has just broken through. He hasn't officially received his first order yet. Chemby was surprised that right after the breakthrough, Gang was able to form his energy in the air at will. Chen noticed that after the guy activated his magnetic core to magnetize his body, the energy could be converted into an element and cover his body. Then he would officially enter the first order. The body could be divided into 3 parts: torso, arms, and legs. When all 3 parts were magnetized, the entire body armor could be compacted, entering the 3rd stage. Gang was surprised. It turns out that Lieutenant Chen of the 2nd Order, he muttered. The lieutenant asked if Gang wanted to fight him. Gao Neng suggested that the lieutenant wait a few days until he reached his 1st order, and then they could fight. Our hero asked, "Do you have the copper I need?" He wanted to try and gather some copper energy. No matter what Gang asked, he received a negative answer from the lieutenant. The officer thought that the War Department actually had everything, but he wasn't going to give the young man anything. After some thought, the lieutenant took pity on him. "I can spare something for you," he said. "But in small quantities," Chenby explained. "I would give out materials for my personal supplies because what's on the base, I cannot give out." Zhuan told her son, "I don't want to leave the Forgotten Lands." Gan was very surprised. "Did they say the City of Hope was safer and had money?" he asked. "Therefore, we could live there safely." Shulin asked Lieutenant Shen to wait aside. "I want to talk to my son alone," she said. The woman then told Gon, "Remove the people around me. I don't need protection anymore. If you're done, then I will go to the City of Hope." Shuzalin said she would go to Hope City, but her son must promise to fulfill 3 conditions. "First of all, I will need to rent a house. When I arrive in the City of Hope, I'll find a place to live on my own." She explained her decision. "I don't want to interfere with your studies. Secondly, you can only visit me during winter and summer vacations. Even if there are weekends at the military academy, I won't allow you to see me." Gao Neng wondered why he couldn't just check on her. His mother replied that if not, she would stay in the Forgotten Lands. The son agreed and asked about the 3rd condition. The mother replied that she had changed her mind. There would only be 2 conditions. Shulin told her son to wait a moment. She would pack a bag. Gan noticed that the Wyoming cat was still living here. He asked, "Does the cat want to come along with us?" Shia told him to go ahead. She would find them in a few days. Gowan told the cat, "In that case, we'll meet in a few days." After a while, Shulin finished gathering her things and said she was ready. The woman noticed that she had only brought a change of clothes with her. At that moment, Wyoming jumped out the window and stood outside. She assumed that the cat, like some people, still loved the Forgotten Lands. The young men took their seats on the airplane. The system offered to play another game, and our hero was given a chance to participate in the evolution of existing skills. Gunnan wondered, isn't this a soul-hardening pill? This is exactly the pill he wants. The protagonist thought he should choose the evolution of the Eye of Deprivation to save a large amount of allied currency. But saving money wasn't the most important thing right now. The main thing our hero considered was the possibility of increasing the likelihood of his survival. This task had no conditions or description, and it was unclear how great its complexity was. It seemed unrealistic to pass anything with this system at all. Gaia had obtained the special skill, 300 children's songs. The guy thought, is this supposed to take him from a middle school student to a kid? This is some kind of verse evolution. However, the bonus effect of this skill was simply staggering, so much so that he wasn't even ashamed to sing. Our hero could not sit still, overwhelmed with emotion. Lieutenant Chen told the guy to keep his cool and sit up straight because they were about to take off. After taking a bird's eye view of the city through the portal, our hero realized why this place was called the Forgotten Lands. As of today, he was officially leaving the Forgotten Lands. The men sitting nearby turned to the lieutenant. After all, he didn't often fly with them. Why not introduce his companion? The officer replied, he's just a new student. The man persisted. Can an ordinary student really be accompanied by Lieutenant Shen? He then asked our hero, have you studied martial arts? If not, the man said, I'm willing to teach you something. Gunnan replied, I haven't studied martial arts, but I can sing, and offered to let the man listen. Gan prepared to sing, and the lieutenant was surprised. After all, it was just a joke. He didn't want his eardrums to burst. Sulan peacefully dozed off on the airplane, paying no attention to her son. Lieutenant Shen covered his ears with his fingers so he couldn't hear the singing. The man asked the lieutenant, please cover the singer's mouth. The man decided to be patient. They had a 3-hour flight. I wonder how long this guy will be able to sing, he thought. Gunnan sang about how, with his cold eyes, no frog could be more beautiful. Our hero's right hand really started to magnetize, and the effect was outstanding. 2 hours later, Gunn began to sing and was having trouble breathing. The passengers told the young man, if you're tired of singing, he could have a juice and a snack. Maybe he could agree to study martial arts after all. After all, it's healthier than singing. Gan thanked the passengers and thought that there were still good people in this world. These good people really hoped that the young man would not sing again. The lieutenant suggested that the young man make a brief introduction, for this was his first visit to the City of Hope. The City of Hope is divided into 4 regions. east, west, south, and north. The total area of the territory is 1.5 times the area of the country before the Cataclysm, and the total population is 500 million people. The military headquarters has a large military district in each of the 4 regions, and each large military district has jurisdiction over 4 small military districts. The concept of a state no longer exists. The eastern capital is the economic and military center of the eastern province. In addition to the eastern capital, the eastern region includes 12 provinces. The last thing worth mentioning is the military academy. The top 4 military academies in each of the 4 regions are called the Big Four. The military academy's power ranking is not absolute. Dong, which the young man enters, is undoubtedly one of the best. Gan was very surprised to see the glowing evening city of hope. The boy thought that the genius of this world was already in the city of hope. A girl among the many cats watching from the sidelines said, "The second plane on the left is their target." The girl added, "The queen will lead them on an expedition to the city of hope." The movers unloading boxes of food were attacked by cats. Where did so many animals come from? One of the movers grabbed a wild cat and squeezed it. The girl said, "My mom used to say, you can't hurt people." The man looked back and saw an arrow flying towards him. Is this really an energy force? The man wondered. I haven't done anything yet. Tang Tang can't go to school at midnight. The girl said her grandfather himself warned her, "You will meet your life's nemesis when you come to the academy before September 9th. She wanted to see who could be her nemesis. The man told Tang Tang not to do that. The girl said she didn't need to be warned. She didn't believe in all these superstitions. Lighting up the night road, a car was approaching. Tang Tang pointed her magic wand towards the car and asked, "Do they really want to destroy it?" Because of the sudden braking, our hero hit his face in the chair in front of him. The boy shouted, "Where did this girl come from? How could she get in the way of a genius like him, Ganon?" Tang Tang replied that she had never heard of such a genius. "Doesn't he know who Tang Tang is?" she asked. Ganon said it was the first time he had heard such a name. Grandpa told Tang Tang to stop fooling around, or he would have to call the master. Tang Tang told our hero that he was lucky. "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. The Reaper has no mercy." Our hero was surprised. Is this really the Dongdu Military Academy? There are so many strange students here, and the learning environment doesn't even smell like a learning environment. The lieutenant offered to take the young man to the logistics department to apply for admission to the academy. Then his assignment would be done. At that point, Ganon thought he would quickly apply and then go to rest in the logistics department. Our hero met up with Tang Tang again. The girl said, "This guy never learned his lesson, yet here he is, asking for me to destroy him." Tang Tang continued, "I'll just chop him up so that my title as the God of Doom will become even more famous throughout the world." Our hero ignored Tang Tang and greeted the teacher. "Hello," he said. "I'm a freshman here to apply for admission." The young man added, "The academy should consider increasing security to drive out dangerous people like this girl." Tang Tang retorted, "I came here first." She then wondered aloud, does she really act like this? Is she even 18 years old? Tang Tang proudly replied, "I'm just well preserved. I have to maintain my appearance after all. I'm a true goddess of doom, not some ordinary person. I'm here by special enrollment." Han showed his documents. "I'm also on special enrollment," he said. Tang Tang was surprised. Dongdu only recruits 2 such students a year. Are they really willing to accept you just because of your beauty? The girl turned to the teacher. "Enroll me quickly," she demanded. The teacher replied, "She's a junior lieutenant, 16 years old and had 856 merit points." Tang Tang said that there was no one as talented as her. On top of that, she was also a junior lieutenant. The teacher said, "The young man is a high-energy fighter, 18 years old, and has no military rank. However, he has 1,000 merit points." Gunnan wondered, why does she, a junior lieutenant, have fewer merits than me? Is she really violating the soldiers' regulations? Gunnan was surprised, as this girl really want to fight me. Our hero asked the teacher, "Where is my dormitory?" The woman told the boy to follow that girl. They are 2 special enrollment students and live next door to each other. Gunnan wondered, is it really possible for a guy and a girl to live together in a dormitory? Tang Tang wondered, why is this guy following me? He's not supposed to come near me. He's not allowed to come within 10 meters of me, and he's not allowed to talk to me. Tang Tang thought, this is an annoying guy. Sooner or later, I'll have to destroy him. After 10 minutes, the girl asked our hero if he had any specialties other than being handsome. Gan asked, is singing considered a specialty? He is good at singing children's songs, like the one about the little leaping frog. Tang Tang replied, everyone knows that song. Gan promised, I'll sing it to you someday. Tang Tang said, we finally arrived. Gan wondered aloud, is this really a student dormitory? This building is more luxurious than most hotels in the Forgotten Lands. Tong Tang responded, Dong was a very stingy academy. Do they really expect special enrollment students to live in such a lowly place? Tang Tang added, if we're living together now, I'm officially inviting you to join my team of Grin Reapers. Do you accept? The girl continued, my team is destined to be famous in the future. Tomorrow, my name will resound throughout the Eastern Military Academy. Tang Tang told her neighbor, since you just entered the academy, you probably don't know much about it. Fortunately, there's plenty of information online. This academy is divided into 4 faculties: technology, logistics, research, and military. In addition to the military faculty, which trains fighters, and the research faculty, which trains scientific researchers, the logistics faculty specializes in medicine and information technology. The faculty of technology specializes in weaponry and the production of eternity energy. It seemed that Shen Yi and Chen Bei were using energy to form their weapons, but these weapons were actually pre-made. They were simply carried and stored with high-dimensional capsules in the form of energy. In real battles, there is no time to slowly use energy to create weapons, and it will not be easy to do so. It's far inferior to already made weapons. After magnetizing, the palm of our hero's hand is almost completely magnetized. Now the same should be done with the other hand. Gan sang throughout the dormitory about a happy little frog who lives in a pond and hops around as if possessed by a prince. Tang slept peacefully in the cuddle of her toy. The children's song only helped her. In the morning at the formation, our hero asked our neighbor. She was very energetic. So, did she sleep well at night? Tang Tang said that thanks to the children's songs, she slept very well. Gan thought that after a night of intense practice, both of his hands were already magnetized. Now, he could be considered to have crossed the threshold of the First Order. The other students were angry at the unknown hero, for he had been yelling his stupid songs all night. Gan thought to himself, there are about 2,000 recruits at the academy. No one will know that he is the one who is that singer. The system reported that the hero's self-confidence was impressive. His mission was beginning. Angry students were ready to destroy the night singer. Guy from the logistics faculty said that the students had entered the military academy. Now they were real soldiers. Soldiers who broke discipline were always the first to die. They should work hard on their discipline and strengthen their muscles and bones. Listening to this, our hero thought, do they always push such speeches to newcomers here? Our hero had no choice but to start singing. Guy said that more than 1,000 newcomers had performed very well. All had broken through and become energy fighters. The weakest ones were at the early stage of the first stage. There were also freshmen who had already made 2 breakthroughs. Among them, 3 people in particular stood out. Kong Kan was in the middle of the second breakthrough. Fun was at the beginning stage of the second breakthrough during the entrance exam. Lin Jiang had reached the initial stage of the second breakthrough. Yue also said something else about the Dongdu Military Academy. However, he was interrupted. Everyone heard the song, pull a radish, pull a radish, pull a radish, pull a radish. Little girl, hurry up and go help pull out the radishes. Hui was surprised. Which student can sing this song? One of the students said he knew that voice. It was the one who sang all night last night about the little frog. The student standing nearby said that this newcomer was playing with doom. He sang about a little frog all night last night, and today he came here to sing about radishes. The deans of the faculties were outraged by this student's behavior. Who was in charge of admissions this year? The task of recruiting students every year is very hard. Who knows how he got into this academy? Guy said, we'll have to find out who accepted this student. What is his name? Gao Neng continued the radish song. An old lady should come and help pull the radish. The assistant reported that this is the special unmanned student. His name is Gan. The deans realized that it was an admission under the quota set by Principal Song 2 months ago. Principal Song thought that his granddaughter had set him up. This is the genius student that Shen Yi was talking about, Mr. Song said. He is a high-energy fighter, but his character is quite complicated. The assistant dean of the military faculty, Yu Jian, said that he wanted to smash this guy's head. If he doesn't, then the people from his faculty will deal with the student themselves. Guy added that he had never seen such an outrageous student in the decades since the academy was founded. If Principal Song doesn't mind, they will deal with this guy themselves. Song thought that this ignorant granddaughter was giving him a hard time again. The old man tried to calm down. It wasn't his fault anyway. There was no way he could have known about such a guy. There was nothing he could change. He just needed to calm down. Yu said if this guy wants to listen to the song, he doesn't have to shout it out for everyone. He added that this could not be tolerated and asked those standing nearby to cover his mouth. The students began to approach our hero because they were allowed by the management. Ganem put his hand up and kept singing about radishes. Mr. Song thought, this is already interesting. Hujin said that this guy's character was bad, but his strength was not. A colleague noticed that his hand had made 3 breakthroughs. Gonen, fighting off the advancing students, sang about a little yellow dog that should come and help pull radishes. The students thought, this guy is really strong. He's in the late stage of the first order and can handle it in one move. Tang Tang won. Why are the students attacking at the same time? Or do they want him to knock them out one by one? Gao Neng wondered. Whose side is Tang Tang on? After all, we live in the same house. The students shouted, forget about honor. Attack him at the same time. However, one of the attackers appeared to have his pants down. The students were frightened. This guy actually takes people's pants off, a student with a tarnished reputation said. He was challenging this insolent man to a battle, holding a special pill in his hand. But Gao Neng kicked the pill out of his hand with a swift move. With the next blow, our hero hit the most vulnerable spot of the student who was naked below the waist. The student grabbed his injured spot and slumped down to the ground. It's not fair, he said. I still haven't finished the transformation. Gao Neng retorted that those present were shamelessly attacking him. Why should I fight them fairly? Director Song commented, taking advantage of the gap in energy usage to attack is a pretty good strategy. A colleague added, his speed is very fast. His explosive power is also good, but it seems like the guy is still hiding his true strength. Gajun asked, could Bui make Gong use his full strength? Hua called the students a bunch of trash. The academy won't help them, he continued. Over 1,000 freshmen can't handle one student. They will never become elite. They can go clean toilets. The students were pissed off. Together, they decided to use all their energy to take this guy down. I can't believe he's going to be able to beat everyone, one muttered. Tang Tang said that if Gan joined her team of Grim Reapers, she would help him. Gan kept singing about pulling radishes. Gan decided to transform his arms to fight back more effectively. The protagonist's hands multiplied their magnetism, and the young man was once again at full strength. Director Song said, if he only has magnetized hands, then he is only of the first order. Even his materials like iron and phosphorus are still insufficient. The students were approaching, shouting that together they could defeat this guy. However, to the men of the song, the protagonist scattered all the attackers. Those watching wondered, what kind of explosive power is this? With such strength, is this guy really at the beginning of the first order? Another energy warrior appeared and told everyone to disperse. This student was no match for them. Those present surrounded the young man. The opponent told our hero that he had chosen the wrong place to sing. Therefore, he would now be destroyed. However, this warrior was quickly deactivated. Those present wondered, how was this singer able to beat a student of the second order? Who would be able to stop him in his singing? The three leaders among this year's freshmen appeared in the arena. Gu Yi let them know that they might not hold back. Everyone noted that Kongan and the others were finally going to beat this guy. Lin Jiang said to Funking Ching, be careful. This singer is very sneaky. He'd even pull down his pants. Fun replied, Ling Jiang, worry about yourself. Kong Kun said to the two of them, stay put. If I can't even win against the first order, then I clearly don't deserve first place. Giant said that it is iron and chrome alloy steel. Konkan has unlimited potential. Kongan attacked our hero, but Gon held his ground with dignity. The students thought that the two were fighting as equals. Given watched the fight and wondered, was it really possible for Gon to defeat Kongan, a student at the middle stage of the second order who had broken through the limit of the human body 3 times? He was beaten by a novice at the first order. Principal Song thought, did this guy really break through the limit of the human body 4 times? I can remember no more than 20 such students. The old man recalled his grandmother's words, that she would thank him again. The people present marveled. Director Song was able to find a student with 4 breakthroughs through the limit of the human body, even from a place like the Forgotten Lands. However, this guy's temper is still terrible. Gao Neng, with a terrible temper, kept singing about a pussycat who should help pull out the radishes. This young man really should be put in his place. Heejin announced, whoever defeats this guy will take his 200 merit points. Everyone was surprised. Did he really have that many? Tang Tang heard about such a prize and told Gan not to blame her, but she would deal with him now. Gan Neng wondered if those present could give him another 20 minutes to stay in peace. Tang Tang pounced on this guy and said that his merit points would now belong to her. Gan dodged her attacks and kept singing about the need to pull radishes. At some point, the young man noticed a knife flying towards him. He managed to dodge at the last moment. Kongan shouted, Gao Neng is about to feel his green snake sword. The opponent was approaching, and our hero realized that he would not be able to dodge in time. He would have to fend off the blow. Gan fought back with his foot. However, the blow was so strong that Gunnan flew far back and rested his head on his opponent's chest. Funking Ching clearly did not expect this and blushed with embarrassment. Lin Jiang got angry and asked, is Chinking all right? Fun replied, this guy is shameless. He's just lucky that he's so handsome. Gang replied, I wouldn't deny it. Gunnan thought, this is not good. If it continued like this, he would be beaten up and become an invalid, even if he survived. The system suggested the hero use a life form transformation that would cost 30,000 allied coins. It was very expensive, and our hero was very upset. However, it was no choice, and Gon agreed. Immediately, the defense was raised, the attack power was increased, and the raw materials were transformed. After that, Gon attacked his opponent, and Kongan flew back far away while cursing loudly. The dean was surprised. After all, the explosive power of this strike was no less than 5,000. He had just shown his true strength. Is the fourth breaking the limit of the human body really that strong? Director Song asked. The normal 4 times overcoming the limit of the human body isn't that strong, he replied. This guy has some secrets of his own. The students thought that this figure was a real monster. He defeated Kongan with 1 punch. No one stands a chance against him. Gon thought that pure iron really couldn't compare to ferroaluminum in hardness. Our hero decided to combine copper and tin to make bronze gloves. The principal thought that this guy had more than just iron and phosphorus talents. 4 overcoming the limit of the human body and 4 talents is a true genius. Funking Ching said, did he really think that after defeating Kong Kan, she would be afraid of him? Our hero didn't think so. And so, he met the girl with his bronze glove fist, punching her in the jaw. Lin Jiang saw Chinking fall to the ground and shouted that he would destroy this rascal now. Gon thought that this guy clearly wanted to use him to become the hero who saves the beauty, but he should take a closer look in the mirror. He's far from a prince on a white horse. Gon delivered a crushing blow to Lin Jiang's jaw with his fist. Tom looked at the deactivated Jiang and wondered, was Gao Neng really a monster? Gon headed towards his roommate. The girl apologized and didn't even resist. He shouldn't have punched her in the face. She's so cute. Ganon suggested the girl become a ghost, or else she was too annoying. Swinging, our hero hit the girl in the chest area. However, nothing happened. Gon wondered if he hadn't fully understood her. What was underneath her clothes? Principal Song told Lu Gui to do something about it. The Vice Dean replied that he understood. Mr. Song thought no matter how skilled this guy is, his arrogance is too much. With a personality like that, it will be difficult for him to become truly outstanding in the future. Our hero heard someone shout loudly, "Enough!" Lai, the Vice Dean, walked into the arena. The man told Tang Tang to move out of the way. Jing had done enough. Now, he should slowly remain silent and they would act as though nothing had happened. Gon continued talking about getting the radishes out. He thought he should wait another 10 seconds before stopping. Lai didn't wait and rushed toward the guy to attack. The Vice Dean, approaching our hero, shouted that no one dared to tarnish the prestige of Dongdu Academy. Gan wanted his opponent to stop. He had broken the human body's limit 4 times and still had mental strength, along with 5 talents exceeding 80%. The Vice Dean could not destroy the hope for the future. The man shouted that it was too late to regret it. If a guy has more than 80% talent, that means he'll be able to get out of bed within a few months. Gunning shouted very loudly, Shen Yi is my wife. She said she would come to see him for 2 days, and if he was hit now, Shen Yi would have to take revenge. Loy stopped and asked in surprise, how dare the rascal say such nonsense? Those present wondered, had they not misheard? Gunning said he was not deceiving them. It is true. We have a contract in Shenny. She will be my wife in 3 years. Chen Bai can confirm everything. The dean suggested that Principal Song call and find out everything from the source. Director Song replied that Adjutant Shen was not a primary source and could not know about such things. Shenyan asked Grandpa Song what was wrong. Do you really want to ask me about Gao Neng? She said. This guy is perfectly fine. He is a true talent in every way, just flawless. Mr. Song confirmed that they had all just had a good look at that. However, he had one more question. Grandpa said he heard they have a 3-year agreement. Is that true? Shenny blushed with embarrassment and didn't know what to reply. Mr. Song thought it was a shy, girlish reaction, so he assumed it was true. Director Song said, if it's true, then it's okay. He's just asking. The granddaughter can feel free to visit them at the academy. Director Song told his colleagues that it was true. Mr. Song added, Major Shin will be here in a few days. If the dean wants to beat this guy, he can do whatever he wants. Q said that Law was also going to beat up this guy. He was going to tear his head off. What should we do now? La thought if Shen Yi arrives in a few days and sees his fiancée beaten, the next person to be beaten would be him. Leia thought that this Gao Neng looked pathetic. He was pretending to be beaten now. But wasn't he the one who had just beaten everyone here? La told the young man, schools have school discipline and soldiers have military discipline. The Vice Dean said, this guy did very well. The man added, the young man performed well. He is a good example for this year's freshman. However, his habit of disobeying his mentor's orders still left something to be desired. He should definitely be punished. Gan said, I'm willing to run 2 laps around the playground as punishment. Liu responded, the young man will have his 100 merit points deducted as punishment. This is his first offense. Everyone hopes there will be no second offense and that he will remember this lesson. Gang asked, what will the Vice Dean do with the 200 points he's offering for the win? Lai wondered, how could Gang ask this after what he had done? Director Song said, it is necessary to give the guy these points. He deserves this award. There's no reason to refuse. If anyone disagrees, they can challenge me and take away those merit points. Loei agreed. I'll deduct 100 and then credit 200. Reward and punishment. It's the perfect system for a soldier. The atmosphere in the Eastern Military Academy was growing more tense by the minute. Suddenly, our hero lost consciousness and collapsed into Law's arms. The man was frightened. What's wrong with this guy? Bye. After all, he hadn't even laid a finger on him. This was the effect. After using China, our hero was very tired. Lei thought maybe he could sing about the little jumping frog. Maybe he would get better, but he was afraid he'd be beaten alive by then. The system reported that the hero had successfully completed the quest and was receiving a high-level treasure chest. Red star shining completed. Our hero wondered why he was not given several choices at once. Because of this, he suffered a lot. The guy chose a skill. The system reported that a random skill, infinite energy, was received. When the medics arrived, they said the boy's vitals were normal. He had used up too much energy in the battle. He needed to rest. Guy asked Principal Song how Gon could choose his mentor in group since he had fainted. The director offered to decide for him. Director Song said that Lei would be his mentor. He added, he understands how Lei wanted to crush his head. Now he will be able to do it at any time. Evening came, the building of the academic infirmary. The time after the end of the distribution, everyone present noticed that Gao Neng had finally woken up. Our hero looked around and saw La Gai, Tang Tang, and other students. Gao Neng guessed and asked Mentor Guy, were these really his classmates? Lai said that Teacher Li's ability was also very strong and Chinking could safely go to her. Feuding Shing reported that her father said she should learn from Lao. Father's orders are not negotiable. Kong Kun reported he went to Mentor Goi because their battle styles were similar. Lai wondered, why is Tang Tang here? Does she like to learn from anyone? The girl confirmed that she didn't like to learn from anyone. She came here because she was obligated to choose someone. La thought that, thanks to her family, Tang Tang had learned almost everything long ago. The academy would teach her almost nothing. It seemed that old man Fang couldn't control her anymore, so he sent her here. Ling Jing told Mentor Gui that he just wanted to study with Xingying. Lei kicked the young man out. A person entering the military academy should see serving the alliance as his duty, not thinking about some love thing. He'd better go to Master Tang. He'll accept him. Kongan told the covering hero that sooner or later he would have his revenge. We'll have to fight again. Tangyu said that when Gon fainted, Principal Song chose his own mentor. Now their teacher is this bald uncle. Gang realized that Vice Dean Loe would teach him. Lei thought that they absolutely didn't care here. Mentor Guy said, if a guy can get up, he should get up faster. He shouldn't think that defeating a few freshmen is something cool. He's still far from being the strongest in the academy. Tong wondered, did Ganon really want to be on the battle list? Tang Tang said that if Gon wanted to participate in the battle list, he should join her team sooner. Otherwise, it might be too late. There are only 180 teams in the Dongdu Academy rankings, and each team can have 4 people. To enter the battle list, one must be among the top 300 fighters in the Eastern capital. Being famous on the battle list not only grants you access to a special training room, but also gives you discounts on purchasing logistics. You could also get discounts for merit points. Discounts are applied across all listings. In addition, merit points are the currency for purchasing logistics items. Merit points can be exchanged for items and used to increase military rank. You can buy almost anything as long as you have merit points. Louis asked Gan, could he really magnetize his hand with just one thought? The boy confirmed that he had been doing it all the way to the academy. Congan and Chinking wondered, could he really do this with his mind power, even at first order? Mentor, I said that this method requires a huge expenditure of energy and mental capacity in daily life. What color is its magnetic core? Tang Tang said that although she was in the middle of the second order, her magnetic core was pale pink in color. Gan wondered, did the color of the magnetic core mean anything? Our hero said he had a dark red magnetic core, but how was it different from the pale pink one? Loy explained that the color of the magnetic core reflected the amount of energy it contained. For example, his 7th order magnetic core looked purple. The higher the accumulated energy, the darker the color. Generally speaking, only the magnetic core of the 3rd order, or one that is about to reach the 3rd order, will look pink. Lei thought that this guy was really a monster. His 1st order magnetic core had reached the energy of the 4th order. Gonan asked who his mentor. If he won the hunter team, would he become number 1 on the battle list? The mentor replied, if the student defeated the hunter team, his team would become number 1 on the battle list. If he defeats Lin King, he will become the strongest student of Dongju Military Academy. Kong Kan noticed that Lin Ying was at the late stage of the Fifth Order and had 7 talents with 80%. Gui observed that it was rare for a freshman to make it to the battle list, even if it was Dean Bang. The mentor added, "Confidence is great, but you still have to do your best." All students were invited into the training room. The training room utilizes magnetic stack technology to simulate any battlefield environment. This is very convenient for team training. At this point, all training rooms had been taken. You need to join the queue or get on the battle list to get priority access to a training room. The mentor remarked if Gon got in line, it would be in about 8 days. At night in his room, our hero was meditating in the lotus posture. He noticed that eventually his magnetization rate slowed down. As Teacher G had said, magnetizing consumes a lot of mental capacity and internal energy. So constantly magnetizing your hands is not the answer. According to our research, 1,100 merit points is equivalent to approximately 4.5 million allied currency. The cheapest energy pill costs 5 merit points. Increasing revenue is good, but reducing expenses is just as important. There was a loud knock on the door. On the other side was Tang Tang. The girl asked with a frustrated look, "Why isn't Gon singing today?" Tang Tang added, "When Gon sings, I fall asleep quickly and sleep well." The boy wondered, does her sleep really depend on my singing? Gao Neng then asked, "Do you know how to make a lot of money in a short period of time?" Tang Tang was surprised. "You really want money for auditioning? I could offer 1,000 allied coins for one night." Tang Tang said she wanted to sleep and was willing to discuss the topic with the young man later. Gon was surprised, for Tang Tang had herself said she wanted to form a team. Tang Tang perked up as he finally decided to join my Grim Reaper team. Gunnar replied, "It's quite the opposite. I want you to join my team." The girl shook her head. "No way. I will never give up the captain's seat." Gunnar recalled how Tang Tang had lost to him during the morning skirmish. The girl stated that it was because she didn't use her true skills, such as Nirvana. Otherwise, his head would have flown off his shoulders immediately. The guy said he would be on the battle list within 2 days. If she didn't join his team, he'd find someone else. Tang Tang said, "In that case, I would be willing to sacrifice and give you the captain's seat. But I warn you, if you don't make the battle list in 2 days, I will leave." Gan said the team name Grim Reaper was too vulgar. He wanted to change it. Tang asked, "What name does the guy like?" God replied, "It could be called the Invincible Team." Tang Tang said, "I like it. In that case, we will be called the Undefeated Team." Tang Tang added that the other 2 team members were Kongan and Fengqing Qing. Ga asked again, "Are there any quick ways to make a lot of money?" Tang Tang replied, "There are many ways to make money. For example, you can search for mineral springs and energy materials and sell them to the academy. You can also sell materials through the production faculty, which sells them after proper processing. But not everyone will be able to do this. The requirements of the production faculty are the opposite of the requirements of the entire military academy. They are not looking for people with a high percentage of talent, but rather, they are looking to find a person with a large amount of talent themselves." Gan thought he was a perfect fit for this faculty. Talking to the other team members, Tang Tang said, "We should come faster and not ask why. I promise something cool." A message was received. The system evolution was complete. Once the hero selects his system evolution point, he will no longer be able to go back. Gon thought he didn't like these options at all. Things would only get more complicated. Why would he do that? Our hero thought greedy people die much faster. Is he himself a greedy man? Gunnan thought that everyone in the world was afraid of doom, but he was most afraid of mediocrity. If he had the best choice, why should he choose the easy one? The system reported that the host had chosen the hardest option. Evolution was about to begin. Ganon wondered what was happening to him. Would it really be a surprise? No changes to attributes, but the Eye of Desolation automatically went from trial to elemental level. The unlimited energy given by the advanced treasure chest was now in special skills. Many skills were upgraded to 100%. Our hero thought that with this set of abilities, he was perfect for the production faculty. He had not chosen this evolution for nothing. Ganon was afraid to imagine what the third attribute would be. The system informed him that it was nurturing. Our hero was frightened by this. Would he really be a surrogate for this system? Ganon heard the voices of Tang Tang, Kongan, and Fengqing Qing. Had they really come so quickly? Our hero didn't want to think that much. Better worry about the battle list first. Upon hearing the news, Kongan was surprised. Was he really going to get on the battle list in 2 days? Our hero promised, as the captain of the Invincible Team, that all members of that team would be put on the battle list. Tang Tang said that she, as the Grim Reaper and deputy commander, would work towards that end. If these 2 refused, they would not have that chance again. King said she didn't mind joining, but what kind of captain is gone? Kongan said they had no choice since they had lost to this guy. If we decide to challenge the battle list, then we must have a plan. Tang Tang said that she already had all the information she needed. Gan thought he would take the opportunity to try the function with the task. For now, the guy figured he was already familiar with the system, and it wasn't like a mission where the bigger the rice, the bigger the reward. Either way, he hoped there would be something cool there. Our hero was offered 1,000 energy pills. The new assignment was to destroy the teams from Group D. The system wished him luck and shut down. Gan shouted that he wanted to cancel. I want nothing more to do with this system. Tang Tang explained to the new team members that as the deputy commander, she should take the main attack position. Kongan, however, claimed that in terms of ability, he should be in the vanguard. Gan asked, what would your colleagues say if you said you wanted to beat all Group D teams in a month? Tang Tang said, Gao Neng really doesn't know how to joke. Xingjing replied, that's not a funny joke. Kongan remarked, the guy knows how to defuse the situation. Xingjing suggested, let's continue talking about our combat skills and features. If we could defeat the last team in Group D as a rookie team, it would be a great achievement. Gan said, I'm telling the truth. We need to flatten all teams from Group D within a month. We can't lose a single game. Xingjing commented, this guy has gone crazy. Does he know that to challenge on the battle list, you have to bid starting with 100 merit points at a time? Gao Neng replied, I'm not crazy. I have merit points. Our hero added, I'll pay for all the challenges. If we win, I get 8%. If we lose nothing. Or are you afraid to fight? Tang said, I'm not afraid, but only Gon will pay for all the battles. Kongan said that in that case, he also agreed and hoped that Gon would keep his word. Xingjing wondered, why am I on the same team with such crazy people? Ching said, I'll post in the comments right now that I will eliminate all the teams from Group D within a month. Kongan replied, I'll also go to the Dongdu Academy forum and write this. Tang Tang said, I'll write to Sister Shen to form a group with my future husband. Will she watch their battles? Tang received a reply from Shen Yi. Doesn't she know who my future husband is? Gao Neng snatched the phone from Tang Tang and continued talking to Shen Yi himself. Don't be shy to admit it anymore. We're busy right now, but I'll call you back later. Those present wondered, could their relationship surpass that of an ordinary couple? After all, this was the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Eastern Capital Military District. How dare he talk to Shen Yi like that? Gan said, that's all for today. Next, we'll talk about everything with the teacher and come up with a tactic. In front of our hero on the table were first-grade energy pills. He had ordered 10 of them from Tang Tang to try out. After all, without the energy pill, our hero wouldn't even be able to practice cultivation. Energy cultivation and strength were necessary. This problem had to be solved as soon as possible. After our hero swallowed 5 pills in a row, there was almost no difference. The recovery from the first-class energy pill was about 200. Unfortunately, 300 children's songs couldn't restore energy. Otherwise, he would really be the god of war. Anyway, he needed to magnetize his right arm overnight. All night long, the songs played in the dormitory. The next day, it was all over social media that the newcomers would destroy the weaklings from the D group. The vice dean, Lo Wei, was informed that his students were the authors of the messages. These students were promising. If they succeeded, Lo Wei would become the best teacher. It was announced over the loudspeaker on the academic campus that the captain of the undefeated team was speaking along with all of his team members. Next, Gao Neng introduced their mentor, the deputy dean of the military academy, Teacher Lei. They announced that they would defeat the entire group within 1 month. If anyone disagrees, they added, they can always challenge the group. The vice dean yelled, these students are a real bunch of idiots. Tang Tang said, Teacher Gu will definitely help us now. Ching was surprised. Would this really work? How would our teacher help us after this? Gan said he definitely will. If we destroy Group D, it would be irreplaceable glory for him. Tang Tang asked, what if Teacher Gay wouldn't let us challenge them? Gan was surprised. Did she really think he would refuse after something like that? He wouldn't tolerate being seen as a weakling and coward who refused to send his team to participate in the battle list afterward. Xingjing asked what would happen if they allowed it. Kong replied, in that case, we would dishonor Teacher Guy as well. Like kick. He kicked the door with his foot and entered the room. He said, a group of these free-spirited no-goers can choose where they want to go, heaven or hell. Mentor Goi grabbed our hero and asked, did they really use broadcasting to the entire academy to implicate him here as well? He didn't expect such a thing. Gan replied that they didn't wish their mentor harm. He added that they were now in the same boat. The mentor doesn't want to hit one of the team members, does he? Mentor Goi destroyed all the equipment around Gon. However, the guy wasn't touched. Lei calmed down a little and asked, when do you want to start? Gon replied, it's already tomorrow. The mentor was surprised. Couldn't they wait at least another month? After all, there are much stronger teams out there. Louis said that he would help, but the disciples shouldn't rely on him too much. King inquired, will they really be given merit points? Mentor Goy answered, I will open the training room for one day, but what the students learn there is entirely up to them. Lai warned, since everyone has heard him speak. If the disciples embarrassed him, he would destroy everyone. In the training room, the mentor said the biggest difference between military units and regular universities is that military units value teamwork. It's about how they fight as a team, how they help each other, and how they take advantage of each other's strengths. This is what we will practice in team training. Kongan is suitable for frontal defense, the mentor continued. Feuding Qing has good agility and speed. Gao Neng has high explosive power and a huge physical advantage. Tang Tang stated, I agree to be in the long-range sniper position. The young gun wondered, could Tang Tang really be a sniper? Could her sickle really shoot? Mentor Guy said, Tang Tang really knows how to shoot from long range. As for battlefield coordination and joint movements by the team, all of this will now be practiced in the training room. The training room is a virtual space that simulates a real battlefield environment. On a real battlefield, it is extremely difficult to completely destroy an opponent. The same goes for the battle list. The teacher said that hunting mode would be used this time. The goal of the hunting mode is to destroy the opponents. Team members get 1 point and the team captain gets 1.5 points. Immediately after starting the training, Chinking screamed. She called for help as the quickstand was pulling her in. Upon entering the training room, you should conceal your location as soon as possible. Then, immediately look for an opportunity to destroy the weakest opponent. This is what you do in real combat. Snipers and those who attack from long range should be destroyed next. The mentor guy tried to attack Tang Tang. The girl laughed as she noticed the teacher's pants were falling down. However, the mentor paid no attention to these words and destroyed Tang Tang. He said that one should not take the words of the opponent seriously. This is the most important psychological quality of a hunter. Kongan crept up behind the teacher and prepared to strike. However, Lei had foreseen this and counterattacked his disciple. The difference in strength level between hunters and opponents should also not be forgotten. Kongan fell to the ground after the teacher's attack and disappeared, turning into pixels. Lai said that Gao Neng was the last one left. Mentor declared now it's the captain's turn to be disposed of. He shouted, I can finally destroy Gon. The young man fell to the sand and smirked. Lai swung his weapon and prepared to strike. Gan scooped up a handful of sand and threw it into his opponent's eyes. The teacher shouted, does this boy dare to resist me? Lai gave a crushing blow. Gao Neng turned into pixels and disappeared. All the players had been eliminated. The simulation was about to stop. The teacher thought that the students from the Forgotten Lands were really different from the children of a normal military school. It was very cruel. After this fight, the training had lasted almost the whole day. It was noon the next day. Those watching in the film room responded that there was nothing special about this freshman team. Their highest level was at the end of the second order. Nothing to see. One spectator asked his neighbor, did he really come to see this match? I hadn't heard anything about them before. Director Song, Dean Wang, and Vice Dean Loe entered the room. Also spotted was Major Shen Yi. The students in the hall noted that not only had the senior leadership of the academy arrived, but even Major Shen Yi had come in person. So the rumors are true. One student whispered, could Major Shen Yi really be dating that newcomer from the Forgotten Lands? Otherwise, why would she be interested in that group? Quan, the captain of the Lonely Souls team, slammed his fist on the wall in anger. It had taken lousy 4 years to climb to the last place on the battle list. They just made it there, Quan muttered, and now these newcomers think they can take that spot. They say they're going to wipe out the entire group. The disciples gathered around and shrugged. There are only 4 beginners. They won't be able to do anything at all. Quan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. Today, we have to show them who's really strong here. He glared at his team. I will definitely embarrass them. If I don't, I'll consider myself a lowlife. The stage was set, the undefeated team versus the Lonely Souls team. The air was thick with tension. Bounton, facing the opponents, greeted them with a sneer. You've shown up quite early today, he said. Let's see how long that confidence lasts. Quijin disdainfully said, the people in front of us are just a bunch of new recruits. The challengers chose the mission mode. The captain of the opposing team remarked, these recruits are showing some courage. It's good that they chose mission mode. If they had picked hunt mode, Lonely Souls would have earned a bad reputation for bullying newcomers. Gao Neng wondered, is Mr. Quay really willing to use such strong methods against the newcomers? After all, they seem like a good team. Quan responded, we can't let the newcomers hit their hopes up in mission mode. They won't stand a chance. Gonen added, they realize the power difference. In the face of such disparity, mission mode is their only chance for victory. In mission mode, the venue was set at the altar of an abandoned village. The mission conditions were clear. Find the sacrificial item, the 9-legged black cauldron, in the eastern village. Then, place it on the altar in the western village. The mission had a time limit of 1 hour. After determining the direction to the eastern village, Kong Kun said, We're lucky with the location. Gan warned his colleagues that the mission mode would not be easy, so it was necessary to be prepared for everything. Our heroes approached the huge rock, and the opponents did not give away their presence. Gan, using his spatial observation abilities, assessed the situation on the battlefield. The commander said Kui-jun and the others haven't come yet, so we should hurry to find the cauldron. Chinking will stay at the entrance of the village. If the opponents appear, a signal should be given. Tang Tang and Gan carefully surveyed the abandoned area. The girl said, I can't find the cauldron. Could it be that we've gotten to the wrong village? Kongan remarked, this is very strange. Why haven't the opponents come until now? Did they really come first and take the item? Gan replied, there's no sign of other people in the village. They haven't been here yet. Could there be a place where we have to look for the cauldron? He added. Tang asked, what about the coffin? There's a big black coffin in the house of the great ancestors, and I didn't dare to open it. Gan was surprised. Every day, the girl calls herself the God of Doom, but now she is afraid of ghosts. The spectators watching this battle saw Kong Kun say that he would open the coffin. Di Wang remarked that the freshman hadn't had time to gain experience yet. Principal Song smiled. It's very good to get a lesson in the first year. It's normal for them to lose this time. The coffin was opened and the sacrificial cauldron was revealed. Tang Tang rejoiced, saying the mission objective is half accomplished. Downing thought, is it really that simple? Kui-jun and his team had disappeared. It shouldn't be that simple. Shiking inquired, have you found the cauldron yet? Tang Tang confirmed, adding, we're now going to the western village. Gunning remarked, it's all too easy. Our hero added, things won't be that easy. Since the opponents aren't coming, they are probably ambushing us. Kong Kun suggested, their ambush is in the western village. We just need to take away the cauldron and place it on the altar. Gan asked, what would happen if neither team completes the mission in that mode? Kong Kun replied that in that case, they would lose because they were challengers and had the right to choose the mode. A draw was the same as a defeat. Gao Neng remarked, in that case, we have no choice. Once near the north village, our heroes hid and watched the region. Kongan offered to go scouting. The commander told him to take his time. Using his unique spatial observation abilities, the commander wondered, why is there no one here? How can this be? Kongan wondered, had the commander made a mistake? Wasn't the opposing team supposed to be here? Gao Neng thought he had used a lot of energy to scan the entire village, and now he definitely couldn't do it anymore. The situation was really getting tense. Tang Tang said, if they aren't there, what are they waiting for? They have a quest item. They will win if they just run to the altar and place the cauldron. Kongan agreed. He can wait and rushed forward, shouting for everyone to follow him. Gam ran after him and told the girls to keep up, but to remain extremely careful. It was strange, but there didn't seem to be any opponents in the village. Suddenly, our hero and the girls stopped. What's going on, Kongnan? Jing asked. She said that Kongnan was trapped and that she would save him. Gunny shouted for the girl not to do so, but she did not listen to the commander. Fuming was attacked and her leg, at the point of injury, began to become covered in pixels. Could it be that the opponents were shooting from the village? Ching stepped back. Since the opponents are in the village, she said, we should quickly put the cauldron on the altar and we'll win. Tang Tang said that she was going to run to find the altar right away. Hey, Kwana and his team laughed at our players. The opposing commander said that Gong didn't deserve to be on the battle list. They just destroyed the altar, he added. Gan thought that it was indeed possible to directly destroy the mission target and then set traps in the village. They felt the victory condition of the mission mode was only to complete the mission. Tang Tang called the opponents a bunch of scoundrels and promised to destroy everyone. Chinking said she would delay the opponents and the commander should save Kongan. Her opponent wondered, do they really still want to save people? Wounded in the leg, Sin was subjected to an electrical attack. Her opponent smirked. This girl had fallen into her electric trap. Now she could say goodbye. All that was left of Chinking was the opponent's spear. Our hero realized that it was the metal guide of the Lonely Soul sniper. The sniper said, the principal and deans are watching them. No need to offend the younger ones. We need to destroy the opponents quickly. Quan said, the odds are now 2 against 4. I advise surrendering as soon as possible so as not to be humiliated. The spectators in the audience weren't surprised because there was such a big difference in fighting experience between them. In fact, it was even boring to watch. It was extremely rare for freshmen to challenge the combat roster. Dean Wang said, freshmen, due to lack of experience, always behave like this. Director Song asked, is Major Shenny disappointed? The girl replied that she wasn't yet. Mr. Song wondered, did she really think Gan had a chance of winning? Shen Yue replied, if the Lonely Souls team just rushed to attack, they would lose. However, it was hard to predict the outcome. Now Tong Tang decided to act on her own and shouted, they won't wait for us to give up. They forced me to use Nirvana. The girl activated her large caliber powerhouse. Quinn shouted, waiting to run away immediately. Tang said, "It's too late to run. The aftermath of Nirvana's attack will be catastrophic." The targets were destroyed and everything around them was reduced to rubble. The rival students shouted, had the commander and sniper left them alone. The audience in the hall wondered, what kind of gun is this? The girl destroyed the third and second order with one shot. Tang asked the commander, "What do you say about her, Nirvana?" Gao Neng replied, "I expected nothing less from her. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take another shot." Tang responded, I can only fire once." Gan was frightened. "Why didn't you say so before?" The surviving opponents realized that Tang Tang had run out of energy. This is our chance, they thought. We must avenge the captain and Zhang Tao. They still have a chance to win. The spectators in the audience were puzzled. Who is Tang Tang? Are this year's freshmen really so strong? Dean Wang said, "The Fang family really has boundless potential." Lu regretfully remarked, "I only destroyed 2 of them. Now it's up to Gan. Can he destroy those 2 alone?" The opponent replied, "Gao is considered the #1 rookie this year. He can't be underestimated. We need to surround him and attack him at the same time." Another disciple said, "I can handle it myself. Gan can't defeat me and my fire fist." Elven thought, this fatty is a power type, and that tall one has explosive power. Do they really want to buy time? Gan said, "It's not that simple." Our hero applied the life form transformation and activated magnetic control. Gao Neng directed his kinetic energy at the fat man with fiery arms. After the attack, the fat man was deactivated and found himself lying motionless in a ditch. Gan laughed and declared, "Now, it's one-on-one." The opponent was surprised. This guy really controlled the fat man's movement. His opponent drew his knife, thinking that the man in front of him was just a freshman of the first order. He didn't know about his trick. Whoever saw it for the first time couldn't do anything about it. The opponent's knife rushed at our hero, but it hovered right in front of his face. Everyone saw that Gon had applied a repulsive magnetic field. He intercepted the opponent's knife and kicked him in the head. Dean Wang thought that this guy had a ruthless fighting style. With the strength of the first order, he was able to defeat 2 people in the late stages of the second order. Principal Song thought that the 2 students fighting him seemed to have been pulled and controlled by some unseen force. There was absolutely nothing they could do about it. The teachers rose from their seats. There was nothing more for them to watch. Fatty said, "If they want to destroy him, they can do it quickly. Why are they delaying?" Gudden said, "Procedural justice will still be served." Tang Tang said that she would first use the 30 blows of the God of Doom to avenge her colleagues. Gan thought they had almost lost the first battle, and there were 19 more battles waiting for them. The protagonist reflected that he had spent 35,000 at the freshman meeting, and this time another 15,000. That was just awful. Our hero realized they had won this game thanks to the Tang Tang Nirvana. It would be nice to learn how to use such a weapon too. Tang asked, "Does the commander also want a weapon like this?" "For that, you need copper and iron talents," she explained, "and you also need electrical resistance. It takes a few days of practice." Gao Neng inquired, "How much does such a gun cost?" Tang Tang replied, "The cannon is inexpensive, about 50 million and half a million for a single shot." Gao Neng thought for a moment and said, "I've thought carefully and decided that such a gun isn't suitable for me." Tang Tang nodded, "I thought so too." Gan wondered what the girl was eating like candy. Are those really energy pills? Tang Tang smiled, "I still have about 800 of these pills." Gan thought that he should find an opportunity to rob Tang Tang today. The undefeated team called attention to the fact that ownership of the practice squad had passed to them. Tang Tang offered to celebrate and stated that she was buying the treat. The girl's head was grabbed by Gui's mentor. "Do they really want to celebrate?" he asked. They had fought the worst possible fight, and she wants to celebrate. If they hadn't faced weaklings like Kui Jun, they would have lost from the start. Tang Tang stated, "We won after all." Lai said, "There are about 2 days left, after which we'll be taken out by the next team. If you want to challenge again, it's better not to do it so as not to embarrass yourselves." Tang Tang said, "It would be better to celebrate the event now after all." Gunnan agreed with his mentor's opinion. "There will be much stronger teams next," he said. Our hero also realized that this time they were just lucky. What would happen next? Would he really be able to rise to the top of the D list through sheer luck? Gunnan stated, "I'm going back to training." Tang on passed. What about the celebration? Our hero thought. There was no stopping on the path to becoming the strongest. With his current strength of the first mid-level first order, there wasn't much he could do. He needed to become stronger. The thought of abandoning the task of paying for the abandonment with Tang Tang pills briefly entered Gan's mind. However, the boy quickly chased it away. Gan realized that he was the one who must defeat Shen Yi. How could he give up now? In 3 years, he must give his best. He couldn't be intimidated by a bunch of D-list weaklings. The way of the strong is like swimming against the current. If you don't swim forward, the current may just carry you backward. Our hero must fulfill his promise and defeat Shen Yi. Gan heard Shen Yi say she was waiting for this victory. He was surprised. Did he really hear the girl's voice? Was he hallucinating? Shen Yi had pronounced that she heard Tang Tang say in front of the whole academy, Shen Yi is his wife. Then, that evening, she hung up the phone. Gan thought the illusion was becoming more and more real. Now he could feel the energy fluctuating. Gao Neng was frightened. Had Shen Yi really come to the academy? Why are you running away? Shen Yi asked. Are you not tired at all after the battle? Gao Neng felt his legs caught in a chain. Our hero thought that this scene looked painfully familiar. Once again, he could not escape. Once again, his feet were chained. The system reported the same plot. Mission begins. Mission objective. The provocation of manhood must not be allowed. The hero must put Shen Yi in her place. It is necessary to stay with the girl in her room for 3 days. A character must stay 1 night to receive an intermediate treasure box. If he stays 2 nights, he gets an advanced treasure box. If he stays 3 nights, he gets 1 spin of the lucky wheel. Gao Neng was surprised. After all, he was only an 18-year-old child. How could he do such a thing? Did the system want the whole academy to know that he had spent time with a rector's granddaughter? With an energy extraction, the protagonist was able to free himself from the chains. This time, there was nothing around. Good guys don't fight women. You have to run away. Shen Yi appeared beside him and said, this guy really has a talent for gold. It turns out he didn't lie. But does he really think he can run away from her? Gao Neng said, it's probably impossible to escape from Shen Yi, but I'll try anyway. Shen Yi noticed that he hadn't explained why he said she was his wife. Gao Neng replied, I was forced to say so. Shen Yi told him, keep telling what happened. Gao Neng himself didn't know why he said that. Now, he could probably die. There's nothing to explain, Gao Neng said. I just said she was my wife. What's the big deal? Did I say something that wasn't true? In 3 years, if she loses, she'll agree to marry me. Isn't that right? Shen Yi was very angry, but that was in case she lost. He cares to defame her reputation now. Would she really give him another 3 years? Gao Neng said she's just afraid she might lose in 3 years, so she wants to straighten me out now. The girl was very angry and directed the flow of her negative energy to destroy the wall near our hero. The guy was naturally frightened. Shen Yi said, I will remember what I said to the Alliance today. They need new strong people. Gan responded, I want to learn how to use energy realization. Couldn't I learn it with my talent? The girl replied, with your talent, there's certainly a chance to learn, but it won't be quick. The realization of energy requires the integration of essence, Qi, and Shen into energy. Your mental energy can't be compressed yet. It will take a long time to realize the integration of essence and energy. You won't be able to integrate it. It's just empty talk. The protagonist showed the metal in the palm of her hand and asked, is this what you mean? The integration of essence and energy. Shen Yi said, incredible. It's really a fusion of energy. The girl explained, first-order students only have energy contained in their magnetic core, and it can't even be released to the outside. How were you able to do that? Gan recalled that there was special energy in his blood. Shen Yi said, this is interesting. If the First Order can learn how to realize energy, it is truly unprecedented. She agreed to teach him. Gao Neng suggested finding a place where they could practice in secret. Shen Yi agreed and told him to take her there. Gan thought that the girl was being very cautious with him, though of course he was no match for her. But the important thing was that he had been able to persuade her to go to his room. The students were surprised when they saw that Gang was actually walking with Shen Yi. They didn't even hide it. The young people were heading towards the dormitory area. It was reported to Principal Song that Shen Yi followed going into the dormitory, and many students had seen it. They walked side by side. If something happened, should the girl be contacted to make sure everything was all right? Mr. Song said that you couldn't call her. You had to send someone to watch the young people and not let the other students get close to them. The old man thought, what are they going to do there? Did Shen Yi really only come to the academy to date this guy? Otherwise, this is all very strange, and where they went is very scary. They're not hiding it, which is also very strange. These thoughts kept Director Song uneasy. He hoped that everything would be fine. Otherwise, Shen Yi would destroy everyone here. Gan explained to the girl that, as a freshman, he could only live in the dormitory. He hoped there was no surveillance there. The guy said, if you're afraid of the major, we can go somewhere else. Shen Yi wondered, did Gan really mean that she was afraid he would do something to her? The young man replied, we'd be alone in the room and different thoughts might pop into our heads. Shen Yi said, in that case, I want to check what kind of room it is. She added, open the door immediately. The spy sent by Director Song set up visual surveillance with binoculars. Guai told a colleague, Shen Yi took the initiative and the guy opened the door with energy. The woman said, I'll report it to Director Song. The surveillance must continue and we can't miss a single movement. Huai told his colleague, calm down. Even if they entered the room, they wouldn't do anything. The Div decided to use mental power to eavesdrop on the young people first. Gan asked the girl, is that okay? Not too deep. Shen Yi, smiling, replied that it was excellent. Could it be even more? It's good if it's complete. Yui, hearing those words, thought it was a nightmare. The dean, covered in sweat, decided he couldn't listen to any more of this. No more students should go near that dormitory. The training in our hero's room continued. Using his energy, he tried to hold the pill between his hands. Shen Yi said weakly for now, the guy should concentrate his mental force and pour energy into it. At the same time, he must not interrupt the connection with his mental force. Director Song thought, it's been over an hour. Why haven't they finished? Young people are having a rough time these days. The headmaster thought that now the whole academy would know about it. How can he explain it? There's no way to explain it. Looking out the window, Mr. Song decided that it would rain all night. I wonder if it's because the lovers are finally together, or if it's the fish crying. Shen Yi thought that it had only been 3 hours before he was able to establish a connection. That's pretty fast. It turns out that this mental force connection feels very much like being in a magnetic field. Shen Yi said that his mental strength was still too weak. Although he had established a connection with energy, it would be difficult to do so in a real battle. Gan wondered, why would it be difficult in battle? The girl replied, there would be various energy fluctuations during the battle. These fluctuations would affect your mental strength. Mental power is like a line connecting a hunter to energy. In combat, that line is quite unstable. It can be broken even by a gust of wind. Gan asked, what should I do in such a case to avoid disconnecting? Shen Yi told him, train your mental strength more. Your string should become a rope, and then a thick rope. Then nothing will be able to detach you. The next step is the God exercise. You'll have to try to create something. God. This could be understood as a kind of aura. Shen Yi cracked open one of her capsules again. The dragon has the strength of a dragon, and the tiger has the form of a tiger. Everything has its own form. The transformation of the tiger is the power of control. The transformation of the dragon is the position of the sovereign. Gan must embody this impulse in the things that manifest. Gunnan asked if he should start with the doggy. He is more familiar with doggies than with the tiger. Gunnan thought that he was actually more familiar with mice, but if he conjured a mouse, Shen Yi would destroy both him and the mouse. Gao Neng tried his best to create a dog. The dog is always loyal and also has a fierce spirit of guarding the house. After a few minutes, the dog was created. Gao Neng thought that for the first time he had finally succeeded at something. Shen Yi wondered, how is this possible? His mental strength was still weak, and his first attempt to manifest energy had been successful. Our hero now understood everything. Although the appearance of energy as a way to fight is essentially a type of weapon creation. That is, as long as he has this ability, his success rate in creation is 100%. Shin-A suggested the guy should try to control this dog and attack her. Now we could test its strength. Gan said, Wong Kai, attack. The dog rushed to attack. However, the major used her energy attack and the dog was struck. Gan was even a little upset as this was his first creation. The guy, with tears in his eyes, told Wong Kai, don't leave me. Shunaya thought that the mental force connection was still too weak. The Burmo, reassuring the young man, said, it's actually not easy to do in such a short time. Mental power can't be created quickly. It can only be accumulated slowly. Gunnan thought he couldn't have that much time. To quickly increase his mental power, he needed the soul-quenching pill. The fastest way to get this pill was to complete the quest and stay overnight, opening the intermediate treasure chest. The clock said it would be midnight in 27 minutes. Shenyi said, it's late, I'll go home. Gan said that he still had some questions. Could Shenyi be a little longer? Shenyi was indignant. Does Gao Neng really want her to stay here and spend the whole night with him? The guy said that wasn't what he meant at all. Shenyi wondered, then what was it about? Gao Neng said Tang Tang wanted to see the major. He'll call her now. Our hero heard on the phone that Tang Tang warned that Konglen couldn't outdrink her. Tang Tang asked if Gao Neng would come over to drink with him. Gao Neng said he couldn't come. He has Shen Yi in his dormitory right now. Tang Tang told them not to worry. She would be here soon. Tang Tang noticed that although she was invincible in drinking, she had never defeated Shen Yi, but today she would definitely do so. Gao Neng said that Tang Tang would be there soon. She drank extra and said she would bring wine. Gao Neng wondered why Tang Tang was called Shen Yi's sister. Could it be that she is also the rector's granddaughter? Shen Yi said, their grandfathers have been business partners for many years. So they have known each other for a long time. After all, they've been communicating since early childhood. Major added that their grandfather's general business was mostly guns and ammunition. To Director Song, the observer reported that everything had changed. Mr. Song wondered if Shen Yi had finally left. Hu Yi said that Tang Tang also entered their dormitory. The old man was angry. How dare a girl from the Fang family do such a thing? The old man was confused. Could this really be a love triangle? However, he found another explanation. Tang Tang and Gang wanted to report to Major Shen Yi about their previous battle. This was most likely the case. Director Song thought that this world was getting too strange. He couldn't understand young people at all. There was a knock on the door. Tang Tang said for Gowan to open the door as soon as possible. Is Sister Shen Yi really already here? Our hero thought, how could this girl arrive here so quickly? It's still 10 minutes to midnight. Tang Tang was very happy when she saw Shen Yi's sister. The major noticed that Tang Tang had drunk a lot again. Tang Tang said she couldn't help it. Her family often participated in various activities, so she used to sit at the table and drink wine when she was 12. She wondered if Shen Yi was afraid of drinking at the military academy. Tang Tang put the wine vessel on the floor and said, I stole it from the house. Grandpa wouldn't drink it anyway. Shen Yi was surprised. Did your grandfather really know that you had stolen wine from the house and not say anything to you? Tang Tang replied, Grandfather would never dare punish me. Besides, I'm drinking with Shen Yi's sister. How could he ever do anything to me? Gan was surprised. Do girls really drink right in the dormitory? Tang Tang wondered if Gan would join them. I don't give wine to ordinary people, but after all, you are my son-in-law. Shen Yi asked, do you want to have a drink with me? Gan replied, I don't drink. Tang Tang said, I want to have a drink with my son-in-law. Gan said he would go practice, and indeed he did. Our hero tried again to create a dog. After midnight, our hero noted that the task was not completed. Why didn't the system count that day, or does it only want me to complete 3 days, far after midnight? When there was no more wine left, the girls fell asleep at the table. Had they really gotten drunk? Gao thought they would stay here for the night, in which case the mission could be considered accomplished. But why was there no alert from the system? Gon carried Tang Tang over to the bed. He wouldn't just leave her if the system hadn't counted. The guy threw his roommate onto his bed. Our hero gently took Shen Yi in his arms and decided to carry her to bed as well. As a result, the two girls slept together on the young man's bed. Gon cleaned up the room and threw out all the trash while waiting for the system to alert him. The young man fell asleep in his chair, deciding that the alert should come before morning. The system congratulated the host on completing the first day of 3 and awarded him an intermediate treasure chest. The girls were still asleep on the bed in his arms. Gowan wondered, was it possible that Shen Yi was not drunk? Maybe she wasn't asleep at all, but only pretending to be. Gowan thought that Shen Yi was actually tempting him, trying to get him to drink and take advantage of him. Something was not right here. Only now that Shen Yi had fallen asleep did Tang Tang decide that the task was complete. But why was she trying to check on him? Tang Tang's room was upstairs, but instead of going there, she pretended to be drunk in front of him and stay here. Could it be that deep down she really didn't want to leave? But she was the rector's granddaughter. Our hero pushed such thoughts away from him. Only by becoming stronger could Gowan now count on the capital to realize this idea in the future. Through intense meditation, our hero made a breakthrough. Now his mental power had reached the 2nd level, and his spiritual vision the 1st. Finally, the protagonist was able to form mental power. The guy figured that now, with his current mental strength, he wouldn't make any more mistakes. After a while, the dog was recreated. Now it was possible to start training. The dog followed various commands, and there were no complications in following them. The guy thought he was definitely having a better day. Anyway, that night, the whole dorm was listening to the song about the little jumping frog again. Many students were angry because they had to listen to this song at night. Dangwei and his colleague continued to watch surreptitiously. They realized how good it was to be young, to have fun all night, and still have the strength to sing. But they had to sit in the freezing rain. Our hero woke up to a loud scream. He didn't realize what was happening. Tang Tang shouted, Gan, wake up immediately. This is a disaster. The girl asked, did she really sleep with him this night? Shen Yi also woke up and said Tang Tang slept with her all night. Tang Tang calmed down. So it was nothing like that. Gao Neng said there might have been something. Maybe he and Shen Yi slept with her. How dare she claim she didn't lust after his beauty? Tang Tang covered her chest and asked, where is that shameless man looking? Tang Tang told Sister Shen her husband is taking advantage of her. However, Shen Yi immediately punched her on the head. Gunnan said, I'll make eggs for breakfast. Would anyone mind? Shen Yi, with an experienced glance, determined that the guy had undergone a mental power transformation. Watching the breakfast preparation, he wondered, had his mental power broken through? It must have taken all night to do so. Tang Tang looked out from behind the door and said that mental power was turning into shapes and objects. When did Gan manage to break through? Gan replied that he didn't know. In any case, I suddenly felt that I could do it. He would find out about Shen Yi's realization of energy a little later. Tang Tang pounced on the guy. Does he really want to learn how to realize energy? I want to see it. After all, only by understanding the strengths will we be able to fight better. Hanging thought that when Tang Tang is around, Shen Yi's vigilance is indeed lowered, but that's not really a good thing either. Our hero was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep still and would insist on inviting Shen Yi for a walk. Once they left, it was hard to tell if he would be able to invite her back. The protagonist introduced their new creation to the girls, the dog of the second series. Tang Tang was surprised to learn that it was a realization of energy. How on earth did he do it? Even I don't know how to do it. Shen Yu wondered if Gon could control mental power. Our hero gave a command, and the dog pounced on Shen Yi again. The girl kicked the dog away with her foot once more. She said, the strength of the attack is too weak. The attack method itself isn't good for dogs. Too much jumping won't give it advantage. The young man should continue until he learns to control the realization of energy. Well, the dog attacked again. Shen Yi said, it's necessary to add more energy to it. If even that isn't enough, his strength and power won't be sufficient. The dog was once again destroyed by another fist strike. More attention should be paid to agility and quickness in the future. Tang Tang silently watched this confrontation using mental power. Suddenly, evening came. Tang Tang said, I'm hungry. Let's go out to eat. Gan offered to cook dinner. Tang Tang replied, I've already cooked breakfast, so we'll go out for dinner. Shen Yi agreed, but added, we'll return later. Gan was very happy when he heard that the major was going to return. After receiving the information, the rector calmed down. They are finally coming out. He had waited all night for this. He couldn't bear another night like this. Director Song decided to check on them, just in case. The young people and the principal met as if by chance on the academy grounds. Shen Yi said hello and asked in surprise, what is Grandpa Song doing here? Mr. Song said hello and replied, I'm just taking a walk and happened to meet some young men. He repeated, I'm just taking a walk and happened to meet some young men. The grandfather then asked, how long is your granddaughter staying at the academy? Isn't there any urgent business at the military headquarters? A thought flashed through our hero's mind. Surely, the director is standing here for a reason. It was no coincidence that they met here. He now reminded his granddaughter to return to the military headquarters. Gan was puzzled. What should he do? He wouldn't be able to finish the task. Tang Tang asked the director if Shen Yi could stay for 2 more days. Shen Yi told her grandfather, I'll return to the military headquarters in 2 days. The girl added, I don't need to be talked into it anymore. She has her reasons why she will do it in 2 days. Director Song said he trusted his granddaughter. If she said so, it's the right thing to do. Tang Tang was overjoyed when she learned that Shen Yi's sister would stay with her for 2 more days. Major said she would return in a month to see their results. Gon said they would not lose a single game. Gon thought that one should only move forward to become stronger. Group D on the battle list was only the beginning, far from the final point. Wildcats watched from the rooftop over the City of Hope. The animals were everywhere. Xiaoying inquired from his fellow members, which way is the Dongdu Military Academy? The locals explained that the academy was located in the center of the eastern capital and was hundreds of kilometers away. We would have to run for a few more days. In the evening at the dormitory, Tang Tang said that Shen Yi's sister would be in her room, and they would talk all night. Gon thought that this was both a success and a failure. What is there to do now? He can't obtain a high-level treasure chest. Would he be able to win in Group D? Our hero pushed such a thought away from him. He must definitely win. It wouldn't matter if the mission with 3 knights failed. The main thing was not to interrupt the practice. As he continued to improve, the guy thought that in order to form a strong manifestation, not only should the control of mental power be strong enough, but the subject of realization was also very important. It's like Shen Yi's dragon. Our hero was afraid that his dog would definitely not be able to handle the dragon. Something more powerful must be thought of. The boy wondered who could be strong enough. Besides, he should be fast enough and stealthy enough. Of course, size also affects the strength of the attack. The protagonist closed his eyes and wanted to imagine someone acting deliberately, stealthily, and quickly. The clock showed 1 minute to midnight. The boy thought that the 3-night mission was about to fail. At the same instant, the door opened and Shen Yi appeared on the doorstep. She asked why Gang didn't lock the door at night. Gao replied that he was waiting for someone. Shen Yi wondered, is the guy really making an embryonic form incarnation? Breaking the corresponding pill, the major created a huge stone right in the room. The girl told Gao to keep improving. When he has a specific image, we'll do it on this stone. It'll be easier for him to manifest it. The system congratulated the host for completing the 2nd night. The reward was one of 3 advanced chests. Gao wondered, why is Shen Yi helping him? After all, they would fight in the future. Our hero received a treasure map, But even if he detected a magic weapon using the map, with his current strength, it would be useless. Gan decided to focus on skill improvement first. Accelerated development was always the best option. Our hero chose to improve the skill 300 children's songs. The 300 children's songs were successfully improved, and he gained a new special skill, Second Magnetic Core. When using the Second Magnetic Core, the learning speed, vitality concentration, and energy recovery rate increased to 400%. In other words, our hero doubled the amount of energy. The young man thought that when he completed the improvements, he would need to buy an energy pill. Otherwise, the Second Magnetic Core would be full, and the first would be empty. Shenny said, "If Gao Neng is ready, then we can start." As the night passed, Tang Tang appeared on the doorstep. She asked in surprise, "What is Shen Yi's sister doing at Gao Neng's place?" Tang Tang wondered what they had been doing all night. Gan continued to improve and told the child to leave, for they were busy. Shenny said that this was not the end, but the young man had already roughly learned the basics to skillfully control this manifestation. There was still a lot of learning to do. Tom Tang ordered pizza delivery. After getting the food, she continued to watch the young men. Shen Yi said that steel should be used wisely, so one should put the strongest energy into force. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Evening King and Tang Tang continued to watch the whole time. The major explained the difference between movement and stillness. Should be more sudden than abrupt. Tang Tang thought it was over. Shen Yi's sister was also driven crazy by this guy. The major added that the trace of his energy was not to be revealed. It was only released at the moment of activation. The clock showed midnight. The boy thought he had succeeded. Shen Yi added that they had made it. Gan suggested the girl try again, but felt his strength leaving him. Falling to the floor, our hero said, "I'm very sleepy." The system congratulated the host on completing the third night. Shen Yi looked at the young man and said, "You did well." Gunnan pictured him fighting with Mu's mentor. The boy threw the teacher back and said, "You are nothing. Do you really want to defeat me? How dare this bald man challenge me to a fight?" Chinking and Konkon shouted for Gan to stop talking to some bald man in his sleep and wake up immediately. What is he dreaming about? Gan woke up and asked, "Why are you here? Where is teacher Guy?" Konkon said Gan called the teacher bald in his dream. Alguay is furious right now. He even threatened to destroy the guy if he found him. Gao Neng wondered, why destroy him? Chinking asked, doesn't he know what he has done? Kongan turned to his commander and asked, did he write that on the battle list? Gao Neng found a note from Shen Yi. The girl had written that she was returning to the military headquarters. There was a mission for the guy. She was betting 200 merit points on him. If he lost, she would destroy him. Gan announced that he would continue to destroy everyone according to plan and keep climbing the battle list. Next month, all the teams in Group D should prepare to be defeated. After reviewing the information, our hero realized the task ahead would be difficult. Our hero was interviewed. The young man was asked, "Where did you get the courage to make such statements? Aren't you afraid you'll be destroyed once you leave the gates of the military academy?" The protagonist replied that he was confident in his fists. Gan said that he wanted to convey his opponents with his speech, "If they want to, let them come and give him merit points. But those who don't have any, let them surrender at once, otherwise he won't spare them." The girls interviewed said it looked very arrogant and haughty. Lai asked the rector, did Shen Yi really train this guy in the past 2 days? He seems to be getting unruly. Lu added that they had no choice but to tolerate his antics because he was too capable. Director Song said that there was nothing wrong with arrogance. Anyway, Louis should take care of this guy. Mentor Guy thought that arrogance without strength would only lead to ruin. Gan thought it was fortunate that he had already managed to accumulate capital. The system congratulated the master. He had obtained the super special ability, the Wordless Heavenly Book. This skill could eliminate gaps in martial skills and strengthen them into a new martial art. Transforming lives requires money. Adding magnetic cores requires money. And now, the Wordless Heavenly Book requires money. Our hero thought he still needed to learn the 7 steps to destruction from his teacher. This was a boxing technique that used footwork to increase momentum and amplify movement. In the 7 steps, strength is maximized. Gunnan realized that he had no choice. He needed to strengthen these skills. So he went to the logistics department. The most important thing now was to solve the equipment issue. He approached the representative and said, "I want to buy everything from the sheet, as well as from Group D's battle list. In addition, I am looking for a 20% discount." The people present were surprised that this guy had spent the equivalent of several million alley coins. Is he really going to buy real estate? Gunnan thought that without the necessary investment, he couldn't realize the energy. After all, it was all for his betterment. Our hero believed that soon everyone would know what true invincibility was. The people in the audience thought that this time the invincible team would lose. Even though the 14th team was younger, their strength was incomparable to that of Lonely Soul. If Gon could last for even 6 minutes, it could be considered amazing. The captain of the 14th team, Sejong Yan, looked into the eyes of his companions. Song Jong Yang said to Gao Neng, "Don't think that such a beautiful girl couldn't beat you." The captain asked, "Which one of us will be able to destroy this Tang Tang? After all, she's just ordinary trash. She'd be put down with one left." Tang Tang suggested, "Gah, keep this woman for her. Her rival slandered her in vain, and she will have to answer for it." Quing said, "I analyzed the opponent's track record. In hunt mode, they've won 9 matches out of 12. However, in mission mode, they've only had 13 fights with 5 victories. Sang replied, "We're the stronger team that fights head-on. It's better to choose mission mode." Kong Kun said, "Personally, I don't care." Tang Tang sadly remarked, "Mission mode is so boring." Although the most important thing is to win, the contenders chose the hunting mode. The audience in the hall was surprised. This team wasn't afraid of anything at all. Seong Yin said, "The people in front of us are just a bunch of mindless hunters." It was announced that both teams were in place. Hunting mode was starting. The location was chosen to be the swamp. Jung Yun pointed out that the electromagnetic cannon was very dangerous. Tang Tang said, "The opponents are playing like rats. Now it doesn't even make sense to shoot because it's too costly to destroy one with a shot." Ganon said, "It's a fool's errand to fight against him this way," and cracked another pill. The companions realized their commander was realizing energy. The opposing commander was surprised. How could this be possible? After all, he's a youth at the early stage of the First Order. How can he realize energy? He can't even release the energy of the magnetic core. However, the opponents saw that Ganon had actually realized energy. Judging from the surge, he had released First Order energy. What would he manifest? They wondered. The audience murmured that this guy shouldn't even try. It's clear this is not his level and he won't succeed. Kongan told the commander, "Don't do that, for you failed yesterday." One of the opponents shouted for Gu to stop pretending. With his abilities, it was better not to even open his mouth. However, the opponent froze right in front of our hero. He didn't even realize what had happened. Everyone saw that the opponent had been decapitated. A huge monster appeared in front of Gon. So this guy had succeeded. Director Psalm thought that it was the realization of energy and the manifestation of imagination. Creating a powerful manifestation of imagination from scratch was much more difficult than ordinary energy realization. Lei thought that this was exactly what the Major had taught this guy during these 3 days. The opponent swung his mace and shouted an attack. Gowan tried to block this blow. The fat man's attack was unsuccessful. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that his opponent's dragon was at his back. Seong Yan wondered, did this fighter die as well? Sunken asked a coworker, did he see who destroyed them? The guy replied that he didn't even know how they died. The opposing commander thought that their opponent had definitely set up some sneak attack. Kong Kanan and Qing Jing understood. They realized that this was the realization of their commander's energy. Tang Tang asked Gon, were the 2 braids inspired by her? Does he realize he's violating copyright? The guy replied that they had nothing to do with her braids. Gon showed the rendition and told her to see for herself. They were sickles, not sides. He called it a super earth dragon. Those watching from the hall noticed that this beast could burrow into the ground and sneak underground. Therefore, they were destroyed by an attack from underground. These were also destroyed by the rookie team. Are they worse than the Lonely Souls team? One of the survivors said, "We should give our best and take revenge." The opponents using the rocket launchers rushed at Tang Tang, aiming to destroy her. Tang Tang, fighting off her opponents, shouted that she needed help. Gan shouted for the 2 to leave the girl behind and attack him instead. The guy realized that one of the assignments was that they must not lose a single member of the team. The opponent thought back to the freshman meeting where Gunnan's punch hadn't done any harm to this girl. It looked like she had protective artifacts on her body. The opponent tried to attack Qing. Assuming that she was less protected, however, the girls successfully counterattacked them. Kong Kun said, "These rascals shouldn't hurt girls," and realized a double strike. All 3 began beating their opponents, each wanting to do their part in a future victory. The hunting mode was complete. King told Chinking, "Be more careful next time." Gan said, "Tomorrow at the same time, the Invincible team will challenge the Go-Go team in training room number 078. The spectators in the audience saw Ganon urging his opponents to be ready to be annihilated. No one should miss this match. The picture for the spectators may be bloody, but they were not cruel. After all, their desire was world peace, and the vice commander of the captain of this team was the goddess of doom. Dean Guy thought that things were really getting complicated in the D ranking. Lu said, "This is how it should be. Students should always be ready for battle." Gon thought that these battles were very lucrative. He received 400 merit points and 200,000 allied coins. The better the ability, the greater the earnings. Tang Tang offered to celebrate the victory and again promised to treat everyone. Gan wondered how anyone could celebrate such a paltry victory. Had she forgotten her teacher's admonition to practice more? Our hero thought that something should be done with this girl. She always wanted to celebrate and never train. She seemed determined to drag him into it. The system reported that a third attribute could be used to realize energy. Well, what could be the connection between them? Could it really be a super Earth dragon? The creatures our hero created with the help of energy realization could be bred. That is, he could directly copy the super Earth dragon. But that didn't make sense. Could he really realize another one if he wanted to? Still, our hero was curious to see how it might work to breed the super Earth dragon. However, during the process of evolution, our hero did get an egg at this stage. Gan, using mental power, wanted the egg to hatch faster. Could it be possible to incubate this egg using energy? However, nothing happened during this process. Most likely we just have to wait. In any case, our hero no longer had the energy to incubate this egg. Gunnan thought it would be a good idea to go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow he would need to practice a lot to become even stronger. When something would emerge from the egg, they would have to make him walk and clean for money. Another week had passed. There was information in the chat rooms that the rookie team had won 8 matches in a row. It looked like there would be a new elite in the alliance, all thanks to Director Song. Director Song wasn't actually doing anything, merely observing them. The director of the academy asked the commander of the 4th Division of the 3rd Confederate Army why he had come to the military academy in the first place. The man replied that he had come here to look at a boy who planned to become his son-in-law. After the undefeated team started a wave of victories in Group D, a bunch of newcomers decided to perform as well. If the strong don't come forward, they are left behind. Everyone should follow Gon's example. Following his example, they too formed a team to challenge the battle list. Vainingwei was told he had become a better teacher because Gao Neng and his team had won 8 consecutive victories. Lei thought everything would be true if he had at least taught this Gao Neng. But after all, the guy never shows up for class. It's hard to get him to do anything at all. Why does this young man keep coming to the production department? The teacher wondered. He asked himself if Gon was back in his class today. The young man suggested, let's continue talking about long swords. The instructor replied, long sword does not refer to a specific type of sword, but rather to the technique of wielding a two-handed half sword or even a one-handed sword. Gon thought he had completed the full magnetization of both hands the night before. He was one step away from the second order. As for martial skills, he had spent about 200,000 to improve Keecher Guy's 7-step annihilation to half-step. Now, our hero needed illustrations of all kinds of swords and the principles of making them, given his skill in 100% weapon making. He looked into the classroom. Loei saw that Gao Neng was here again. That's why he was skipping his class. He must be doing it on purpose to show that he could achieve everything without Loei's help. Dean Wang noticed that Lu was accompanying Gao Neng to study again. Lu explained, I'm just passing by. It's also good for students to visit other faculties sometimes to learn more. Wang responded, an important guest is coming today. You should be there too. Gao Neng appeared in the rector's office when summoned. Lai said, a very serious matter has come up. Mentor Goi nodded, saying, I will ask. You should answer honestly. Gao Neng saw that the Alliance Colonel was present in the study. Did he really come to ask the teacher about Shen Yi? And he even looked a little like a girl. After analyzing the situation, our hero greeted the Colonel, saying, hello, Major Shen Yi's father. The officer replied, I'm not Shen Yi's father. I'm her uncle. I'm only 37 years old. How could I have such an adult daughter? Gao Neng then asked if the Colonel came to see Teacher Gui. Then he could wait outside the door. The Colonel told the young man not to leave. He had to explain what he was telling everyone. When did Shen Yi become his wife? The boy thought he was lost. He couldn't move even a step. His mental power was suppressed. Director Song told the guide, this is Shen Fei, the commander of the 4th Division of the 3rd Alliance Army. Mr. Shen came here to ask you some questions. Our hero realized that the rector would not help him. Gao Neng hoped that his uncle would not do anything bad to him. Shen Fei told the guide, don't worry. You just have to honestly explain your relationship. Gao Neng replied that he was willing to be honest. He and Shen Yi had met in the Forgotten Lands. Finishing his story, our hero added, after we exposed the underground mines, we've been together ever since. The Colonel studied the matter before the meeting and realized that Gao Neng's testimony was true. It turns out he was able to save Shen Yi's life. Shen Fei concluded that there was indeed something between this guy and his niece. They were not pretending. Gao Neng replied, we'll get married if I can defeat her. But he doesn't say anything extra about them. The Colonel said, this guy has a knack for getting out of tough situations, but there's one more question. Shen Fast, what did they do for 3 days when the Major arrived at the military academy? Ganon told Uncle Fei that his niece had a very heavy character. Does the Colonel really think that the Major could have anything to do with him or compromising? There is only pure love between them and nothing more. Lu clarified, so they didn't do anything like that. The guy replied that he has been developing energy realization for a few days now, and Shen Yi has been helping him with it. Rector Song knows all about it. Chef said, in that case, the guy can be free. The colonel said that he was calm if the misunderstanding was settled. Gao Neng said, I have a present for my uncle. The young man placed a piece of magnetite ore on the table. The colonel wondered, where did the lad get it from? The young man replied, there's a lot of magnetite ore in the Forgotten Lands. And the officer investigated the matter. It was left after the destruction of the mine and the criminals. The colonel was once again convinced that the young man had indeed saved his niece. Chef smiled and said, in that case, I will accept the gift. The officer added that he saw a talented young and promising person in front of him. His family only valued people's potential, not their background. Our hero was presented with a pill containing 2 tons of silver ore. The colonel told the rector, although this guy is a slippery type, he's not bad and has good potential. Shenya drew their attention to this person for a reason. The rector said, the value of magnetite ore is hard to express in money. It's in short supply in the army, so it will come in handy. Liu thought that this guy didn't need money. He had earned millions in past games, but didn't even invite his teammates over for a drink. Rector Song thought that the colonel recognized Going. Shenf told Vice Dean Liu that he had a matter of utmost importance. There was a problem on the battlefield. The old man hadn't returned for 2 months. Reincarnation, which occurs once every 20 years, was drawing near. A lone tall tree stood in the middle of a forest, nestled in a gorge among the mountains. The elf tree was located on an island in the center of the lake. The elves were gathered closely around the tree. An elven woman spoke a prayer during a traditional self-purification ritual. A drop of liquid fell from the leaves of the tree into the lake. When the liquid hit the water, the outline of an elven woman appeared from the water. The water ran off her, and those present recognized the woman's appearance. One of the girls held out a set of clothes and told her, your mistress has been waiting for you for a long time. Once dressed, the woman replied, I will go to my mistress right now. The woman declared angrily, I will destroy Gan. The elf said she was fortunate. If it hadn't been for the grace of your mistress, you wouldn't have been able to resurrect so quickly. Usually it takes 20 years to do so, but now she was just an ordinary, lowly elf with no powers. Her powers would only return after 20 years. The woman agreed. She was resurrected sooner. She didn't have to wait 20 years, all because she had the information she needed. The resurrected woman bowed to Miss Mufei. The lady asked, so it was Jianan who destroyed her? The woman replied that this guy had used at least 5 talents. Mufei said that after passing on the information about the Forgotten Lands, she would be able to go to the City of Hope and become an ordinary person. The seed of the elven tree could not be wasted since she was resurrected before her time. She would gain several things. We have to wait for the power to recover after 20 years, Mufei continued, and then she can become a great elf. Not all members of our hero's team understood what change meant. Tangen explained that change is change. Tang added that their commander should know about it. Did he meet with Uncle Shen today, he asked. After all, the colonel arrived with orders. Gunnan said that he had this meeting, but he had no right to divulge military secrets. Everyone thought that Gunnan could keep his mouth shut. Tank said officially no change was out of the question, but a little she could tell. She heard that there was a strong man on the battlefield who died in battle 20 years ago. Kumgun wondered, wasn't that 18 years ago? Tang Tang said she had the correct information. The reincarnation cycle is the same. Great people didn't just die in the Great War 18 years ago. People die every year. Gan thought, what kind of reincarnation are we talking about? Between humans and monsters, war has never stopped in the history of the country. Every 20 years, there is a great war. The last time this battle was fought was in the Forgotten Lands 18 years ago. Before that great war, the Forgotten Lands were the capital of mankind. After the Battle of Migration, humans suffered the heaviest defeat in their history. The strongest members of the monster race also lost most of them. Gunnan thought that the war never really stopped. The commander said that in today's battle, he wanted to try fighting alone. Tang Tang should help him so that his opponents would not come close. The girl was surprised. Did Gon really want to fight alone? Gon said the last few battles have been too easy. He wants to see what he can do on his own. The commander added that he felt if he finished the battle alone, he could break through to the Second Order. Those present in the room noticed that an alliance colonel had appeared. The rector introduced the colonel to everyone. This is the commander of the 4th Division of the 3rd Alliance Army, Shen Fei. Many people knew that this person was ranked 10th among the 8th Order people. The rector added that Mr. Shen had come this time to view the overall strength of the military academy. It is advisable not to shout during the viewing. The participants in this tournament were the Invincible team versus Fei Yan's team. Hunting mode was selected. Ching said that although Fei Yan's team was only in 12th place in Group D, they had a master at the middle level of the 3rd Order. This person is named Hoa Yu. This is the only team in Group D where the vice captain is stronger than the captain. It was said that he might have already participated in Group B, but it's unclear why he's still here. Our hero has the impression that this guy just doesn't want to say goodbye to this team. Being the strongest fighting force, he doesn't put himself on display in front of his enemies. The opponents thought that the opposing commander was a silver talent holder. He hadn't used it in previous battles. It seems that in order to straighten out their team, he will use his full strength. However, their brother Hoa is at the middle level of the third order. Gao Neng said to the opponents, "Don't stand aside and attack. Today, I will fight 1 against 4. Hoa was surprised. Does this guy really mean to say that he will only be alone on the battlefield? Gao thrust his sword forward and said, "The rest of my team will rest today." Hoa got angry. Gong is too arrogant. Hoa approached our hero and asked, how dare he, being on the first order, be so arrogant? He will have to answer for this in full. Our hero activated a life form transformation copper. The strength and defense were increased by 50%. Gao Neng used half-step annihilation and struck out with a stabbing blow. His opponent blocked the strike, but wondered, how could Gao Neng be so strong at the first order stage? What kind of fighting skills does he use? The colonel inquired of Wu's mentor. Had he changed half-step destruction from 7-step destruction? In this way, Gao Neng was able to move from the original low level of combat skills to a medium level. The colleague replied, Vice Dean Loe is still working hard on Gao Neng's martial skills. The director said, Mentor Goi's new martial skills are amazing. Torgo was silent. After all, he didn't even know this skill. Did he really have to learn it from Gao Neng now? Yui thought it was impossible. How could the opponent be stronger than him? The sisters told Brother Hoa to be careful. They decided to gather their courage and help their leader. One of the girls said, I can generate electricity and now the opponent will be destroyed. Having driven his rival waist deep into the sand, our hero was surprised. Did she dare to resist even in such a state? The girl looked out of the sand, wondering, why is this guy still moving? And what about her electric attacks? Gao Neng said that his super earth dragon could now go outside of the dungeon. The opponent saw a huge dragon with its belly open. Inside this monster, our hero appeared. Everyone was surprised. Could this guy really sink into the body of this monster? An amalgamation of skills was activated, including escape underground. The monster lurked underground and from there, pulled the girl completely into the sand. Could this monster really do such a thing? Hibayoi, she shouted. Gone, let her go. Better attack him. The monster threw the girl, turning into pixels outside. She was destroyed. Gao Neng is shameless, Hyui shouted. He has violated the code of honor. Gao Neng wondered, what was this about? He captured and destroyed their captain right in front of them. What was there to be ashamed of? Another girl was up to her waist in the sand. She screamed that she didn't want to die this way and kept calling for help. However, a sandy abyss swallowed her up. Those present in the audience decided that it was too cruel. How could this guy do that to girls? Even if it wasn't a real battle, the audience shouted for Guan to get off the fighting roster. The undefeated team is the most unscrupulous team. Lei couldn't stand it and shouted for everyone to shut up. After all, they are students at a military academy and should understand what happens on the battlefield. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as cruelty. There are only 2 options, destroy or be destroyed. The rector thought that reform of the military academy was indeed imminent. Everyone watching had witnessed how Gao Neng had already eliminated 3 of this team. Gao Neng realized that his energy was already running low. Kong couldn't help but notice this and asked, why don't they help the commander? Our hero said there was no need for that. Huey said that they had lost this battle today, but the opponent's energy was almost gone. Gao Neng agreed, but added that he had enough left to destroy his opponent. Huey asked, does Gao Neng know what the gulf between the third and first order really is? Gao Neng replied that there are simply more body parts to cover with metal. Hayu said, the biggest difference between the 2 of us is that I had a full body magnetization completed, which can be formed into a big loop. That means I can use the power of energy to defend, and I can also compress all the energy to attack. Hui even displayed his abilities in an attempt to frighten his opponent. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the battlefield, and everything disappeared in smoke. Those watching were frightened. Had he blown himself up? They wondered. Everyone saw Gao Neng fly upward out of the smoke. Director Song said, after the third order energy compression, it is indeed possible to explode. But at the same time, it's almost self-destruction with little chance of recovery. This is just a virtual battlefield, and the military academy doesn't prohibit such tactics. But there's no such thing as a third order explosion for the sake of the first order. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a pixel-covered Hua, who said, that Gao Neng thing was just a young weakling. King Ching kicked his opponent in the head and said the third order man used this against the first order man, who also had little energy left. Doesn't he have any sense of dignity? He's very shameless. Hayui replied that it didn't matter. The important thing was that he had blown up Gao Neng, and now he wasn't sorry to die. However, everyone heard Gao Neng say, this guy really blew himself up. They wondered, did the opponent not die? But that was impossible because the strength of his third-order energy compression was quite large. Gan was indignant. How dare this rascal blow me up? Now he will die. Suddenly, an electromagnetic cannon shot out. Gan was hit by the powerful gun and was destroyed. Tang Tang, smiling, asked, "Anyone else want one?" In the training room, our hero appeared near the opponents. He asked, "Why are you looking at me so surprised? After all, I'm out of the game too." Gan was furious. How dare Tang Tang do this? Our hero thought that he had to take revenge on her. Tang Tang shouted, "If Gan dares to do anything to me, I'll immediately tell Shen Yi about it." Gan replied that he didn't care because that insufferable girl deserved it. Tang Tang screamed for the teacher to save her, shouting that Gan wanted to destroy her. Jealous of her talent, she wanted to use the electromagnetic cannon, but Gan was a better option for the test. Lai told the disciples to stop fooling around and follow him immediately. Well, first, he said, then talk about the changes, and afterward, I'll give all 4 of you training for half a month. Lai spoke up. I know you all have many questions, but some are too complicated. Like you, I don't have all the answers. Some of you may have heard that the 20-year reincarnation is coming. That means powerful monsters will be resurrected in 2 years, and it also means a new war is approaching. He paused. The Cataclysm lasted almost 100 years, and humanity has already endured 4 wars. The first time, we won a hard-fought victory. The second ended in a draw, but the third, humanity lost. After the Great War 18 years ago, the Alliance was nearly destroyed, and humanity was only able to hold on to the City of Hope. The reason for this was that humanity's resources could no longer support war. The strength of alien races could be resurrected every 20 years, but humanity's strength never revived in the same way. Combined with the loss of lands, diminishing resources, and the speed of their extraction, it was becoming increasingly difficult to create strong fighters. Kongnan asked his teacher, how will the alliance change? Gan thought that the gap between the powerful was the key to war. Ching asked, is that why all the resources used to be given only to the group of the strongest? Lai replied, it could be said that way, but the goal of the alliance is not to create a group of the strongest. It's to create a high majority level. Creating the strongest often requires more than 100 times the resources to create high-level people. The students asked, in that case, shouldn't even the strongest ones be trained? The mentor replied, there is no point. Since the alliance was formed, there had never been anyone strong enough to match the strongest monster. Previously, one could only rely on entire groups of the strongest. 20 years of reincarnation is an advantage for the alien races, but it is also their weakness because while they are alliances, they are not one race. The elves rely on the elven tree of life, the Sky Clan rely on the White Tower, and the barbarians rely on blood sources. The reason why the Dark Elves obeyed the orders of the Celestial Clan was because during the First War, the Celestial Clan had sneakily seized control of the Tree of Life. Here it comes out that the alien races also have to restrain each other. Therefore, when war breaks out, they must allocate a significant number of the strongest to protect their territories from one another. The mentor added, even then, at a conservative estimate, they would have to face the strongest 60. However, even if the 60 strongest members of the alien races are seriously injured, it will simply be replaced by the strongest ones left behind. Humanity only has the 20 strongest, who are also weaker. There is an alternative but to fight. If humanity survives the battle, it could get another 20 years of training. Qing Jing said, we should bet everything on this battle. It will be the only chance for us. Tang Tang replied, we should fight to the last man. Convent also said something, but his words were unclear. Luce said, I'll go pay the bill and Gao Neng will stay in charge. Ganon looked at the students and wondered, were they really drinking on a bet? The drunken Tang Pang, not knowing what she was saying, declared, I'm stronger than Gan. I could easily destroy him with an electromagnetic cannon. Our hero heard this and revenge followed immediately. The girl's face was left with marks that were hard to remove, thanks to the felt tip pen. Yet she survived such a shot. The half-month training in the open terrain was coming to an end. Cunning made a second-order breakthrough. Tang Tang had reached the late second-order level. Kongdun was also at the late second-order level, and Chinking was at the middle second-order level. In the final battle of Group D, the Invincible team and the Moon team met. Gan said that they would be opposed by 4 third-order players. The opponents probably decided it would be even more embarrassing if the Invincible team defeated everyone in Group D. With the exception of the captain of the Moon team, Jiang Yulin, all the other players had been replaced. They had temporarily swapped players from other D teams, and there were now 3 new people, all third-order mid-level. Tang Tang asked, weren't they already defeated by them? Gan clarified they would fight today anyway. Xing recalled her mentor's words. If they want to continue participating in the battle list, challenging opponents of a higher magnitude should become the norm. However, based on the analysis, their team's chances of winning were less than 10%. Han said, the analysis doesn't take into account a lot of factors that happen to people. This is a great chance for them to try out the tactics their mentor taught them. It is now possible to evaluate what they have achieved during their training. On this day, aside from the final battle of Team D, another incident drew the attention of all the students at the military academy. The number 1 team, the God Hunters, had returned from the battlefield. Lin Ying, captain of the God Hunters, led this team. They were ranked number 1, having won dozens of battles against 5th Order opponents. If they reached the 6th Order, they would surely be stronger than many mentors. Besides the captain, the team consisted of Hanuping, Shening, and Xiaoju. This year, Lin Ying had already reached the late stage of the 5th Order. According to the latest reports, he had single-handedly destroyed a 6th Order barbarian on the battlefield. Lin Ying was the first student in this military academy to achieve such a feat. Gunnan thought that he too was obligated to take first place. He believed that in the future, he must defeat Lin Ying. The students personally reported their return to the vice director. Wang praised them, acknowledging their excellent performance. Xiao handed over a detailed report on the combat operations for the past 3 months. The commander wondered, why were all the participants withdrawn from the battlefield? What happened? Wang replied that many things had changed. The young men should rest first, and the academy would officially announce it tomorrow. Linny asked Teacher Guy, are there really a few new junior students who have excelled? Lawi was surprised. Had Lin Ying been interested in this before? The mentor told Gon and his team to get closer. The students were wondering, would Gon directly challenge Lin Ying? When Lin Ying was in his freshman year, he simply didn't have his own team to rank among the best. In a few years, it would be hard to tell who would win. 2 outstanding teams stood against each other. Jing Jing thought that her opponent Xiao, in the middle of the 5th Order, was the strongest student at the military academy. Kongan thought that the barbarian in front of him was Han Yuping. It was said that this nickname came from his battle with a demonic wild bull for half an hour on the battlefield. Gon and Tangtan thought that the number 1 person in the academy was standing right in front of them. Each of them wanted to take his place sooner or later. The opponent thought that according to the script, it's little Tang Tang who should be looking at him. But why didn't she? Lydian greeted our hero and said, I've heard that there's a competition today for first place in Group D. I promised to come watch. Gaon told the teacher, I've won. Lai added, if I lose, I won't forgive Gaonen. Moon Team versus Invincible Team. Hunt mode. The disciples said 4 second orders versus 4 third orders. How could they dare choose the hunting mode? Kao said it's very brave, but in 1 month, they fought 19 Group D teams stronger than them and didn't lose. Surely, even now, they know what they're doing. The opponents adopted the tactic of fighting from defense. Colleagues wonder, how will these third order hunters fight from defense against second orders? The commander asked, do they have a problem? Hui agreed, acknowledging, the captain has the final say. If he wants to defend, so be it. The commander said the 2 of them will set traps. Zhuing would hide in the front line. He would also take the high ground for support. As soon as the enemy was detected, a signal should be given immediately. Gao Neng said that they could only find traces of Hoa Yu, but not Zhang Yulan and Zhuo Qin. Zhang Yulan has restraint and does not show his flaws. It looks like they are going to stick to his plan. Despite the difference in strength, they decided to fight from defense. The looter team was very strange. Gan said, in that case, we take the initiative and act according to the 4th rule. Those watching had noticed a bit of ugly use of traps on their part as well. But what was this 4th rule of the Invincible Team? Meanwhile, Ui continued to hide behind a tree. At some point, the tree was cut instantly into 2 pieces. The disciple barely had time to dodge. He realized that it was a stealth attack. Hu drew his sword and said that he had been waiting for Gon to appear. However, Hua Yu saw an unexpected attack from the electromagnetic cannon. The shot was surfing, and the trail of the electromagnetic pulse stretched far across the forest. Heiyui realized that he had lost. His revenge had ended before it could begin. Those watching wondered, why would they use an electromagnetic cannon right away? However, Moon Team immediately lost a good fighter. What was the Invincible Team up to? Kongan said it was a perfect shot, one ready. Govin remarked that they had everything going according to plan. Suddenly, Godin grabbed the exhausted Tang Tang on his shoulder and said that they should run away quickly. The opposing commander was surprised. Why were they retreating? The audience was also surprised. Had they really planned for this? Could this be the result of their closed-door training for half a month? Ling said that the Invincible Team was already leading in points. They can just run until the end of time and will win. Gan thought it was the 4th rule of survival on the battlefield. One must take advantage and run away. With them, that meant shoot and run away. The onlookers thought, although Hang Tang had lost her combat power, She was still alive. However, what a shameful way to fight. Team number 1 noted that this was a tactic for battlefield combat. Are these students really going to be sent to the battlefield? But after all, the military academy had rules. Only those at least of the 4th order could go to the battlefield. Liang thought that the invincible team was good. But what would they do next? The opponents pondered. What should they do? Pursue or let them escape? The commander thought about it. If they chased, the positions they had prepared would be wasted, and his position would be exposed. Besides, it was hard to tell if the opponents had prepared a trap, but if they didn't chase, they would lose. We'll pursue the invincible team, the commander said. They won't be able to get far with Tang Tang. The commander instructed Zoking, the fastest, to stop them, but caution must be exercised. Zoking shouted, I've caught up with the invincible team. Kongnan wondered, why are the opponents running so fast? Zhuang said, I won't let them escape, and prepared to attack Qing Qing. Qing Jing activated her protective armor, and her opponent was unable to penetrate it. Fan Qingqing counterattacked her opponent. Zozing shouted for her to let him go. Does she really want them to die together? Kong Kan and our hero, in his monster form, were there to protect his colleague. Zoking was destroyed. However, Qingqing was injured. The opponents found themselves standing in front of a monster. If this monster held them back, they would lose. The commander thought things were going badly for them. They had already lost half of their team, but they were stronger than the newcomers and could still beat them. The commander said he could see no other way. He would pursue the opponents, and Akali must apprehend this monster. Our heroes stopped because there was an explosion in front of them. Gunny said that it was Zhang Yulin's explosive arrow. Even the armor won't be able to withstand this arrow. Gan asked his opponent if he was sure he could defeat them in close combat. After all, he was a marksman. Zhang Yulun replied that he had no choice. Gan said, head for Kong Kun to look after the girls. The opposing commander wondered, did Gan really want to make peace with him by force? Gan replied that the chances of him winning were small, but even so, the score would be in their favor. He added that he wasn't going to just give up anyway. The opponent said, this boy is too arrogant, and attacked him. Gan said, it's useless. He could calmly block all of his opponent's movements. Goden suggested that his opponent should surrender. He has no chance, Goden said. After all, it's not like he can't do hand-to-hand combat. Goden added that his opponent's lack of confidence led him to fight dishonorably. He abandoned his team and preferred to take stronger people, even though they don't have any understanding. Zhang Yulan is an ordinary coward, Goden remarked. Zhang Yulan said, it would be impossible for Gan to piss me off. It's simply impossible. Our hero applied turn-by-turn destruction and attacked his opponent. At one point, Kongren had seriously injured his opponent. Zhang Yulan was surprised. How did this happen? He wondered. After Green, they were fighting one-on-one. Gao Neng replied that he didn't say that. He simply told Kongren to look after the girls. The number 1 team watching the battle thought that the invincible team always dominated when facing opponents stronger than them. Even though they still had one more opponent left, it would hardly make a difference. Liang noted that it looked like these disciples were really willing to go to the battlefield. Director Song loaded the information onto the screen and told the observers to look at the statistics. Analyzing it, they should draw a conclusion. How much humanity might be left in 2 years? Tonight's battle may make many of those in attendance feel strange because this is no ordinary battle. It's time to fight for every chance. The director said that in today's battle, the invincible team wanted to survive, and he wanted that too. The transformation of the military faculty had begun. Today, the ban on entering the battlefield until the 4th order was lifted. Most students would face real challenges where their lives would be on the line. The list of the first batch of teams going to the battlefield was announced. From Route D, the invincible team was being dispatched. Gan thought, aren't they really being sent to the battlefield so quickly? This is too sudden. Ling Yin told our hero that they would see each other again on the battlefield. Les told his ward that he had done a good job and didn't make him blush. On this occasion, he invited everyone to dinner tonight. Loy said that the list was not for participation but to observe the battlefield, which is guarded by mentors with a team. No one is going to send disciples into real battles beforehand. Leia thought that this disciple was not afraid of anything. Gan thought that even watching on the battlefield could be dangerous. Even a mentor could be killed if something went wrong. Meditating in his room, our hero pondered. Maybe he should refuse. However, he decided that it would be too shameful, especially with Tang Tang going there as well. After moving to the 2nd order, our hero started magnetizing his legs to increase mobility. The training room was not dangerous, but now they were entering the battlefield, where defense was very important. Gan thought that, with the help of the system, he should design his defense. He would deliberately choose the complexity of the item, then go gather the materials to make it. Gao Nen thought that if he opened a workshop, he could keep the cost down and use his perfect secondary attribute. In that case, he would be able to create soft armor. Would it really be difficult to open a workshop? He wondered. However, the protagonist thought, what would happen if the system asked him to serve thousands of people over the course of a few days? According to the task he received, our hero had to earn more than a ton of allied currency in 3 days. But how could he earn so much currency in such a short time? Gunn had thought about Tang Tang, who came from a family that made weapons. She lived 1 floor above. We should go see her, he decided. Tang Tang wondered, is there really something that Gan can't talk about tomorrow? Gan paused. He asked the girl why he hadn't noticed how cute she was before. Tang Tang blushed. What are you talking about? She asked. The boy simply replied, I just thought so. You're really very nice. Tanjin covered her face with her hands in embarrassment and said it was too sudden. She couldn't accept his feelings no matter what. If Shendi's sister finds out about this, she won't be friends with me anymore, she added. The girl continued, unless you plan to show your love for me for 1,000 days in a row and write a diary every day to prove your sincerity, you should give up. Gan replied that he wouldn't write anything. Tom Tang wondered, doesn't he like keeping a diary? Then let him make me breakfast every day for 1,000 days with a new dish every time. Gan sharply told her to shut up. That's not why I'm here. The girl was even more surprised. If not for that, then why did you say I'm nice? Are you really tired of living? Gan took Tang Tang's hands and asked, do you have money? The girl replied, I always have money. Are you really so poor that you want to sell your merit points? In that case, name your price. When our hero named the price minus 100 million, the girl slammed the door right in his face. Gan called her back, saying it was very important. Tang Tang was outraged. The guy wanted to rob her. Gavin stated that he wasn't going to admit to anything. He didn't want to rob her or sell merit points. He just wanted to ask a few questions about the workshop evaluation. Tang Tang looked out from behind the door and asked why he was interested. Although workshops have public records, their valuation is more complicated than that of a company. Since a workshop cannot be valued in the same way as a company typically, its value is based on patented product technology or capital. Ganem remarked, a patent application is not something that can be finalized in a couple of days. He then asked, how is the capital valued? Tang Tang explained, if there is 100 million in the workshop account, the valuation will be accordingly. There's nothing complicated about it. Galen clarified, would I not be able to reach the estimate of 100 million without this money? The girl replied, it's possible. For example, in a cooperative workshop, someone could invest 50 million and get 50% of the shares. He could also create the technology without investing, but still get half. This would bring the valuation to 100 million. Gan asked if Tang Tang wanted to open a workshop with him to start her own business. The girl was surprised. Why would I do that? She asked. After all, her grandfather was the chairman of the Tin Wang group of companies, and she had plenty of money. She added, did Gan know that if I stayed in the military academy for less than 4 years, I could return and inherit only 1 trillion of my grandfather's estate? It's so sad, she said. Gan got upset. In that case, I won't bother you anymore, he replied. The girl wondered why he had decided to open the workshop now, before they went to the battlefield. Gan replied, that's exactly why. I want to create equipment for myself. I go to the Faculty of Technology every day for that. The guy added, I could make an electromagnetic cannon like yours if it worked for the lack of funds. Tang wondered, is he really capable of creating such a cannon? She proposed a wager. Gan asked what it was about. The girl said she would provide him with materials. If you succeed in creating an electromagnetic cannon, I'll invest 100 million in your workshop, she explained. But if you fail, you'll owe me 50 million and all your merit points. The next day arrived. Guang had asked the girl, is this the captain and her crew? There are 20 factories in the Tian Wang group in Hope City, she replied. They correspond to 20 large and small military districts. We are heading to the factory where Fang Yun is located. Tang Tang added, this plant involves the oldest plant in Hope City. Its construction is simple, but my grandfather just likes it. Suddenly, the car braked. What's happening? Gan asked, surprised. The driver answered, the Public Security Bureau is ahead, conducting a hunt. Gan looked out the window. He saw a strange girl on the roadway. A radio report crackled. We've got a suspicious female with no ID. Silver hair, blue eyes. She's on East 13th Street, moving very fast, requesting assistance in apprehension. The stranger thought, if her mom hadn't forbidden harming people, she could have destroyed 100 of those stalkers too. The girl looked back and saw Gown. Their gazes met. Tong Tang speculated that it might be a spy. Some alien races are very similar to humans, and infiltrating the Hope capital to steal information is common. We'd have to find another way in, she said. Gan got a strange feeling, like he knew this girl. The young men arrived at the factory. Gan was amazed at what he saw. Tang Tang said, "It's an old building and it's ugly. I don't understand what my grandfather likes about it." The central tower of the factory was the administrative center. The 8 assembly lines, arranged in a ring around it, fulfilled different functions. Tang Tang said, "We finally reached my grandfather's office." At the entrance, the girl asked Uncle B, "Is Grandpa there?" He replied that the master was waiting inside. Gan sensed that this man had a very powerful aura, not soldierly, but more harsh and destructive. Tang Tang entered the office and cheerfully said, "I missed you, Grandpa." Fong Yin hoped that through the military academy, his granddaughter was becoming more balanced. He inquired if this young man was the Gon she had mentioned. The young man greeted the old man. Fong Yin suggested getting straight to the point. He had heard that the guy could create an electromagnetic cannon. Gao Neng nodded affirmatively. The old man gave him 2 months. If he did well, he would invest 80 million in the workshop and get 80% of the shares. Gao Neng said 2 months is too long. Without a second thought, he declared that 3 days would be enough for him. Tang Tang got angry and said, "The guy is making rash decisions. He won't even make it in 2 months. Tang Tang informed Grandpa, "This guy can create something, but he doesn't have much experience in development. In addition, he can manifest energy, so the work speed should be a little faster than usual." Gao Neng said, "Mr. Fang can give me as much time as he wants, but 3 days is enough for me to build the electromagnetic cannon. However, I can't give 80% of the shares, 49% at most." The old man said it was good, but 80 million and 49% is not much. Grandfather agreed and said an agreement would be drawn up to invest in the workshop, but he had one condition. Grandfather added that another partner in their company would be Shen Yi. Our hero was well aware of the relationship between this person and Shen Yi. Apparently, she wanted to add another 20 million. In fact, they didn't actually invest in him, but wanted to use him to invest in Shen Yi and secure her their percentage of shares. Gao Neng thought that he wanted to complete the task, but could not afford to lose his interest. He told his interlocutor that he only wanted to get investment from Tian Wang Company and did not want Shen Yi to be involved in the deal. Tang Tang asked her grandfather, didn't they have an agreement? After all, the dispute is whether Gain can create an electromagnetic cannon. What does this have to do with Shen Yi? Mr. Fang said that's not what he meant. In order for his granddaughter to forgive him, he was willing to transfer 10 million to her. Gan said he couldn't take the money that way. Tang Tang wondered why. After all, his grandfather invested in him and his merit was worth it. Gan said, I want to receive investment based on my successes, not my merit. If I can't build an electromagnetic cannon within 3 days, I don't want any money. The old man replied, we will make appointments later. We'll wait until you're familiar with the process of making the product, then we'll proceed. Mr. Fun added, I don't know the guy, but I'll give him a chance. He can try, but he has one condition. The blueprints of the electromagnetic cannon are the main secret of our company, and they can't be obtained directly from us. I hope he can make 2 things before starting the cannon, a sword and anti-magnetic battle armor. Combat equipment. Mr. Fang said, I'll let the 2 craftsmen work with him on these products, and then we can start building the electromagnetic cannon. Gao Neng asked for blueprints of these items so he could study them first. The old man wondered, did he really need blueprints for such basic things? Mr. Fang asked what the young man had done before and what he was good at doing now. Gan replied that he had never created anything before, but he was good at everything. Mr. Fang grabbed his head and told Gongyin to take the guy aside and show him illustrations of the production of the electric sword and anti-magnetic armor. Next, Ruing and Jang A can compete with this guy. Gongyin was surprised. Is this really necessary, he asked. The old man replied that he wanted to show this young man the real masters. The partners shook hands, and Mr. Fang expressed his hope that the boy would surprise him. Gongyin asked Master Zheng if he had brought the necessary blueprints. The master said that he had brought all the blueprints and prepared the materials for Mr. Gao Neng. Zheng Hai thought that this was the same student the chairman had personally told him to train. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of the chairman and his eldest granddaughter. Joel Bing thought, this guy is really handsome. It's a pity that looking good alone doesn't do any good. Although this competition was nominally a competition, it is actually mainly to show him the difference in skill, Zheng Hai said. The electric sword is the most common weapon. Its fabrication structure is very complicated. While Mr. Gong is studying the blueprints, they could have a cup of tea. Our hero replied, I've finished studying. We can start now. The master was surprised. It's only been 5 minutes. Is this guy really mocking us? Is Mr. Gong sure we can start the competition now? Our hero was absolutely certain. The essence of the electric sword is simple, a melee weapon that generates an electric arc of light through high-frequency vibration. The second attribute is really very cool. The entire structure is already in my head after just a glance. The command to start the competition was given. Jobing began to extract energy. His movements were crisp and confident. Joding's technique was simply marvelous. Although his energy talent wasn't as high as his technique, Joding's precision of workmanship was higher than most energy fighters. However, those present noted that the newcomer had a powerful talent, not to mention mining 5 energy elements at a time. He did everything in the air, and the mining speed was simply prohibitive. The ore was emptied in a second. Is this really the most gifted student of the military academy? Someone asked, astonished. In terms of extraction efficiency, he far surpassed Ru Bing. Jobin's superb cutting and sanding details were a true skill, beyond mere talent. Gan thought that it would be very suspicious if he finished now. The right thing to do would be to hide some of his power. However, our hero couldn't stop. He had an unconventional realization of energy. Those present had never seen anyone make parts out of energy. The master was surprised. Is it really possible to connect such a thing? The master murmured, amazed. The efficiency of making parts using energy realization was truly remarkable. But there was a reason why no one made parts from energy. For one thing, makers rarely had such high talent, but more importantly, controlling energy realization was too difficult. Reproducing such precision with the power of imagination is like threading a needle with the hand of a giant. It's impossible. Is this guy still using energy realization? Is it fabrication or magic tricks? After some time had passed, the product was ready. In order to show the quality of the products, our hero cut up the workbench on which these products were made. Everyone in attendance realized that this guy had it all worked out. The people present wondered, was this really the first time he was making an electric sword? Was this really the first time he was looking at a blueprint? How was such high precision shaping achieved with the realization of energy? Tang Tang was very happy. She said she knew the guy was the best. The master said that Gao Neng has excellent skills. They had seen this during the electric sword competition. However, the next anti-magnetic armor is relatively difficult. Our hero thought that he had only 2 days left and he had no time to do anything else. He must hurry up and make an electromagnetic cannon to get the investment. The start of the second stage of the competition was announced. Master Rowing thought that if he didn't win this round, their factory would be embarrassed in front of everyone. But anti-magnetic armor and electric swords are completely different things. There are only 27 parts in the electric sword, while the number of parts in the anti-magnetic battle armor reaches 305. The complexity and requirements for assembly accuracy grow exponentially. The master thought, no matter how talented this guy was, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Gon suggested that the master start first. The guy said he could make parts faster than a craftsman. His advantage was that he was familiar with the blueprints, so he could begin immediately. The people present thought this guy was very arrogant and was acting too boldly. Master Zheng should show the real technology of the third factory. 15 minutes later, 50 parts were completed, an impossibility. Even Ru Bing would have spent at least an hour on it. Master Zhang thought to himself, he has finished so many parts in just 15 minutes. That's incredibly fast. A rival won't be able to do that, especially if he wants to make anti-magnetic electric armor. He must follow the blueprints, the master thought. No matter what Gon said, he was only a beginner. Can he compare to a master who has been working for more than 20 years? Gon proceeded again to produce parts and connect them through energy directly in the air. The parts came together in the correct order, with the necessary sequence and with incredible speed. After assembling 60 parts, the young man said, I've caught up with Master Zheng. The man thought, this guy is really a monster. Master Zheng became nervous. Could he really lose? However, there was still armor to be collected ahead. This was the hardest part, and he would not lose. After an hour, our hero presented the assembled armor for all to see. Master Zheng recognized that he had lost to the young man. Robing said, the test is not yet complete. This guy's armor might not pass the test. Master Zheng replied, I admit defeat. He added, Gon's armor is perfectly constructed. Even in my prime, I wouldn't have been able to make something like this, and Mr. Ging only needed 1 hour. Our hero said that he has no doubts about Mr. Gonging's skill. He is confident that the master will be able to move on to the third factory as technical director. Tang Tang asked if Guangyin wanted to say anything else. The man admitted that he was wrong. In the central storage building, Guangyin said, make a copy of the blueprint for the number 3 electromagnetic cannon and give it to Mr. Gang. Mr. Gan then replied, I need 3 days to build the electromagnetic cannon. After that, we can talk about investment again. Gan wondered, are electromagnetic guns still divided into models? The consultant explained they are divided into special numbers according to different calibers. Number 3 is a model suitable for personal combat use, lightweight and easy to carry. Our hero got his hands on the production blueprint for electromagnetic cannon number 3. It was at least several hundred pages long. This is the model Tang Tang uses. The consultant told Mr. Gao Neng to hold on. I need to call back. Our hero chose the other option, which seemed obviously lighter and newer. Isn't it better to choose what is easier? Gunnan wondered, Why hadn't the consultant mentioned this blueprint? Was there really some secret here? The consultant apologized and said, according to the instructions I have been given, except for the special electromagnetic cannons, you can choose any. The counselor looked closely at the young man and thought that focused men appeared even more masculine. Gao thought that in any of the rooms from number 1 to 3, the basic technology was the same. Only number 4 used innovation number 1, which had the largest caliber, was suitable for large-scale warfare and required a large number of operators. Even though number 2 can perform rapid maneuvering, it still requires several people to operate it. Number 3 is a customized model used by Tang Tang, but in terms of technology, it's not much different from the first 2. Number 4, however, was a completely different matter. The first 3 types of electromagnetic cannons convert human-generated energy into electromagnetic energy to launch projectiles. And the concept of the 4th model is to turn the human body into part of an electromagnetic cannon, fully integrating it into the electromagnetic field. When people become fulcrums, the power of the electromagnetic cannon will not decrease and the power consumption will be reduced. This means that the electromagnetic cannon can even form an electromagnetic shield for the shooter. Gao Neng thought that this was definitely a grand technological innovation. The structure was simple, the power remained the same, and it could also form an electromagnetic shield. In that case, there was only one reason why the consultant did not present this model. This electromagnetic cannon has not yet been built by anyone. Our hero thought if he could create it, he would become an absolutely indispensable talent for the company. But with a 100% success of the second attribute, be able to work on blueprints that have not yet been perfected. The consultant inquired, Mr. Gan, are you finished? Gan, distracted by the documentation, asked, how much time have I already spent? The girl replied that he had spent more than 3 hours. If he still wanted to familiarize himself with the blueprints, he could take them with him. Our hero decided to begin production of the 4th model and said he would take the blueprints with him. Kinkin laid out the necessary materials and blueprints in front of him. He thought that there were less than 3 days left. He had no time to waste. Observers noticed that it was much faster to use the realization of energy to make parts. In addition to increasing the speed several times over, the process speed of the parts also improved significantly. The head of the company said that it was a good method, but it was difficult to replicate across the entire league. There aren't many people who can realize energy have spiritual power and possess the talent to work with different energy sources. Mr. Fang said that the speed was fast, but still not enough. Tang Tang asked, does Grandpa really think Gao Neng won't make it in time? Steak replied that based on the current rate, it would take at least 5 days, but no way would it be just 3, and he wouldn't make it in time anyway. Tang asked, if he doesn't make it in 3 days, won't Grandpa invest in him? The girl thought that if Gon didn't make it in time, she would get his merit points. She had no reason to be dissatisfied with this result. He had set the conditions of 3 days by himself, but if he lost because of that, it would be too unfair. Mr. Fun inquired, is the granddaughter going to ask for this young man? Tang Tang replied that she just thought the guy was too poor and wanted to help him. Besides, Grandpa knows about his relationship with Shenny. Mr. Fang said, there's no problem with investing. This guy has a lot of potential, even setting aside his relationship with Shen Yi. Investing in him is a 50% chance of making money in the future. Guan said, it is unprecedented to talk about 50% in such a case. The grandfather suggested that his granddaughter go for a walk since this guy would probably be working late. City of Hope, 2 o'clock in the morning, the mysterious stranger with silver hair said, next. Out of the vast number of cats, one of them stepped forward. 2 other cats attacked this activist. The girl wondered, was all of this really happening after they had eaten so many delicious things? Would he want to join a group of warriors? She only wanted those who could fight. The girl said to let the cat go. From now on, the warrior group would begin 4-on-4 training, and the supply group would continue to gather energy ores and food. The girl said she could leave for a while in a few days, but they shouldn't stop practicing. She added that she would take time to visit them. They should all intensify their efforts, she said, and shouldn't slack off. When I return, I hope to see more warriors. In Tian Wang's production workshop, Gao Neng was still making parts. Mr. Fang, observing the process, thought it had been 2.5 days and the guy still hadn't rested. Unfortunately, nearly half of the details were missing. Although he wouldn't be able to fulfill the agreement, his potential was truly limitless. Tom Tom said, there's still a long time until the scheduled time. When is he going to talk to Gon about the investment? Grandfather said, we should wait for this guy to come out. Mr. Fang wondered if his granddaughter had fallen in love. The girl blushed and replied that her grandfather was not serious. Tom Tang noticed that Gon had started to assemble the whole structure. Grandpa, without looking at the monitor screen, said that he wouldn't fall for such jokes. Guan told his boss that the young man had indeed started the assembly. Mr. Fang wondered what this guy was doing. After all, the parts weren't all made yet. Why start assembling? Guang assumed that the young man wanted to check these parts first. Master Fang saw the assembled gun barrel and thought that something was wrong. Most likely, the guy wanted to reduce the number of parts to make a smaller cannon, but that was impossible because the size of electromagnetic cannon number 3 was already the smallest. The old man thought that it wasn't the number 4 electromagnetic cannon in front of them. Tang Tang wondered what Grandpa was talking about. Is there a 4th electromagnetic cannon? Why didn't she know about it? The old man thought that there was some kind of mistake. The guy must have taken the wrong drawing. Guan told the girl that the 4th electromagnetic cannon is a project developed by the company 2 years ago. The concept of the design is to transfer some of the functions of the electromagnetic cannon into the human body. The girl inquired about its advantages. Grandfather said there is an advantage. For example, the energy that the cannon will consume is greatly reduced, and also the cannon can create a shield for its owner. Guanson admitted that it is only a concept. The company spent a total of more than $5 billion in 5 years, but in the end, it remained just a concept. Mr. Fang said, this concept is based on the human body, but everyone's body structure is different. Whether it is talent or muscles, it cannot be exactly the same. If this problem is not solved, the concept will remain just a concept. Tung wondered, how could it be that Gao Neng had made her? Grandfather replied, it was only an impossible model. Mr. Fun suggested that the project was about to end. The guy did take the wrong drawing. Now you can come and take a closer look. Mr. Fun added that the electromagnetic gun number 4 is something they have been researching for 5 years. He would like to see it with his own eyes. Our hero was focused on the production process and didn't look around. Using his unique vision, the protagonist noticed that he had missed something and some details were missing. How could he have made such a mistake? In that case, they needed to be added. Gan saw the head of the company and said that the appointed time was still 3 hours away. Mr. Fang replied, I just wanted to take a closer look. The head of the company asked, what Gan is doing is the number 4 electromagnetic cannon. Our hero asked, did Mr. Fang really recognize it? The number 4 electromagnetic cannon was much simpler, so he set about making it. The old man examined the item and said he was impressed with it. Gan noticed that this cannon was not only compact, but also very powerful and consumed much less energy. It was truly an innovation. The old man agreed. It would be great if it could be created. Gan asked, is Grandpa Fang going to try out this electromagnetic cannon? The old man replied, there is no need for that. The old man said that the young man was able to make a model of the number 4 electromagnetic cannon in a short period of time, and this proves his capabilities. Gao Neng said that he knew there was a problem with the production illustration of the number 4 electromagnetic cannon. Guang was surprised. How could he know? The guy added, this cannon is something experimental that has not been finalized. Gan said that research on the electromagnetic gun number 4 was shelved 2 years ago, but he still wanted to give it a try. Guang Sen said that if the young man had the courage, he could give it a try. Someone who can use this electromagnetic cannon should be invited. Tang Tang said that she could. Grandpa remarked that he shouldn't joke about it. Experimenting with the electromagnetic cannon is very dangerous. Gan said that it would be wiser if he tried it out. Mr. Fun said, it's very dangerous if something goes wrong. The guy said, I made this gun. I'm the one who's going to try it out. The danger is pretty low. Our hero added that he was confident in both the gun and himself. Those present as witnesses wondered, had this guy really created electromagnetic gun number 4? Was he really able to do something that had not been completed? Tang Tang told Gan not to force himself and to stop immediately if he felt something was wrong. The girl added, Uncle B, protect Gan and don't let him get hurt. Gan thought that success or failure depended on a single click. The system shouldn't fail him. The head of the company warned Gan not to overdo it. Our hero touched the activation element of the device with his finger. A power transfer occurred. The user's protection was activated, and Gan found himself inside an armored sphere. Those present realized that a magnetic shield had been activated. But how did he do it? An electromagnetic pulse was detected, and the energy charge left the gun barrel. The result was not long in coming. The cannon, with its charge, penetrated the hole in the tested element, and even what was behind it. Those present realized that the gun had worked. Electromagnetic gun number 4 had been successfully created. The project, which had been stalled for over 2 years, really hit the ground running. The old man said it cost more than $5 billion over 5 years. A problem that couldn't be solved was solved by this guy in 3 days. Gongsun said, this is still not a victory. There is still one problem left. If the guy could solve the shield problem for everyone, the number 4 electromagnetic cannon could be called the real trump card of our company. Gan asked, would Tang Tang like to try out this cannon? She could compare the experience of using the 2 cannons and understand everything more accurately as an experienced user. Master Fang wondered, would his grandmother really be able to use this cannon? Gao wondered, why not? The old man said, in addition to the problem of interacting with the human body, the number 4 electromagnetic cannon can't match the energy field of undefined humans. If this cannon can be used by another person, it means that the guy has not only achieved human-machine interaction, but it is also ready for mass production. Gan handed the girl the gun and wished her luck. Tang Tang set up the design and wondered if it was just a matter of pushing a button. Gan warned that this cannon might hurt a little when it was first used, so she would have to be patient for a while. Tang Tang squinted her eyes and said, I do feel a little pain. The experiment was a success, a new breakthrough for all mankind. Master Fang must immediately announce this technological breakthrough to the public, and the military must be contacted. Mr. Fun told his colleague that there was other important business to be done. Now it is necessary to register a forge for Gan immediately. Half an hour later in the office, the head of the company asked our hero if he was considering joining their company. Gan replied that if there was funding for his forge, he could be considered a member of the company. Gan asked, is Mr. Fang really interested in the problem of the connection between the electromagnetic cannon and various human bodies? Mr. Fang said that the young man can first apply for a technical patent because the technology is implemented by him. So he has the right to do so, Gan said. The technology is actually not complicated. The master should know about this technology called the talent tester. If it's used in military units, Gogan said simplistically. He used like gene technology, extracting blood, testing only medicine and iron talents. Blood is used to transfer information to achieve human-machine interaction. Mr. Fang said, it's a brilliant idea to test talent by blood and use blood to transfer genetic information. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Our hero only realized this when he pulled the trigger. This can be used to forcibly overcome a technical threshold with a 100% success guarantee. Mr. Fang continued, even though he now knows the technology, he still leaves the patent to the young man. This time, he wants to share 50% of the profits with him. Gan said he agreed since Mr. Fang had already invested in his forge. Our hero signed the agreement and said, I will not give up that percentage of profit, for he felt he deserved it. The old man said that he liked this young man more and more. If it weren't for the Shen family, he wouldn't mind becoming his son-in-law. Tang Tang shouted, this harmful old man wants to sell me, but I'm 10 times better than my sister. The system congratulated the host for completing the forge task. The hero receives all the materials to craft inner armor artifacts. The inner armor can effectively protect the host's internal organs and reflect 20% of damage. Gunnan thought it would be a very full anti-armor. The system didn't fool him after all. With this armor, he could go to the battlefield. Saying goodbye, Mr. Fun said he had written down the address of his blacksmith shop. The fellow said he would be sure to visit the head of the company when he was free. Mr. Fang thought that the Shen family was really able to snatch a tidbit. Shen Nan, a third-year student of the military academy, late 3rd stage. Jin Yulan, a senior student at the academy, late 3rd order stage. Tang Tang, a first-year student of the academy, late 2nd order stage. Did Gan end up on the battle list as well? The woman thought that these people were everywhere now, but this was a great opportunity to go up against Gan on the battlefield. She felt she was obliged to take revenge on this guy for humiliating her. At this moment, our hero and Tang Tang were saying goodbye to Uncle Guangan. The woman looked back and saw the very same Gan. Was their world really that small? The woman thought there was no need to panic. If she didn't have a blood test, she was no different from normal people. Gan turned around and told the woman to stop immediately. Our hero thought that she didn't have long years. She was almost the same as a human. But why did the dark elf he destroyed with his own hands end up here? Aren't alien races only able to reincarnate after 20 years? Our hero approached the woman and said he wanted to be friends with her. The woman was surprised. Are all military cadets so straightforward now? She said her name was Ya. Even at such a close distance, Gan still couldn't feel the energy fluctuations. Could it really just be a resemblance? In that case, there was only one way to tell them apart. A straight-laced military academy cadet asked if he could touch her ass. Yiking was indignant. How dare he say such a thing? Downing offered to pay 100 allied money for it. Our hero knew nothing else about her, except that she had a stone butt that even steel couldn't penetrate. If he touched her, he could identify her identity. Gunnan thought that even if he made a mistake, the worst result for him would be being locked up for a few days. That was a small thing compared to the risk of his life and the others. Yang was surprised. Are all the students at this military academy really like this? Gunnan replied, they usually say and do what they want. If this money isn't enough, I can add more. The elf thought that her curved body was really just like a normal human's without energy. Only if her blood was taken could there be a problem. Yang said, if little brother really wants it, the price will be 5,000 allied coins, and she will give him her attention for a whole night. Gan thought that if one could be resurrected beforehand, Why are the other aliens, the powerful ones, alive? If he really made sure it was her, then it was definitely a great achievement and worth the risk. Tang pounced on our hero. What's he doing here? He has Shen Yi, and he's looking for another woman. I'll have to tell my sister. Yay, Ying was indignant. It turns out this guy has a girlfriend. Looks like he's a rascal. Is he really playing around with her? Gao Neng replied, he's not playing around. Tang Tang wondered, did the two of them really leave together? Tang Tang was once again surprised when she noticed that the guy had started broadcasting his location. Our hero refused to go to the hotel and said, it's not safe. It's easily viewed. Yin asked, are you suggesting going to my house? Yang thought, I'll easily deal with him at home. Gao Neng decided he had to finally find out if she was an elf or not. The woman led the guy to the house and said, I live on the 3rd floor, and there's no one else in the apartment. Gao Neng thought he could jump down from the 3rd floor if it was too dangerous, but he hoped Tang Tang would take someone with him. Besides the two of them, there were 8 other people in the house. An elderly security guard on the 1st floor, a man and a woman on the 2nd floor, 2 men on the 4th floor, 2 women, and a man on the 5th floor. Gao Neng wondered why Tang Tang wasn't around yet. Had she really hidden herself so well? Gan was frustrated and thought that nothing bad would happen. Everything should go according to plan after all. He indirectly hinted with his location. Tang should still go after him. Yin brought the guy to her house and said he was really handsome. She asked, who will be the first to go to the shower? Gao offered to go together. Touching the right body part, our hero wondered why it was so soft. Had he made a mistake? Yang said that this young man was very impatient. The woman told him to take his time. We have a lot of time. Gao Neng pulled the woman aside and said she was sweating and could go wash first. While Yan took a shower, our hero explored the whole room. He wanted to find something, anything, compromising. Upon seeing the ID card, the protagonist realized that it was just an ordinary girl looking only like an elf. According to his spiritual analysis, the other people in the building didn't have any strange energy fluctuations. Gao Neng left the room and walked out of the house. The guard, seeing him, thought that young people nowadays move quickly. Gao Neng inquired of the man. After all, he was the guard of this house, right? The man responded, today's students are so fast at it. However, they still need to spend more time. The guy said he was from the military academy and was here for the first time today. He asked about the way back to the academy. The guard replied, it's not difficult to get to the academy from here. Suddenly, our hero grabbed a knife and plunged it into the guard's chest. Gan asked, how dare you, an alien, mock me? The guy admitted that the aliens were indeed very vigilant. However, he applied his acting skills to the very end. It was their lack of understanding of humans that gave them away. The young man, while continuing to stab the guard in the chest, said, they and humans have different pleasure times. The guard, covered in snake scales, said, this young man is indeed a dangerous person who would decisively destroy us even over such a petty reservation. The man pushed the student aside and replied, this knife won't be able to destroy me. Our hero nodded, I know that, but I have something else in mind. Using another weapon, the protagonist struck the guard's head. At that very moment, other monsters burst through the roof. One of them shouted, we can't let this guy get away. If he escapes, there will be trouble. The monster declared, our only option to survive is to destroy him. He rushed in to attack. Gao Neng sneered, it's useless to resist. I intend to destroy you all. Our hero thought, Tang Tang should have guessed and brought someone here. If I die, I'll curse this girl forever. Gan was fending off the monster's attacks. A powerful force was being used against him. These opponents were at least of the 3rd order. Guanzhen said to the young man, the traitors of the alien races hiding in the City of Hope are usually very weak. Excessive energy is easy to detect. Gao Neng fighting was surprised. Are these really the weak ones? He thought. Then what criteria were used to determine their strength? Our Antimon hero summoned his Super Earth Dragon. These two were the ones located on the 4th floor. The young man transformed into a silver alloy battle armor. It was the strongest thing he could use at his command. In this case, both strength and defense were doubled. Gan used a half-step destruction technique and struck his opponent. The monster lost his limbs after this blow and shouted to his colleagues, destroy this guy. After being wounded, the monster couldn't pull out his sword. It was hard for him to resist. The Super Earth Dragon effectively repelled the monster's attacks. Gao Neng figured he would just chop his opponent down if he couldn't take him out otherwise. Our hero did just that and dismembered the monster closest to him with the half-step destruction technique. The part of the protagonist's armor that took damage wasn't too great. Unfortunately, he couldn't create anti-armor, or it would have been much easier to deal with the monsters. The 4 opponents surrounded one student and still suffered losses. Our hero was surprised. What kind of aliens had appeared in front of him? Could it really be snake people? The opponent quickly closed in on our hero. Does he really have a fourth order? The opponent had decided that Gan wanted to escape, to dodge further battles. It was urgent to catch up with him. Gao Neng climbed out and clung to the window ledge. Gan thought the guard he destroyed earlier was the weakest, but this snake man was quite strong. Peering through the window into the next apartment, the protagonists realized they weren't alone. Yang asked the guy who entered, "Didn't you decide to leave? Why are you coming back?" The snake man's head smashed through the floor, and he was back in front of our hero. Cal wondered if he had jumped from the first floor. Other monsters climbed into the room through the broken window. The snake man told his helpers, "The girls can start first, fending off the A." So, girls, our hero thought that they were no weaker than their counterparts. Mentally, our hero said, if he died, he would become a ghost and curse Tang Tang for the rest of her days. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Tang Tang appeared on the threshold. The girl was indignant. Wasn't it shameful for Gao Neng to say that he would curse her every day? It was his own fault for the situation since he came here with a woman of easy behavior. Tang Tang told this woman that she was willing to pay for this guy because she was the goddess of doom. The next moment, the two elf girls pounced on Tang Tang. Tang Tang said she was about to teach everyone a lesson. She wondered, are all bandits really that strong? After all, they have the fourth order. The girl asked in surprise, where did Gao Neng take her? What was even going on here? Gao Neng asked, didn't she see the location he sent her? Tang Tang wondered, didn't she come here for him? Gan said there were snake skin and long-eared aliens in front of them. Gao Neng said that was great since they gave 300 merit points for each such alien. How did the guy manage to catch them? The alphas kicked Tang Tang with their foot and the girl flew far back, crashing into the wall. Tang Tang told her companion that they must survive. The woman who just hit her had fourth order powers, so Gan would need to deal with her himself. Gan said that everyone here had reached the fourth order. Tang Tang wouldn't be able to defeat them. Tang Tang rejoiced because fourth order agents were worth at least 600 merit points, so they would become rich. Gao Neng said that Tang Tang was starting to scare him. She should focus on defending herself instead of counting points. Tang tossed the pill to the young man and told him to swallow it. Tang Tang said it's an explosive potion pill, her company's secret pill worth 20 million. Swallowing the pill, our hero felt a transformation within himself. It was a familiar feeling. Isn't that the power of a magnetic pill? Tang Tang said that Gay owed 37 merit points for this pill. Gao Neng tried to bargain. The monster thought it was a bad thing. After all, it's a life force pill. Gan realized that he had become a fourth order welder. Our hero decides that he can now do all the same things he did with the fourth order. Tang Tang also took the pill and decided to apply 99 consecutive cuts with her scythe. Gan thought that although Tang Tang's strength and speed had been increased, she didn't have any energy release. Why was there such a big difference after taking this pill? The elves decided that they needed to destroy Tang Tang at all costs. They rushed at the girl to attack. Gan activated his attack tentacles and pointed them towards the monsters. Guy said, these elven women should take care of themselves now. Yang was once again attacked in an accessible part of her body. She cried out in surprise. Gao Neng said, this scream is exactly the same as that elf woman's, so it's really her. Tang Tang wondered how Gao Neng could use energy this far. Did he really have energy release? Then why wasn't it happening to her? Gao Neng thought that the explosive potion pill was consuming too much of his energy. It didn't increase his energy, but absorbed it, giving him fourth order level strength in return. He had almost no magnetic core energy left. The villain said that these people had reached the fourth order with the help of the pills and they needed to be dealt with quickly. Gao Neng told the alphas that she wasn't getting off that easy this time. The snake-scaled monster told Yang to retreat. He would hold that guy back. Gan thought that the physical strength and power of the fourth order alien races were too strong. Even the hardness of ordinary metals was not enough to deal with them. Gan used the half-step destruction technique again and wounded the monster. The rivals attacked Gan and their blades were in close proximity to our hero. Are they really that strong? The wounded monster asked, telling his female companions not to panic. The power of the pill won't last long, he added. We need to continue wearing these people down. Using his attack tentacles, Gan destroyed his opponents by piercing through them. Tang Tang shouted that she would now slash the opponents with her scythe. Gao Neng thought that his energy would not be enough to pierce the flesh of the fourth order aliens. The realization of Sheni energy has the ability to devour and drain. This energy then integrates and extracts carbon energy for combustion. The Super Earth Dragon changed color and continued to attack the monsters. The villain wondered, had this dragon changed sponsors? Tang Tang wondered, did Gan really have the energy to do all this? After those words, our hero slumped to the floor. It was better if she didn't remind him of that. Tang wondered, had he just run out of energy? How was she supposed to fight alone? Now the villains realized that this guy's pill power had run out. He needed to be destroyed immediately. The next moment, the monster was pierced through with a sharp blade. Gin, lying on the floor, said now that's for sure. He doesn't have any more energy left. The woman grabbed her wounded brother by the shoulder and asked, "How are you feeling?" The wounded monster was still arguing that this guy needed to be destroyed since he had no more strength left. Gan wondered if this woman still wanted to fight. After all, her mistress had escaped and everyone else but her was finished. He still had the strength to fight. She still has a chance to escape, the woman said. Even if they were all destroyed, I would take it down and lunge at our hero. Ganon leaped to his feet with his last strength and stabbed his sword through his attacking opponent. The woman screamed and, bleeding, sank to the ground. She didn't understand how this was possible. How does he still have energy? She muttered. Ganon reminded her, I warned you that I still have powers. It's your own fault for not believing it. He then announced, I have a second magnetic core, which means I have twice as much energy. If I told his companion, we still have power. The life force of a fourth-order alien race is staggering. What does Tang Tang think about destroying this monster and letting the women live? Ganon asked. Gao Neng carried out the plan and said, What I did was brilliant. I still have plenty of energy. Our hero turned to the women and said, I'm sorry your mistress has gone into hiding, but there is no perfection in this world, only security. She can't hide anywhere. At that moment, the preceptor and the students burst into the room. Does Ganon really have fun with both women and men here? They asked. Ling said that the aliens present here are spies who have infiltrated the City of Hope. Kongan replied, catching Gao Neng has turned it into catching alien spies. Chinking thought, was Gao really seducing the elf girl here? Lu asked the squad leader what's going on here. Tang Tang first said, he's morally decaying here, then added, he's stealing people off the street. Tell them to come here quickly. Did he really destroy someone already? Tang Tang excused herself, then told our hero, the mentor, just misunderstood me. After figuring out the situation, the mentor was surprised. How were these two able to deal with such strong monsters? Tang replied, it's all thanks to me. Lai added, according to these achievements, the military department will give the students a total of 3,800 merit points. But first, you must explain what happened here. Gan told his mentor, in addition to these spies, I have another important piece of information. The night elf I destroyed in the Forgotten Lands 3 months ago turned out to be alive. Tang Tang wondered, had he really destroyed the night elf before entering the academy? Li interjected, is Gao Neng sure about that? Lai wondered, how could this be possible? Gao Neng said that he wasn't joking. Shen Yi also knew about it. She personally took the elf girl's body for research. Lai said that he was leaving this destroyed monster to Lin Ying. It shouldn't be handed over to the Public Security Bureau yet. It should be taken to the academy. Gao Neng and Tang Tang would now accompany him to the military headquarters, Dongdu Military District Base. Deputy Dean Lowy was told that Deputy Army Commander Chen and Major Shen had already arrived. Junior Lieutenant Shen said he remembered Tang Tang. She was at the entrance of the military academy when Gao Neng enrolled. Gang thought, it's been over a month and Chen is still the same. Now, he's no longer his opponent. Lai said to Junior Lieutenant Shen not to take it personally. These students behave like this with everyone. Chen said he was already used to it, adding that these students were right after all. Junior Lieutenant Chen is already weaker than them. Major General Chen Yichuan, the deputy commander of the Second Army, reported that Lei and the others had already arrived. Gao Neng thought that only high-ranking military officers were present, with Shen Yi being the most junior in rank. Maybe his news was more important than he had thought. After the story was told, Junior Lieutenant Chen asked, maybe she isn't a night elf and doesn't have alien energy fluctuations. After all, he wasn't sure if she was the same night elf. Gan said she also recognized him, though she didn't say so. It was evident from her behavior. In the previous fight, he had severely injured her in a certain part of her body. This time, she had intentionally or unintentionally protected that part when facing him. When he touched that area, she screamed in the same way. The officer said that it was still a guess, but if it was true, their plan would need to be adjusted. If resurrection in such a short time is really possible, why would they resurrect the strongest? The officer asked Sheeny, where is the Night Elf's body? The major replied, her body is in the 5th base of the Forgotten Lands. She had inquired before coming here. She was told that her body had been frozen and sealed after Dr. Land's autopsy. In any case, she continued, there's no way a dark elf can be made into a normal human. The biggest problem, however, was that this night elf, without any energy fluctuations, had somehow become an ordinary human. Could it be the cost of an early resurrection? The War Office thanked Ganon for coming here. After a desperate battle with an alien race, the commander asked, are you sure she has become a normal human? Did you determine this solely by energy fluctuations, or was there another way? Ganon replied, I realized it during the battle. I struck her vital organs, but an attack of the same intensity in the previous battle had failed to penetrate her defenses. This time she had to rely on the defense of other alien races to save herself. It was obvious that she had lost her strength. The Ander thanked our hero for the important information he provided. Next, they will need to sort out and discuss this information. The student can rest for a while. Gao Neng said that this time, a group of foreign races suddenly sneaked inside the city. The leader was a human and, in fact, a dark elf who died 3 months ago. This is a very strange situation. God expressed his hope that he could get merit points. Tang Tang said she was also involved in this. Lai wondered what the students had arranged here. Gathering intelligence to confront alien races was the duty of soldiers. No one promised to reward them. Gang said that the two of them had worked very hard. The officer said they would not allow the blood of the soldiers to be shed in vain. However, the evaluation of these feats requires careful consideration. They will respond after Loi provides a report on their actions. La told the students to do as Major General Chen said. Gunny thought that Teacher Gui was around 40 years old and even stronger than several vice-rectors. He may have been a division commander in the People's Liberation Army Directorate. But his combat achievements are only 3rd grade. He is unwilling to use the resources of the Alliance. He has some grudges against the Alliance. The commander asked the counselors what they thought about this. The counselor replied, the key point may be the change in strength after resurrection. Is this a consequence of early resurrection? Could this be why powers can't be restored quickly? If monsters can resurrect early, but their powers can't be restored, then it's not a big threat, the counselor continued. Loi remarked, in such a case, they would be able to endlessly resurrect, strengthen their skills a bit, and go into battle repeatedly. People would just perish. This is a real problem. Also, a lot of alien spies have been arrested in the City of Hope, the counselor added. They used to be unable to transmit information after they were destroyed, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. The commander observed, while an alien race could be resurrected ahead of time, information regarding the City of Hope is constantly leaking out. Now, the key question remains. When did they start resurrecting early? The commander told the major that what Gon was recounting here was mostly intuitive speculation. But this question is really important. How credible does the major think this guy's words are? Shedvi said, I can vouch for him. The major added, I trust this student. The commander said, in that case, this information should be seriously studied. We should use it in time to start a new battle. Ganon told the junior lieutenant that they were tired. Didn't their military department have anything tasty to treat the guests? The major general said that the specific situation was still a little unclear. For example, the specific time period of the resurrection and the source of the resurrection. In order to gather information, he continued, it is necessary to send people to sneak into the alien races, but it has been impossible to get into their territory for decades now. The counselor said, we should give this opportunity to students at military academies so that the students can observe the battlefield firsthand. La said, the students sent to the battlefield to observe this time are inexperienced recruits. How can they be allowed to penetrate deep behind enemy lines? The counselor said that the vice dean misunderstood him. It is only about some fighters who need to be trained and introduced into the alien environment. The commander said it was feasible, although it's possible that news of their operation has already reached the aliens' ears, so they need to act quickly. But who and where should they attack? The advisor suggested organizing 40 soldiers into a team. How does Guy's mentor feel about it? The major general said for Shen to go to Gowan and find out all the details. Then we should request the military based in the Forgotten Lands to relay the information about the Night Elf. The commander asked Lei, aren't Gang and Feng Tang Tang part of the battlefield observation team? Lei replied that they were part of the battlefield observation team. The commander said that in that case, they should be removed from the list. The major general added, these two students have great potential, but they are still two inexperienced kids. We need to think carefully about this plan, Tong asked her sister. Why is the military establishment paying so much attention to this? Do they really want to judge them for their military exploits? The major replied, the matter may be more serious than it seems. Shenny added, in the battle records, the 20-year reincarnation doesn't work on all aliens, only on a small number of them, the strongest ones. Downey was surprised. After all, this elven woman couldn't be the strongest. Shenny said, that's why the problem is serious. In the past, resurrection only existed among the strong who depended on a special source. We had information that only the strongest could be resurrected, and only after 20 years. But now, it turns out that not only the strongest, but even those less than a year old, can be resurrected. To unlock the secret of resurrection, Shenny continued, the human alliance must capture the source of the alien races or capture the alien race itself. The alliance's next plan is to attack the Night Elves. Shenny told the disciples to rest. The military department still needed her, so she would not escort them further. The major said, I've heard that Gon was able to make electromagnetic gun number 4. God confirmed. Our hero added, "It's not something to brag about." Shenny said, "I recently made a breakthrough, but my spear is no longer suitable. Will Gao Neng help me make a new one?" Chen Bai would give him materials and blueprints later. Gao Neng said, "I'm willing to discuss its cost and even offer a discount." Gon thought, did Tang Tang really tell her everything? Otherwise, how else would she know about it? Tom Tang recalled that her grandfather's company owned 49% of his forge. If he didn't get the money for the spear made for Shenny's sister, he would have to invest 51% of his own money. Our hero understood that he needed to keep practicing, but he was very tired after the past few days. Now he needed a good rest and a solid night's sleep. While a young man slept, a mysterious stranger watched him from outside through the window. The next morning, our hero woke up, stretched, and said, "I haven't had such a good night's sleep in a long time." Gon looked around himself and thought, had he really undressed last night? Godin speculated that someone might be in his bed right now. The thought frightened him. The guy asked, "Is it really Tang Tang?" Ganon wondered, did she really climb into his bed and take off his clothes in the middle of the night? What on earth is going on? Would Tank really want to give false testimony later? Without pulling back the blanket, the young man asked, why did Tang Tang barge into his room, crawl into his bed in the middle of the night, and take off his clothes? When he finally pulled back the blanket, he saw Xiang lying on the bed. The cat was purring peacefully. Gunning asked, "Xiang, when did you manage to arrive in the city? How did you find me in the first place?" Xiaoming said he wanted to eat. "I want pancakes, 5 pieces of salmon, fillet, and milk." Gunning said, "This cat is quite demanding. I don't usually eat such things myself." After a while, our hero asked the cat, "Are you going to live here now?" Xiaoming replied, "I'll live here from time to time." He still has his own business outside, so he can't spend all this time here. Xiaoming revealed that she was creating a special gang. The gang would be divided into 3 groups, a warrior group, a logistics group, and an intelligence group. Once the army was fully staffed, the City of Hope would be in their hands. Jiang added that he planned to increase the size of his army to 50,000. They would be divided into 5 divisions. Gunnan thought Xiaoming was a very strange cat that could talk. Additionally, she had swallowed a mysterious life form that appeared from the magnetic pile. Our hero had once felt the energy from the magnetic pile that gave him Tang Tang, and those alien beings called it the life force pill. Life force also referred to the source of the alien race. Was there a connection between civilization, the magnetic pile, the pill, and the secret resurrection of the alien races? Gon thought that maybe this cat knew the secret of resurrection. Gaon said he had no class today and was going to the forge to do something. Would Xiao Wang like to go with me? According to the address Guanxin gave, the forge should be somewhere nearby. Gan was overjoyed when he realized in the elevator that the entire floor of this building belonged to him. Our hero expected nothing less. From this day forward, his forge was officially open. The receptionist said, "Hello, Mr. Guan." The girl said that she was demoted due to the information leak and was sent here. The guy thought it must be to strengthen his connection with the company and provide him with technical support. Gao Neng asked the girl, "What was your salary at Tineng Company?" Our hero offered to pay the girl the same wage. She certainly agreed and offered to show him his forge. The receptionist said that this floor was originally an exhibition center set up by Tian Wang, but after adding equipment, it was converted into a blacksmith shop. The administrator added that the forge would be open to the public under the Tian Wang Company brand. However, she thought there wouldn't be many customers. How much work will the chapter be able to do in a month? Gunnan thought that even if he worked an average of 3 times a month, his annual profit would exceed 200 million. Gan said he would be able to make 3 orders a month because they would be high-end orders. Without further ado, our hero wanted to create his own super anti-armor first. The alien races that had invaded before were all lower class, of limited talents or severe injuries that prevented them from improving. But unless there was a pill, he would only be able to destroy enemies with the 3rd late order. The 4th order was unlikely to be able to handle it. He needed to get stronger. In addition to equipment, one must continue to evolve to the 4th order. Only then would he be able to release his own energy and form his own range of magnetic field energy. For 3 days, Gan crafted the armor in his forge. After 3 days, everything was ready. However, this armor was no different in appearance from a sports jersey and did not restrict movement at all. A call came from Tang Tang. He was surprised. They hadn't spoken for a few days, and she was already calling. The girl told Gan to come back to the academy immediately. Something important had happened. Gunnan decided to take a short break and return to the academy. Tang Tang wondered, when did he have time to get a cat? Gunnan replied, "I just left work to listen to something very important." Tang Tang said, "Our invincible team has been excluded. They excluded us from the battlefield observation team." Gunnan was upset. After all, he had specifically made armor for the battlefield. For the sake of this armor, he had set up a forge, and for the sake of the forge, he had worked nonstop for 3 days to secure sponsorship. What do we do now? Our hero thought that the original purpose of the armor was to save his life. They would still be useful, although it was unclear why the military academy had suddenly excluded them from the battlefield observation group. Gao Neng said if the academy decided so, then it was necessary. Tang Tang noticed that the alliance's true focus was always on training the elite. If we miss this opportunity to enter the battlefield, we'll definitely be excluded from the reform plan to train the elite. Tang said, I have more news. The Li will fight this time. There is an unspoken understanding between alien races and humans. Both sides are limited to the territory of the battlefield. The alien race will not lead an army to the Human Alliance's capital of Hope, and the Human Alliance will not attack a major area of the alien race's territory. So, the Human Alliance is going to attack the core area of some alien race. Tang Tang added, I even know where and who they will be fighting against. If you get there, there are a lot of good items. These items are the life source, the fruit of the elf tree, and the magnetic mine. Li Ying once obtained a blood essence from the blood pool. The pill that Gao Neng used also had this power, but it was negligible. If it were so easy to obtain, Lin Ying wouldn't be the only student so strong. Tang added, with me, Gan can take it easy. I know the battlefield very well, and I have a great plan. Gan wondered, then why does he need her? Her plan is that they will organize an ambush on the battlefield in advance. And when their troops arrive, Lei and the others will no longer be able to send them back. They will stay there, but before the troops arrive, they might die. Gang was surprised. Does the girl really want him to be her bodyguard? Tang Tang said, I wish you would just go with me. I have pills that can restore health quickly. Gang said, I want 4 pills. Tang Tang was upset. I thought it was pure friendship between us. It's not about money. I didn't expect you to turn out to be such a mercantile person. Gao Neng decided to raise the terms, but Tang Tang said, I agree. Tang Tang asked, do you have an escape skill? Gang replied, I don't have such a skill. Tang Tang said, it's no big deal, and they agreed. Kong warned, I might change my mind in a few days. Tang Tang said, you weren't like this before. Gang thought that he had no rescue skills. To escape? What does no big deal mean? How would I even be able to escape then? Gao told the teacher, you betrayed our entire team. His heart was broken, and there was only a hole left in it. Gan said, I don't understand why the military department crossed us off the list. Everyone says our team is afraid of getting killed. The military says they are protecting us this way. Lei replied, taking us off the list is a decision made by the military department for our long-term interest. We are rookies, and the academy has a duty to protect us. Gao Neng stated, I want to destroy the enemies of the Alliance, even at the cost of my life. Fighting for the survival of the Alliance should be my faith, even if it's not possible to fight the enemy this time. I also want to destroy the aliens on the battlefield and protect the Alliance in the future. Mentor said, the young man has matured. He has indeed become a soldier. Dan said, people must learn in order to evolve. What happened this time made me realize my weaknesses. I also understand that to become stronger, I must learn. Gao Neng asked, do you want to teach me? I want to learn the strongest fighting skills and go to the battlefield to destroy enemies. He wants to guard the Alliance and the people. Gu said, a man with ambition should fight on the battlefield. Now the young man can be called a real man. Lu thought that his upbringing had not been in vain. When this guy first appeared, he was still an unorganized and undisciplined student relying only on his talent. But now he had the soul that a student of a military academy should have. Lei agreed to teach the student any skill. Gan said he was interested in the escape skill and hoped it would be quick. Gan explained only by being alive could he get a chance to destroy more enemies. The mentor said, if it is a matter of escaping, I will teach you martial arts. Lu added, he is not the one who truly masters martial arts in military academy. Dean Gu Yi is more suitable for the position. Loe said, I will ask the dean for this favor. I will teach the young man another martial skill that can be used in conjunction with half-step destruction. The mentor noticed that the young man's half-step destruction was fast and powerful, but it couldn't be perfected. If he wants to increase his power even further, he'll have to sweat. So they'll teach him how to properly draw and hold the sword before taking a half-step. With this, the power of the skill could be doubled or even lost. The young man would then be able to seriously wound even a fourth-order opponent. The mentor said that he would send the young man information about the technique. He should learn it first, he added. Then Wei will teach the boy the technique. In the Faculty of Logistics, Lao Gui introduced our hero to the dean of the faculty. Gui, if it comes to escape, this dean will be the first. Guy said that he would teach Gao Neng everything he knows at his colleague's request. When I was on the 5th order, Guy explained I used a skill and was able to run past a 7th order alien race. Gao Neng had memorized that being on the 5th order, it was possible to escape from a 7th order. If he strengthened this skill with the system, no one would catch up with him. Gao Neng told his mentor that the last time he fought, his sword broke. Les said, in the logistics department, you can exchange merit points for your battle. Gao Neng was upset. He had fought, broken his sword, and now he had to buy a new one himself. Guy said, this guy is really afraid of his mentor. He spent a lot of money on these skills. Maybe he should tell him everything. Les said, don't let the colleague dare to do that. Mentor Gui hoped that the boy would be able to succeed. He had heard that the military department had taken notice of this young man. In any case, it's not so easy to take resources away from those high-ranking people at the top. It all depended on whether they could start allocating resources objectively. Lao noticed that those people had controlled the resources for 18 years. If they continued to do this kind of thing, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. Mentor Guy noticed that they had reached the strongest control point 10 years ago and were still at it. Was it possible to give them 2 more years to break through? For the future of the Alliance, change was imperative. Lev recalled that Gulai had previously used a sword. The dean said that he had already given this young man a lot. Did his colleague really want him to give him the sword as well? La said to Gulai, think about it and don't be nervous. You're already the dean of the logistics faculty. Why you need a sword? Gulai replied, the person I'm talking to has changed. I didn't ask for anything before, but now I'm ready to take everything. Gon contacted the system and asked how much it would cost to evolve the 2 skills, Ghost Sorrow and Sword Drawing Technique. Our hero thought that if he evolved both skills, he wouldn't have enough resources to transform a life form in the future. In fact, evolution and modern warfare were closely tied to money. The system reported that the evolution was successful. The time required to draw the sword to accumulate the pulse strike was eliminated, and the pulse now triggered instantly. Gao Neng recognized the cost of the skill and thought, how could Dean Gui just give him such a high-level skill for nothing? Could there have been some kind of deal between Dwight and Liu? Since our hero was short on money, he had no choice but to go to Tang Tang. Gan said as he decided to agree to the girl's request, West, let's go with her to the battlefield. But to prove that she had not lied to him, he thought she should give him a pledge for the 4 pills she had promised. Tang Tang said, in that case, I will give you this saving pill first. Kan stated, I'm willing to take bail in cash. Tang Tang was indignant, but the pill is worth 8 million. The guy remarked, you could put a little extra on it. Tang Tang agreed, but now he wouldn't be able to refuse. Gao Neng pulled off the bailout operation and thought he now had enough money for evolution. The system reported that the evolution had been successful, opening an entirely new realm outside of the 4 realms. Gan thought that in order to practice Ghost Step, one must first magnetize their feet. In the Ghost Step state, energy is transferred to his legs, and once he starts running, his legs become Ghost Step-like. In Ghost Run, you can tell that our hero starts running through the air. In Ghostly Disappearance, the body, like a disembodied spirit, penetrates through all obstacles. Gao Neng now understood why it was so expensive, and it was now clear how Dingwu was able to escape from the 7th Order monster. Everything would be very useful for both destroying and escaping. Practicing the Ghost Step, our hero completed it very quickly. However, when trying to use infinite energy replenishment to train Ghost Steps, there was a problem. It takes a completely different energy to maintain the Ghost Step. Forced use of Ghost Run will last no more than 2 minutes and can only be used in the most critical moments. Looks like there's still some order improvement to be made to master all those ghostly skills. The next day, a package arrived from Shenny. He took the package apart and saw that there was a Shenny spear and the raw materials to make it. The package also contained a very high-class saber. Gao Neng thought, does Shinny really expect him to do all this for free? In fact, he doesn't have to do it at all. Madhav has been informed that the Human Alliance wants to attack the Night Elves now that the Human Alliance's target has been determined. Do they need to make arrangements in advance? The Elves were blessed by the Heavenly Clan, so one could just ignore it. But if the blessing is too strong for them, it will also be a threat to the Heavenly Clan. Therefore, the subordinates suggest waiting until the war between the 2 sides is over and then leading an army to raid the rear of the human coalition forces, destroying their remnants. Madam said that if this strategy would have worked a few years ago, it is not feasible now. A reply was received from the Dark Elf. Her identity was revealed. This time, the Human Alliance wants to launch a sudden massive attack targeting their tree. This time, they will have the strongest to lead the battle. Even if the strongest doesn't personally attack, the Human Alliance will definitely do their best to seize this tree, and it will be impossible to hold them back. In such a case, one must immediately seek a plan of action. The lady said that resurrection is not the work of only 2 races, and other races naturally need some effort. The interlocutor said that the goal of the Human Alliance was the Night Elves, and no one would help them. But if the 7th princess of the Night Elves marries another race, they will have to show up. Madam said that her father would have to agree. The fifth and sixth brothers also wanted to marry the princess, and they would be sure to convince their father to agree to this possibility so that the fourth brother would not marry her. The woman said it was necessary to notify everyone directly. In 10 days, the human alliance would attack the Night Elves. In the meantime, they were forced to recruit allies. If anyone wanted to marry the seventh princess, they would have to demonstrate their abilities. At the logistics faculty of the military academy, our hero was asked how he had earned so many points. The guy replied that these merit points had been given to him for calculating the spy headquarters. The protagonist stated that he planned to create such a saber, but unfortunately, he didn't have a good scabbard. Does Zhu's grandmother have these scabbards? Zhu's grandmother said that it was a really good saber. Unfortunately, their academy didn't have a sheath that could fit the saber. The old woman added that she personally had good scabbard, but the price was a bit high. The woman said that the scabbard would cost the young man 500 merit points. Zhu's grandmother added that a good saber should have a good scabbard. Gao Neng asked the woman, "Do you have a not-so-good scabbard that would cost about 100 merit points?" The old woman replied, "I have nothing else." Gao Neng said, "I'm buying that. I'll also take 100 mid-grade energy pills and a healing medicine. I also need night clothes." The woman asked, "Where are you going? You've already been removed from the battlefield list." Gan replied, "I'm not going anywhere. I just want to get stronger." Grandmother Sue observed, "If a young man with your current strength were to step outside the City of Hope without proper protection, there would be at least a 90% chance of his death." Gao Neng thought that Sue's grandmother wasn't an ordinary person in the academy. After all, how else would she be entrusted with the hundreds of billions in property of the military academy? Time was running out for our hero. He decided to make a weapon first, then go to training. There had to be a balance between money and strength. Gao Neng realized he needed to reach the late stage of the second order before heading to the battlefield, and it was best to make his way to the third order. In addition, one must practice ball possession, practice ghost step, and at least run faster than Tang Tang. 10 days later, our hero made a weapon for Shen Yi. He had also reached the late stage of the second order and was already one step away from the third order. The skill of drawing the sword was beginning to take its toll. The second magnetic core property helped a lot in training. Concentration increased by 400% and learning became much easier. The protagonist thought that he was perfectly prepared. Jumping out of bed, our hero decided that it was time to act. When he met Tang Tang, the young man asked, "Have you been seen?" The girl replied, "No one has seen me." Tang Tang said, "The time is right. Our military academy will leave at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now is the time to go because we need to arrive early." Gao must immediately put on that special battle suit. After trying on the suit, our hero decided that it was a very good outfit. It was soft, not affecting movement at all, and having a sufficient protective effect. It takes approximately 800 kilometers from the edge of the battlefield to reach the city of the Night Elves. In between, there are 3 lines of defense. No one knows what is behind the first line of defense. However, there is still at least 600 kilometers to go. Tang Tang gave the boy his pills. The girl said, "If we could get to the second line of defense, it would be easier. We'd be able to get the elven fruits there. But the last line of defense is guarded by high-level elves at the level of Guy's mentor, so it's better to forget about it," she added. Guy asked, "Did you take a towel, wash your face, apply a mask?" The young men decided it was time to depart. Tang Tang asked, "Do you think if mentor Guy spots us, he'll just chase us away?" Gam countered, "If we go much earlier, won't there be even more danger?" Tang Tang said, "We'll just hide well, and that's it. No one will even come near us." Gan said, "I don't want to, if you want to go early." She has to pay, the girl said. She already paid with pills and gave money. She even lent him a set of gear. "Why is he saying that?" Ganon asked. Tang Tang replied, "He said that I didn't lend him the suit. I gave it to him as a gift. Since I've in breach of contract because we're heading to the military, the 10 million bail will be considered an additional penalty for him." Tang said he was too cruel, but now that it's settled, they could go. He mustn't forget to stand up for her. The young men were almost at the border of the Eastern District. Each of the 4 districts of Hope City had a defense fortress. After crossing the fortress, they would enter the battlefield. Gan wondered, "Are there enough checks at the border?" Tang Tang answered, "There are, but I've already prepared everything." Gao Neng asked, "Why is the border fortress like a small town?" Tang Tang explained, "Although it's a fortress, it's also a trade supply base. It's usually more favorable to buy military gear here. The price is higher, but the military department gives additional rewards for merit." Tanjin told the guy to get ready. After this gate, they would enter the battlefield. The young men drove outside the fortress area and found themselves in the still patrolled Human Alliance zone. They would have to pass 4 or 5 more checks before they could cross the defense zone. Gan noticed that the battlefield looked very bloody. Tang Tang said they couldn't go any further as they could easily be detected. Night Elves are in the northeast, Orcs in the east. The most significant defensive resistance in the Eastern District comes from the orcs. Gan asked, turns out we need to be vigilant from now on? Tang Tang replied, this isn't far from the East District patrol area. Alien races rarely come here. If 5th or 6th order monsters appear, it could be said that the monsters are unlucky. As soon as a signal is sent, the military patrol group will immediately come here, she added. The girl suggested we should lurk in that mountain and wait for the military and aliens to scuffle. Gan noticed that the cell phone had lost its signal. It looked like they were really on the battlefield. He asked his companion, was she sure that the military would definitely go this way? Tang Tang replied, these 2 mountains are called the Mountains of 2 Hills. To enter the territory of the Night Elves, one must pass this section of the mountain road, unless you go around, but in that case, it would take another 4 or 5 hours. The military won't go around. Tang Tang continued, another name for this mountain is the Mountain of Battles. Ganon wondered, are they really on a mountain where they are constantly fighting? Tang Tang said, you should not think about it. Just trust me and follow me. Ganon wondered if Tang Tang was nervous too. The girl replied, I never get nervous. When I was on the 2nd Order, I went to the battlefield 7 times. Anyone who dared to attack me would immediately be destroyed. Ganon covered the girl's mouth with his hand and told her to be quiet. Tang Tang wondered, what does he want to do to be right on the battlefield? Ganon ducked to the ground and thought they were real. Not far away, legendary giants were moving through the forest. Our hero remembered that the giants were not active in the area. So why did they appear here? Tang Tang turned around and said, I want to see it too. After all, this was actually a clan of mountain giants. Gon said, we should continue to keep quiet. Something's not right here. Tong Tang wanted to get up and see what the giants were up to. Gan told her, don't even think about moving. He added, so you don't cause any trouble. After all, each of the giants weighed several tons. Gan said, if you don't want to be heard, you should stay quiet. The young men looked up and saw the giants standing before them. Gun and Tang Tang hid behind a rock, thinking they had been discovered. The giant looked at one spot and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, a wolf appeared and howled loudly, trying to frighten the giants. The monster swung its club and struck the wolf. The beast was destroyed. The people, still hidden behind the rock, watched as only a bloody stain remained in place of the wolf. The monster asked his co-worker, what happened? Aaron replied, it was just a beast. Nothing to worry about. However, it was getting late. They should hurry up, Gowan said. The monsters had left to go about their business, and the humans stayed in the same place. Gowan asked if Tang had heard what the monsters were talking about. The girl replied they were talking about some kind of cooperation. Tong Tang stated, the Night Elves' territory is ahead. The Night Elves are related to the Skyclan. They have always been bound by marriage ties with the Skyclan. But how could mountain giants propose marriage? It would be a strange partnership. Tongan suggested we should follow the mountain giants. Gon was cautious. What if they spot us? He asked. Tang Tang replied, it's very rare. Such a chance might not happen again. Tong Tang wondered, wouldn't Gon want to know information that could guess merit points? The boy answered, I'll trust you this time. Tong Tang then asked, is Gon hungry? What kind of sounds is he making? Ganon covered the girl's mouth with his hand again, and they hid behind a tree. He couldn't believe his eyes. Warriors appeared in the clearing. None of the alien races in the eastern and southern areas matched their appearance. They must be from other war zones. Could it be the east? Are the Night Elves up to something? The leader of the warriors said, the mountain reeks of blood. He told his aide to take some warriors and check the surrounding area. Gunnan thought it was the blood of wolves. He hoped the warriors wouldn't smell it. Gan guessed that there were about 200 warriors here. There was no chance of victory if they had to fight. Suddenly, someone from the darkness asked, who dares to trespass into the territory of the Night Elves? The warriors saw the Night Elves appear. Gao Neng and Hang Tang, with bandages on their faces, repeated their question and added, what race are these warriors from? The leader said, they are from the North Cave clan. They came to propose marriage at the invitation of the Elf Queen. Ganon thought that this was another alien race that had come to propose marriage. They came from the Northern War Zone. It looked like the Night Elves were really up to something big. The warriors said, our ninth principal has come from far away to ask for marriage. Are the Night Elves so ignorant that they are willing to drive us away? The warrior asked, the Night Elves aren't going to chase them away, are they? Tang Tang said that she was the 7th princess of the Night Elves. Can't she drive them away? The warriors wondered, was it really Her Royal Highness, the 7th princess? Could it be that she had come here to greet them? Tang Tang said she had gotten information. The Night Elves have a 7th princess who is about the same age as me. The warrior leader greeted Her Royal Highness. But why was Her Highness, the 7th princess, not in the city of the Night Elves, but in a place like this? Tang Tang inquired, couldn't she be wherever she wanted to be? The warrior asked, doesn't the princess know who they're proposing marriage to here? Tang replied that she knew everything, but if they didn't leave now, they would be destroyed. The warrior shouted, "She's an imposter, pretending to be the seventh princess. She must be captured and destroyed at once." Our heroes fled. Gan wondered why Tang Tang had pretended to be a princess. Tang Tang said, "I knew that the seventh princess of the Night Elf clan was the most beautiful, so she pretended to be one." The investigator thought that the speed of these young men was not below the fifth order level. Something had to be done immediately. Gan said that these warriors were very easy to deceive. They were a foolish clan. Gang said, "It's too late. Lord Mu Fei Fei has made all the preparations. They will surely die." The warrior asked, "Are these two really from the Heavenly Clan?" The stalker thought that the Night Elves, who had intermarried with the Heavenly Clan in the past, had suddenly decided to call in members from other clans. All the clans were dubious about it. According to the secret information, Mu Fei Fei of the Heavenly Clan was behind the recruitment. Gan said that this was done to trap them. Do they really think their noble Heavenly Clan would tolerate Night Elves marrying outsiders? Gan applied Ghost Step. Tang Tang decided she needed to speed up as well and swallowed the pill. The girl's wings appeared and she flew faster than Gan could run. The stalker thought that these two were definitely from the Heavenly Clan. One could fly, the other could run fast. Could it be that what this fellow said is pure truth? If the marriage proposal is actually a scam, like he said, then the safety of His Royal Highness, the Ninth Prince, might be jeopardized. The warrior told his tribe that they could go no further. It was better to return and protect the Royal Highness of the Ninth Prince. Gao Neng thought that Tang Tang was hiding her wings in addition to those pills. Tang Tang thought that Gon had lied to her. He said he didn't have an escape skill, but he ended up having a cool escape skill. The young men called each other cheaters. Gao Neng said that he had gotten this supernatural skill from Teacher Guai and only used its second level. With this skill, he could run at a speed several levels faster than his own, but 2 minutes of running was his limit. Tang Tang said she had angel wings. It was about the same pill she had been given earlier. Using them was very intense, and she could only last for 2 minutes. Gao Neng asked how many pills Tang Tang had. The girl replied that it was the last one, and it could not be bought with money. Gao Neng said he didn't believe her. Tang Tang became upset. What should we do now? Does he really want to search her body? In that case, I'll have to tell Shen Yi that he took her by force. Gao Neng said no one would believe her, but at the coming disaster, they could only count on themselves now. Our heroes saw another team of aliens in the clearing. Gao Neng suggested going back the same way. Tang Tang said that was impossible. This place is the road to the Night Elves, and other alien teams are bound to come here. Gan replied that if they stayed here, they could probably be caught. Tang Tang said they could continue to advance from here to the first line of defense until they met their troops and could give them the information they needed. Gao Neng said their military would definitely take a detour and not pass through here. Tang Tang wondered, "Why do you think so?" Gao Neng said, "It's a covered operation, not a war. In essence, it's just a quick sneak attack. The military will avoid the main road and attack the weak points of the defense line, then quickly retreat and look for weaknesses again, but not on this mountain." Tang Tang was surprised, since they were now on the mountain with the most aliens. Gan replied, "Tang Tang, you're a great investor, but not an industrialist." Our hero stated that finding a way out of a dangerous situation is his specialty. According to the surrounding terrain, the point of attack that the military could choose would be in 2 places. One of these places was a forest, which was suitable for a sneak attack and easy cover when retreating. Another place was an upland area, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if only a small number of troops remained, it was possible to hold off an attack. Gan asked, "Which place do you think is more likely?" Tang Tang replied, "Second Uncle B told me that on the battlefield, it's not easy to enter undetected in forested areas, especially elven territory." Gan said, "In that case, this place will be our destination. However, from here, in that direction, there is only one road to the highlands. The closer you get to the defense line, the more aliens there are, and it's almost dawn now. The brighter it is, the easier it is to meet the aliens." Gan said they wouldn't go this way. Tang Tang wondered, did Gan really decide to use an earth dragon to make a tunnel? The guy said he had calculated everything and that it would take about 2 hours. If they crawled underground, it would take 8 hours to make the tunnel. Well, even if they got there early, they would still have to wait for the military headquarters to arrive. Diving inside the earth dragon, the guy told Tang Tang to just hold on tighter. Gan thought it was perfect. They wouldn't even have to waste energy. Plus, it was safe. Rumbling Highlands, the Night Elves' first line of defense. A total of 2,000 men were stationed here. The observing officer of the Alliance army said that among their 1,500 soldiers, 900 were above the 4th order this time, so there shouldn't be any problems. An hour after the Alliance army attacked, the rival troops were defeated. The young man wondered, is this really the strength of the military department? Compared to the elites, they are too weak. The military divisions attacked in 3 directions, separately, while the best students from their 4 main militaries worked together. Not only was there a gap in strength and coordination, but also the intent to destroy that real soldiers possess. Students would be no match for them. However, the people in the military department are constantly on the battlefield, and when time passes, the students will be just as good as they are. The students discovered a lurking night elf who decided to use the element of surprise. There was an explosion. People screamed that it was an alien. They pretended to be dead and started blowing themselves up. A surviving student said, "The battlefield is brutal, and there is no room for carelessness, even for a second." The young man said, "This is an interracial battle. You have to be extremely violent and determined here." It was reported to the Night Elf Queen that the rumbling highlands had been attacked. Humanity had done a great job this time. The Queen of the Night Elves, Yuna, said, "It was unexpected. Human beings who have always been afraid are now acting boldly." The people actually took troops and attacked on the day the 7th princess was inviting everyone to the marriage ceremony. On the other hand, it was a good thing, since they would have numerous support. However, it is not necessarily the case that other clans would risk helping them. If they had the strongest, perhaps other clans would support them. It was the Heavenly Clan that proposed these marriage invitations. If the Heavenly Clan sent a messenger, then there are countermeasures. The 3rd prince of the royal family said that they had countermeasures. The messenger said that these countermeasures are divided into good and bad. The best strategy is very simple. The 7th princess should just go to the front lines and fight the enemy. The clans will naturally defend her well. The 3rd prince was outraged. Does the messenger really want his sister to die? The messenger said it was the best option to get the other clans to fight. The 3rd prince stated, "My sister is quite weak. How can she fight? Another option should be considered." The messenger said there was a worse strategy. "The Night Elves will fight head-on. When they could defeat at least part of the human army, all the clans will rush forward when they see an opportunity to strike down the human forces." The prince wondered, if they throw all their forces into the battle, won't the defense of the elven city be left empty at that moment? The messenger replied, "If the Night Elves are unwilling to adopt any of these strategies, then so be it." The 3rd prince asked, "Don't you have any other plans?" The messenger responded, "The battle with the 7th princess will actually be just an act. A scene should unfold in which the 7th princess, upon hearing news of the human invasion, rushes out without the knowledge of the elven guards and swears to defend the royal city at the cost of her own life. This will be enough." The 3rd prince was surprised. Would this make the other clans fight, he asked. The messenger answered, "The other clans will realize that the 7th princess is weak and will come to her rescue." The princess ordered, "Leave me alone. I need to think." A forced lull settled on the battlefield. Our hero never thought until today that one day he would be lost. They've been underground for 9 hours, and there are no landmarks. His hearing and sight are useless, and his strength is running out. Gunnan decided he needed to get up, regain his strength, and take a look at the situation. Our hero did so. They found themselves in a forest. Surprisingly, there should be no forest near Long Heights. There was, however, a forest on the map. In fact, they had only dug more than half the distance, which didn't match his calculations. Perhaps there is a slight deviation in the calculations. Tang Tang said, "It turns out that when they arrive, their troops will have already occupied Long Heights. Will they miss the opportunity to attack the 2nd line of defense?" Gon was surprised. Does she really still want to fight? If they're spotted, they'll be sent back to Hope City right away. The young men decided to get some refreshments to build up their energy for the journey ahead. The Earth Dragon continued in the designated direction. Gunnan told his companion that he could see some war. The system activated the mission with the mine. Gan figured it would be easy thanks to his 2nd attribute. Tang Tang wondered, did he really find the mine? Jenin confirmed, "It's right on the path of our journey." Tang Tang said, "We should definitely get there." Gon then decided to watch this mission. However, the mission suggested finding the mine, but he had already found it, hadn't he? Could this be a system bug? The guy decided that he was lucky and would not miss his chance. The reward for the mission was the opportunity to spin the wheel of luck. The terms of the mission required finding the largest mine in the Night Elves' territory and successfully extracting more. Gon asked Tang Tang if she wanted to go to the biggest mine. Our hero activated the ore search. Now he knew where the mine he was looking for was located. At the end of 10 minutes, the young men were full of hope, anticipating a big ore discovery. Half an hour later, there was less enthusiasm left. The mine was still undiscovered. An hour later, the underground Earth Dragon was still moving. Tang Tang got tired of waiting and told Gon, "Wake me up when you find the mine." Ganon was angry. Why couldn't he find her? Finally, a glow appeared ahead. Just how big is this mine? Ganon wanted to get there as soon as possible. Tang Tang was very tired and kept dozing off. Ganon increased the underground Earth Dragon's movement speed. He couldn't wait to arrive at his destination. Suddenly, the dragon broke through the wall and flew into the air. An uncontrolled fall began. After a hard landing, the young man suffered bruises. Now it was clear what that glow had been. Waking up, Tang Tang inquired, "Where are we now?" The young men looked up and saw that they were in a great deep well. The walls were strewn with ore. Tang Tang and Gao Neng saw a huge nugget in front of them. "Is there really so much ore here?" Tang Tang wondered. "You can feel a surge of energy here," he said. "It's really great." "What is this place?" Gao Neng replied, "The energy in this crystal mine is actually very high. It's just overflowing." Xiaoming looked into his hiking backpack and began to lick the ore crystals. Tang Tang felt like there was a lot of magnesium here. If they could collect it all, it'd be super rich. Gan, holding a shovel in his hand, wondered, "So why is the girl still just standing there?" Our heroes, wielding shovels, began digging out the largest ore crystals. Gan thought he only needed 100 pieces of ore to accomplish the mission. This is too easy, he thought. After today, he believed he could forget the word poverty. At this rate, they would become experts at mining ore. At the foot of a giant elephant tree, the local population and visiting guests had gathered. Elf Queen Yuna, on behalf of the nature god, wanted to thank everyone for coming from afar today. Her daughter, Wu Dingshang, would choose her husband in the presence of the nature god. Queen Yuna told the seventh princess to present herself to the guests. The girl turned around and all the guests gasped in surprise. The broom candidates remarked that the girl was beautiful. They stood there, holding their breath. The visiting kings declared their wish to take the seventh princess as their wife. The girl said that she, the queen of the forest, the seventh princess of the night elves, Wu Dingxiang, was willing to accept their love. Only the permission of her mother, the queen of the elves, was required. The candidates asked the elf queen to voice any request. They all came here completely sincerely willing to pay for love and go through fire and water. Queen Yuna said that her daughter recognized only the word strength. Only a true warrior could win the heart of her beloved daughter. The candidates began to squabble among themselves, each proving to the others and to the queen who was the strongest. The queen and the princess watched this confrontation in silence. Suddenly, a messenger came running to the tree and informed Her Highness that there was an urgent report from the defense line. The messenger reported that the Human Alliance army had captured the Skyhawk garrison, their second line of defense. The queen and the princess received this information with dismay. The queen was outraged. "How dare these people destroy and invade my people on such a day?" she exclaimed. Queen Yuna told her daughter not to be afraid. The army would protect them from the invaders. The princess swore to her mother that she would not marry until she had driven these hateful people away. The broom candidates decided that the humans had been shameless and showed up at the wrong time. Would they marry the princess and return home? They need to raise an army and conquer the city of hope, one of them said. The princess said, "The humans have bullied the elves and now they are taking over the cities, destroying and pillaging. I cannot wait any longer. I will fight the humans myself until my last breath. I must avenge my kin." The queen replied, "Take the princess to safety. I will personally lead the army in this battle." The marriage has been postponed for the time being. The broomsmen didn't know what to do now. Had they come here for nothing? But the human army was very close, and they saw no other option. The queen apologized to the suitors. "It's all the people's fault. All you must do is wait until the invaders are destroyed. There are rooms prepared for the guests." The brooms decided to wait until everything was over and thank the queen for her kindness. A guard reported to the queen that the unexpected had happened. The seventh princess had broken out and left the city. The seventh princess declared that she wanted to protect her subjects. She couldn't be stopped. She's going to fight the people on the line of defense, the guard said. The Orc King has issued an order for everyone to follow him. They must save the seventh princess. The Orcs will never allow her to perish. His love for her must be known to all. Winged Terran cannot be silent and observant either. All must follow their ruler. Mountain warriors can move mountains with strength, and the seas are filled with courage. The seventh princess will see who the true warrior is. It is necessary to destroy all humans and protect the seventh princess. Gan said that above their heads on the surface of the earth, something was moving. Tang Tang replied, "It doesn't matter what's going on there. It's better to see what I found." Under their feet was the fountain of life. Now they would not only be rich, but they could live forever. And they can also dig up the fountain of life and take it with them. Gon told his companion to take note of the fountain of life flowing from the root. One could conclude that it was the root that gave birth to the fountain of life. What kind of tree was it? Tang Tang wondered. He assumed it was an ancient elven tree. Now it was clear where they were located. The young men realized they were digging beneath the city of the night elves. Suddenly, a tree root grabbed the girl's leg and started pulling her up. Tang Tang called out for help. "Calm down," he said. "Don't scream." After all, they were under the city of the night elves. If she screamed again, they might be heard. Gon tried to free his companion from the trap, but the root was pulling her tighter and tighter. Tang Tang threatened to break all the branches of the tree. One of the root shoots had cracked and a viscous liquid was coming out of it. Gao Neng withdrew the liquid with his finger and sniffed it. He even tasted it. It was pleasant, a little sweet. The fatigue in his whole body disappeared at once. The exhaustion had passed. The spiritual power and energy spent all day controlling the earth. Dragon had been completely replenished. Tang Tang kept calling out for help. God assumed that the tree wanted to kill Tang Tang. He drew his sword, swung it, and delivered a blow called cut. The crack in the root had enlarged, but it was impossible for our hero to sever the entire root. Tang Tang kept calling for help. She couldn't take it anymore. Xiaoling jumped out of his backpack and rushed to her aid with a loud shout. Xia clutched the root and began to suck out the liquid. Gao Neng thought Xiaoming was sucking out the fountain of life. They should try it too. The guy repeated the cat's action and told Tang Tang to start sucking out the fountain of life as well. Tang Tang joined the process. We'll suck everything out of it before it destroys us, she said. Gao thought he should suck every last drop out. The guy felt like the energy inside him was about to explode. If one continued to suck out the liquid like this, could they really get a higher order right away? Our hero had the feeling that his body was about to burn. The system told the host to stop. If he keeps doing this, it could really blow up. It was detected by the system that the host's body had accumulated too much energy and could no longer store it. Does the master really want to forcibly break through to the third level? Gan asked. What does forcibly mean? The host replied. The system responded, this means starting the process of a forced breakout. The young man screamed in pain. He began to forcibly magnetize and transform. The guy thought that Tang Tang was in the late stages of the second order. He believed that he could make a breakthrough by relying on the system. But the girl didn't have a system after all. They would have to hope she survives. Tang Tang shouted for Gan to keep sucking it out. I can't do it anymore, she cried. Gan pounced on the tree root again, saying he would try to suck the fountain of life as hard as he could. The system detected the host's increased energy accumulation. It concluded that the host would not be able to break through to the late stage of the third order. It was temporarily impossible to continue the forced breakthrough. The host's foundation was weak. The system cannot forcefully break through. On the surface, unnatural processes began to take place around the tree. The elves wondered what was happening. Was the god of nature angry about something? Had other races infiltrated the mine? Xiaoming and Gan continued the process of sucking out the fountain of life. Tang Tang filled the empty containers with liquid to spare. The root of the tree shook off the snatchers of the fountain of life. They flew off to the side, hitting the wall of the cave. Gao Neng thought that this wood was too strong. If it weren't for the armor, it would have been very hard on them. Our heroes suddenly felt pleasant and warm. Could it be that the fountain of life filling their bodies was not only healing their wounds, but also releasing the energy bubbling inside them? Gan suggested that his companion cut some of the root for stock. Gao Neng thought they could probably be heard by the night elves, but he hadn't had time to complete the mission yet. Gan told Tang Tang to try cutting some wood while he would dig up the ore in the meantime. The girl was surprised. Was he really going to dig up ore in this environment? Gao Neng thought. He only had 5 pieces of ore left to dig. We must hurry up. We can't stay here for long. Tang felt that she was about to break through to the third order. The girl informed her companion of this. Suddenly, warriors appeared and asked, who dared to invade the forbidden zone? All outsiders were ordered to stand still. Our heroes refused to stand still and fled. The night elves decided that whoever it was needed to be chased down and captured. However, the rampaging tree threw the elven warriors back to the edge of the cave with its root. The warriors of the night elves concluded that the god of nature was angry. It was because of the intruders. All the more reason to catch up with them. The underground earth dragon continued its rapid movement as far as it could. The system reported that after successfully completing an ore mining task, the hero gets a chance to spin the wheel of fortune. After scrolling, our hero gained the special ability See-Through. What could it mean? Tang said she was too hot and felt like she was going to explode. Gon asked her to wait a little longer. They would soon reach the surface. However, at the next moment, our hero felt that he too was thrown into a fever. They needed to find a way to reach the surface as soon as possible. Tang Tang shouted, I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I'll really explode. The decision was made to head to the surface right away. The underground earth dragon changed its trajectory and began its ascent. The 7th princess of the night elves reassured them, don't worry. The path we are traveling is remote and uninhabited. It is an alternate route rarely used by either our army or the human alliance. We must take this path to lurk near the front lines. Suddenly, the ground shook and cracks appeared beneath their feet. Was it really an earthquake? Our heroes, Tang Tang and Gan, emerged from the ground. The girl said, I'm finally feeling better. Gan wondered aloud, what could we crash into? The night elves, in disbelief, murmured, how could this be? How could a human destroy our 4th order warrior with a single blow? Why was this happening? They had just left the city and they had already been spotted and ambushed. The seventh princess wondered what kind of excessive energy fluctuations do these people have, almost like high-energy fighters. Even the cat was acting suspiciously. The night elves screamed that the humans had figured out their plan and ambushed them. You must fight to protect the seventh princess, Tang Tang told the guy. They seemed to have stumbled upon a princess. Gan assumed it was the princess Tang Tang claimed to be. The system asked, would the host like to use see-through on the enemy? Gan wondered, could this ability really be used on an enemy? Of course, he said yes. Our hero determined what levels those protecting his princess possessed. All of them were at the fourth order. He liked this skill because it provided detailed information about the enemy. However, a lot of currency and points were spent for using this skill. Gan thought it was necessary to deal with his enemies. Anyway, he drew his sword. The protagonist told Tang Tang to take her pills and speed up the release of energy. The girl wondered, how did Gan know that the warriors in front of them were fourth order warriors? Gan told the girl not to waste time and fired a shot from her cannon. The shot went off just in time. The guard pushed the seventh princess aside, shouting for her to be careful. The princess was not hurt. The elves surrounded our hero and decided to destroy him. Gan said that Tang Tang did well. Now I'm going to let these elves be the first to see my combo skills. The protagonist used half-step destruction with a sword draw. The elven woman received a penetrating wound. The protagonist thought, even though he was aided by the fountain of life and pills, this combined attack could really do serious damage to the fourth order in an instant. Gan, as he continued to deal with his opponents, said that he still had plenty of strength to continue. He used the 8 water cuts technique. On the other side of the battle, Tang Tang and her cannon, while in a protective sphere, confronted the elves. The elves were surprised. This man really had a shield. Xia Meng didn't want to stay away and pounced on the enemies. The Alphas was on her knees, her chest bleeding from the wounds inflicted by the cat. Tang Tang pointed her cannon at her opponent. Tang wondered what kind of cat was able to wound a fourth order night elf. Gan replied, what could one expect from a cat that drank the fountain of life? The seventh princess was indignant. Did people really drink the fountain of life? The elf took out a bow and arrow and said she couldn't spare them now. How? Dare they do that? She asked. The ice arrow fired from the bow was stopped by the cat. Tang Tang praised Gao Neng. The elf was surprised. How was my iced arrow stopped by an ordinary cat? Tang Tang said her team had become very strong. Now, we can handle anything. The Alpha said these people are the real demons. Gan told Tang Tang to grab the elf girl immediately. We're still not far from the elf city. We might be discovered. Tang Tang shouted for Guan to catch up with the princess immediately. He would deal with the elf's body herself. Gan thought, is it possible to rely on Tang Tang in such a situation? As she ran away, the princess screamed for the queen to come and save her. Godin told the princess not to scream. You're not allowed to do that, he said. No one will save you. Xiao Meng took a huge leap and decided to stop the princess. The seventh princess screamed and fell to the grass after losing her balance. Gan grabbed the princess by the arms and tried to immobilize her. The girl screams, spare me, don't touch me. Gan told the princess to shut up and give up all her treasures immediately. The man threatened, if you don't give up all your valuables, I will destroy you. After all, he realized he could take more from a princess than from an ordinary elf. The princess said that all of her treasures were here and pointed to a pendant. It was a space necklace. Gunnan said, that's not enough. I need more. The princess replied that she had nothing else but was willing to serve him if he would spare her. Gan thought that the princess had an 85-point acting skill. You shouldn't believe her, he decided, and go along with it. She probably had a weapon hidden somewhere. The princess asked, what does this man want? Please let me go and don't touch me. The elf continued to scream, take your hands off her. Ganon told her, don't move. Xiao Meng decided to stop the bickering and hit the princess on the head with a hammer. Only a hammer will help me deal with a girl like this, he said. Gan looked at the hammer and thought, it's a symbol of my brilliant military exploits. It had been a long time since he had entered the military academy, and he had forgotten about this hammer. Gunnan thanked the cat for his help. Our hero thought in the future, no matter what happens, I should always carry this hammer with me. Looking at the motionless girl, our hero thought it would now be convenient to examine her. He found a dagger, an earring, and a belt on the princess, but it was unclear what material they were made of. The dagger looked good at first glance. Tang Tang ran up and said, there are a lot of aliens heading this way. The girl added, these are the aliens who came here for the marriage ceremony. The aliens noticed our heroes and increased their speed of movement. Gan thought that the situation was not going well for them. After all, these were aliens who had come here because of the seventh princess. Gan put his hand on Tang Tang's shoulder and said, it is necessary to run away immediately. The pursuers saw that someone had kidnapped the seventh princess and immediately decided to capture her. The warrior said, I know these people. They are from the Heavenly Clan. But why did they kidnap the seventh princess? What are they up to? Could it be that they want to marry her too? One of the groomsmen replied, several princes from the Heavenly Clan have always wanted to marry the seventh princess. They probably set it up on purpose so that she would go out of the city alone. Tang Tang said, Gowan, throw that princess away. Why are you keeping her? You don't want to take her as your wife, you. Gan replied, our target this time is just the seventh princess. Didn't you find all of this strange? Why did the seventh princess leave the city at such a time? And even with a few weak guards? Why didn't they let her go so easily? Tang Tang wondered. Did the princess deliberately go outside the city and use herself as bait for the alien teams to attack the military? If the princess was left now, she would blame the humans, and then the military would definitely attack. Tang Tang said, in that case, the princess should be destroyed. Then nothing would happen. Gan replied, the princess can't be touched now because they are considered a heavenly clan. It should be pretended that she was just stolen. Gan continued, there's a forest up ahead. When we get there, we will disperse. The Earth Dragon will take Tang Tang underground. He added, I would attract pursuers if I took the princess with me. Then the Earth Dragon would return and rescue me. Tang Tang said, I need a cat in that case, otherwise I won't feel safe. Tang took the cat and gave the angel wings to the young man. The girl warned, these are the devil's wings. They're different from the angel wings from before. Gao Neng urged, the Super Earth Dragon must go outside. Tang Tang, diving into the dragon, wished the young man good luck and said they would see each other later. Ganon must be careful, she added. Our hero thought that now it was his turn to distract the enemies. After putting on his wings, he realized those wings were angel wings too, so Tang Tang had tricked him. Ganon shouted to the pursuers, the seventh princess is destined for marriage with the Heavenly Clan, and these inferior races are unworthy of even dreaming of her. The pursuers thought the Heavenly Clan was behaving appropriately. How dare they go against all the suitors? Ganon thought that the level of these alien races was not insignificant. Angel wings and ghostly running wouldn't help him much. If it weren't for the Fountain of Life, he might die. After flying a fair distance, the protagonist thought the angel wings were already running out. They had only lasted 10 minutes. Gan realized it would be hard for him without wings. The only way to save himself now was to create another Earth Dragon. He thought his number one Earth Dragon had almost advanced to the Steel level. Opening the appropriate capsule, the protagonist activated Earth Dragon number 2. Ganon wondered what had arisen in front of him. Where is the dragon? An object appeared out of the liquid substance and continued to rise upwards. Is that a dragon egg? A dragon did indeed hatch from the egg. The system declared that the creation was complete. There had been a successful evolution into a flying dragon of heaven and earth. Gan was amazed. Did he really have a flying dragon now? A flying dragon? It was an advanced type of earth dragon, whose characteristics were doubled. Ganon went inside the dragon and told the flying earth dragon that they needed to go underground. The moment they dived underground, the system informed them that a huge amount of allied coins would be deducted for evolving. The pursuers arrived at the alleged location of the criminals. However, no one was found. They assumed that the villains, along with the princess, had hidden in an underground hole. The orcs wondered how fast the Celestial Clan could dig holes. The Lizard Clan man must catch up with the villains quickly. The Lizard men descended into the tunnel and declared the Heavenly Clan will not escape the pursuit of the Lizard Clan underground. The tunnel lizards were indignant. Why is the Heavenly Clan so good at digging holes? It's impossible to catch up with them. One of the lizards looked out of the tunnel and said, the villains have unfortunately escaped again. It seems like they want to return to Elf City. It's probably just a conspiracy between the Celestial Clan and the Elf Clan. The lizard informed the others, we chased for 2 minutes, but couldn't even see the villains. The tunnel is getting deeper and deeper. The Heavenly Clan shouldn't have such a master at digging holes. It's quite possible they sent a high-ranking person to steal a princess. The pursuers decided to return. On the way back, they met Queen Yuma. The queen asked, where is the seventh princess now? Is she alive? One of the groomsmen replied, doesn't the queen know what she herself has done? We traveled thousands of kilometers to propose marriage, not to entertain her and the Heavenly Clan. Yuna didn't understand what the groom was talking about. The other groom stated that Queen Yuna had conspired with the Celestial Clan. They had seen with their own eyes how 2 members of the Celestial Clan destroyed the guards, stole the princess, and tried to escape by secretly returning her to the City of Elves. The queen had to explain herself on this matter. The queen wondered, how could this be? Did the Celestial Clan really steal a princess? The princess thought it was all planned, but why would the Celestial Clan steal her? The elven warriors told the princess, we must find a princess to clear the air. The princess asked, are you sure that the man who stole the princess went to the Elf City? The people of the lizard tribe keep an eye on everything underground. Does anyone really doubt them? The queen ordered her warriors return to the elf city, stop the thief, and rescue the seventh princess. The lizards reported to the queen, the thief has turned, skirted the elf city, and is traveling further underground. The groomsmen wondered, what does this mean? Where could this person be running to? The guard informed the queen that something felt off. If this continues, things will appear suspicious. Could it be that the kidnappers are really members of the Heavenly Clan? The queen responded, that can't be. The kidnappers' route indeed bypassed the elf city. Khan observed, according to the map, behind the city lies the inner part of the Heavenly Clan's territory. One of the guards focused his gaze on something in the distance. A large group of people appeared in the distance, shouting as they approached the palace. The warrior wondered, what could they be planning? Are the night elves preparing for something, he thought. Along with the night elves, orcs, giants, and other races were advancing. The guard said, this is Heavenly Clan territory. No outsiders have the right to enter here. The Orc King suggested the Heavenly Clan doesn't want to return the princess to the Elf City. They want to take her directly to their land. The representative from another race said, that seems to be the case. The giant commented, in any case, both the Celestial Clan and the Night Elf Clan must offer a clear explanation. The queen said it must be a misunderstanding. The representatives of the other races decided to attack the Heavenly Clan and went on the attack. Gon continued to move in the earth-flying dragon. He assumed that there was a white tower up ahead. Gan said, when we get to the city, I can find a place to hide the princess. A great place could be the palace. The guards heard some sound. It came from the prince's chambers. We need to check, they said. The sound was caused by an earth dragon appearing from underground. Gon placed the princess in the palace on the floor and heard the sound of people approaching. Had they really reacted so quickly? Climbing inside his dragon, our hero said goodbye to the princess. The guards who came running at the sound saw the night elf lying on the floor. How could she have gotten here from underground? They wondered. The prince asked, what is the noise here? The guards reported that they heard a sound and came to check it out. The sixth prince of the Heavenly Clan, Mool, was surprised when he found out that he had an unconscious night elf in his chambers. The prince recognized this girl as the seventh princess of the Night Alos. The young man asked, what happened to Ding Xian? The guards wondered, was this really the seventh princess of the Night Elves? After all, the sixth prince had been in love with her since childhood and always thought of her. The prince remembered the times when they studied in the White Tower and spent time together. Ding Xiang loved spending time with Mula's brother. Mula said, although the fourth and fifth brothers are in love with Ding, I won't give her to anyone. Mula wondered, did Ding Xiang really run away from everyone to find him? The girl came to her senses and screamed, let me go or I'll fight you. Mula told the seventh sister to calm down. After all, he was her sixth brother. The girl came to her senses and realized that Mula was really Moi in front of her. She calmed down a bit. Ding clung to her brother and cried. Mula reassured her everything will be fine. Ding Xiang thought that the sixth brother had saved her. Mula was happy that the girl thought so and confirmed, I saved you. The prince said, this is my bedroom, and no one will ever hurt you again. The prince heard a voice coming from underground. Someone was saying that the Heavenly Clan had really arranged it all. A lizard jumped out of the tunnel. The guards shouted for the sixth prince to be careful. They asked, who is this warrior, and how dare he enter here without permission? The lizard said, I didn't expect the sixth prince of the worthy Heavenly Clan to commit such a shameless act. I heard you personally confess that you stole the seventh princess. The prince replied, that is not true. The lizard warned, if you destroy me, you will incur the wrath of the entire lizard clan. If the Heavenly Clan dares to kidnap the princess, then an explanation should be given to all the other clans. Ding spoke up, it wasn't the sixth brother who kidnapped her. People stole her, and he just saved her. I said again, he continued, that the princess is deceiving you. I heard everything. Moreover, it's Nora who leads directly to the princess's palace. It can't be a coincidence. The lizard turned to the seventh princess and said, the prince is deceiving you. Because it was the Heavenly Clan that destroyed the guards and kidnapped her. If it had been humans, how would they have gotten here unnoticed? Xingzhong asked where the sixth brother had saved her. Mule replied that he had saved her in the palace. The princess wondered, how could he save her in the palace if she was attacked by people outside of the Elven City? If he had saved her, it would have had to be outside of the Elven City. Had the prince really sent someone to destroy her bodyguards and kidnap her? The prince said it wasn't true. The seventh sister should believe him. After all, he is the one who is her sixth brother. The lizard speculated that the princess might have been hit on the head, causing her memory to fade. All the princes had seen with their own eyes that it was the Heavenly Clan that had destroyed the bodyguards and kidnapped her. Ding grabbed her head and said it hurt. Mula said, I don't understand what's being talked about here. Why would he do something like this? They were only planning for the other clans to fight the humans. The lizard laughed. So the prince had blabbed. Now, everyone in the heavenly clan's trade will know about it. Sixth Prince Mule ordered the guards to destroy the lizard. However, his fellow lizardmen came to its aid. A localized battle was brewing. The lizard shouted, "Now that the truth is known, the heavenly clan has decided to fight. They will regret this yet." Mula told the princess, "It is dangerous here. You should move to another room." The lizard leader said, "If this is what the heavenly clan is doing, then we need to enlighten them. The lizardmen will take care of it." At the walls of the palace of the celestial clan, the representatives of the other races saw the battle raging inside. They decided to intervene because their colleagues, the lizards, were involved. The surviving lizardmen spoke out, revealing the truth. The sixth prince of the heavenly clan kidnapped the seventh princess, they said. "We saw with our own eyes that the seventh princess is now in the sixth prince's palace. Furthermore, the sixth prince wants to destroy the lizards to silence them." The sixth prince admitted it was a conspiracy. They had purposely made a mating alliance to lure everyone into attacking the humans. Meanwhile, they took the opportunity to kidnap the seventh princess. Outrage began to grow, and everyone demanded an explanation. Queen Yuna did not know what to say. She said, "Neither I nor the night elves knew anything about it." What was Mula thinking? The queen thought, how could he say such a thing? She continued, "If they don't appease the anger of more than 20 races, not only them, but the heavenly clan will fall." The giant declared that it was necessary to break into the city of the heavenly clan and capture the sixth prince. The heavenly clan archers on the fortress wall prepared to repel the attack and open fire and kill. Discontent reached a fever pitch as members of the other races unleashed their fury. The Orc King said, "We will destroy and burn. We will not stop until the Sky Clan is held accountable for everything." Queen Yuna urged them to stop. "We must not attack the city. After all, our enemies are humans." What had the sixth prince done? She wondered. The guard asked the queen if the attackers should be helped. The princess looked at him angrily, and the guard understood. The queen told her warriors that their goal was to save the seventh princess, but she wouldn't let anyone do anything extra. The sixth prince asked, how dare a lowly lizard behave inappropriately in his palace? The archangels will now be invited. The leader of the Archangel Legion, Hu, had arrived on His Highness's orders. The prince ordered to destroy all the lizards, leaving no one alive. Hu said that he would proceed to carry out His Highness's order. While there are a great variety of alien races, there are also differences in size. Mountain giants belong to the barbarian branch, while winged lizards belong to the orc branch. The Heavenly Clan is one of the strongest clans. So even if both of them are high level, the Heavenly Clan will be stronger than the Lizard Clan. The Lizard said that it was necessary to ask for help from His Royal Highness, the fourth prince. The Heavenly Clan uses archangels. The Lizard spat out an emergency signal into the sky. The attackers saw the signal and realized that it was the Heavenly Clan fighting an unfair battle. Did they really think the Lizard Clan didn't have any strong warriors? The attackers spotted high-level warriors with a demonic aura on the tower. These were not the normal higher-ranked orders. The 7th and 8th orders were high-ranked, and the 9th rank was the king. The king of the Heavenly Clan had appeared. The attackers decided to listen to what the Heavenly Clan king had to say. He must answer for everything. Ganon was surprised. Was he really flying to the royal city of the Heavenly Clan? He had to return immediately before being spotted. Ganon decided to look around with his unique vision to see what was happening around him. The representatives of the other races were dispersing. The battle was over. No one wanted to fight. Our hero saw a prince who possessed the power of the Third Order. If he dealt with him, he could earn a lot of merit points. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The guards became alarmed. What happened to the prince? How did it happen? Has the prince of the winged Terran been destroyed? Who could have done this? Was it really that vile, escaped angel who destroyed the prince under the pretext of a truce? The warrior asked His Majesty to do justice for them all. The king of the winged Terran asked, who dared to touch his family? It was reported to the king that the Heavenly Clan had destroyed the prince. In the presence of the Heavenly Clan king, no one could resist. The representatives of the various races took courage and decided that, on such an occasion, they would fight their rival together. They called their kings to do so. It was turbulent in lizard territory. The volcano was still erupting and puffs of smoke were rising high into the sky. The Lizard King rose up and shouted loudly. In the territory of the mountain giants, the king of the clan was also ready to restore justice and defend the defamed honor. In Orc territory, the king thrust the sword of war into the ground. Outside the night elf garrison, the elder asked in surprise, what happened? Where are the aliens? Aren't there still 2 more years to go? Ghost Disciple Lieutenant said that the kings from the northern district had indeed left. The kings from the southern district had also left. What happened to them? The old man was asked what he had done in the territory of the Dark Elves. The old man replied, we were just advancing with an army. The others shouldn't find out about us. Does the old man not realize how many of the strongest outsiders are heading their way? Someone asked. According to the current speed, they'll be emplaced in 10 minutes. Something serious must be going on at the temporary military base. Events took place according to established routines and plans. The officer inquired, "Why is Mr. Lee here now?" The ghostly disciple, Lee Tainan, asked the officer, was his mind completely blank. What did he do when he agreed to only hit the second line of defense? The officer replied, "I don't understand anything. I just sent out some commands to see if there might be something wrong." Lee Tainan wondered, would several teams be able to provoke the strongest to intercede for the elves? There must be several reasons. The commander said, this could have happened because of the Fountain of Life, but they didn't touch it. The duty officer reported that the Orc King didn't stop and went to the Heavenly Clan's territory, but none of them went to the Heavenly Clan's royal city. What's going on? The lieutenant thought. The one from the Winged Terran clan had also gone there. Currently, the 5 strongest ones had gathered in the eastern region. It can't be allowed to happen for them to organize an attack. Elder Lee said that he had to go back to Hope City to discuss everything. It's an emergency, he added. The aide asked Deputy Commander Chen, was it really Mr. Lee? Mr. Chen confirmed it was the legend of the military department, Lee Tainan's ghost disciple. The aide said, I didn't expect that Mr. Lee was the one who accompanied them. Well, why did he run away so quickly? The assistant commander replied, Mr. Lee Tainan had gone to the City of Hope to discuss important military matters. The Celestial Clan's territory had seen the approach of kings of other races with their armies. The king of the Mooing Heavenly Clan said, it is necessary to stop. Do they even know what they're doing? This is the Heavenly Clan's territory. The rebels said that they should not listen to him, as he had just destroyed the Prince of the Winged Tan. It was explained to the king that if he wanted to stop the bloodshed, he must first hand over the 6th prince and 7th princess to the Dark Elves. The king better do it nicely, or he'll have to take them by force. Gan thought that today was his day of triumph. He believed he had made a great contribution this time. Now it was time for him to leave. An explosion formed, followed by a blast of armed force, and everyone saw a sword sticking out of the ground. Everyone present noted that it was the sword of an Orc king. Even he had appeared here. The subordinates told the king that the Sky Clan and the Night Elves had conspired and deceived them. They asked the king to avenge them. A huge whirlwind rose above the tower and everything swirled. The people present said that other kings were also coming. The subordinates urged their kings to take revenge on the Heavenly Clan. The Bird King said, as the prince's guards, these warriors deserve to die. The angry kings demanded that the king of the Heavenly Clan appear before them. Suddenly, the ground around the elf tree shook and a loud rumbling sound was heard. The Night Elf warriors grabbed their heads. The volume of the sound was growing. The king wondered, was his opponent hiding? If it weren't for the Orc King, they wouldn't even be talking. The Bird King said that the representatives of the Heavenly Clan had destroyed a member of his royal family. How could this be explained? The strongest of the Lizard Clan had also arrived for the upcoming showdown. The King of the Mountain Giants wanted to hear the report from the King of the Heavenly Clan. The counselors thought fearfully, how many more strong men could come here? It was only getting worse. The terrified Heavenly Clan warriors counted the 13 strongest. This had never happened before within these walls. Even in a great battle, it was rare to see so many of the strongest appear on the same field. No one expected that so many old friends would come at the same time. The king of the Heavenly Clan said that he was honored. The king added that whoever came would be a guest. He then asked everyone to go to the White Tower and drink a cup of wine with him. As for the other matters, the assistants will take care of that. The Heavenly Clan King showed the direction in which everyone should move to gather together and greet each other. The Bird King said, it's a good idea, but the prince is dead. Is this really how the Heavenly Clan King wants to make amends? If he wants them to drink together, then sincerity must be shown. The palace master said he was willing to show sincerity. The king spread his hands apart and told him to come out. Archangel Hugu walked forward with the 7th princess in his hands. The 6th prince, Mule, was lying under his feet. Everyone present held their breath. They naturally recognized the princess and the prince. The Heavenly Clan King asked, is that enough? The kings present said that the habits of the master of the palace had not changed. Now it was okay to drink. Everyone gathered amicably and headed for the banquet hall. The atmosphere lightened. Mula told his father, I really didn't do anything and understand absolutely nothing. I didn't kidnap anyone. I was framed. The king told the son to be silent immediately. The king of the Heavenly Clan told Dark Elf Queen Yuna that since this matter began with his Heavenly Clan, it should also be resolved here. The 7th princess would temporarily be a guest of his clan as a witness. Luna agreed that this was a good arrangement. The princes of the other clans could also go to the city to rest. The Heavenly Clan had always been sincere in its hospitality. The king stated that he would deal with his son personally later and bring him justice. At the same time, the 8 strongest individuals gathered in the East Region Fortress. The meeting in the fortress was led by Mr. Qin. A lieutenant present at the meeting mentioned that the aliens had all gathered at the Heavenly Clan, but he didn't know anything more. The Heavenly Seer Jiang Dingmo remarked that it had been over 10 years since the gathering of the 13 strongest in the Heavenly Clan Royal City. So, this was no simple matter. They were definitely planning something significant. Chen Ying-xuan had previously reported that the alien race possessed a resurrection seat, and they could resurrect themselves in advance. Maybe this gathering has something to do with this matter. The person present wondered. What resurrection seat are we talking about? Did Mr. Li mean that they were going to attack in advance? Chung Dingmo said that they should make a plan for the worst-case scenario. His colleagues supported him. It was better to prepare for the worst. The man present said, if war breaks out, most people will die. No one wants people to disappear from the face of the earth. A colleague stated, we're all going to die anyway. Better to do it on the battlefield than from old age. The speaker asked, what does the chairman of the meeting, Mr. Qin, think about this? Qin replied, since no one wants to leave this land, everything goes back to normal. You shouldn't rely on the old people. You should rely on the future generation. Those present were surprised. Is Mr. Qin really talking about change? However, despite much debate and differing opinions, they were almost standing still. Elder Qin said, we're already too old. The alien races are planning something. There's not much time left. Something must be done before it is too late. A member of the meeting said, in that case, I have no objection to it. A colleague seconded it. Li Tian said, it's not that there are no objections. They should realize it, not just agree. At the critical moment, there is no point in talking about ownership of resources. Elder Qin suggested, leave the issue of quotas to the younger generation. The military department should select 200 people. The people present thanked the elders for attending the meeting. Elder Qin added, some of them should go to the Night Elves territory and bring their soldiers back. It needs to be returned as soon as possible. We can't afford to lose 50,000 top ranks. All reaffirmed their commitment to bringing the army back to their territories. The protagonist was finally able to break out of the dungeon into the fresh air and took a deep breath with his whole chest. Our hero's arm was still energetically unstable. However, the explosive energy in his body gradually began to calm down. Our hero could still feel the power of the fountain of life was changing his body. Lin Ying was able to become the #1 student in the eastern capital with a small bottle of essence the size of a finger. Now he would definitely become the #1 student. Gao Neng looked around. Tang Tang had said that the war office would stay in the elven garrison for 3 days. The boy thought he should find a place to see what had changed about it. Our hero didn't even check the vault he got from the dark elf princess. What could be in it? The young man was upset, for he had counted on robbing a princess, not a clothing store. Some of the things our hero put in his hiking backpack. He decided that he would let Tang Tang and Shen Yi try them on. The protagonist also discovered a vial of energy from the Fountain of Life, along with 2 other vials. The Fountain of Life could be saved for future use, but were these 2 fruits from the Tree of Life? The boy didn't dare to eat them at once. They might not be for humans. Gan told his system that he wanted to recycle and evaluate the 7th Princess's Bow. It was a mid-level night elf combination bow. Worth over 2.5 million, Gan said. Let the system rework this bow well. Also, our hero wanted the system to rate this red fruit. The system reported it is an eternal elf tree fruit worth 150 million allied coins. Is it worth processing? Our hero thought about the benefits of this fruit, even though it costs so much money. The system suggested it is recommended to look for answers to the questions you asked in the encyclopedia. Gam replied, I won't spend money on an alliance encyclopedia, and added, the system should evaluate more of the item. In his hands, our hero had a raft of the soul of the Heavenly Clan worth 230 million. The guy thought that he had not only kidnapped the princess, but also become the owner of a fortune. He hoped the fruits weren't poisonous. He thought he could eat them and become a super energy warrior, saving the world in one go. Gan turned away and decided to eat 380 million allied coins worth of fruit. For the first time in his life, our hero experienced such a feeling. He felt as if his body and soul were wrapped in the energy of life. These fruits are definitely worth the price, Gan thought. He felt like sleeping. His body would probably start to change soon. Gunnan believed that Tang Tang must be hiding somewhere, absorbing the energy of the source. The young man grew tired of thinking and fell asleep. His body was encased in an unusual substance. The garrison lived a normal military life. At dawn, everyone was still asleep. However, Assistant Commander Chen remained vigilant and on duty. More than a dozen strong men from different races had gathered in the Heavenly Clan Royal City with unknown intentions. They could destroy the human army at any moment. Chen said, we can't wait any longer. We must retreat as soon as possible. The officer sensed a powerful energy approaching. 8 shadows appeared above them, and an incredible energy radiated from them. Could it be the strongest ones? Are they already here? However, among those arriving were Mr. Lee Tannen and other officials, along with important figures. The deputy commander thought that the most powerful members of the Human Alliance had gathered here. Could a decisive battle be about to take place? The lieutenant told the deputy commander that it was necessary to prepare to retreat. Mr. Chen was surprised. Isn't this war? Elder Lee said that there were 15 of the strongest people in the Heavenly Clan's territory right now. It would definitely be impossible to deal with them. As long as they don't take any action, there is an urgent need to retreat. Elder Lee added that they would have a more important task after they returned. The senior officer asked, did everyone here really show up for a change? The lieutenant replied that this matter would be publicized soon. This change will no longer be limited to the military. All sects and families will also join in. Assistant Commander-in-Chief Chin said that he was ready to carry out the order. The officer thought that the most powerful people had reached an agreement, so even the government representatives could no longer object. The entire army was ready to retreat. Suddenly, a plan that had been in the works for several years was thwarted by the actions of an alien race. The aide reported to the commander that the units sent behind enemy lines had not yet returned. The officer said it is necessary to leave them a message and ask them to return to the City of Hope if they ever came back here. It was the only way out now. The commander hoped that the soldiers behind enemy lines could survive and return home. Tanjin was also resting in a capsule of substance attached to a tree. The girl successfully regained her strength and became considerably stronger. The capsule began to collapse. Tang Tang woke up and said, I feel strong. The capacity of the energy core had increased at least 3 times. The magnetization of her whole body was also complete. The girl said she was already in the middle stage of the 3rd order, soon to be approaching the 4th order. Tang Tang didn't think she was a genius without reason. No one could compete with her. The girl remembered that Xiang was still with her. Tang Tang thought that when they stopped here yesterday, they had been attacked by a pack of shadow tundra wolves. Thanks to Xiang, they were able to repel the attack together. Tang Tang thanked Xiaoming for guarding her while she slept, but this was very strange. The girl could clearly see that the cat was also drinking from the fountain of life. So why did she transform? Tang Tang said, as long as Xiaoming can destroy enemies, she's a great cat. Now it's time for us to go home. The girl realized that Xiaoming wanted to find Gao Neng. Tang Tang said, he must be hiding and transforming somewhere. We won't be able to find him. He has to come out of the cocoon first. Maybe we'll see him when we go back. The cat broke out of her arms and ran off. Tang Tang told her not to run away. Gain said the cat should stay with her. The girl added, if Xiaoming returns to Hope City, I'll buy her the best cat food. Tang Tang added, if a cat doesn't like cat food, I'll buy her meat and hire the best chef to cook it. Xiaoming came back. Tang Tang was happy that the cat liked food. It meant they were coming home. The Alliance army was returning to their base, the Eastern Region Fortress. Lei said, the last group has arrived. After her, it could be said that everyone had successfully retreated. Now we can take a break and have lunch, Junior Lieutenant Chen said. Thanks to Vice Dean Guy, who commanded the retreat, everything went perfectly. Liu regretted that the 10 dispatched reconnaissance teams were hopeless for rescue. However, he was relieved that the students were safe. In the cafeteria, Tang Tang and Xiaoming demanded a T-bone steak. The girl said, I refuse to eat the pressed biscuits I had on the battlefield. Lai saw the girl and asked, why is Tang Tang here now? Tang Tang was overjoyed when she heard that Teacher Guy had already returned. Mentor Guy menacingly asked, why are you in the Eastern Fortress? Did you sneak into the battlefield? The girl replied, I was just passing by. By the way, has Preceptor Lai seen a young man named Gang? Lai grabbed the girl by the scruff of the neck. Did Gang really participate in this too? The energy and bloody odor on the girl's body clearly indicated that she had just escaped from the battlefield. What have they done? Tang Tang was forced to tell her mentor, Guai, about everything. Lai was surprised that his disciples had been able to infiltrate under the Night Elf city and drink from their fountain of life. The youngsters had really made a mess of things this time. Lai took Tang Tang to the command center of the Eastern region. The girl begged for mercy, for if her grandfather found out what had happened, he would destroy her. General Shen Changing, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern region, also listened to the whole story. The officer asked, what happened after you kidnapped the 7th princess? The girl replied, we were then chased by alien races who wanted to destroy us. Gan said it could be a plot by the Heavenly Clan to lure different clans into attacking humans. The commander's advisor agreed, saying that such a thing was possible. He didn't expect that they had almost been wiped out by the Night Elves, along with the Heavenly Clan. If that was the case, the advisor continued, then Tang Tang and Gan made a great contribution. Without them, we might not have made it back. Shen Zhenjiang said, "It's a pity, it can't be replicated. Otherwise, the problem of blocking information about alien races could really be solved. If they want to successfully send spies to the city of an alien race, the strength of the soldiers to be sent must not exceed the third order. Otherwise, the energy in their magnetic core would fluctuate with the air. Only someone as unique as Gon could sneak into the royal city unhindered." Tang Tang said, "Nothing should happen to Gon. The officers aren't saying that, and he could have been killed, are they?" The commander told the girl, "After we split up, the 15 strongest of the alien races came to the royal city of the Heavenly Clan. The cause of the commotion was probably the 7 princess. All 10 of the alliance teams sent were killed." Tang Tang didn't understand how this could have happened. "Gon couldn't have died. He's a fast runner," the girl insisted. "I even gave him angel wings, and he still has an earth dragon that can explode into the ground. Gon can't die." The senior officer told Aloe, "Take the girl to a separate tent to rest." Tang Tang was upset and kept repeating that Gon wasn't dead. Lei told the deputy commander that he should think about the fact that Gon couldn't have died. For that, he personally wanted to go to the battlefield to bring the guy back. Louis added, "This guy is completely different. I want to go there to find and rescue him." Tang Tang tearfully told Teacher Guy, "I didn't know that this could happen. I will never act without permission again." Mentor told Tang Tang to go back and rest. Xiao Ming thought, after all, its connection with Gon hadn't been destroyed. So the guy wasn't dead. Why were those two crying? They were only annoying. At night on the battlefield, our hero thought he was still invincible. He could now cover his entire body with energy. Although he couldn't release all the energy yet, he was already one step away from the fourth order. Most importantly, his regeneration had reached impossible levels thanks to those fruits. Also, our hero was now able to use Soul Slash. His soul power had more than doubled, and he could even destroy both body and soul. Gundam thought it was fun trying to be strong. He was clearly proud of himself. The transformation had taken 2 whole days, and the army should have retreated long ago. It was time for him to return. Gan thought that all the alien races were fighting each other in the Heavenly Clan capital, and the Night Elf Queen had also brought her people there. The princess had left. Did that mean the Night Elf city was empty? Gundam thought it might make sense for him to sneak in and pick up some valuables. This wasn't a place where he could come whenever he wanted. Then he should grab a gift for Shen Yi as well. The guy thought that if he could get his hands on some fruits, he would definitely get rich. Gan believed that fortune favored the brave, so he should do it. Night Elf City, the strongest gathered in the Heavenly Clan's royal city, and the end result was the concession of the Heavenly Clan and the Elf Clan. Prince Mule alone bore all the responsibility. The 7th princess must conduct a truly fair wedding ceremony. The candidates for the ceremony must be chosen from races other than the Celestial Clan. To prepare for the ceremony, Queen Yuna had already returned to the Night Elf City. The queen apologized to her daughter. It was her fault that they didn't have the strongest, so they could only submit. Una thought there were rumors that the princess was having an affair with the 6th prince, but if she married a member of an alien race, her reputation would suffer. Now it was unclear who the princess would marry at all. Queen Yuna shouted that she would not allow this to happen. Her daughter could only marry a member of the Heavenly Clan. The elder said he had an idea he could share with the queen. The old man suggested that conditions could be set for the future husband of the 7th princess to move to the city of the Night Elves. That way, the princess would not leave the city, and they would not be restricted by other races. The queen said it was impossible. The princes who came this time were all from the strongest races. What they had created was nothing but the self-healing ability inherited by the elven royal family from the Tree of Life. The elders said that they could create a prince on their own. For example, the prince of the Wood Elves. The queen was surprised. Did the elder mean the Wood Elves, who do not care about world affairs in the far south? The Forest Elves were ruled by the strongest, and they had always refused to communicate with other clans. Could someone really pretend to be their prince and propose marriage? The elder replied, "That is exactly what I mean." The reason was simple. He will say that he doesn't want the Elf Clan to become affiliated with other races. So you just need to warn the Heavenly Clan and tell them in advance that this is a sham marriage. Then, if the 4th prince of the Heavenly Clan wants to gain the support of the Night Elves, he must find a way to marry the 7th princess. If the elder had said that, then he had a plan of action. The elder continued, "I have already found the best person to introduce as the Prince of the Forest Elves," and made a mask to hide his appearance. There is a difference between Forest Elves and Night Elves that can be hidden if they are below the 3rd order, but the prince's guards should not be weak. The queen said that in that case, they might have an accident on the way. The Prince of the Wood Elves would clash with an alliance of humans, and the guards would die in the battle. That would explain why he would show up later. The queen said that she saw this as the only choice. As soon as the marriage proposal ceremony is over, the wedding ceremony will immediately take place, so everything must be prepared as soon as possible. Gan decided that he needed to calm down and think things over carefully. Was he really strong right now? Our hero had just confirmed that his life force and energy had almost doubled after the transformation, and he was indeed very strong. Our hero saw a prince in front of him and wondered, how can this be? He had just kidnapped the princess and immediately met another prince. Gan activated the ability through the eye and decided to scan this prince. Our hero realized that the prince in front of him was a fake prince. The guy thought that was what he needed. What you wish for, you get. Gan came to the middle of the road with his sword and stopped the fake prince. He told him to give up all his jewels if his life was dear to him. The prince wondered, why did a human appear here? He's only of the third order. Had he been ditched by his own alliance of humans? The prince snatched up his sword and declared that he had no time for this man, so he was about to die. However, a moment later, the prince was lying on his back, begging for mercy. Gan assumed that, judging from this elf's clothes, his status was not low, which meant he must have a lot of treasures. The captive said he was the 13th prince of wood elves. They are a peaceful race and never fight humans. Gan said that if he destroyed this prince now, no one would know it was him who did it. The prince replied that they would know. The forest elf showed an identification plate that had a special soul imprint synchronized with him. Once he died, the man would not be able to escape. Gan immediately picked up this plaque. The guy thought it looked like the real thing. This fake prince had perfectly disguised himself as a wood elf with a lot of effort. Gao shattered the bond with his bloody sword. The wood elf wondered, how did this man break the bond? Gao thanked his opponent for his efforts and said he would take his place at the ceremony. The wood elf asked, how did you know I was here to propose marriage? However, our hero answered nothing. Instead, he stabbed the elf through and through with his bloody sword. Gao thought it really worked. Once he faced his opponent, it was a simple matter of ease. Gao then thought that now he needed to connect his soul to this tablet. Afterward, our hero decided to check the contents of the pockets of the forest elf prince he had destroyed. The young man found a high-grade oak bough that was worth a lot of money. This bough was probably a wedding present, so he decided to keep it for now. Now, our hero can pretend to be the prince of the wood elves. If he went to the city of the dark elves, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Putting on the mask and changing clothes, Gao thought it was the perfect disguise. Now even his mother shouldn't recognize him. Gao decided that he would just go there for reconnaissance. If there was any trouble, he would run away right away. The prince of the wood elves was already waiting at the gates of the city of the night elves. The man thought that, according to the route they had planned, the prince should have arrived long ago. There was very little time left. Had something happened to the prince? But people had left here. Gan thought he wouldn't go through the main entrance. It was better to sneak into the city unnoticed. Early on a sunny morning, the princes and their subjects gathered near the main elephant tree. While waiting for the princess's verdict, the princes talked amongst themselves about various topics, including how the night elves and the Skyclan had failed to get a bride and had lost their army. The prince said, if one knows the enemy and knows oneself, then there is no need to fear the results of 100 battles. So says the book, The Art of War. The queen was puzzled. Why had the fake prince of the wood elves shown up yet? Had something happened? After all, time was running out. The queen thought it might make sense to prepare someone else. Our hero determined that there were 2 high-level and 10 mid-level warriors near the tree. Looking out from his hiding spot, Gan thought this place was very crowded and the defenses were too serious. It was a good thing he hadn't gone through the main entrance. Gunnan was upset that there were so many guards. He felt it wouldn't work out. Fortunately, he had no missions here, so he could just leave. Gunnan summoned his earth-flying dragon. However, our hero was discovered. The warriors were outraged. How dare the thief get in here? They shouted. The young man had forgotten that he was only half a step away from the Fourth Order, and so the fluctuations in energy were hard to hide. The warriors shouted that the thief could not escape and must surrender. They knew he had to come, for all the gates were now guarded. If you surrender now, your life will be spared. Gan replied, that's impossible. You can't deceive me. The lizards thought that guards were indeed standing at each of the gates. Gan realized that he really only had to pretend to be the prince of the forest elves. Our hero told the dragon to crawl away. The farther away, the better. Gao Neng jumped out of hiding. This is called luring the tiger out of its den. The next step is crossing the sea undercover. Our hero shouted, I am the 13th prince of the Wood Elf clan. The guard should open the city gates to me immediately. The guard commander replied, the 13th prince has finally arrived. Gon was startled. Why is that guard running towards me so quickly? I haven't even had time to do anything yet. A frightened Gon wondered, what is this guard going to do to me? After all, I am His Royal Highness, the 13th Prince of the Wood Elves. The guard commander said, "I don't have time to explain. You must follow quickly. Time is running out." The queen was overjoyed. "I did not expect the 13th prince of the Wood Elves to come to propose marriage." Queen Yuna said, "For His Royal Highness Prince Gan, please send my greetings to the Forest Elf King on behalf of the Night Elves." Gan was surprised. "What does the Night Elf Queen want from me?" Gan closed his eyes and blushed with embarrassment. The queen was surprised. Was this really the 13th prince of the Forest Elves? The broom candidates were surprised as well. The Forest Elves had never made an alliance with a foreign race. How could they come here to propose marriage? Besides, there were no guards with this prince. Everything looked very suspicious. The guard commander was puzzled. Why is this wood elf silent? He should say that he was robbed, that the guards were destroyed on the way, and that he escaped. After all, it's not a complicated story. Gan didn't know what to tell him. He had no idea what kind of relationship the Forest Elves had with the Night Elves. The queen addressed those present. "His Majesty, the 13th Prince of the Wood Elves, has not yet regained consciousness. He was robbed on the way, and his guards were destroyed by the Human Alliance." She continued, "Despite everything that happened, His Highness Prince Jai still came here to propose marriage to my daughter. This is extremely rare." The 7th princess and all the others were once again mesmerized by her beauty. The princes were surprised. "Why is the 7th princess crying?" they asked. They already knew that it was all the mule's fault. The princess shouldn't blame herself. The princes told her, "Do not cry, or we will be destroyed by the grief that has befallen us." Our hero thought, "I'm just a fake prince. I don't need to play my part. It's better to keep quiet and come up with an escape plan." The queen cried and said, "My beloved daughter has been by my side since childhood and has never left the Night Elves." All of those present took these words with understanding. One of them princes said, "I might consider marrying the queen. I am willing to take an elven woman under 200 years of age as my wife." The elder said, "All the princes have seen how reluctant the queen is to leave the 7th princess. But for the 7th princess, it is her life's work to strengthen our family through marriage." So the Council of Night Elf Elders made a decision. If there is a prince who wants to marry the 7th princess, he must become a member of the Night Elf clan and stay here. They will also be able to get married today. The people present were surprised. Is it really necessary to become a member of the Night Elf clan? They murmured. After all, they are from the race of the strongest, all of them claiming the crown of their clan. How could anyone agree to such a thing? The elders spoke, their voices carrying authority. The marriage of the 7th princess will be decided today. Whoever refuses will lose a unique opportunity. The princess spoke, her tone firm. "It is impossible. None of them will agree. They will not marry. Let the 7th princess look for her own prince." Gan observed the scene, his voice low but confident. Their acting is at the right level, but there are a few flaws at this moment. The chief of the guards pushed our hero forward. With a swift motion, he flew across the lake and landed in front of the princess. Ganon landed gracefully, positioning himself directly in front of the kneeling princess. Everyone present gasped as one. His Highness, the 13th Prince of the Forest Elf clan, has expressed his desire to join the Night Elf clan, they declared. The elder nodded with approval. Prince G is ready to marry, and that is wonderful. The 7th princess will not be separated from her queen. The princes did not believe in the sincerity of this wood elf. He can't give up the throne for a girl. He is interested in something else. The elder told the princes to calm down. Those who are willing to join our clan will be prioritized. This was warned in advance. Prince G has a deep affection for the 7th princess, and he didn't hesitate to give up the throne. It's really touching. The princess wondered if Prince G would really join them, the Night Elves. Gan said he doesn't want that. He won't join. Our hero had an idea of what was going on here. He was supposed to marry a princess, and behind it all was the queen of the Dark Elves, Yuna. Gon thought that he was here by chance, but once he entered the bride's room and his identity was revealed, he would be destroyed. Now, there was only one way to survive. Gaby said that since the selection was done openly, there should be no prioritization. As the 13th Prince of the Forest Elf clan, I would never allow such an unfair selection contest. The groom can, and it said it was great. His Highness Ga is right. It's a totally unfair rule. The head of the guard didn't realize what was going on. The man thought that this young man had been bribed by the other princes. The head of the guards asked, how dare this guy betray the Night Elves? Isn't he afraid of being wiped off the face of the earth? If he dares to say such a thing again, he will be wiped out immediately. Gao wondered, was this man really threatening him? The prince asked Her Majesty, how dare a mere captain of guards threaten him? Is that what the Night Elves do? Seeing that he is weak and has no guards, they want to force him into marriage to control the Forest Elves. The other princes said, we will definitely get justice. Prince G can have no doubt about it. God told this captain, don't even try to contradict me. You just threatened destruction, and before that, you threw him across the lake. How are you going to be held accountable for your actions? The princes agreed. They too had seen that Prince Ga had not jumped there by himself. Indeed, that captain of the guards had snuck up behind him. Guy said that the head of the guard had made an attempt on the royal family of the Wood Elves. Does he really think he's going to get anything but killed? I want that boy shut up immediately. Who does he think he is? The security chief shouted loudly and turned into an ice block. The queen said that a member of the royal family could not be insulted, so the captain of the guard was punished. Our hero looked at the queen and realized that this was the power of the Ninth Order. She destroyed the high-ranked knight with such ease. The ice block melted and turned into a puddle, her soul leaving her. Galen grabbed his bloody sword and said, "This rascal will not escape punishment." The princes were surprised. Did this Jai really just destroy the night elf's soul? The forest elf prince was so ruthless that he didn't even give him a chance to be resurrected. However, after such a commotion, a marriage between forest elves and night elves seemed unlikely. Since this was a serious offense, there was no need to waste precious resources. Now the queen said that now the 13th prince had personally destroyed that ignorant elf. The wedding ceremony could continue. The princes could show off their wedding gifts and prove their sincerity. The giant displayed his family's treasure, the mountain giants, a heart made of flame crystal. "This heart is as hot as my love for the princess and will never fade," he declared. Another prince presented his gift, a snow crystal that was 10,000 years old. "This crystal represents my love for the 7th princess. It is pure and eternal," he proclaimed. Gunnan watched from the sidelines as the groom candidates flaunted their gifts. He thought that it would be perfect if he could get his hands on all of these treasures. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Next, the 13th prince of the Wood Elves had to present his gift. However, if he still wanted to marry the princess, his gift needed to be extraordinary. Gammy stepped forward. "I have something too," he said, revealing a bow engraved with the name of the 7th princess. However, our hero Gammy did not want to part with this bow for any reason. He spoke again. "I have come a long way, and this is the greatest gift I can give. The princess should be grateful." Gammy said he didn't have any gift. Whether to marry him or not is up to the princess. "Let's get this over with as soon as possible." The princess thought, this guy isn't going to give the night elves anything at all. Is he really here to get married? The prince of the giants said he appreciated the 13th prince's candor, and now they were friends. The princes began to think that Gam didn't want to come here. He was forced to. Everyone present was only too happy, as there was one less competitor. Gam didn't even notice how he became the idol of all the Gru candidates. The 7th princess wondered if Prince Ga didn't find her attractive. The people present were surprised. Had the princess fallen in love with him? The 7th princess told the queen, "This prince must have been forced to come here. I think the queen is the reason." However, she added, "This prince shouldn't be kicked out yet because the queen doesn't hold a grudge against him." Luda replied, "No one is going to kick him out." Goten was surprised. After all, he's behaving terribly. How can they turn a blind eye to it? The candidates were also surprised. Can this guy really do whatever he wants? Goten thought that the Night Elves wanted to choose him as a groom and then destroy him. After all, they needed to save face, so they were willing to do anything. The Elder said that the princes who passed the first round should go under the sacred tree. There were truly the strongest 9 princes left. Goten thought, how could these princes be used to get out of this situation? The Elders said that now there would be a second round question. Should 2 people who love each other have a private life, or should they respect each other and tell each other everything? The candidates must tell their answers to the 7th princess. Goten thought that he could answer anything, but the final choice was still in the hands of the 7th princess. It depended on what she liked, and no one would make a remark about it. The Orc Prince said that he would be the first to answer that question. He believed that both should treat each other sincerely. There should be trust. However, due to differences in race beliefs, birth environment, and cultural gaps, there were challenges between them. This is not possible. Gon thought that was a good answer. Then the other princes began to answer. The giant said that there should be no secrets from each other. It was Prince G's turn. What would his answer be? The 13th prince said he chose neither. If the 7th princess wants to marry me, she must serve me unconditionally that day and follow all my instructions. I can do whatever I want. He also added, it is normal for a man to have concubines other than his wife. Guy remarked that what he said was the truth, and the princess must obey him unconditionally. Gam believed that now the princess wouldn't embarrass herself in front of everyone and would choose him. The elders shouted, this is very rude. Prince G should be removed from here immediately. He will never marry a princess. The princess thought that even if Jime didn't want to marry her, his words were too rude. Now she definitely wouldn't choose him. The 7th princess said, I choose Prince G. I agree with everything he says. The queen told the princess, do not do it. The princess told her mother that she had made up her mind and was not to be persuaded anymore. The Orc Prince said he didn't agree. Why didn't the princess choose him again? The princess replied, it's very simple. Night elves and wood elves are one. Although they are separated now, they all have elf blood in them. Although Prince Gamey speaks lightly, I am willing to marry him, she continued. Not for my own sake, but for the sake of our race. I am willing to sacrifice myself. I believe I can change the prince. Even if I can't, I will try my best for the elf race. Gan was surprised. Could such a thing really be possible? Even he thought he had gone too far. Gao thought the princess wouldn't be able to fool him, even though she was good at it. The princess declared, I am the seventh princess of the Dark Elves, ready to marry him, and will obey him for the rest of my life. Does he agree to marry me? Gao replied, I do not want to. Ding Yang was surprised. After all, he had come here for her. Even if he was forced, he is still here. Now he can't refuse to marry her. Jean shouted, my heart is already taken. I love my own sister. The seventh princess replied, I don't care. Jean stated, I care. My sister is my one and only love. You will not get my heart or my body, even if you marry me. Princess Ding Xiang said firmly, I've made up my mind. I will not marry anyone but the 13th prince. Nothing else matters. The prince shouted, this isn't fair. How can the seventh princess chase after such a monster? Is there no justice in this world? Then thought to himself, this girl is trying to destroy me. Her goal is to make me say those terrible words, then ruin me for humiliating the seventh princess. The place for this is perfectly chosen. The princess asked, Prince Ji, do you really not want to marry me? A sharp knife appeared in the girl's hands. Gun had realized that all she had been doing was preparing the ground for this moment. Ding Xiang lunged at Gunnan, plowing him into the lake. Everyone saw the prince and princess begin to sing and sink to the bottom. Ganon thought that the princess was a better swimmer than he was. We must hold her hand with the knife, but we can't give her a chance to float. It is necessary to take the knife from the princess, otherwise she will say that this knife belongs to him. The princess wanted Ganon to let her go. The girl pushed the prince away from her and began to surface. Ganon couldn't let her come to the surface. She could say anything there. Ganon grabbed the princess's leg and activated the life transformation iron. The princess started screaming for the rascal to let her go. Our hero, he said, told Ding Xiang not to even think of running away from him. Ganon approached the princess again and grabbed her hand holding a knife. Those watching from the shore saw the seventh princess and Prince Chi leap out of the water. Prince Ganon went down on one knee. His shoulder was shot through with an arrow. Those watching wondered what had happened to the 13th prince. Guy said that Princess Ding Yang is very cruel. She tried to destroy him because he refused her. Guy announced to everyone that the princess wanted to destroy him. She was screaming about it, and everyone heard it. Our hero didn't expect that the bow he took from the fake prince might actually be needed. Ding Yang was alarmed. Where had her knife gone? The princess stated that it wasn't her bow at all. Guy had stuck an arrow in himself and was now trying to blame her for it. What proof did the prince have? Guy said, let the princess look more closely at that bow and she'll understand everything. The people present saw that the name of the seventh princess was engraved on the bow. It was a black ironwood hunting bow, meant as a bride price. The Orc Prince confirmed this is indeed the bow of the seventh princess. The engraving is extremely precise, impossible to duplicate. So the seventh princess really did try to destroy Prince Ga. Ga said, I will remember this day. Everyone could see that he didn't want to marry the princess, but they were forcing him to. They wanted to push him into marriage and destroy him if he refused. They provoked the forest elves. Guy said, my forest elf family is willing to sign an alliance with everyone, just to get the blessing temporarily. The Prince of Giants said, if he is pursued by the night elves, he will deliver him home. The Prince of Orcs added, I will escort him. He continued, now we know who the seventh princess really is. We will never marry such a woman in our lives. It's better to just forget about her. The Lizard Clan was also willing to help Prince Gie get home. The Queen really didn't expect it to end this way. They had to destroy this guy to keep this from becoming a reality. Prince Game was surrounded by protectors, other princes, and their warriors. However, the 13th prince was asked, where are you in such a hurry? Everyone saw that Her Royal Highness Princess Fei had appeared. Gunning wondered why Mu Fei was here. Fei told everyone, get out of the way. The Orc Prince thought among all the heirs to the alien royal families, there was one woman who was the least worth messing with. All the princes scurried away from Ga. In the past, Mu Fei had destroyed 17 royal heirs who challenged her to a duel. The queen asked, what brings Princess Mu Fei here? Fei replied that she had heard the 7th princess wanted to get married, so she came to see her. Mu Fei turned her gaze to Prince Jim's back and asked, is he the one chosen by the 7th princess? Fei said, 7th sister really has good taste. It's a pity that Prince Jim is already in love with someone else. They won't be able to marry. Princess Ding Xiang asked, how long has 9th sister been here? Mu Fei replied, she's been standing aside for a while, watching everyone. Fei added, she knows everything. Why not let her take care of the matter? to Her Majesty and the 7th princess have any objections. Gon stood in front of the 9th princess and considered how much this woman had noticed. The 9th princess asked, "Has Prince Jim hurt himself?" She pulled the arrow from his shoulder. Faye gave their hero a healing potion made by her clan, which could serve as a temporary cure for the wound. Gan said, "The princess is certainly strong, but she struggles with knowledge. Has she forgot the Eld's abilities?" It was about the Eld's ability to heal themselves. The Orc Prince said it was worthy of the elven royal family. Princess Ding Jiang thought, how is this possible? After all, he should be an ordinary guard. How could he possess the self-healing power of the royal family? Only elves who had eaten the fruit could possess such an ability. Gunny thought that Mu Fei was studying him, but hadn't fully realized who he was yet. In that case, she had one more chance to figure it out. Mu Fei said that she had actually forgotten about it. The 13th prince had been treated extremely badly here, so it was obvious that he wanted to leave. Mu Fei said that if they let the prince return like this, they would be accused of having a terrible attitude. As an ally of the Dark Elves, she hoped that the prince could stay here for 2 more days. That way, they could make amends. She would personally escort the prince home after those 2 days. Ga asked, what will happen if he refuses? Mu Fei asked the Orc Prince if he would agree to rest for a few days. The prince replied, they all great. Gan decided that the princess was threatening the prince with this. Fei said they were all staying, and if Jime insisted, he would have to go back alone. Guy asked Princess Fei, did she really insist on staying with him for 2 days because of the agreement made a few months ago? Fei wondered, what agreement are we talking about? Guy regretfully remarked that the princess had forgotten so quickly, for she had proposed the agreement herself. The people present were surprised. Did Mu Fei really have an agreement with the 13th prince? Moreover, the princess herself had initiated the agreement. Is Prince Ji really in love with Princess Mu Fei? However, he had previously said that he loves his sister. This is all very strange and suspicious. Fei decided that the 13th prince had decided to mess with her. Guy said that he could remind her of everything. Does Fei remember going to the underground factory a few months ago? The princess wondered, is this really the same guy? Doesn't he realize where he is now? Guy replied that he understood everything. Ga stated that they are very close to the god of nature. Fei thought that with this guy's destructive power, the tree of life could really be destroyed. Would the prince really try to blow it up? Gavi said that since the princess remembered, it meant they could talk normally now. Mu Fei asked what he wanted. The princess was surprised to hear threats from a mere man. Over the past few months, she had already gathered all the information about him, but all the data indicated that until a few months ago, he wasn't an energy warrior. How could he have that kind of power? Is it possible that a secret weapon created by the Human Alliance could be used? The queen was surprised. It felt like Mu Fei was giving into this fake prince. The queen wondered if it might not be their guardian at all, but the real prince of the Wood Elves. Fei said that since Prince Ji wishes to return and his wound is almost healed, she will not ask him to stay again. Otherwise, it might seem like an intrusive request. Princess Ding was surprised. Does Mu Fei really want to let this person go? The princess said that the 13th prince should be let go. She would explain everything later. The queen said to open the city gates and send the 13th prince back to Wood Elf territory. Guy said regretfully, will they let him go so easily? Now he would no longer be able to admire the god of nature. Wouldn't he regret it from now on? Fei asked what the prince wanted. Ga said he couldn't leave here empty-handed. Fei held out the scepter and told the prince to accept it as a parting gift. The Orc Prince was surprised. After all, it was his gift to Princess Ding Zhang. Fei asked the Orc Prince, didn't you want to be friends with Prince Ga? After all, a piece of animal bone isn't a very expensive gift. The Orc Prince said that only he could make a decision about it. Seeing Princess Fei's serious attitude, the Orc Prince said that Jime could take this gift away. The 13th Prince, Jime, thanked him for the gift and said that as soon as he returned home, he would ask his father to sign a treaty for a long-term alliance with the Orcs. Fei said, that guy can leave now. Mu Fei thought that after this guy left Night Elf City, it would be a good time to destroy him. He wondered, why wouldn't Princess Mu Fei escort him out? If she doesn't take him out of here, how will the agreement work? Besides, he wanted to watch the sunset with her. Mu Fei agreed and said, I will escort the prince for a bit. Everyone present was surprised. They saw Princess Fei and a prince holding hands. No one had ever seen such closeness between Mu Fei and men before. Mu Fei expressed her hope that Ji would not regret it. Guy said, considering that she is so beautiful, I certainly won't regret it. At the Eastern Fortress, a fortified area of the Human Alliance, Tang Tang, with Sayaming in her arms, looked longingly into the distance toward the enemy lands. The girl wanted Gao Neng to return safely. Lu's tutor came over and told Tang Tang not to stand there so long in vain. You've been waiting for him all day, but he might never return. Lai said, This guy has been doing whatever he wanted since day one. He was told not to do that, but he didn't listen. And this is what happened. Lei remembered telling the guy, if you can't win, you should run away. Tang Tang asked, did you speak to Shen Yi about this? The mentor replied, there hasn't been a conversation with her yet. However, in the military department, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Shen is aware of this incident, so Major Shen Yi will know about it soon. Tang Tang said, the Major doesn't know about it yet. If Shen Yi knew, she would definitely rush to the battlefield to find Gao Neng. The girl asked, are you sure we can't go looking for Gao Neng? Lei responded, it's a military order. We cannot violate it. Lei assumed, even if Shen Yi knew, she wouldn't look for him. After all, she is also a soldier. Tang Tang asked, what will Major Shen Yi do then? Lei said, she can't go in there. Just then, they looked down and saw Major Shen Yi had appeared. Shen Yi, on her bike, suddenly arrived at the eastern fortress. Tang Tang shouted, Sister Shen Yi, take me along. The girls sped off together on a motorcycle, heading into enemy territory. Lei thought that the Major had really come here and even traveled to the battlefield on the motorcycle. What was he thinking? Niu Fei and Gong were approaching the city gate, holding hands. Seeing them off with a glance, Queen Yuna thought what was going on in Princess Fifai's head. Either way, this guy should be destroyed. The other races would always look down on them. Queen Yuna thought if the Night Princess of the Heavenly Clan allows the 13th Prince to escape, she wouldn't just leave it at that. Niu Fei asked why Gong had stopped. The prince said that Fifai was too close and posed a danger to him. The princess was handcuffed an instant and said, this Jai is a very cautious person. Guy said that Fifi should continue to obey him if she wanted to keep the tree of life intact. The princes wondered why the princess had handcuffed herself. One of the princes shouted, what is Prince K doing? Fifai said for everyone to move far away from here. The broom candidates thought it was a cruel world. Are handsome men allowed to do anything? Gunnan thought that everything was ready. He didn't seem to have missed anything. If he wanted to escape, this was his only chance. Gale approached the princess and took her by the shoulders. The prince said, if she dares to act rashly, I will destroy her without hesitation. Fair remarked that he wouldn't run far in that case. Gus said there was one more thing he hadn't told the princess about. 13th Prince Gamey said that he too could fly and summoned his earth-flying dragon. The dragon grabbed the young men and they flew high into the sky. The princes wondered, what was that dragon that looked like a flying bug? Either way, they needed to catch up. The archers aimed and prepared to fire arrows. The queen said, no one should shoot. The Night Princess must not be harmed. Princess Fei thought that this was the materialization of mid-level energy, but this was only possible at a high level. Fei couldn't understand why she couldn't feel the energy fluctuations in that case. Guy said that he was a super energy fighter, so he was different from others. Mu Fei said that this guy had nothing more to threaten her. Fei shouted loudly for the prince to surround him. He is actually a human being. The broom candidates were surprised. Could the 13th prince really be human? But it seemed like Fei and Gaia were fighting for real. So it wasn't some flying bug, but a materialization of human energy. He had deceived them, and now he must be destroyed. Kim, said Fei quickly, disobeyed him. Isn't she afraid of dying at all? Fei responded, it remains to be seen who will die first. Then he broke the handcuffs. Got realized that the princess had tricked him. He smacked Princess Fei's head, thinking that he had transformed into iron just in time. His forehead was now harder than ever. Fei wondered what was going on with the prince's head. Is he really a human being? Gaia thought that the difference between him and the princess was too great. He wouldn't be able to do her any significant harm. I don't have time to mess around with Fei, Gaia said, pushing her. Everyone saw the princess fall from that flying dragon, straight down under the ground. Is Mufi okay? Fei, rubbing her bruised forehead, said that she would destroy Gang. Fei then asked the princes, why are they standing around and not chasing this criminal? He must be caught and destroyed. After all, he was the one who attacked the 7th princess of the Night Elves. The princes were enraged. Was their attack on the Heavenly Clan originally planned by this person? Then he had deceived them all. The pursuers decided that this Prince Gain must be captured and destroyed at all costs. He thought that dozens of high-ranking aliens were now after him. Our hero saw Mu Fei reappear beside his dragon. The boy was surprised. Couldn't she really recover her strength so quickly? The princess said that Gao Neng wouldn't be able to escape from her. At that moment, a high-ranked giant with immense strength attacked the dragon and our hero. Gamma lost his orientation in the airspace and fell to the ground. All the high-ranking aliens rushed to the point of impact. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a hole in the ground where he had fallen and nothing else. Had he really escaped again, the lizards must be after him. Gon thought that the giant's blow was very strong. A little more, and he could have been killed. Our hero didn't know what to do as everyone was after him. Would he even be able to get out of here? The subject has reported that a threat to the host's life has been detected. A life-saving mission has been activated. The system stated that the difficulty would be automatically changed to epic next time. Gao Neng was surprised, for he had not heard of such a level before. The protagonist decided that next time he would not accept missions from the system. Gao Neng saw that the lizards underground surrounded him on all sides. The boy felt someone from above pounding the ground. Everything crumbled. He had to get out of here, or the lizards would catch him. As the earth dragon lashed out, a high-ranking orc was nearby. The orc shouted that the human would not be able to escape. The orc wounded the dragon and said, "This toy doesn't even have claws now. Now it can't even dig the ground." The dragon flew up into the sky. Gan said it could still fly. The orc told the man to look up above their hero's head. Princess Mufei was circling. Gan wondered, why is there such pressure coming from the princess on him? He can't even breathe. Our hero realized that he had nothing to lose and decided to fight the princess. Princess Mufei swung her sword and said, "I'm about to destroy this rascal." Our hero launched an instant attack. The swords clashed and everyone heard the sharp clang of metal. The princess pressed her sword against her opponent's chest and remarked, "I didn't expect it to be so weak." Gan replied, "Does the princess not remember my full strength?" The princess stated that Gan shouldn't talk like that. He will still die today. Gan lay on his back, thinking he had no options left for escape. Surrounded by dozens of high-ranking aliens, he saw no chance of escape. Our hero regretted never reaching the fourth order. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy the benefits of his potential talents before he sighed. That's disgusting. Gan said his opponents forced him to do this. They forced themselves on him. The orc prince spoke, "The ninth princess should let me deal with this rascal." Fer replied, "Step aside, prince. I will destroy him with my own hands." The orc prince obeyed. "I will cheer for you, princess," he said. "Take my piece of white jade bone." Jinan thought it would be great if they fought one-on-one, but why wouldn't the princess want the orc prince Bernie to fight first? The princess drew her sword and said, "Gan, say goodbye." She began to approach him. Gan activated his life form transformation, entering half-step destruction. An instant attack followed minus 99 cuts in a row. Our hero regretted not having time to complete all the cuts, but he kept fighting. The princess attacked, but our hero resisted, though his armor was damaged. He fought the limit of his armor, but only withstand one hit from a high-ranked warrior. Fei was once again convinced that the person in front of her was indeed human, but he was quite handsome. He's even more handsome than the prince of the forest elves. This guy really deserves to die, Fifi stated. She recognized there was something in the opponent, but none of it would change the outcome. He would die. Fifi stabbed our hero in the leg. Gon thought it was natural. She had decided to attack an unprotected part of his body. Gorn thought he could now predict her attacks. However, predictions were of little use if he could dodge them. The princess poked him in the shoulder. Fifi repeated what she had said before. He would die anyway. God realized that his opponent had reached the sixth order. There was a huge gulf in strength between them. Gan knew that the powerful self-healing would not allow him to die so quickly. Instead, it would make his death more agonizing. Gan said, "If the princess wants to destroy me, she has to pay something for it." He decided that the opponent would not attack his vital organs, so the bet was right. Our hero approached the princess and grabbed her by the neck. He said, "If I die, I will inflict the maximum amount of damage on you." Fifi pushed him away from her, and our hero flew backward, falling onto his back. The high-ranked warriors walked over to Gon's body, thinking that he was definitely dead. This time, the ninth princess was very angry. Suddenly, a spear flew toward the princess, and there was a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the princess holding the destroyed weapon inside the funnel. The princess wondered, is it really her again? Shenny stabbed her spear toward the princess's chest and said, "I am the representative of the Human Alliance again." She added, "This is for what you did to me in the Forgotten Lands." The high-ranking warriors were astonished. How was this possible? Was Mue Fei really injured by a human, and she was just a young girl? Tang Tang, holding a cat and with wings behind her back, said she was here to rescue Gon. Is he okay? Mufi replied that it was too late to save him. The princess, surprised to see her rival lifted up, said, "He's fine for now." Fei couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, she had used all of her strength and struck right at the heart. "That was great," Shenny said. "Otherwise, he would have had to be pulled out of the other world." The high-ranking warriors decided to attack the human and save the ninth princess. Mufi shouted for everyone to move away. "The safety of the princess is of paramount importance," Bernie said. "This person is very weak," Fifi remarked. "She'll never be able to defeat her." In her hand, the princess held the fruit of the elf tree, a blood crystal fruit. However, her metal warrior appeared standing beside Shen Yi. He was ordered to destroy Mufei Fei. The warrior struck, sending the opponents flying far back. After consuming the blood crystal fruit, Mu Fei became the owner of 6 bloody wings. I will now destroy Shen Yi and gang, she declared. Shen Yi wasn't afraid. He prepared for a counterattack. There are more than 20 high-ranking warriors here, Gan said. The girls should leave him and run away immediately. Tang Tang replied, we can't leave without him. We'll get him out of there. Fortunately, for our hero, he had a few jars from the Tree of Life to recover and normalize the acid-alkaline balance. Bernie told the princess that enemy reinforcements were on their way and that they needed to finish quickly. The high-ranked warriors noticed a high-ranked man had appeared and declared that he would be their opponent. This is outrageous, they thought. How dare a lowly man challenge us? The giant monster was suddenly attacked by a huge energy predatory shark. The shark bit into the giant's arm and the monster screamed loudly. A human foot, clad in metal armor, stepped on a part of the giant's body. The man said, I can see over 20 high-ranking aliens and thousands of ordinary ones. Mentor Lue, clad from head to toe in metal armor, said, Gao Neng is certainly good, but what is he doing here? Gang wondered what Teacher Lei had forgotten in this moment. The huge giant swung his club and was about to strike the man in armor. Gao Neng shouted, Gun Mentor, beware of the attack from behind. At that moment, Loi disappeared and the giant wondered, where did the man go? Loi appeared beside him and said, it was a good attempt to attack me from behind. Gunning thought that Teacher Jiz's movements were quite strange. It was like swimming in the air. Maybe that's why he had such a nickname, Bald Shark. Tang Tang, seeing that Shen Yi was about to fight Mu Fi one-on-one, quickly told her sister to use the explosive autumn pill immediately. Shen Yi replied, there's no need for that. Fi said, I am invincible. Shen Yi responded, your rival is nothing more than trash. Tang Tang thought that Shen Yi's sister was too strong. Her rival had even eaten a blood crystal fruit and still couldn't stand up to her. Gunning was amazed that Shen Yi still had the energy to take care of them. However, at that moment, Mentor Gu was battling 20 high-ranked aliens at the same time. What will happen when he's exhausted? Gan asked. Would they be defeated? Gan turned to Tang Tang and asked if more reinforcements were coming. The girl replied, there will be no more. Others thought that Gan had already died. Gan thought the same, and understandably so. Who would risk it for a low-order fighter? Something had to be worked down. The high-ranking aliens said that they can't pull anymore. Too much noise might attract others from the human alliance. The Night Princess herself wants to destroy Gunnan with her own hands. If he is caught, Faye will be satisfied. However, Xiang, the cat, also stood up to defend Gan. The monsters were surprised. Where did this cat come from? Tang Tang said that the energy was running out. I never thought I could die in a place like this. Conan looked at the fights unfolding around him, all to save him. Ganon was angry with himself. Why can't he think of anything? If nothing is done, they might die. He used to think that everything would be fine and nothing bad would happen to him. He believed in himself too much. Had things been going so smoothly all this time that he mistakenly believed he could beat any situation. The protagonist couldn't afford to have his friends die because of him. Ganon decided to agree to an epic life-saving mission. Our hero accepted a mission from the system. The reward for completing it was an epic treasure chest. It seemed like there would be no hints at all, though you could look for them from past experiences with the missions. The key to completing the last mission was that our hero found the connecting chain. There should be something similar this time. The mission requires you to rescue all your friends, but the cat is not mentioned, so it must have something to do with Sinioming. Gao Neng activated the ghost step and went on the attack. Tang Tang told the guy to take his time, as he was the enemy's first target. Attacking, our hero used a combination attack, half-up destruction. Xiaoming was also fighting beside him. Gan and his cat on his shoulder were surrounded. His opponents laughed as he rushed in and ambushed them. However, he must be kept alive because the Ninth Princess wants to deal with him. Govin said that his opponents knew nothing about tactics and asked Xiaoming if the cat was ready for a paired attack. Xiaoming asked, does the human want to use my paws again? Ganon said he could see no other way. Either we attack together or we die. Xiaoming said he might get hurt. Student dangerous. He could just run away though. Xiaoming said that the man's mother had asked for him to be guarded so he would not let the man die. Xiaoming added that a person may not always guess right. If there are any questions, Gang can ask his mother, he said, but the man must promise to return him to the City of Hope if he is hurt. Gavin said he would believe the cat, but if he died, he would be haunted by it, even by the ghost of the cat. Our hero felt the same way he had back then in the underground factory. The system reported that the conditions for a breakthrough to the Fourth Order had been met. The fountain of life, which our protagonist drank earlier to recover from his injuries, had gained a lot of energy. Now, due to the extreme state of the battle, it met the conditions for a breakthrough. I agree to the breakthrough, the protagonist said. The young man shouted loudly and violently. Thanks to the life form transformation, he had made a long-awaited breakthrough. One of the monsters approached our hero, waving his sword. Don't resist, it commanded. Surrender and follow us. With one swift motion, our hero chopped the monster in half along its body. Tang Tang was astonished, for Gao had just destroyed a fifth-order opponent with a single strike. Had he really broken through? Tang Tang took the remnants of the Fountain of Life and broke through to the fourth order as well. Gao Neng said that it really works. We should also leave some of the liquid for Shen Yi to see if it would work on her. Gao Neng told Shen Yi that he had already broken through to the fourth order, so he didn't need her protection anymore. Now she too could drink the liquid from the Fountain of Life. Move, he said, surprised. Was this guy really low level before, if he was only now able to break through to the fourth order? The ninth princess shouted, now it's okay to not hold back. Destroy them all. Shen Yi looked at the liquid in the bottle and thought, is this really the Fountain of Life? However, there was no time to ponder, and Shen Yi quickly consumed the liquid. The girl felt a surge of unlimited strength and said, I'm ready to start fighting the enemy. Lei, scattering the monsters in different directions, became indignant. Why wasn't I given the liquid from the Fountain of Life? The mentor thought that it wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of the students, but they should at least ask him, out of courtesy. After all, he had come such a long way. The next moment, Lu felt Shen Yi's fist on his cheek. Teacher Gay, hold on. Don't despair, Shen Yi said. Once we finish, we'll come to your rescue. Lei elbowed the monster in the chest and told the disciples not to worry. I'll be perfectly fine, he reassured them. Gan thought it was time for the real show. Our hero decided to combine stone, silica, iron, copper, and sulfide. He didn't know how other mid-level fighters fought. However, he knew for sure that the easiest way to fight was through destruction. Gan decided to extract all the elemental energy. A controlled explosion occurred. After the smoke cleared, a man stood at the bottom of the pit. The monsters didn't realize what this man had just done. Above Ganon's head hovered a huge black orb. New Fake thought, is this really a pure energy aggregate? This guy has extracted all the elements of this earth, but how is this possible? New Fake thought that last time he was in the underground factory, he had only controlled air, iron, and copper. But this time, he had extracted everything around him. He could control all the elements, even the rare ones. This guy is a super energy warrior, a new weapon of the human alliance. He may be the only one at this stage, but what will happen in the future? You can't let humans truly evolve. It must be destroyed at all costs. The energy aliens surrounded Shen Yi. Shen Yi told the monsters surrounding her, get out of here immediately. With a wave of her spear, she immediately destroyed those around her. Louis said, this guy lied to us about his talents. Does a person who can do this really only have 5 talents? Even with 20 talents, it's impossible to do such a thing. Teacher Guy added, I've never seen such a talented person since the Cataclysm. He must be safe at all costs. Lei fired a flare. Will the people in the eastern fortress of Hope City be able to see it? If even one person sees this flare, reinforcements will definitely arrive. Mufi saw the flare and realized she had to destroy this person as soon as possible. However, the gown compressed the air to create pressure on the hybrid energy, and that wasn't good. The pressure on the air continued. Yufei shouted for everyone to scatter immediately in different directions. Our hero's energy setup worked, and all the monsters in the vicinity were pierced with energy beams. The bombardment of monsters with beams continued until they were completely destroyed. Our hero stood on the battlefield, and around him lay the bodies of destroyed monsters. Tang Tang wondered, wasn't that a fourth-order breakthrough too? Well, why is it so different from my breakthrough? Well, I realized that this guy had actually extracted elements from the atmosphere. Princess Mu Fei was reported to Princess Mu Fif that almost all the fighters of the Fourth Order had died. The fighters of the Fifth Order had also suffered significant losses. Mu Fei thought that fortunately, this guy had expended a lot of energy during the strike. He wouldn't be able to use something like this again. Fei looked around. Devastation and chaos were everywhere. According to the theory of higher element properties, life forms cannot extract energy from other life forms. But after the attack that had just occurred, where the trees were destroyed and lost their life characteristics, they became just wood. Gan realized that 44% of the composition of the trees was carbon. This forest was his energy reserve. Fai said to the high-energy aliens, what are you waiting for? Either that person will die today, or you will die. Gao Neng said, so much time has passed, and Fei is still acting in the old way. Our hero admitted that he had expended a lot of energy, but he hoped that his energy pill would be enough for everything. After taking the pill, our hero activated his activities and shackled Fei's energy nets. The guy said, I'm about to send her to hell. The monsters thought it was no good. The ninth princess was in danger. We must save the princess and destroy this man. The monsters rushed to attack. Our hero thought that now there was no need to worry about hiding his talents. Gao Neng decided to extract oxygen from the atmosphere within 30 meters of himself. The monsters began to suffocate. Gasping, the monsters thought, is this guy really only fourth order? Is he even human? Shady wasted no time and wielded her spear to destroy the insidious monsters. The girl also showed her displeasure. It turns out this guy had lied to her, claiming that only 8 talents exceeded 80%. Shenyi took out her anger on the injured monster, saying that Gao Neng was a real liar. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come to save him, Shenyi muttered. Shenyi thought that when they returned, she should set the record straight. Tang Tang recalled how many years ago she had decided to wait until she reached the fourth order, so she could then unleash her energy and show the world her power. Grandpa's company's technological crystallization, with a huge amount of money spent on it, would allow her to truly fight any opponent. Once she used the secret weapon, her combat strength would increase by at least 3 orders of magnitude, and she will become the center of attention. The frightened monsters, seeing the miraculous technique, scattered in different directions. Tang Tang shouted, "Only I should shine here." Tang Tang was very angry. How dare Gao draw attention away from her? The monsters wanted to get rid of the metal ball. However, they were powerless against Tang Tang's weapons. The girl said, "I cannot be stopped. No one can stop me." Gao Neng Cyril had exhausted his strength. He could no longer hold Fei in such a state. The ninth princess broke out. She was very strong, and it was possible that she could fight even the strongest. Our hero was unable to destroy her, even using all the elements around him. Fei flew up to Ganon again and asked, "Have you run out of strength?" Our hero couldn't let the princess attack him again. Something had to be thought of. Her attacks were too strong. The princess took another swing, thinking that now she would definitely straighten this boy out. However, Fei was attacked by Tom. The girl shouted, "No one dares to ignore me." Gon thought that Tang Tang was good for her. Tang Tang applied her new super development, the Super Cube. The Super Cube shattered into smaller cubes, and the monsters were imprisoned within them. No one could figure out what it was. Tang Tang called this attack the Confined Space of Doom. Each cube is a sealed enclosure from which oxygen has been removed. All cubes are constantly shrinking. Even if one is broken, it immediately falls into another, and the interior space becomes an endless loop of moving labyrinths of cubes. Gon thought, judging from what was happening now, that Tang Tang could instantly destroy 5th order enemies. The problem was that Yue Fei and the others above the 6th order were hard to drag into the maze. Yue Fei said it wouldn't work against her. Fei swung her sword and broke Tang Tang's super Q. Tang Tang was surprised. Was Yue Fei really that strong? Suddenly, Tang Tang found herself in one of the cubes. She shouted, "Gon, you gone mad. Let me out immediately." Gon thought that Tang Tang didn't understand anything. Since they couldn't drag Fei away, they were using themselves as bait. Gao Neng told Shen Yi, "Quickly walk over to me. We need to enter the Tang Tang space immediately." Inside the confined space, Tang Tang continued to cry. How dare Gon do this to me, she thought. After all, she had come here to save him. Gao Neng appeared beside her and said, "Stop crying." Tang Tang was surprised to see that Shen Yi was also present. "What's wrong with this place?" she wondered. Gon said, "They are safe here." Gao Neng explained they can breathe freely in and out, but to their enemies, it's an enclosed space with no oxygen. The 4th and 5th orders won't last long, but I don't know how long the 6th order will last in such an environment. Shen Yi assumed stage 6 aliens won't die in 15 minutes. Gon added, "My first magnetic core has run out, and so have the energy pills with the fountain of life." She asked, "How long will the cube last?" King replied, "It won't last more than 15 minutes. Shen Yi said, in that case, she would figure it out further on her own. The girl cracked the corresponding pill and activated the fire dragon. The fire dragon, along with the metal warrior, continued to attack the opponents. This was another realization of energy. It turns out that Shen Yi could control 2 at the same time. Shen Yi said that she would find a way to lure the 6th order aliens here. All you have to do is create a one-on-one space for her. The metal warrior waved his arms and scared away the monsters in the vicinity. The energy warriors realized that the monster wanted to throw them into the cube, but there was nothing they could do about it. As a result, the dark elf warriors were trapped in these cubes. Gan said that there was no way for them to escape from here. The guy thought that he should trap them in his space and then put each of them in a cube. Gan told the girl that he would send her to them in turns. Does she agree? Shen Yi said that she tentatively needed 1 minute to prepare. Now it was the turn to deal with the 9th princess, Mu Fei. Gan waved his finger at the princess. Fei thought that he was clearly provoking her. Her intuition told her not to go near that cube. Gomen said if the princess is afraid to approach, then Tang Tang will attack her with his cannon. Our hero added that Tang Tang was unlikely to injure the princess, but all sorts of princes could safely get hurt. The alien princes were attacked and scattered in different directions in fright. Feifei shouted for them to go back immediately. If they stop now, all the previous efforts will be in vain. After all, this was all gang shenanigans. The alien warriors once again decided that they needed to destroy this Gao Neng as quickly as possible and protect their princes. Tang Tang was glad that she was finally the center of attention. Gan was pointing the cannon and saying which prince should be shot at next. The terrified princes continued their retreat toward the nearest forest. Lei, using hand-to-hand combat techniques, methodically deactivated his opponents one by one. The alien warriors began to move away toward the retreat of their princes, each saying they wanted to protect their highness. Liu shouted that all alien warriors were real lowlifes and cowards. Fei thought that this was a disgusting situation. The biggest weakness of the alien coalition forces was that they were fighting on their own, and it was impossible to truly unite them. If not for this, the human alliance would have ceased to exist long ago. 3 more warriors of the 6th Order were destroyed. Shen Yi said that she had less than 1 minute on those 3 6th Order warriors, faster than expected. The alien princes excused themselves by saying that they were only here to propose marriage. They shouldn't fight these people. After all, this wasn't their territory. We need to leave immediately. The Orc Prince couldn't believe that thousands of their fighters had been wiped out by a few humans. The Prince of the Mountain Giants told Princess Fei that he was leaving the battlefield in the Eastern District and leaving. Fei thought that the problem of discord between the foreign coalition forces had existed for a long time, but all these problems had erupted in such a short period of time. Gao Neng was solely responsible for all of this. He must be destroyed at all costs. Fei asked, "Are the giants really afraid of these lowly humans? Do they really want to be considered cowards for the rest of their days?" Fei said that she had an idea. Since they were close to the Dark Elf City and the Heavenly Clan's territory, they should only defend themselves. She knew that this giant cube was quite scary and that they couldn't break it. But all they had to do was hold them off until the reinforcements from the Dark Elves and the Heavenly Clan arrived. In that case, everyone would be generously rewarded. The princes responded defensively. Sounds good. All they have to do is hold off the attackers. Then they need to call for help immediately. Feifei thought that if the opponents were able to destroy 3 6th Order warriors in such a short period of time, it indicated that this cube was most likely being fought one-on-one. It was very dangerous, but the opponent couldn't hold the cube forever. Gan realized that his opponents were willing to simply defend, but he knew they wouldn't be able to hold that cube for long. However, this cube could be moved. Fei was surprised. How can the cube move? God was finally able to thank Teacher Loei for coming to the rescue. Loei said, "The most important thing is that the young man survived, but you'll have to tell us how you made the giant cube." God replied, "I made the cube with my power." The people present murmured among themselves. They said that Gon had gathered them to demonstrate his talents as he had more than 5. Gon agreed, but the problem was that he didn't know exactly how many talents he had in total. Shinny also noticed that all the talent test rigs exploded when Gon tried to determine the number of his abilities. The guy added, "Geniuses have such problems." Shen Yi said, "Now is not the time to discuss this. We are not safe yet, and Gon won't be able to hold out for long." Gon said, "I can only last 8 minutes at most." Mentor Guy remarked, "We won't be able to run far in that time. The cube is too huge and consumes too much power. We'll surely be caught up." Gon said, "Liu is right. We should split up and run away." Mentor Guy turned to Tongang and said, "Give me the special pill. I know you have it." La said that he would pay for this pill when they returned. He could only take one of them with him. Otherwise, he would be slowed down considerably. After a brief moment of thought, our hero instructed the mentor to take Tang with him. After all, Tang had an earth-flying dragon, and it was unlikely that the high-ranking individuals would attack or catch up with him. Their primary task was to protect the princes. Lei agreed. "In that case, I will rush to Tangong. Can Shen Yi guarantee Gao Neng's safety?" Lei asked. The girl replied, "I cannot guarantee it. However, if the opponents wish to destroy Gon, they would have to destroy me first." Loki took Tang with him. Transforming into a metal shark, he moved through the sky in a specific direction. Shen Yi asked our hero, "So, it turns out that you are using that dragon to sneak into the city of the Night Elves." Gan confirmed, though he added that there wasn't much room. Shen Yi said, "In that case, press yourself harder against her to save yourself." The young men squeezed into the earth-flying dragon, tentatively pressing against one another. Seeing the dragon in the sky, the monsters told the princess that Gon wanted to leave the battlefield. The rivals split up and ran in different directions. Who should they pursue? Fei said that Goen was their main target. He would go underground sooner or later. Then they would need the help of the lizards. Gon thanked Xiang for his help. "I can sleep now," he said. "But before I destroy the queue, I want to give my opponents a grand fireworks show." Seeing the huge explosion, the alien monsters had a bad feeling. After all, hundreds of their comrades died in that blast. It must have been set off by that vile Ganon. Gao Neng thought that now, since he was with Shang Yi, no one would do anything to them except Fi herself and the high-ranking aliens. Since they were guarding the princes, he could be said to be completely safe. Shen Yi asked, "How were you able to improve your Earth Dragon?" The guy replied, "I don't understand it myself." Shen Yi said, "Dr. Lan hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you. When we get out, it would be worth a visit to her." Shen Yi said that she suddenly felt sleepy for some reason. Gan speculated that it might be the effect of the life source, but she wasn't going to transform right now, was she? Gan told Shen Yi, "Don't fall asleep. Wake up immediately." She had absorbed the life source too quickly, and there were still thousands of aliens chasing after them. The process started as Shen Yi began to turn into a cocoon. Now, their hero could only count on himself. Gan thought it would be better if he flew with Tang. Seeing the glowing cat, our hero was frightened. What's going on? Gunnan couldn't believe it. Instead of a cat, it was the same girl with silver hair in front of him. However, she was not wearing any clothes. The guy thought it was beyond reason. How could a cat become human? Darwin didn't say anything about that. However, why was Xiaoning the same girl with silver hair? So all these transformations were definitely not because of the life source. She had also mentioned his mom. Could it have something to do with his mom? Gunnan figured it wasn't worth guessing about. He would ask his mom when he was around. The most important thing right now was to survive. Our hero thought it was fortunate that Shen Yi was in a cocoon and couldn't see anything. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain all of this to her. The deputy commander was alarmed. After all, it was an order not to leave the fortress. No one could disobey that order. The officer on duty said, "I can't let the deputy commander go out. What if the commander is surrounded in the night elves' territory or something?" The officer instructed them to clear the road. "My granddaughter is in there, and I'm going to save her." An alliance of 3 clans, the elder made it clear why this alliance had been formed. Does anyone have any questions? All that needed to be done now was to eliminate this man. Boyan, the Orc King, said, "I have no questions. We need to eliminate everyone. The Jackass will take the lead in battle," he added. Ganon is their main target. The Associate, the king of the Heavenly Clan, said, "Victory will be ours. We will definitely win." A large number of aliens were moving from the Orc territory toward the Human Alliance. There was not only the Orc army, but also the Night Elves and the Celestial Clan. It was the allied forces of the 3 clans. We've received a report that the allied forces are less than 100 kilometers from the fortress. The siege could begin in 2 hours at the most. A code red has been declared. However, Deputy Commander Shin just left and took Major General Chen with him. Lei was frightened. How could this happen? Did Deputy Commander Shen really leave? Was it really to save Shen Yi? The eastern region was very dangerous right now. The elder folding the origami said that it hadn't happened in many years for the allied forces of the 3 clans to be gathered together. The paper craning was ready, and the elder let it go. The fate of humanity might soon be decided. A scream came from somewhere, a man calling for help. He shouted that he was being chased and called himself Gao Neng, a freshman at the military academy. Our hero, with a cocoon in his hands, shouted that the aliens were coming. The guy was running away from enemy territory with all his might, shouting that he was one of his own and not to be shot at. The military observing from the fortress wall suggested that this might be the newcomer mentioned earlier. "We need to identify him," they said. The military told the man to stop and put down what he was holding on the ground. Guy replied, "I can't put it down. It's Shen Yi from the military department." The military man took aim and said, "Stop immediately. We need to open this thing up to make sure there really isn't a bomb in there." Tang Tang, who appeared nearby just in time, pushed the guard away and said, "Finally, Gao has shown up." Tang Tang told the military man, "Open the gate immediately." She informed the military officer, "I'm now 4th order, and it's best not to mess with me." Guy made it to safe territory and was able to get some rest. He said, "I didn't think I would ever make it to my own." Tang inquired, "Where is Xiaoning's cat?" Gao Neng replied, "She returned to the City of Hope without him." Our hero thought it was fortunate he had managed to hide it underground. It was indeed underground in the Eastern Fortress. Otherwise, our hero could hardly explain who she was. Who would believe that a naked girl is actually a cat? It's impossible to explain. Dan wondered why, all of a sudden, the aliens were attacking the fortress. Les said that Gon himself should explain it. What had he been doing all those days in enemy territory? The aliens shouted for Gon to come out and not hide in the fortress, claiming they would definitely destroy him today. Gan wondered how these monsters could know he was here. The monsters shouted again that if Gon didn't come out, they would have to destroy the entire fortress with him. They were ready to destroy this man, even at the cost of their own lives. Gunnan was forced to admit that all the monsters were here because of him. But why had they even created the alliance? After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. The aliens demanded that the humans turn over Gon. Otherwise, this fortress would be destroyed. In less than half a day, Gon's name had spread throughout the eastern fortress. The military was discussing the situation. This time, the allied forces of the three clans attacked the fortress because of the newcomer from the military academy. These aliens have been accusing him of being in their territory for hours. This guy is said to be an ordinary second-order fighter, but he has a relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi and with Tang Tang. This time, he made trouble in the alien territory. Not only did he destroy several princes, but he also humiliated the princess of the Dark Elves and a princess of the Heavenly Clan in front of the others. Gao Neng thought that gossip was a terrible thing. After all, he had fought for the human alliance with all his heart and soul, and had almost died on the battlefield. Now he was being called a traitor. Lieutenant Shen told Gong not to take it personally. He's still a good guy. Shenbei inquired if Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi was really in that cocoon. Gong confirmed and said that it was necessary to find a safe place for this cocoon, as there were many aliens outside trying to destroy it. Shenbei said, as he respected Gao Neng even more, there had been countless wars in the past 18 years, but only a few were as big as this one. Shenbei said that no one lived in this tent and Gang could stay here for now. The lieutenant said he would leave them here. A war could break out at any moment. He had to go to the front lines to prepare. Gao Neng asked the lieutenant who could win. Jebi said that the chances of defeat were high. The deputy commander led the unit out of the fortress before Gao Neng returned. Gao Neng asked, "So if there aren't enough men in the garrison right now, could they request reinforcements from other regions?" Jebi said that reinforcements wouldn't be able to arrive in time, but if they did, it could cause a chain reaction. Gon thought that the fortress was indeed in danger. A squad of giant monsters prepared to shoot at the fortress with their huge bows. The soldiers were preparing to defend the fortress from an attack by orc archers. Major General Wang Yaking bravely defended the fortress in his armored suit. He said that anyone who violated the border would be destroyed. The monsters launched their attack on the fortress with the purpose of destroying everyone inside. And destroying this defense structure, Lei regretfully said the monsters had launched an attack after all. Whether the people could hold the fortress depended on the outcome of this battle. Mentor Guy spoke gravely. If we lose this fortress, the war will spread to the entire eastern region. He had already called for reinforcements from Rector. Tang Tang wondered aloud, will they make it in time? Lei replied, if the critical moment comes, not only I, but also my disciples will join this war. Everyone must be ready to dedicate themselves to humanity. Suddenly, there was a shockwave. Did someone detonate a bomb? Dowie asked. It's the alien kings rampaging, Dowie continued. Looks like they've started fighting. Is Deputy Commander Shen really there? Shenbei rushed into the tent. The teachers and students from the academy don't need to come anymore. The Deputy Commander has returned. General Chen went to the rear of the three clans' alliance. The aliens are in panic, Shenbei reported. The humans outnumber them and might just wipe them out. However, Major General Wang has ordered all the fighters of Middle Order and above to help immediately, Lei said as he went to the front line. Mentor Guy said that Tang Tang is not going anywhere. The girl was indignant since everyone knows she's Fourth Order. This is Major General Wang's order. Is Mentor Wang really going to obey him? Gan said. According to the order, he must go there, Gan replied. Gan thought that although he didn't know much about battle tactics, he believed they would win this time. After all, they had outflanked the enemy. Gao Neng thought that as long as no one could see him, he could use his Earth Dragon to check on Xiaoming. Our hero was trying to find a spare uniform in a military tent that would fit Xiaoming. The uniform was found, and the girl was wearing it. The boy thought that now he could safely take her back to the capital of Hope. For now, just in case the underground dragon in Xiaoming should stay underground and wait for his next instructions, Gao Neng said. Gao Neng heard his name being called. The boy was startled and looked back. Gao Neng saw Teacher Lei and other people approaching him. The guy realized that it was Major General Chen, and Colonel General Major General Chen congratulated the guy. He had done a great job this time. This time, Gao Neng lured the enemy inland. To accommodate their overall plan, the deputy commander withdrew troops from the fortress and outflanked them from the rear. The senior officer said, thanks to Gao Neng, we were able to destroy over 5,000 enemies at once in this battle. Ran didn't deny it. It was done according to the overall plan, wasn't it? Our hero understood everything. Deputy Commander Shen could be court-martialed for disobeying orders from his superiors and leaving a fortress with insufficient defenses. On the way back, he accidentally dealt with 3 clans and was now passing it off as a pre-planned operation. Gan told the top officer it was a team effort. Deputy Commander Shen, Major General Chen, and I devised the plan and put it into action. The Major General asked, how did the young manage to lure the 3 clans' union here? Gan said, it all started when he and Tang Tang learned that the Celestial Clan and the Dark Elves were trying to lure other aliens to attack humans with dirty tricks. Because of this, he and Tang Tang tried to cause a disturbance and attract attention by disrupting their ceremony and sending a signal flare. With the help of Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi and Teacher Lei, who came to assist, they fought thousands of alien soldiers and destroyed more than 500,000 enemies. In the end, they managed to escape and lured the enemies here. After Teacher Guai and Tang Tang returned to the fortress, they immediately reported to the deputy commander. This officer was a very wise and powerful man. He devised a plan after receiving this information. In a head-on collision with the enemy, there would be heavy casualties. To avoid this, an ambush was set up, which led to the stunning victory. The Major General said it was a good thing. The Human Alliance was lucky to have a young hero like Gao Neng. Tang Tang said that Gao Neng was amazing. Law thought that this guy knew how to adjust in any situation. The deputy commander said that he had heard that Shen Yi had started the transformation now in the cocoon. Has she woken up yet? Guy replied that she hadn't yet, but there was no need to worry. He vouched that nothing bad would happen to her. The Colonel General said, if anything happens to the girl, even a slight scratch, this guy will be personally destroyed by me. Gunnan asked the deputy commander what the army would reward him with. After all, he had almost died on the battlefield. The officer thought if the three clans' union didn't come this time, these old men from the government wouldn't be able to do anything to him, even if he withdrew his troops from the fortress. The aliens came because of this kid, causing him to conspire with them to deceive the old men. How dare this kid ask him that? The Colonel General didn't understand what exactly made Shen Yi fall in love with this boy. Could it be his attractive looks? She doesn't think that superficially, does she? The Major General said you have to apply first, and then the army will award you something. We should let Lao handle it. Merit points. At least the young man will get some. Junior Lieutenant Fang Tang Tang will get them too. Lai asked, would he also get an award this time? The Major General thought that Liu had never claimed credit before. Why was he asking for an award this time? Major General Chen Yuan said he already knows enough, just needs to submit a written application. The system congratulated the host for completing the epic destroyer mission. The hidden part of the condition was to destroy half of the pursuers. However, our hero didn't remember destroying that many. Gan wondered if it was because he had lured the enemies here specifically, so the system automatically counted the enemies who died in the war on his behalf. Tang said, Shen Yi has gotten out of the cocoon. Our hero quickly moved in the given direction and asked, where is Shen Yi? Still in the tent, Tang replied. Tang added, she has left the tent and is heading toward the fortress wall. Gon climbed up the wall and asked, Shen Yi, are you okay? Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi looked around and asked, what are they doing here? Our heroes looked down. Beyond the garrison, it had been 18 years since a human alliance and an alien race had fought like this. This time, 5,000 were destroyed and countless enemies were wounded. This had to be the biggest victory the humans had had in decades. Our hero could even smell the scent of blood, thousands of lives lost in this battle. Gao Neng said the men had suffered heavy losses as well. He added, not only did I not do anything useful, but I also brought trouble on everyone. Shen Yi replied, but on the contrary, you've done a lot of useful things. It has already brought about some changes more important than you think. Shen Yi said, the revolution plan has already been approved by the federal government. It definitely has something to do with what Gao Neng did. The youth heard someone say it was indeed related to Gao Neng. If it weren't for this guy, he would never have had the chance to see dozens of the strongest gathered together in his life. The young men looked around. Who could it be? What was this man doing here in the middle of the night, and why was he scaring people? The old man said his name was Li Tianan. Jianbei and Tang Tang didn't know who he was. Shen introduced herself to Commander Li, saying she was Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi. Tang Tang and Shen both wondered, isn't the commander Qin Jian Fai? This doesn't make any sense. Cheng Ye explained, this is the legendary Gong Li Tianan, Li's commander. The old man replied, I haven't heard anyone call me that before. I left that position a long time ago. The current commander of the army is Qin Jiang. Gunnan thought to himself that this old man was one of the strongest. This was the first time he had met one of the strongest among humans face to face. He bowed to the old man and called him Master Li. Our hero thought, if one of the strongest is in front of me, it's most correct to call someone stronger than myself a master. The old man reflected, thinking that even Shen Changjin was one generation younger than him. He was old enough to be a master to someone. But if the young man called him that, he would accept him as a disciple. Gunnan then told the master, I have a piece of orc bone. It was an engagement gift from the orc prince to his bride. Would the master like to see it? The old man took a look and said, this is quite impressive. The reason orcs are so powerful is that their bones are indestructible. The main strength of the orc king lies in his sword, which is made from his own bones. This wasn't taken from an ordinary orc. It was definitely taken from the orc king. The old man wondered, would the young man truly give this to him? Gan should think it over again. If used properly, this poem could be a great help to the young man. Gunnan replied, if the elder can do something well, he could teach me too. Gunnan added that he had already reached the intermediate level, but still lacked a combat skill specifically for that level. He hoped the master could teach him. Everyone present confirmed that Elder Lee had agreed to take this young man as his disciple. Lee acknowledged that from now on, Gan would become his official disciple. The old man added that he had a scroll of martial skills he had developed for the intermediate level. This would be his gift in honor of their first meeting. Gan rejoiced and thanked the master. Chenpi couldn't believe that this guy had just become a legendary disciple. If he had known that such a thing was possible, he too would have gone to steal things from the aliens. Gao Neng told Chenpi not to be jealous of him, for he was not as gifted, and would not be able to give the master anything worthy. Master Li said, regarding the revolution mentioned by the young people, it will be the focus of efforts in the future, but it will be conducted in an unusual way. Gan must fight for resources and quotas. The boy replied, this is what I have been doing in the Dark Elf City, in the Heavenly Clan capital. The old man said, in that case, Gan must go and fight like a real soldier, or he should no longer call me his master. I do not accept losers as disciples. The lieutenant added, the young boy is still too weak to control the weapon he is using. He must buy everything he needs using a card that has 1 billion allied coins on it. The old man left, admonishing the young man, work hard and become strong. Gan said, the old man forgot to tell me the PIN code of my bank card. Shen Yi said that it was time for them to return to the academy. Tang Tang wondered, what's the rush? Shen Yi showed her companions her smartphone screen and said she had just received a message from the army. The message stated that the battle had already begun. Among armies, sects, and ancient families in terms of combat strength, geniuses from ancient families usually ranked higher than geniuses from sects, and geniuses from sects ranked higher than those from the army. Since the battle had already begun, the geniuses from the army would become easy targets, especially the students from the 4 military academies. The best of them hadn't even reached the 6th order. Things would change dramatically at the 4 military academies in the coming days. Gan clenched his fist and said that he would let them know that they, the students of the academy, were not simple at all. The next morning, the protagonist looked at the sleeping girl with silver hair. The last time she had been in such a bad state, it had only lasted 1 night. Why had she still not woken up? He thought that he should wake her up forcibly. In the meantime, he had to find out what his new epic power was. Our hero asked the system, what does source mean? The system suggested buy an encyclopedia to answer this question. Gan replied, I'm not going to spend money. However, the protagonist offered, I'll give you 100 alliance coins if you tell me what Archie means. The system countered, I'll need 1,000 coins. Gan said, agreed, and the coins were divided from the account. The system explained Archie has 2 meanings. The first is the initial state of existing objects. The second is the highest state of existing objects. The source can transform matter in both directions. The protagonist decided to try it on the nightstand. It was necessary to choose the direction of transformation, the initial state, or transition to the next stage. The guy chose the initial state. The system began to analyze the material and enabled calculations. After that, the system returned it to the initial state. The operation was completed, and 5,000 alliance coins were divided from the account. The young man was very angry. The system turned his nightstand into nothing and wrote off a lot of money. The system also suggested that the hero use the spring on the seed to turn it into a sapling. Gon thought that when the sapling grew and became a tree, he would cut it down and make it into a nightstand again. Lai wondered if Gon had decided to do some gardening early in the morning. The mentor said that he wanted to talk about the young man's experience with the alien race. Gan replied to the teacher, I've hurt myself and am still recovering, but I'll be ready to talk about it a little later. Lai was surprised. After all, he had just saved this guy yesterday, and today he was closing the door in front of him. This is too much, Lai thought. Gan said, I would like to let you in, but I can't. There's a girl lying on my bed, and I can't let her see you. Our hero had decided to continue testing his new power. Besides the clothes he got from the Princess of the Dark Elves, he had about 100 pieces of magnetic crystal ore. Gan decided that he should try the evolutionary process. On a piece of ore, the evolution was successful. The attributes were randomly enchanted. The object turned into a mid-grade crystal ore worth 500,000 alliance coins. Our hero thought it was great, but unfortunately he didn't have enough money to experiment right now. After returning from the Dark Elves territory, he had less than 2 million left. Transforming a life form also requires money, so he needed to save up a bit. It was time to test the combat skill Master Li had given him. It was the electromagnetic storm. This combat skill could create an exclusive domain around the creator, where the creator's abilities and skill power would be enhanced. The system used the prophetic Book of Heaven to evolve it. The evolution was successful, and the electromagnetic storm evolved into a hypergravity electromagnetic storm. 50 million coins were debited from the account. Gan was indignant, for he had no such money in his account. However, the balance on the card did not change. Not even 500,000 was divided. If the money was not divided from his account, then from whose account was it divided? Lian looked at the young man's gift and said that it was an incredible treasure. A bone taken from an orc king was not something that money could buy. To him, it was like a bonus. The old man received a message that 50 million coins had been divided from the card. How could that kid do that? It's not like he told him the PIN number. The old man continued to watch in horror as his card was divided. It was urgent to change the PIN code. However, after changing the PIN code, the money continued to be divided. It was urgent to transfer money from this account to the reserve account. The old man had been blocked for too many attempts. His request could not be fulfilled at the moment. The debits continued. Gan believed that he had discovered an inexhaustible source. This was true evolution. Gan had decided, not unreasonably, that being rich was wonderful. As long as the system recognized him as the rightful owner of any bank card, he could spend money on them. Regardless of whether he knows the PIN code, our hero thought that with these pieces of war, he would soon become super rich and could buy anything he wanted. From now on, no one would be his rival. Director Song ordered Mentor Guy to immediately place Gong in solitary confinement. The director told Loy not to ask questions. He doesn't know much himself. We need to lock the guy up for a few days. This is the highest order from the army headquarters. Loy thought that Gong had done some terrible deed. Otherwise, the army wouldn't have given the order to put him in solitary confinement. Only the strongest could give orders at this level. The lieutenant told the bank to transfer all the funds from his account within 3 days. Lai rushed into the room and ordered Gon not to dare even move. He had to tell the truth, and then his punishment would be commuted. The young man was sitting in his room, and at his feet were a great number of different ores: flame crystal ore, ice crystal ore, thunder crystal ore. Louis exclaimed in surprise, had Gao Neng really robbed the army warehouse? Gon wondered why Teacher Gai had ended up here. The mentor told the disciple not to move. Was he really going to destroy the evidence? Lai stated that Gon was in big trouble and no one would help him. Gan wondered, what kind of trouble are we talking about? Lai demanded an explanation of how the young man had managed to sneak into the army storehouse. Gan replied that he hadn't stolen anything. He had only returned from the battlefield the day before. Mentor Guy asked in surprise, why are there so many crystals in this room then? The disciple answered, I stole them from the alien princes. I don't even know where the army storehouse is located. Gon asked his mentor, do you need the ore? Lai noticed that the young man had a deep sea crystal ore. It was the tier of the ocean, also known as the beating in the depths of the sea. Lai's special power was called Ocean Space Transformation. It allowed him to transform the space around him into an ocean-like environment where he could utilize more of his power. Once Lai received the ocean tier, it would evolve into a sea of strikes and his combat strength would improve greatly. Godin told the teacher that he had a lot of ore and if the mentor needed it, he could just ask. Lai replied, I can't take things from students, but if you really have a lot of ore, wouldn't you want to sell some? Jing agreed. Lei offered 50 million. Gowen was surprised. Mentoge decided that the offer was too small. After all, the market value could be twice as much, but the young man must realize that he didn't have much in savings. Gowen said that Lo was a good teacher and would give him a discount. He agreed to sell the ore for 5 million. The mentor said it was too cheap and that he would not take advantage of students. Gan said 5 million or I won't sell it. Our hero handed the mentor the necessary ocean ore and said, you can transfer the money to my account tomorrow. Lab couldn't believe his eyes. He had gotten the ore he had always dreamed of so easily. Now he could try to master the Sea of Strikes, a true dream. Lu jumped up. After all, he had come here to put his disciple in solitary confinement. Godin wondered, why did the mentor come back? Lai said, the disciple should be put in solitary confinement. Godin reminded the teacher, I just sold him ore at a discount. Besides, he hasn't done anything wrong. Why should he be put in solitary confinement? The teacher replied, it's an order from the army headquarters, and it's not negotiable. Ganon asked, how long will he be arrested for? Lai replied, not less than 5 days, but for good behavior, he could be released after 3. Godin agreed, saying, in that case, he will not leave this room for 3 days. Lai nodded and said, for the next 3 days, the young man should not leave this room without my permission. Godin remarked, he needs to eat. The mentor said, I'll arrange for food to be brought to him. Stranley was told that the order had been carried out. Cannon had been placed in solitary confinement for 3 days. The old man rejoiced. Now this boy will learn how to manage his money. The next moment, he received a message that more than $2 million had been divided from his account. The old man shouted, "How dare Song Yanshin lie to me? Does he no longer want to be the rector?" Lieutenant told Chen Yichuan to immediately go to the military academy and restore order there. He must punish all the faculty and staff, including the rector. They must run around nonstop for 3 days. The major general said he understood and proceeded to execute the orders. The students were surprised to see the entire faculty running around the grounds. A venerable old lady asked the rector, "What's going on?" None of the students understood why everyone was running in circles. Did they really violate military discipline? One wondered. Why are even the canteen workers running around? Our hero was brought his lunch at the appointed time. Gan wondered, isn't the dining hall closed? Though that would do as well. Gan thought that after moving to the fourth order, his cultivation speed hadn't dropped as expected, but had actually increased. It was because a transformation had happened to him. On the fourth day of isolation, Steowing came to her senses and woke up. The girl wondered, couldn't Ganon have dressed her in something more decent? Ganon replied, "Don't pick on her. There must be some outfits in the dark elf princess's vault." Xiaoming said she was very hungry. She had just woken up and needed something to eat. The guy said he was waiting for an explanation. After all, she was a cat. How did she turn into a human? Xiaoming asked, didn't he see her without clothes? What else does he have to explain? Our hero brought the food and said it might get him in trouble anyway. Xiaoming said it was an ugly dress and ripped off a piece to make it shorter. It's much better now. There was a knock at the door and a voice on the other side said, "For Ganon, open up." Breakfast had been brought to him. King told Xiaoming to hide immediately. Our hero saw that Xiaoming had turned back into a cat. In that case, why was she wearing that dress in the first place? Tang Tang and the other students entered the room. They announced that Gao Neng could now leave his room. Lai allowed it. The students were surprised to see that the young man had a torn woman's dress in his room. Gunnan said it was not what they thought it was. That dress did not belong to him. Tang Tang wondered, so, Gan stole this dress from someone. Now he has to confess that he was the one who stole the pajamas that went missing a few days ago. Tang promised not to be angry if he told the whole truth. Godin said the items were the dark elf princesses. He was trying to hang them up and dry them. Tang inquired why he still had these things. Ching asked, is he a pervert? Ganon was indignant. We haven't seen each other for only a few days, and now when we meet, they start talking about me. They must have forgotten that I'm in charge here. Tang Tang said that during the commander's absence, she helped the team take the top spot on the C list. Under his leadership, they barely took first place in the D list in a month. Now, she should be the team leader. Shinking added that Tang Tong had single-handedly defeated a team consisting of 1 4th order fighter and 3 3rd order fighters. Her combat skills and electromagnet IC cannons had become so powerful that even high-ranked fighters wouldn't be able to defeat her easily. Gon was surprised. Are these two really trying to help Tang Tang become the leader? He thought. In that case, I should teach her a lesson. Otherwise, they will continue to challenge my authority from time to time. Gon adopted a fighting stance and told the students to show what they could do. Goen released excess energy, and Tang Tang thought, does he really possess a new skill? This skill was called Hypergravity Electromagnetic Storm. Conan asked, what can you counter me with now? The deactivated Chinking said, Gon is indeed still the leader. We give up. An indignant Tang Tang responded, that can't be. Gon can't be that strong. Gan smirked. I forgot to warn you that I made a breakthrough in the last 3 days. I'm now a 4th order middle stage fighter. He looked at his colleagues. You will never understand the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Tang Tang retorted, no matter how strong you are, you're not on the dragon list anyway. The girl explained, after all, he had been locked up all these days. Now she could briefly talk about the list. 3 days ago, the official list of combat forces was released. It's called the Dragon List because it has dragons on it. There are 500 names on the Dragon List, and all of them are the true elite of the Middle Order Alliance. The top 300 will be able to take part in the Alliance's revolutionary plan and gain the resources needed to become high-order fighters. Ganon wondered, is a monk from esoteric Buddhism really heading the list? He thought that Shen Yi was at the head of the list. However, Shen Yi is only ranked 53rd. Tang Tong said that everyone on the list is under the age of 35. Late-stage 6th Order fighters from Sex are also on the list. Li Ying, number 1 in the military academy, is ranked 273rd. Tang Tong said that no one in the top 300 is weak. Ganon might not even be in the top 500. This time, the Alliance is not looking for someone who has high potential, but someone who will become a high-order fighter in 2 years. 90% of the top 300 are 6th Order. Gunnan asked the girl, is this list fixed? Tang Tang replied, this ranking always changes depending on the results of the committee's inspection. The Dragon List will stop being updated in a month. Gan assumed, if we're not in the top 300 by then, we won't get any resources. Tang Tang said, "Unlike you, it's enough for me to be in the top 500 to get quota," she added. "I was born into a wealthy family, which is lucky." Gao Neng thought, "I don't have much time. I need to find a way to get into the top 300 in a month." Lin Ying, a fifth-order fighter and a true genius, was only ranked 273rd. It was clear that reaching at least the fifth-order middle stage was necessary. Gan asked Tang Tang, "What should I do to improve my rating?" Suddenly, there was an explosion somewhere off to the side. Could it be a terrorist attack? We need to check it out immediately. One of the disciples said, "The SEC candidates are bullying us. They're standing here at the entrance and want to challenge us." Tang Tang became indignant. Could it be that they are right at the entrance of the academy? The SEC candidates shouted for Lin Ying to come out immediately if he wasn't a coward. The dragon list is not for the likes of him. Gan was surprised. He thought there was an official selection system and had not expected this development. Our hero thought that the strength of the top students of the 4 military academies allowed them to get into the top 300. But they were not that strong. On the contrary, they were easy prey. These young men had gathered together and were shouting his name, clearly wanting to challenge him alone. It was obvious that they had come with malicious intent. Most of them were ranked between 300 and 400. Would Lin Ying really lose today? Funing, ranked 342nd on the dragon list, was going to defeat Lin Ying. Therefore, the opponent could come out of his academy and admit defeat. Then he would be released. The girl said that she was Xiao and was live at the venue of the battle between the dragon list members. One of the challengers is Funing. He is in the 5th order of the late stage. He is only 28 years old. He is a true genius. Funing told the audience that he would show what he could do. Shock said that, until now, Lin Ying, the legendary super genius of the military academy, had yet to appear. However, someone commented that Lin Ying had finally appeared in front of his opponents. Funing remarked that the person before him was a total disappointment. "This guy is just another handsome face," he said. Sure enough, he had already been to the battlefield and destroyed a 6th order orc of the middle stage. Lin Ying then spoke, "If those present want to challenge me, they can all attack at the same time." Funing responded that this was a ranking list of personal strength, not a team competition. Besides, they couldn't improve their ranking by defeating everyone. Lin Ying explained, "My opponent misunderstood me. They can all attack together and I will fight back alone. If I lose, they can decide which one of them will take my place." Funing scoffed, "Lin Ying is an arrogant rascal. The #1 student in the military academy is nothing to them." Funing's companions said that they would grant the opponent's request. He had asked for it himself. Xiao said, "One would be going up against 5. She didn't expect that the confrontation could happen like this. It would be a sensation. The observers thought that Lin Ying was too reckless. Even though he was on the battlefield, he was still a student. He was much younger than his opponents, and he shouldn't have said that. It was too reckless. Lining's companion told the guy to be more careful with his opponents. Lining replied, "I will try my best, to the best of my ability." Gan said, "That's very brave." What does Tang Tang think about it? The girl said that none of Lin Ying's opponents were weak. It was hard to predict the outcome of the fight. Lai told the disciple to be careful. Lin Ying promised again. Funing called his opponent a bad word and said that he would be honored to be defeated by him. The rivals clashed in a confrontation and everything around them was covered in dust. The spectators could not see what was going on inside. Funing thrust his sword into Lining's chest. However, the student didn't even move. In the next moment, Funing was at a safe distance from his opponent. It was amazing. The onlookers were surprised because Lin Ying didn't even move during Funing's attack. Besides, he wasn't wearing any armor. He withstood all of Funing's strength without having anything on him. Why is there such a big gap between these rivals? Our hero thought that Lin Ying would defeat his opponents with his superior skills, but he decided to crush them without even doing anything. Ying asked Mentor Guy if he could start. It turned out that the disciple didn't do anything, only because he was waiting for the starting signal, but his opponents had already attacked. Gao Neng and the other students shouted that Lin Ying was invincible. Our hero thought that was cool, and he wanted to be like that too. All of Funing's companions rushed to attack their opponent in a unified rush. Lei said that the disciple could begin. Funing was startled when he saw the changes that occurred to Lin Ying. The Martial Academy disciple began to emit a huge amount of negative energy. Lin Ying, lightning fast, approached his opponent and struck him with a fist to the jaw. Funing flipped over himself and flew past his companions. Gunna realized that there had been a mutation with Lin Ying. Our hero understood what this disciple had obtained after taking the blood essence. It was the blood fury. His current appearance was similar to Mu Fi's after she ate the fruit of the blood essence. He belonged to the same species as Gao Neng, who received a metamorphosis from the source power of the alien races. The opponents began to scatter in different directions, for Lin Ying's melee strength far surpassed their own. A safe distance had to be maintained. However, escaping far was impossible. All opponents were locked in the cage. The metal cage imprisoned all of Lin Ying's opponents along with him. Gao realized that this was the true arena of doom. Lin Ying said, "There's no point in running away." The frightened opponents huddled together and looked around. The people watching with smartphones in their hands couldn't believe what was happening, realizing that Lin Ying was much stronger than they had imagined. Xiaowiki broadcast the latest news on the air. Lin Ying could defeat 5 opponents single-handedly. After this fight, his ranking would likely increase. Tang Tang thought that weakening his opponent's advantage and crushing them with his superiority was what Lei taught in his hand-to-hand combat lessons. Lin Ying was a melee fighter, the nemesis of range fighters. Once he got close enough to them, he was unstoppable. After all the opponents were deactivated and lay still, the spectators shouted that Lin Ying was the best as always. Tang Tang said that the list had been updated. Gao Neng wondered, was it really that fast? Lin Ying had now climbed 47 points and was ranked 226th. This was most likely a credit to the press. The commission gets information about online battles from the media. Gan thought to himself that he was just an ordinary student. Even if he made contact with the press, there wouldn't be many viewers. But now he realized that it was a good way to update the ratings. Xiaowiki thought that Lin Ying was very insensitive. She, being an internet celebrity, also had a large number of fans, but he declined her invitation for an exclusive interview. A young man approached Xiaowiki and asked if they could be friends. The girl emotionally said no. Gao Neng asked, she must be busy. Xiaowiki replied, she is free. Seeing the handsome man in front of her, she said, we could be friends. Gan stated, I may need the help of an internet celebrity. During our time together, our hero told his new acquaintance that he was going to challenge the dragon list in a few days. Perhaps Xiaowiki would be able to make the broadcast. The girl stated, in that case, I will definitely be there. Gao Neng said that he would let her know at the right time and said goodbye. Xiaowiki thought that this guy looked really cute. She looked at Gao Neng's avatar on social media and saw a cat. She said, he's really cute. He's so funny and literally a dream guy. She couldn't wait to meet him next time. Gan thought, although he couldn't get journalists to cover his battle, streamers he could still organize. They weren't like journalists who had fixed assignments. Instead, they could stream whenever they liked, and that was the best choice for him right now. Liu asked his disciple what he thought of today's events. Although Gang had reached the 4th order, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight with someone at the 5th order of the middle stage. The mentor suggested challenging a weaker opponent, as the young man might be inspired if he won his first fight. Gao Neng said he was of the same opinion, and that he already had an opponent lined up for the first fight. Our hero, he said, is going to challenge Wang Nanling. Tang Tang replied, this is the perfect time, as long as your opponent has a leg problem. If Gao Neng wins, Gao Neng continued, he'll rank 312th on the dragon list. Lei shouted for the two to shut their mouths. Wang Nanling already had his leg restored, though there are still some lingering issues. Besides, the Eastern Capital and the Northern Association are longtime allies. Are they really going to beat up their own people when threatened by sects and ancient families? Tang Tang and Gang both said that men like Torgi himself had taught them that there should be no compassion on the battlefield, or did they learn that lesson incorrectly? Guy wondered if these two weren't afraid of being slaughtered by the students of the Northern Association. Tang Tang replied, we are not afraid. The mentor will be with us. The next day, our hero received a message from his master, Li Tainan. The old man wrote that he would destroy the young man if he couldn't reach the top 300. Gan thought, how could a master say such a thing? And most importantly, how could he demand something so difficult? Tang Tang and Gan found themselves in front of the entrance of the Northern Association. The locals thought that these two had come here from the Eastern Capital. They also looked like freshmen. What are they doing here? They wondered. Gong in shock said hello. The streamer said that she had a few questions for Gong. Did you really come here to challenge the students of the Northern Association? She asked. Kay added, I've heard about the genius Li Shaolin. Is the young man really going to challenge him? Gunning replied, I haven't heard of this genius, and was going to challenge another student. Shoki inquired, who would be the opponent in that case? Tang Tang and Gang shouted in unison, Wang Nanling, come out and fight if you're not afraid. The students were outraged. How dare these two? Jing had the audacity to insult their student council president at the entrance of their academy. Jing dared to challenge Wang Nanling, who had not yet fully recovered from his leg injury. He claimed that this disciple was the strongest in the Northern Association, though he still had issues with his leg. Is Gang sure he wants to challenge him? Gang replied, the stronger the opponent, the more I like it. The local students decided to teach Gang a lesson and show him how to behave. Lei, peering from behind the bushes, thought these two really don't have the slightest sense of shame. After a while, all the disgruntled students had left. Our hero remarked, "It seems the students in the Northern Association are completely weak." Tang Tang added, "They're the weakest students I've ever met." The students then requested that Rector Wang and Mr. Lei defend the honor of their academy, as the two had blocked the gate and attacked them. Lei was upset. Even the rector had come out, but perhaps he would make a fuss if he didn't show his face. Loi thought that if he came out now, he would definitely be blamed for all of this. Teacher Liang asked, "Is this really Gan from the eastern capital?" Gan introduced himself and said that Fun Tong Tang was beside him. Liang said that he had heard of this young man before when he was in the Eastern Region Fortress and leading the Northern Association in that operation. In such a short time, this young man has risen from the First Order to the Fourth Order. He is truly superior. However, Wang Nanling was at the Fifth Order late stage. This will not be a fair fight, so the young man must leave. Gan wondered, how could Mr. Lei know that he would lose when they hadn't even fought? Liang wondered, did Gan really think he had a chance of defeating their disciple, even when he was injured? Liang said, Gan has no chance of reaching the top 300, but maybe he could reach the top 500 if he used all his strength. If he asked the Shen family, then he can use their resources. Now the guy has to leave. Gao Neng said, I don't know how else to ask. All I want is to break another leg of Wang Namling and earn myself a spot on the dragon list. Liang replied, I'll ask him one last time. Are you sure you want to challenge our disciple, even if it means humiliation and injury? God responded, I'm here today solely to challenge. Liang then said, call Wang Nanling over. The students wondered, what would the other think if we sent Wang Nanling to fight a Fourth Order student? Ha Yuan, as the vice president of the student union, spoke up, I'll fight Gan. Liang agreed, be gentle with your opponent. After all, the Northern Association and Eastern Capital belong to the army. I'm a Fifth Order middle stage wielder, so I won't be up Gan too much. If he can last 10 minutes, he can be considered to have won. Gan smirked. Ha Yuan won't last that long. Ha Yuan pounced on Gan and said that he was too arrogant and should prove with deeds, not words. Gunnan drew his sword and chopped his opponent's weapon into pieces with a single blow. Hai found himself lying motionless on his back. Everyone was startled and silent as they looked at this scene. Gao Neng said the heathen was extremely weak. How could he dare to fight head-on? This is called dementia and courage, he muttered. Shi Yalavi, showing this fight online, wondered, is it really over? The spectators were surprised. Did Hyun really lose? Could the Northern Academy not do anything at all? Rector Wang said, bring Wang Nanling here. Gan asked Tang Tang if his ranking had changed now. After all, he had defeated a Fifth Order middle stage disciple with a single strike, who should have been on the dragon list. Tang Tang said that she couldn't find his name. Tang Tang added he isn't on the dragon list, and Gan will therefore get nothing. Liang said, the Northern Unification has never been so humiliated in all the decades of its existence. What is the real order of the gang? Ganon replied, I am only on the Fourth Order of the middle stage. Liang thought that Gao Neng had clearly gotten something incredible from the alien races, which was why they were demanding that this guy be handed over to them. Back then, he immediately jumped to the Fourth Order, and now he had risen from the middle stage in just a couple of days. Teacher Li thought that this young man was a true genius. Xiaowiki told our hero that everything happened very quickly and not all the spectators had time to see him defeat Hai Yuan. Could he tell about it? Could it be that Gon had managed to find his opponent's weak spot? Gang agreed. He had indeed found his weak point. Kiki wondered, in that case, couldn't Gon tell her audience what weakness he had found? Gang said, his biggest weakness is himself. Hai Yuan would definitely not be able to defeat him. Tang Tang added, I would also defeat that guy with one punch. Wang Nanling, the president of the student union, appeared in front of our heroes. Gon thought this guy's leg was fine. No cast, no crutches. It looked like he had great regeneration. Wang Nanling was almost recovered. The student told his teacher that his leg was fine. He had even practiced that morning already. Wang Duding said, I understand your concerns, but what I lost, I will take back on my own. I want to return to the top 300 of the dragon list. Wang Nanling inquired, did Gao Neng not beat Hai Yin badly when he fought him? Our hero replied, he treated him lightly. Wang Nanling said, I've just been informed that a challenger died at the Southern Alliance Military University. He added, Gong doesn't understand what it means to challenge the dragon list. If the person being challenged wants to secure a spot, they must use any means to gain the upper hand over others. Today, Gao Neng came here and injured students from his academy, so no mercy will be shown to him. However, if he wants to leave right now, he can expect mercy. Gan thanked him for the offer and declined. Our hero thought, if my opponent uses a long weapon, I can use a short one. Tang said, Wang Nanling is fooling you, and showed him what Shen Yi had just sent. Shen Yi said Wang Nanling has always been good at close combat, and his weapons are two short knives hidden behind his belt. If Gang wants to fight him, it's better to keep him BM distance. Gao thought his opponent was deliberately showing his teeth so he wouldn't see the knives hidden behind his belt. Luckily, his future wife was watching this stream. His opponent swung his huge weapon and shouted, "I'm about to show you what I can do." Gao thought that was just the opponent's normal attack. In that case, he would be able to use the hypergravity electromagnetic storm against him. The rivals smashed their weapons together in a whirlwind of furious attacks. Sparks flew in different directions from the contact of the metals. There was an explosion, and the opponents were sent flying in different directions. The spectators hid from the shockwave, taking cover. Wang Nanling noticed that his weapon was more fragile and broke apart. Gao thought his opponent was really strong. It was necessary to take this more seriously. Tang Tang offered the guy his equipment. Then he could deal with his opponent without much effort. Our hero refused. Gao always tried to fight someone head-on. But in this case, he couldn't find his opponent's weaknesses. The opponents he had met before were either weak or strong. This was the first time he had met an equal opponent. Our hero had completed the fourth limit of the human body. He possessed life form transformation and intermediate level skills. If he didn't win with this equipment, it would be humiliating to defeat his opponent by other means. Wang Neng said, "Gao Neng, don't yawn. Keep fighting. The most interesting things are just beginning." Gao Neng grabbed his sword and decided to use half-step destruction. Our hero activated a hypergravity electromagnetic storm. Wang Neng found himself disarmed and seriously depressed. Kneeling down, he was breathing heavily. Wang Neng gathered his strength and shouted loudly, "I can't lose." The young man put the capsule in his mouth and crushed it with his teeth. Wang Neng began to exude energy and shouted again. Having gained strength, the opponent jumped to his feet and rushed at our hero. Tang Tang noticed that Neng had doped. "That violates all the rules. Is he really a cheater?" Wang Neng shouted. "Is it really impossible to cheat in a doomed duel? The winner is always right." Gao said he agrees with his opponent. Anything is possible in these fights. Gao summoned his underground flying dragon. The mentors were horrified. Could this really be the realization of Gao Neng's energy? Nanling must flee. Gan approached his opponent and reminded him of his own words. He either wins or perishes. Liu saw Teacher Leon unleash a mental force attack on Gao Neng. He shouted, "That's a violation of all the rules." Lally rushed forward but realized he might not be able to block this attack in time. Gon drew his blood sword. The people present were surprised. Was Gon really able to turn mental power into a blade? Gon deactivated Teacher Leon's attack. The protagonist grabbed his sword and cut his opponent open in one motion. The soil under Wang Nanling's feet split in two. That warrior's armor disintegrated into small pieces. Louis asked, "Is Gao Neng okay?" Gao Neng replied that a man cannot become strong if he is not free to control his strength. The boy added that he was free to wield his blade and was confident that his opponent would not die. Wang Nanling, disarmed and without armor, was surprised that he was still alive. Liang asked, "Is Wang Nanling okay?" Nanling was surprised that the opponent had attacked him after overcoming Mr. Li's mental attack. Furthermore, he actually felt a sense of doom when the opponent attacked. Wang Nanling raised his hand and said that he had lost. Gao Neng said that there was no need to despair. It was necessary to continue and move forward. There was nothing wrong with Nanling's defeat. He should learn a lesson from this fight and only become stronger. Gan wondered, wasn't it Mr. Lei who attacked him at that moment? Liang said that he would report the incident to the army and would be prepared to accept the decision of the court-martial. He would be held responsible for his actions. Gan thanked Teacher Lei for that attack. Gan added that if it wasn't for Lai Dong, he wouldn't have realized that he no longer needed to challenge anyone else. Gani said that Mr. Lei should be more careful in using mental attacks. He shouldn't have gotten involved in the battle. It might cause him to lose control of the situation and accidentally destroy Wang Nanlang. Lai said that Ganning should not say such words in front of Teacher Leung. Ganning asked Xiao Wiki if she had time to film him shattering Mr. Lei's mental attack in one move. The girl replied that she had managed to capture everything. Ganning told Teacher Guy that he and Tang Tang were leaving. The girl was surprised, for she had not yet challenged a rival Gown, and asked if Tang Tang was sure she wanted to challenge the man. Tang Tang replied that she had changed her mind. Lai told the students to return to the academy immediately and not to dare to skip classes. Loi thought that Ganning had surprised him, for his mental strength was already at the stage of being strengthened. Liang is in the formative stages, but Ganning is much better than him. Rector Wang told Teacher Guy that his student was great. Rector Wang asked that Lai convey a few words to Rector Song from him personally. He will wait for Mr. Song Union at the T&E Hotel in 3 days. And if he doesn't show up, he will personally find him at the Eastern Capital Military Academy. Loey thought that now they had something to watch. Xiong Yun Tian versus Wang Yuan. Gong knows how to attract attention. The students were surprised. The rookie challenged Wang Nanling and Liang at the same time. and he was only at the middle stage of the fourth order. Wei-On overheard the students discussing how even he had been defeated by student Gao Neng. Liang got angry and told those talkative students to immediately start running around the court until he said stop. Rector Wang suggested that chaos might now unfold in the Dragon List rankings. Tang Tang didn't understand why it took so long for Gan to be added to the Dragon List. Our hero wasn't sure if he could make it to the top 300 by defeating Wang Nanling, but thanks to Mr. Lei, he didn't even doubt it anymore. Now the Dragon List committee was also perplexed. How is this possible? The realization of energy and mental power at the amplification level of the middle stage of the fourth order. What position should this student be ranked? The girl said, if you only take his mental strength alone, Going is already worthy of being in the top 100. The colleague noticed that Going was only on the fourth order, and Wang Nanning had been seriously injured a few days ago. So, Nanning's ranking was somewhere around 350. A girl officer approached the young men and asked, had they decided on a place for Gao Neng? If they couldn't decide right now, then they should just give him something in between. It was Zhang Hong Ning, the head of the group under the list commission. If this guy really deserves top 100, he won't reconcile with the current rankings. They'll know his real abilities the next time he challenges. Tang Tang saw the information on her smartphone and almost dropped the handlebars of the motorcycle from her hands. Couldn't they have made a mistake? Ganon, number 300? Dunning disagreed. After all, he had defeated Hyun and Wang Manling, and he was only given the 300th spot. Tang said that he should be satisfied, after all. Hi, Yuman was not on the list at all. Gan said he was in the top 300, while Tang Tang was not even in the top 500. The girl replied, I can now deprive him of that spot by simply crashing my motorcycle into a pole. Gan thought he was the only fourth order human on the Dragon List. That's because he's too cool. Xiao was broadcasting a fight between the fourth and fifth orders on her channel. The number one of the Northern Association Military Academy was defeated by a rookie somewhere in the Forgotten Lands. Our hero was shown on a screen and told that he was from here and had managed to get on the Dragon List. Rector Song said he didn't expect this from Gan. Louis added, now their academy has 2 students on the Dragon List. Louis informed the rector that Wang Yuan had invited him to tea and told him to take his sword. Tang Tang, without taking her eyes off the smartphone, said, Gan is now a celebrity. He is incredibly popular now. Gan sighed heavily. Being a celebrity now is very difficult. It is a big responsibility. The guy said that he is aware of his popularity. His smartphone has been on since the morning. He gets all kinds of messages, including words of encouragement, advertisements, calls, and just random people wanting to chat. Sounds like someone leaked information about him to the internet. Tang Tang congratulated the young man. This is the celebrity effect, she said. Now there are many reporters at your gate, and 80 challengers want to take you on. Gao Neng wondered, are these challengers afraid of him? Tang Tang offered the guy a deal. Go out there, find someone weaker, and hurt them. Then I'll come out and challenge you. Gan asked, will you pay me for it? Tang Tang replied, you'll get 1 million each. Gan took offense. Why are you so greedy? The girl wondered, in that case, how much do you want? Gao Neng asked, what should a man do if he's popular? Tang Tang got angry. Does Gao Neng really want to meet that famous streamer Shiok? I'll report everything to Shen Yi right now. Gao Neng quickly responded, that's not what I meant. He wants to make money from it. Tang Tang asked, is Gan going to do movies or commercials? Gan replied, it would take a long time to do movies, but commercials would be good. However, I have other things on my mind right now. I want to have exclusive broadcasting rights. Tang Tang said, he is very smart. He wants these reporters and streamers to bargain for the live broadcast. Tang Tang continued, I have an idea. We could categorize the media, radio, newspapers, and the internet. That way, they can make more money. Kiki, holding a smartphone in her hand, said, I am now standing at the gates of the military academy. My viewers can watch as more than 80 challengers have gathered to challenge Gan, and it looks like there are more and more of them. La said, challengers and reporters can only stand outside the academy gate. They cannot go inside. Tang Tang went to wake up Gan. He will arrive here soon. Lei thought, the 300th place is too good for a beginner. Although the rules don't say that a person must accept a challenge when challenged as someone from the Dragon List, Gan should accept the challenge out of dignity. Lei continued thinking, this guy must have a sense of dignity. After all, he's a coalition soldier. Tang Tang said, the challengers have been yelling all morning already. Maybe we should hurry up. Gun stated, we can't fight on an empty stomach, and ordered the waiter to repeat the portion. Lu thought for a while. His disciple doesn't care about these challengers. Why doesn't he think about the reputation of the academy? Some of the challengers shouted, he's finally here. All the challengers present declared that they were challenging this young man. After all, he was only at the fourth order of the middle stage. What was he doing at the 300th place on the Dragon List? Our hero placed a chair right in front of the challengers. Without saying a word, the protagonist began to eat a banana. The people present were indignant. What kind of attitude was this? Several students jumped up, deciding to deal with Gan by using force. Suddenly, someone appeared nearby and began threatening the approaching candidates. Who could it be? The girl who appeared gave her name. I am Tang Tang, an agent of Gan. Those present wondered, what does all this mean? Tang Tang said that she was authorized to speak on his behalf. For example, she could determine who Gan would challenge or accept a challenge from. Tang Tang explained that Gan wouldn't be able to take on all the challenges. No one here will challenge that. Therefore, a selection will now be made. One of the challengers spoke up, saying no one could force them into a qualifier. Tang Tang responded, whoever bids the most will be able to fight Gan. The challengers were surprised. Do they really have to bid? One of them asked. The agent replied, bet as much as possible if you want to challenge. The one who bets the highest can be the first to challenge. Today's quota was split between two people, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. One of the challengers asked, if I make a bet but lose, what will happen to that bet? Tang Tang answered, we'll pay the challenger his bet and even add on top. But if the challenger loses, his money will not be refunded. The agent announced the price starts at 5 million. Each bid step is 1 million. Anyone who doesn't have the money can leave now. One of the bidders accepted and bid 5 million. Another bidder offered 1 million more. Other bids came in as well. Tang Tang announced the final bid of 10 million. The morning challenge will go to this challenger. The agent then set up a bidding process for the live broadcast rights, starting with the television channels. The starting bid was also 5 million. Lu thought to himself that these two knew how to make money using the dragon. List for betting. Doesn't Ganon have enough money? Why would she need to do that? 3 exclusive streaming rights were sold for $14 million. Lu was surprised. Is money really so easy for them? And this was a legitimate way to make money? If it wasn't for the fact that he was the only 4th order human on the dragon list, he wouldn't have been able to attract so much attention. Tong said, now the battle can begin. Ganon rose from his chair and said, finally, it begins. Gan asked his opponent to go easy on him. The opponent replied, my name is Manhwa. I'm ranked 437th on the dragon list, but I'll soon be in the top 300. Gan said he was happy to meet Maya. Tang Tang said, I won't challenge this guy. His ranking is too low. Gan said he had to try hard in this case and wished his opponent good luck. Manhwa put on a hazmat suit and said, I'm already at the 5th order, not a loser like Wang Nanling. Leia thought, what is he doing? After all, Gan had even activated his armor. This fatty had only ascended to the 5th order. Is he really that strong? Ganon launched an attack and immediately activated half-step destruction, followed by an instant attack and then a hypergravity electromagnetic storm. A steel storm was used in the opponent's decisive strike, followed by devastating steel. The viewers commented that each fighter was using their best judgment. Who will win? After 20 minutes, our hero recognized that his opponent was truly strong. Manhwa said, Neng is also good at something. Manhwa declared, but I am still much stronger. He rushed to attack again. The spectators couldn't believe that this wonderful battle had already lasted for 20 minutes. So far, Manhwa was in the lead. Gang was struggling to hold on. Luke didn't understand what was going on. After all, this guy was clearly weaker than Gon. But for some reason, his disciple couldn't defeat his opponent, even using all of his skills. Manhwa shouted, what is Gao Neng trying to do? Gao Neng replied, I've been injured in the battle with Wang Manling. Lu was surprised. He hadn't even noticed such a thing. Everyone present was also surprised. Had Gong really been injured in the last battle? It seemed that there was a serious price to pay for challenging a stronger opponent in battle. Would he be able to continue like this? Beikai couldn't understand what was going on. He was stronger, right? Every time he had one more strike left to deliver and finish off his opponent, he kept dodging. Manhwa thought his energy was running out. How was his opponent, who was on the 4th order, still hanging on? Manhwa asked his opponent, how are you still holding up? When it seemed that Manhwa's victory was just around the corner, our hero delivered the decisive striking blow. Gan said that the reason his opponent was defeated was because he had already anticipated victory and let the weapon slip from his hands. He ignored his opponent's will to win. Gan told everyone present, especially the television cameras, a strong will is my weapon of choice in battles. The spectators were delighted. They couldn't believe they were watching it with their own eyes. Gan was injured, but still managed to defeat an opponent who was stronger than him. Everyone was waiting for the next battle. Tang Tang said, now Gan will take a 3-hour break, and the second battle will take place in the afternoon. Gan is the spirit of a soldier and the spirit of manliness. The challengers present thought this guy had some skills. However, this fight showed that he had an injury. Even if he was lucky this time, it wouldn't go on like this forever. he would definitely lose in the next fight. In the afternoon, the stakes increased to 25 million. Tang Tang announced the challenger for the afternoon battle. This fierce fight lasted for a full hour, after which another lucky victory went to our hero. The losing challenger thought it was pure chance. His attacks clearly couldn't hit Gam, but he only relaxed for a moment. Lai couldn't believe his eyes. This guy had earned so many millions in a day. Mentor Guy knew that something was amiss. How could he win 2 battles in a row? Are there really so many simpletons lining up in this world just to hand over their money? The next day came. During the live broadcast, it was announced that there were 489 challengers present, and all of them wanted to fight Gan. Tongan announced after bidding, the bidder who offers 40 million gets the challenge. This fight also ended with Gan winning by the narrowest of margins. The wounded young man declared that he had won. After all, the losing challenger thought he only had a little left. This was impossible. However, in the future, Gan would still regret it. Gan said, "There is one rule I've made for myself. Never regret what has happened. If that challenger does not accept defeat, let him come again." The loser replied, "Gan is very naive. Kindness is his greatest weakness. He will come again, and Gan will realize that his mercy will lead him to his doom." The audience said that Gan was simply peerless. He was so strong that he would win all battles, even with numerous injuries. However, the spectators recognized that Gan was already completely exhausted. He would definitely lose in the next battle. Tomorrow would be the day when it would be possible for a challenger to enter the Dragon List. It would be possible to safely defeat Gan and enter the top 300. Lai didn't understand. Are these challengers really that stupid? Can't they see that Gan is deliberately pretending? Tang Tang, reviewing the recording of the performance, said Gan overplayed his hand today. He almost beat that challenger to a pulp. Gan suggested, "I missed very skillfully." Tang Tang admitted, "My acting still leaves a lot to be desired." In the process of training, our hero had another breakthrough. He was now in a late-stage 4th order. He could sense energy. Maybe now he could match Lin Ying. Surprisingly, holding back his power and fighting these people helped our hero in his breakthrough, especially after he made quite a lot of money. Gao Neng continued to train, thinking he would have enough money to secure his breakthrough and become a fighter of a higher order. Tang Tang put up on the doorstep in the morning and asked if Gao Neng was ready to make more money. The guy said that he had reviewed the videos of his battles several times and would be much better at faking it now. The agent said Gan looked too good and got ready to make up him. After putting on makeup, our hero didn't look so good anymore. Gan told his mentor that he was constantly being beaten, which is why he looked so bad. Lai told the disciple to go to the hospital if he was injured and take the day off. He would tell the challengers to leave. Gao Neng said for the mentor not to do that. He thinks he can continue to fight for the honor of the military academy and the army. Lai said that Gao Neng could continue to pretend, but he shouldn't overdo it. It is better if he wins at once. Gao Neng said he can't do that. After all, the challengers are paying. He needs to keep them satisfied. If he defeats them too quickly, no one will come to challenge him in the future, and no media will pay for the filming. Tang Tang said the shampoo company will pay them 8 million for Gao Neng to say their slogan 3 times before the fight. Gao Neng said he could repeat it 5 times and show their shampoo on camera. But he wants 15 million. Lao Gi once again thought it was overkill. The challengers saw the appearance of Gan. This guy looks like he's dying. He must be very weak. A bidder from the Long family of the Western Military District offered 150 million for the fight. The young man was sure that no one would bid higher than he offered. Liu once again grabbed his head. After all, this was 3 times more than the day before. Is this guy really that easy to make money? He wondered. The challenger said that he was long-tongued and ranked 336th on the Dragon List. Today, Gan would definitely lose to me. Gan replied, "If you win the bid, we can start." Gan knelt down and started coughing. Tang Tang was startled. "What's going on?" she asked. Gan said his broken rib might have damaged his internal organs. "Could I be done for the day?" Tang Tang replied, "No, after all, we signed a contract. If you refuse, Gan, you'd have to pay 1 billion. Can you afford that?" Gan said, "I can't afford such a thing," and asked permission to at least wash his face and hair to freshen up. The protagonist washed his face and used shampoo to wash his hair. Gao Neng showed the shampoo to the audience and said, "It's really refreshing because this shampoo, vegetable oil from Thailand, is anti-dandruff. It also protects the hair from hair fall and dryness. It gives confidence." Tang Tang wondered, is this shampoo really that good? Gan confirmed, yes, this shampoo gives confidence to anyone who uses it. Long T and Tang said, "It's time to stop this buffoonery." Gao Neng stated, "I still have 2 more times to repeat." Gao Neng repeated, and his opponent said, "It's time to fight." After an hour of intense battle, Long Tian was defeated and lying on the grass. Gan said, "Fortunately, I had time to wash my hair with shampoo before the fight. It helped me deal with my opponent," and repeated the necessary slogan 1 more time. Tang was surprised. Did Gan really win this fight thanks to the shampoo she currently had in her hand? Gan said, yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to think so clearly. After all, this shampoo gives confidence to anyone who uses it. A picture of Gan advertising a shampoo went viral on social media. The Dragon List Committee said that they can't let this continue and must think of a way to promote this disciple's place. However, he has no intention of challenging anyone. How can they put him above the 300th place? The man said, this apprentice has caught his eye. No one is going to challenge the rest of the top 300 Dragon List. The most important thing is that he is kind to all challengers. In all fights, he tries not to hurt them, but only to exhaust them. Others in the top 300 are different from him. No one is going to want to challenge them if they are looking at a deplorable result. Are they really just going to have to watch this guy fake it? The department head said she had an idea. We could set up a reward system for only the top 300, breaking them down into smaller groups. 1 to 100 is level A, and so on. People at different levels would get different resources in the future. They only assign them seats and cannot decide what resources they will have. This is difficult to implement. The department head added that she was only presenting her solution. How to implement it is not my concern. 3 days passed. Gan was like a smoldering fire that would never go out. He always defeated his opponents at the last moment, and his income grew steadily. The whole alliance was passionately disgusting when Gan would finally lose. After all, he was getting weaker with each fight. Yet, the challengers still could not defeat him. There was a report in the alliance's military news stating that one of the soldiers had known no defeat. Long Tang came to try his hand for the second time. After all, he had been so close to winning earlier. Now he was willing to bet 300 million. The Dragon List rankings didn't change all week. Only our hero was constantly challenged. A major correction was announced. 18 days remained until the end of the rating. The federal government finally issued a new policy. Tang Tang woke up her companion and said she had important news. The top 300 on the Dragon List are now divided into 3 levels, and some of them are assigned a special S level. Only 7 of the top 10 are S level. Judging from the fact that Shen Yi is also one of them, we can conclude that the commission values potential more. However, our hero also has great potential. I wonder if they gave him the S level. Gan is very angry. Why is some genius like him only at C level? Tang said that Kale is good too. The announcement said that the quota for S level is only 20 people. 13 seats have already been taken. Gao Neng thought there were only 7 vacant seats left. Tang Tang said that Gan should remain calm. After all, his task is to hold the current position. Gan thought that staying in the 300th place was not what he wanted in the first place. The guy has decided they will continue to make money, and he also wants the S level. 10 days flew by in an instant. After the new policy was issued, the ranking of the Dragon List changed drastically. 3 more S levels were selected, and only 4 spots were left. During this time, Gan continued to beat all his challengers at the last minute and remained in 300th place. He earned 1.5 billion from the challengers and the media. The Dragon List Commission has been studying this situation very carefully. Does this guy really want to stay in the 300 spot? One of them asked. With his strength, it's likely that he could rise to the top 200. He's no weaker than the 6th Order. However, Miss Jones' plan doesn't work on him. Ms. Jiang said, this guy has talent, strength. Perhaps is the result of his upbringing. After all, he was born in the Forgotten Lands. The aides said they had forgotten that a person from the Forgotten Lands always likes to maintain the status quo and doesn't dare to fight for more. Jiang said, he's a coward. It's a waste of his talent. He won't be able to make the most of the S level, even if he gets it. A coworker came into the room and said, there's a person who needs a rating change. Cocking ranked 20,183rd. Broke through to the 6th Order and challenged Wang Jun on the spur of the moment, only to be severely injured. The young men spent some more time deciding which castling to make in the top 300. Miss Cheng announced that Xiaoying had failed and dropped to 300th place. Gong would be the 300th first. It was interesting to see what Gong would do after falling out of the top 300. The colleague assumed that Gong could immediately challenge Cocking. If not, then at most another candidate. Miss Chung thought, if this young man really behaves like this, there's no need for them to keep an eye on him anymore. Gao Neng was angry. He thought it was all the commission's shenanigans, all their shady dealings. They just wanted to throw him off. Tang Tang said that all the challengers left when they heard the news. The fights will be canceled. They lost at least 100 million just today. Tang didn't understand. What should they do? Is Gao Neng going to fight Kaoing? A huge number of reporters are waiting for Gao Neng to challenge him. Gan told the girl to calm down and listen to him. The guy asked if Tang Tang wanted to get into the top 300. The girl nodded affirmatively. Gan said, in that case, I need 500 million and I'll help you get into the top 300. Tang Tang replied, I want to enter the top 300. but there's no need to spend 500 million to do it. Gao Neng then offered, I can help you get into the top 200 for the same price. Tang Tang said, I can give a maximum of 200 million, but why are you so sure? Gan laughed and said, I've broken through to the 5th order. Tang Tang was stunned. How is that possible? She wondered. She had barely made it to the 4th order of the middle stage and had thought she had finally caught up with him. How did he manage to do that? Tang Tang said, people will recognize your real power, and then they won't be able to make money off of you. Gan reminded her, the rules have changed. I can stay in the 300th place just as easily as I can stay in the 200th place. The only difference is that the opponents will be much stronger. Li was still ranked below 200, but judging from what happened last time, he is definitely capable of more. Likewise, Shen Yi should also be getting stronger and is clearly looking forward to her next fight. Gay asked, which sect or family is Wang Jun from? Tang Tang said, he's also from the army. Wang Jun is from the army of the eastern region. He is the son of Major General Wang of the fortress. Gang replied, in that case, I'll confront the son of a major general from their region. I even like it. The reporters wanted to ask Gang how he felt after dropping out of the top 300 dragon list. The guy replied, I'm offended that my ranking dropped. Was the committee involved in some kind of shenanigans? Gang said, I'm going to prove my power and take back what is rightfully mine and more. Journalists asked, does it turn out that Gang is going to challenge others? Journalists were guessing who from the top 500 would be the first to be challenged. Gang said, I'm challenging Wang Jun, who is ranked 200th on the dragon list. Bloggers and others were surprised that Gang was challenging Wang Jun, who ranked even higher than Lin Ying. But after all, Wang Jun was from the same region. Rector Song asked Lue, where is Gong now? Lue said that he had just called that young man. He was on his way to the East Capital Military District and would arrive at the gate in about half an hour. Rector Song asked, why did Lu stop him? Wang Jun is the son of a major general. Why is Gao Neng challenging him? The rector said that Gong had recently challenged people from the army. Now he had reached the people from this region in general. He never fights sect members from ancient families, but specifically picks out injured fighters. Who taught him to do this? Miss Chang said, this guy is either shameless or a complete coward. However, he chose Wang Jun, who is ranked 200th, as his opponent. He can't be called a coward. The department head said that he purposely chose someone who had been badly hurt in battle, the act of a coward. Gao Neng is capable of fighting a fair fight, but resorting to such a devious method is a disgusting act. After defeating Wang Jun, he will give up all challenges. Once he becomes number 200, the people challenging him will be much stronger. He won't dare risk engaging in a fight with them. The 200th rank is clearly his final goal. The coward from the Forgotten Lands will never be able to fully unleash his talent. In the Eastern Military District, Gan and Tang Tang pose in front of reporters' cameras. The Major General says Wang Jun is now at the 6th order of the early stage. We don't want our own soldiers to fight each other. Does Gan really want to make this challenge? The Major General replies, Gan is becoming more and more arrogant. Rector and Law can go out if they have already come. Rector tells the Major General, we are here to stop this guy. The officer says, there is no need. They have started a change for all humanity, and they want change in the military. However, the officer continues, teaching at this academy is really ahead of its time. I will send an application to the Commander-in-Chief requesting that Rector and teacher do my lecture here and share their teaching experience. The Major General said for Wang Jun to act and not let them down. Gan thought that there was an entire major standing in front of him right now. He was 28 years old and on the 6th order of the early stage. Gogan thought, why was he still a surgeon despite the fact that at the age of 18, he was already at the 5th order of the early stage and had made great contributions to the army. Wang Jun said, I know the opponent's main goal. I accept this challenge because it is related to the army's reputation. Wang Jun donned his battle armor and said, I am ready to begin. Gunning thought that his opponents were using domain martial merits. Wang Jun said, 100 domain martial skills wouldn't leave my opponent with a wet spot. Govan thought that the opponent was combining Brahmin with his domain combat skills. Brahmin is not a metallic element. It is a chemically active red-brown liquid that easily evaporates to form vapor at room temperature. The opponent's shadows are composed entirely of Brahmin. Gan thought that when they turned into vapor, they would become erosive and toxic. However, our heroes with their powers were not afraid of that. Gunning thought that Wang Jun only possessed all the shadows with the ball. Thus, he should definitely have flaws, but ordinary people couldn't find them when facing so many shadows. Wang Jun said that he could see his opponent without even trying. However, how was Gao Neng able to overcome his skill? Tang Tang, our hero's agent, reported to the audience that Gan was already on his 5th order after today's breakthrough. Rector wondered, is Gao Neng really on the fifth order? Lao Gay replied that he did not have the relevant information. Justifying himself, Mentor Guy said that, according to the agent, Gan only broke through today. The Major General was amazed. How could this guy manage to break through twice in just 10 days? The Major General was surprised. This guy broke through so quickly. His strength is in absolute balance. He could even suppress a person on the 6th order. Wang Jun still couldn't understand how Gao Neng was able to overpower his skill. Gan replied, my skills were designed to defeat my opponents. Gan swung his sword and said, it's time to end this. Wang Jun shouted, I give up. Gan even managed to put a mask on his face. However, he was very surprised by what his opponent had just said. Wang Jun repeated, he surrenders, and now Gan is 200th in the rankings. The Major General told Wang Jun to leave the battlefield. He thought Gan was stronger than they had anticipated. The ranking would end in 8 days. It was better to give up now than to get injured again. Wang Jun would still be able to catch up. Gan wondered, what should I do now? After all, he had won so easily. Gan asked the caller, is the poison he used toxic? Wang Jun confirmed. Tang Tang shouted, how could Wang Jun do such a thing? After all, this is a dirty trick. Connie spat out blood and knelt down exhausted. The audience realized that Gan had been poisoned. Had he really won by overcoming the poison? Gan said, the poison, it's killing me. Tang Tang was alarmed. In that case, how will you be able to receive summons? Gan said in a weak voice, I won't be able to get the poison out. Xiaoqing lost to Lin Fei because he was also poisoned. The guy added that he probably wouldn't be able to fight anyone now. Gao Neng added that he had promised Wang Jun that as a soldier he would accept challenges in the future. Even if he was poisoned, even if he lost, he would fight to the end. Wang Jun said that he had an antidote and could offer it to his opponent. Tang Tang replied, we don't take pity from opponents. It was only poison, and Gunnan would manage on his own. The Major General wondered, was he really poisoned? He was offered an antidote, but he would suffer for his own pride. Rector Song asked Mentor Guy how much Gao Neng was affected by the poison. Leahy replied, not a word he said could be trusted. Rector Song and Leahy thought that these two were worthy of the Actor and Actress of the Year award. It was reported on social media that Gao Neng defeated Wang Jun but was poisoned. He stated that, as a soldier, he would continue to accept challenges. The department head, Miss Jiang, didn't believe it. Why would he fight further? She thought. People from the Forgotten Lands are cowards who are content with what they have, and didn't dare to want more. A colleague asked where Miss Jiang was going. The woman replied that she was going to Dongdu Military Academy. Gao Neng asked Tang Tang how she liked his game. Will you give me more interest when we sign the next contract? Tang Tang said that only a few people believe them now. Rector Song and lied, don't believe us at all. Major General Chen will soon realize it too. She also suggested that they keep a blood bag in their mounts beforehand. Gan replied that he tries to behave in a way to make money. But I remember everyone who has challenged me. The challengers are all from ancient families. None of them represent a sect or an army. There are some people with bad character among soldiers, but most of them are honest. Prestigious families also value their dignity. Only gambling people from ancient families and small sects can fall into such a trap. Gan said that Tang Tang wouldn't understand it. A girl born and raised in a rich family doesn't learn the life of the lower classes. That is why I should earn more money. Tang wondered why he needed so much money. Since he wasn't going into business, Gao Neng replied that he wanted to rebuild the city. What he had now was not enough. Tangjin wondered why he would do that. After all, the Forgotten Realms were full of outcasts. The girl clarified, I'm not referring to Gan. After all, he is different. He is a genius. Gan replied, until a few months ago, my dream was simply to enter the worst military academy in the capital of Hope. Tang Tang said, you've already passed the 4th limit of the human body. You are much better than many others. Gan responded, I not only want to restore the Forgotten Lands, but also to destroy the prejudice that the people of the capital of Hope have toward us. It was getting colder. Gao Neng thought winter is always the hardest time in the Forgotten Lands. Soon vacation would begin and he would finally see his mother, which she believed that he had earned so much money. The driver told the young man, Tang Tang has never been to the Forgotten Lands. Don't be angry with her if you really want to rebuild your home. He could count on his help. The driver wanted to say something else to the young man, but changed his mind and simply said goodbye to him. The people are already waiting for you, the driver remarked. Didn't you prepare a bag of blood? Gan smiled and replied, I added blueberry juice to it. Those present noted that Gan had arrived, but he didn't look well. It was obvious. It was the effects of the poisoning. Miss Chang tried to understand what Gan was up to. She didn't believe that a man from the Forgotten Lands would risk his life for honor. They are all cowards and low lives, she thought. The performance began. Gan was spitting blood again, and Tang Tang rushed to take him to the hospital. The spectators understood that Gan had been severely poisoned after his battle with Wang Jun, but despite that, he had still done a great job, becoming 200th on the dragon list in the 5th order of the early stage. A challenger approached Gan and issued a challenge. Tang Tang argued this is impossible. Gan can't even stand. Is the challenger taking advantage of his condition? The opponent replied that he wanted to repay him in kind, for it was Gon who had first summoned the wounded man. The challenger's companion declared that he could not bear even one blow from Mr. Rao. Tang Tang told Gon not to agree to the fight. Even though they signed a contract, she wouldn't force him. Gon, breathing heavily, asked Tang Tang to help him stand up. He would try to fight again. Gon stated that for 300 million, he was willing to take the fight. Rao laughed. He would not be intimidated by this, for Onion is doomed. He is the first heir of the Rao family of the Western League, the 233rd on the dragon list. This amount of money is nothing to him. He even offered 500 million, because the bigger the bet, the bigger the winnings. Tang Tang and Gon thought that Rao was very rich, but not too smart. Our hero agreed. The people watching were astonished. Had God really decided to fight in such a state? Miss Jiang once again thought that it was impossible. Rao said Gon had made a mistake by accepting the fight. Unlike his previous opponents, he would not give him time to fight. Firing his bow, Rao declared that he would finish him off at a distance. Those watching condemned his sneaky strategy. Rao exhausted a poisoned opponent who was an order of magnitude below him. However, Ganon activated the realization of energy, and his underground winged dragon appeared above Rao. Rao was surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to have the strength for something like this. Now he had to defend himself. After gathering his strength, Gao Neng made a decisive throw and declared that only Rao Chin would lose in this fight. Gao grabbed his opponent by the neck from behind. Rao screamed, demanding to be released. Rao wondered why Gon was still so strong. Wasn't he poisoned? Blood flowed from Gon's mouth, but he stubbornly tightened his grip, declaring that he would not let go of his opponent. The onlookers realized that Ganon was risking his life. He must stop immediately or he might die. Miss Joan thought again that it was impossible. This guy is completely different from what he used to be. Could a person from the Forgotten Lands really be so fearless? Gunny shouted to the dragon, cut him down along with his opponent. The dragon activated an energy attack. There was a powerful flash. The watchers squeezed their eyes shut and turned away. The impact was truly terrifying. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Rao lying on the ground in burnt clothes, bleeding. The invincible Gown emerged from the smoke. Raising his hand up, he said, a soldier of the eastern capital would rather die than surrender. The audience raved, saying it was the best fight they had ever seen. He was an undefeated and amazing fighter. The fight, in which he was once again victorious, had finally come to an end. Tang Tang panicked. God is dying. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. The medics quickly carried the young man on a stretcher to a medical facility. Light remarked, this guy's acting skills are improving faster than his strength. Rector Song noted, in any case, the fight was spectacular. Miss Jiang thought that she had been very wrong about the student. He really wasn't the coward she had thought him to be, but he is from the Forgotten Lands. She decided that she would definitely reveal the truth about this guy someday. Tang Tang told her colleague, we should spend a few hours in the hospital to finish the show. Tang Tang warned, we must not let our guard down. We might be watched. If anyone appears on the way, we should immediately fall down and spit blood. The young people congratulated each other. Another day of great acting. Another day of good income. Gao Neng suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to feed his cat. Tang Tang asked, do you really want to revive the Forgotten Lands? Gan replied, my goal is to reduce prejudice against the people living there. Tom Tang said, if you start doing it, you should warn me. Gan wondered, do you really want to help me? Tang Tang clarified, it wouldn't be help. It would be an investment. The Forgotten Lands is a market abandoned by everyone. If it could be revived, I, as the first investor, would benefit the most from it. The girl said, we have more business tomorrow, so we should go to bed early tonight. She added, I'll give Xiaoming 2 fish if you agree to sleep with me. Gang wondered, was Xiaoming so corrupt that she traded him for 2 fish? Xiaoming asked if he had willpower. A portal suddenly appeared in front of the young man. Could it really be teleportation? Gan grabbed his sword but immediately dropped to his knee, saying that he was poisoned and could not fight. The elder inquired, are you really poisoned? If so, you will receive a vial of liquid that sizzles the soul. It should help. Yonan drank the contents of the vial and thanked his master. The elder asked, are you not afraid of death at all? Gowan replied confidently, the liquid will remove the poison and I trust my master. There is no reason for me to destroy it. Master Li grinned and said, I am here precisely to get rid of you. A scum among my disciples. A red sword appeared in the elder's hand. Gunna realized that the man was going to use half-step annihilation against him. Taking a swing, the master activated the hypergravity electromagnetic storm. Gao Neng noticed that Master Li was using his own techniques, even the sword-snatching skill. In addition, the skills from the prophetic book of heaven were present here. Master Li knows everything. One technique, however, was unfamiliar to him. It was as if the blade had constricted space and immobilized Gao. Gao Neng shouted, "Is this really the integration of mental power?" Master Li smiled predatorily. "I want to hear it from you." Gao Neng replied that the integration of mental power was the merging of mental energy with the sword. Li squinted his eyes. "Did you learn this yourself?" Gao Neng replied that he had just comprehended the technique by watching the master. The old man nodded and thanked the young man, but he immediately added that he shouldn't think he had no reason to destroy his disciple. Now, Gao Neng hoped that Li Tannen would not kill such a talented fighter. He admitted that he had never thought of combining mental power with the sword before, only amplifying it with energy. Master Li knows much more than Mentor Gui. The elder agreed. Mentor Gui can't do individualized training. Integrating mental power with the sword was a rare ability, even in the Alliance. Liu had mastered it himself and certainly couldn't teach it to Gao Neng. The young man asked, "Is this sword a gift?" Master Li replied, "I could have him for 1,000,000,000. He then added, "Return the bank card." Gao Neng shrugged, "But then I won't have money for the sword." "No money, no sword," Li Tannen replied. Gao Neng confessed, "I've long dreamed of such a weapon." Master Li grinned. "You're fooling me. You had a lot of money, right? What are you going to spend it on?" Gao Neng replied, "I want to develop the Forgotten Lands and open a military academy there." The elder shook his head. "It won't do any good. The army won't approve. You won't find any followers, and it's a bad place to be." Gao Neng asked the master to help him with this. He added, "I plan to open the academy after the completion of the Dragon List." Lieutenant frowned. "It's not easy. Besides, the Great War is coming. Even if the army allows it, the war will start before you open the academy. What's the point?" Gao Neng recognized that graduates won't have time to participate in the war, but at least they will see hope in their lives. Many in the Alliance consider hope an empty concept, unworthy of investment, but Gao Neng believed that humanity would win the war, so it was worth it to give people confidence in advance. The elder handed him a scroll. "Written here is a skill I learned from an orc bone. It strengthens bones. You should learn it." The lieutenant set a condition. "If Gao Neng ranks S level on the Dragon List, I will help with the permission to build the academy." The old man scoffed. "You're overconfident. Only 20 of the 300 strongest can reach the S level. You won't even make it into the 100, considering you're only at the 5th order right now. But if you make," he added, "I'll support your idea and get some teachers." He handed the young man a strange object. "Don't show it to anyone and only use it as a last resort. This is Hitomi's ghost." Gao Neng bowed and thanked the master. He replied coldly, "Don't take it for granted. I will recognize you as my disciple until you attain ES level." Li Tannen said. The sword was left lying in the room. Gao Neng took it in his hands and once again bowed to the master. He still had the bank card. There was about 700 million left on it. Li Tannen hummed. "He thinks he's the only one who can profit from me." There was a huge piece of ore in his hands. It looked like he hadn't looked into the apprentice's room for nothing. It was full of valuable resources. Rector greeted Li Tannen. The latter asked, "What do you think of Gao Neng's behavior?" The rector said that it was pretty unconscionable, that the young man was tricking other fighters into challenging him. While sometimes it's good to hide your real strength, he's still young. They can't demand the behavior of a real soldier from him yet. Lieutenant interjected, "So, a soldier should be selfless and not have to fight for what he himself desires. No wonder Lai is only on the lowly 7th order." The old man said that the rector didn't see the essence of the problem. He thinks that being selfless is a soldier's duty, and it is. But has he thought about what he must do? Before he can protect others, he must become strong. The old man said that he didn't think Gao Neng was unscrupulous. He just makes money his own way. The lieutenant added, "This guy plans to do what the rector and others are unable to do. He wants to build a military academy in the Forgotten Lands." The lieutenant continued, "Song and Lue have reached a relatively high order, while the guy has only broken through to the 5th order. But which one of them is better?" The rector thought that Gao Neng was better than both of them. Perhaps his overcautiousness had hurt the academy. Gao Neng told the system that he wanted to use the prophetic book of heaven to strengthen the bone strengthening skill. However, the system failed to activate the skill. The response was denied. The initial prophetic book of heaven cannot strengthen the skill. Gao Neng thought that while he was getting stronger, many of the skills he had acquired before were lagging behind. Life form transformation didn't help as much as it used to. The prophetic book of heaven can only strengthen low and mid-level skills if he wants to keep improving his skills. You'll have to do the task again. Gao Neng was given a new task to raise her level to S on the Dragon List. Gao Neng thought that Tang Tang was at the 4th order of the middle stage. How would she be able to get to S level? However, in any case, the task had already been activated, so Tang Tang would have to work a little harder. The girl opened the door and asked, "Why is Gon knocking so hard? What does he want?" Gao Neng showed a high-level bone-strengthening skill and asked if Tang Tang wanted to learn it. Only the decision should be made quickly. The girl replied that she wanted to learn it and demanded instruction. Gan said it would cost money to be paid up front. Tang Tang said that she would agree to anything. Our hero received a message that the payment had been delivered. Tang Tang was satisfied that she had acquired a high-level bone-strengthening skill written by the strongest person. Gan said that the training should start right away. Tang Tang remarked that it was too late and would be better to do it tomorrow. Gon stated that he didn't sleep at all when he was her age and that the dragon list might end soon. The girl wouldn't get anywhere if all she did was sleep. Tang Tang wondered, does this skill really require paired cultivation? Now I can see why he sold it without hesitation. Even if they were to pair cultivate, it would only be with clothes. Otherwise, she wouldn't agree. Gan said he wouldn't agree either. Tang Tang wondered, so he wants them to be unclothed. The girl inquired if it was possible for at least the underwear to stay on. Gan said he was tired of listening to nonsense and sent the girl to the training room. Ganon thought that his master deserved his title. The manual he had written was very easy to learn and understand. Thanks to the second magnetic core, the improvement he achieved overnight surpassed what ordinary people could do in 10 days. The young man struck the metal shield and said his bones had become at least twice as strong. The magnetization of his bones had also accelerated. At this rate, he would be able to quickly break through to the late stage of the Fifth Order. Our hero considered it the greatest luck to get a new skill, the integration of mental power. The mind and the blade are now one and the same. Conan stated, "With this skill, I will be able to confidently compete with fighters from the top 100 of the Dragon List." Tang Tang said, "I have been cultivating all night. I am the hardest working girl in the world." However, she added, "Right now, I am terribly hungry and tired. I can't get up until I eat honey bread with white truffle and foie gras." Gan said, "Keep practicing. I'll bring you breakfast now, but it will be porridge, egg, and some pickle." Tang Tang replied, "In that case, I'll settle for 5 eggs and no less." Gan thought to himself that Tang Tang was very talented. She is 2 years younger, yet she is already at the 4th order of the middle stage. She will reach the 5th order before the end of the Dragon List. Luv inquired, "Is Gan going to fight today?" Guy replied, "Today's battles will be different from all the previous ones." Ganon stated, "Today's battles will be shorter in duration." Those present noted that Gon looked different today. He appeared fresh and trim, and even washed his hair with a new shampoo. Mrs. Jiang thought that this guy was hiding his pain. He was obviously made up so as not to scare the challengers. After all, he couldn't recover from his severe injury so quickly. Ganon raised his hand and said, "The challenge fee today is 100 million. Anyone who is willing to pay can fight." The protagonist added that he would accept all challenges today with no limit to the number of challengers. Zhang thought that this guy was acting quite strange today. He wanted to accept all challenges and had pulled out such an unusual sword. What really happened? Miss Jiang realized that he was up to something. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Tang Tang alerted applicants to where they could register and make payments. Those watching were surprised. Had this fellow really recovered from his wounds and poison? Miss Jiang thought that the sword was certainly good, but no matter how wonderful it was, a person couldn't heal so quickly unless they were strong enough. The challenger said that he was from the Li family in Jingxi. Ganon interrupted him and said that he was not interested. "It's time to get started." Mr. Li accelerated and rushed at the protagonist with spear in hand. On the way, a young man drew fog. Miss Zhang knew that this ice fog was a martial domain skill of the Li family in Zhengyi. The fog blocked the opponent's view and lowered their body temperature, thus slowing them down. The people present thought that Gang had been caught off guard by Luke's disciple. Now, Gong would definitely lose. However, when the fog cleared, everyone saw that Gong, with his sword in hand, was unharmed, unlike Li Wuk, who was injured. The people present were astonished as Gong slew his opponent with a single strike, even though he was already on the 6th order. Jiang thought that it was mental power, and the ice fog was unable to block mental power. Is Gong really that strong? La understood everything and was also terribly surprised. At this time, Tang Tang invited the number 2 contender to perform. The young man was confused. Was it really his turn already? Isn't he here to beat up that guy all he wants? This wasn't what he expected. The girl wondered if number 2 was giving up the fight. The challenger thought that Li Wuk had lost because he hadn't considered his opponent's mental strength. The main thing is not to panic. After a while, Tang Tang invited challenger number 3 into the arena. Number 2 was also deactivated. The audience didn't understand what happened to Gon. It was unbelievable. No one could believe that he could become so strong in just one night. Miss Jiang once again understood everything. This guy had integrated his mental power into the blade. All of these challengers were strong enough for the Sixth Order, but Gon's mental strength was great enough to injure Liang. The current challengers were no match for him at all. However, the integration of mental power was a combat skill that not every high-ranked fighter mastered. One of the challengers said that Gao Neng had been hiding his real power all this time. Gao Neng replied, "This is not true." The challenger wondered then why, in that case, has he suddenly become so strong? Gao Neng replied, "I had an epiphany last night." Our hero said he had an epiphany in his sword skill, and his opponent could now see it in person. The challenger responded, "I haven't finished my speech yet. You can't attack him, especially not with a sword." However, the challenger was deactivated as well. Jen thought to herself, this is an incredibly abnormal strength. Many talented fighters at the Fifth Order can defeat a fighter at the Sixth Order, but not with a single strike. This was truly unprecedented. This guy's on a whole other level. Tang Tang and Gan had only fought once, and they were already so strong. 2 applicants refused because of the Academy's rules, but nothing could be changed anymore. Tang invited challenger number 4. The young man said he wanted to turn himself in and collect half of the payment. Tang Tang stated firmly, no one forced them to surrender. It is shameful to ask for a refund. If they don't want to fight, they can just fail the trials. The young men were indignant. How dare she chase them away? In that case, we really are leaving, they said angrily. The assistants immediately contacted Department Head Jiang and inquired as to what place to assign to Gan. After all, he had just defeated 3 fighters on the Sixth Order. Jiang said that she had seen everything with her own eyes, for she was right at the gates of the military academy. This guy actually defeated 3 people, but the highest ranked one is ranked 209th. According to the rules, Gan's rank should not change. Miss Jiang said that Gan should be placed 99th and given an A level. Jiang thought that although this guy fought them one after another, it wasn't as impressive as when Lin Ying fought 5 at once. In any case, his mental force integration kick proved that he deserved this spot. Miss Jiang thought that this level was well worth it for him. Right now, he was the only 5th Order fighter in the top 100. Tang said that Gan's rank had been updated. He is now number 99 and has obtained the A level. Gan was outraged. Why, after defeating 3 Sixth Order fighters, did I only get the A level? He felt that he should have received the S level. Miss Jiang approached our hero and said hello to him. The girl said that she was Jiang Hongyi, the head of the 2nd group of the federal government's Dragon List Commission. She is the one who determines the ranking on the list. Miss Jiang asked menacingly, is there something the young man doesn't like? Gan was wary. No one had said the Alliance would send men to watch him. Lai told Mrs. Jiang that they were very sorry. The young man was very young and didn't know what he was saying. It was reported in the chat rooms that Gan, a genius from the military academy who had just ranked 99th on the Dragon List, had harshly criticized the federal official. One wanted to hear Jiang Hongyi's opinion. Miss Jiang said she had a slight temper. Mr. Guai is right. Gan is still a very young student. The woman said she only came here out of curiosity and had nothing to do with the commission. Lai told Gan to shut up and not pick a fight with Miss Jiang. Jiang Hongyi said that confidence is fine, but overconfidence could be a problem. The young man only got 99th place because he fears losing in future battles. Jiang added that Gao Neng is only on the 5th Order, but considering that he can defeat fighters at the 6th Order, he was put in that spot. He had mastered the integration of mental force earlier than the others. Gunning told Mrs. Jiang to stop. He respects that she saw that he defeated the opponents using mental strength. Miss Jiang wondered, did Gunning really think that she had underestimated him? Should he be given a higher rank? Gunning replied, that's exactly what I think, but I don't want to fight with Miss Jiang Hongyi. The guy added, arguing is a professional skill for experts like you, but I'm a soldier. I prove my rightness by actions. The aides were shocked. Miss Jiang hates people who think she can only analyze. It really angers her that she was appointed as an office official and her talent as a warrior was not recognized. Gang has gotten himself into trouble. Jiang said that if Gao Neng is willing to prove himself with actions, she is willing to watch. She is betting that the young man will not be able to defeat anyone from the top 90. But if he succeeds, she is willing to pay a decent amount of money. Gan said he didn't need her money. Everyone present was surprised. Was he really not interested in money? Was this said seriously? Gao offered to use his rank as a bet. Jiang wondered, did the guy really think she would use her official power in a personal bet with him? Gan inquired, in that case, how high up on the list should I go to get the S level? Jiang Hongying said that she couldn't decide such a thing alone. Gan wondered, why then did Miss Jiang recently say that she had purposely put me in 99th place? Wasn't that her solitary decision? He understood everything and let her go. Miss Jiang was indignant. What do you mean, letting go? Rector Song told Lao Gate not to interfere and just watch from the side. The rector said that this disciple was aiming for the S level. Most S-level fighters are in the top 10 and 30. Shen Yi is the only exception. Gan realized that she couldn't enter the top 30, so she tries to find another way. Zhang Hongding realizes this too, but if she asks Gong, a 5th order fighter, to enter the top 30 in front of all the reporters, it is likely that everyone will think she is unfairly ranking him on purpose. The phone rang. Miss Zhang asked the principal if she could call back later. Was she busy right now? The conversation was about Ga. The woman said it was unfair. What would the other Dragon List members have to say about it, she asked. The top 50 is the minimum, Miss Zhang said. I'll do as Gao Neng asked me to. If Gong can make it to the top 60 of the Dragon List, he'll get S level, she continued. But if he fails, his level will be downgraded to B. Tang Tang said that it was unfair. Even Shen Yi is only number 53, he pointed out. Gao Neng has reached the 5th order. How can he enter the top 60? Gan interjected. Once he gets into the top 60, he'll immediately get the S level. So that's how the rank of fighters is determined, Miss Zhang concluded. If he, as a 5th order, can make it at the age of 18. Made it to the top 60, he would be recognized as talented enough to obtain the best resources of the Alliance and be classified as an S level. Zhang Hongyang replied that this was exactly the case. If a 5th or lower order fighter can defeat a top 60 fighter, would he also be considered talented enough to get an S level? Jing said that he was willing to bet with Miss Zhang, and if he failed to make it into the top 60, he agreed to become B level again. All the reporters and spectators will be witnesses, Jing added. Jing continued, Miss Zhang herself proposed this bet and should not regret it in the future. Gang quickly left the area and said, in that case, I will not detain Miss Zhang Hongyang. Louis asked the rector, did Mr. Song understand why the young man asked this question? The rector replied that Liu himself would find out soon enough. For the next 5 days, Gao Neng stayed at the academy, but his bet had gained a lot of publicity on the internet. The only thing that diverted people's attention was Lin Ying's breakthrough. He was now at the 6th quarter of the middle stage, and had risen to the 150th place on the Dragon List. On the 6th day of the bet, the rector said that in the next 2 days, Lin Ying would have his last fight. If he did well, their academy would have 2 students ranked in the top 100. Mr. Song said, not even the Western League Military Academy has achieved such a thing. The rector realized that he should focus on Shen Yi the most. She had broken through to the 6th order of the late stage, but had yet to challenge anyone. Just how strong was she now? Age said that Shen Yi had just announced her opponent. It was Chung Kai, the 10th on the Dragon List. Chung Kai also has an S level, Teacher Guy said. He continued, Gao Neng had also decided on his opponent. It was Kiran, the 57th on the Dragon List. Principal Song was surprised to hear these 2 fighters specifically, as they were both core disciples of the Hashian clan. On the last day of the Dragon rankings, up to 30 duels would be held. All the talented representatives on the list that day had decided to initiate or accept the challenge. Lin Ying from the Eastern Capital had just announced that he would challenge Yingking, who was 91st on the list and represented a large family. The young people were discussing the Gao Neng disciple who had argued with Miss Zhang. He dared to challenge Karan, who was ranked 57th. Shen Yi, with an S-level rank, also chose her opponent, who was ranked 10th. Chung Ge was ranked 10th but had an S level, while Ding Zhuang, ranked 9th, had an A level. The latter would definitely be an easier opponent. Both opponents were disciples of the Hashian clan. The girl wondered, did they really choose these opponents on purpose? Moreover, when Gao Neng entered the military academy, he announced in front of all the freshmen that Shen Yi was his fiancée. Was this really going to take the place of their honeymoon? Would they go to the Hashian clan and take down their students? Shanawan stayed in Jing's dormitory for 3 whole days. However, there were rumors that Gao Neng and Tang Tang were having pair cultivation sessions. What's the meaning of this? She wondered. The last day of the Dragon List. Gao Neng is in the lotus posture, meditating and releasing energy, about to make another breakthrough. Our protagonist thought he was almost done strengthening his bones. However, he didn't have much time. Time was already running out. A girl with silver hair, Xiaoming, appeared behind the protagonist's back. She pointed her hand towards Gao Neng and sent a pulse of her energy to the young man. The young man experienced a wonderful feeling and he felt much better. He thought that this was his chance. Gao Neng meditated in front of a huge energy sphere. The guy kicked out his back and took a deep breath, filling his whole chest. After that, the protagonist announced that he was now at the 5th order late stage. The bone strengthening skill had been very useful. Now he would be able to easily break through to the 6th order when he had enough time. Xiang became a cat again and said that she was hungry. Gao Neng stated that he needed to rest since he had just broken through. Then the guy agreed to make the cat breakfast. Tang Tang said that she also counted on breakfast 5 eggs and a cup of milk with lots of sugar. The girl cultivated all night and reached the 4th order of the late stage. Now she needed extra energy to break through to the 5th order. Gon thought that with more sugar, she wouldn't gain energy, just fat layers. Tang Tang reminded her, our target is the Hashin clan. We must win and earn it. An estate was located high up in the mountains. The elder suddenly sneezed. His companion remarked, the elder hasn't caught a cold in the past 100 years. He should wear a mask. It's dangerous. Gon and Tang Tang stood in front of a huge stone with the inscription Hashin clan. Gao Neng said, there's a beautiful view from this place. This whole area belongs to the Hashin clan. Unexpectedly, Shenny rode up to the young people on her bike. She took off her motorcycle helmet and said, the 2 of you came before me. Reporters rushed over to Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi, curious about her opinion on today's battle. They were also interested in the rumors about whether she was dating Gang. Shen Yi pushed the most persistent reporters away. She declared, I'm here to fight. Not to satisfy people's curiosity, Gao Neng thought. In just a month, Shen Yi had become much better at controlling her energy. She pushed the reporters away without hurting them at all. She controlled her energy with more strength and precision. Gao Neng thought that Shen Yi deserved the title of the real talented girl in the army and the greatest genius of the alliance. The young men were informed that they could go up the mountain. Many students were already waiting for them there. Tang Tang thought that they had directly invited them to come up. Yi, Tang Tang, and Gao Neng headed up the mountain, traversing numerous steps. Warriors appeared in front of the reporters and said they had orders. Only those reporters they named would be allowed to enter. The rest must wait downstairs. As a clan with centuries of history, the warrior explained, we have to act in such a way to prevent spies from other clans from infiltrating. We hope for mutual understanding. Gao Neng thought that this big clan was very afraid of spies. Shen Yi said that this wasn't just some ordinary clan. If it wasn't for the Dragon List, even journalists from the Alliance would have to make an appointment to get gear. That's why their bouts are extremely important. One of the young men said that he was Chun Kai, the head disciple of the Hashin clan. The other was named Kuran and was an inner disciple of the same clan. The disciples said that they had been expecting these people and were ready to get right down to business. Although they were their guests, they would have to do without any ceremony. Gao Neng was delighted by their frankness. Shen Yi said that she liked it too. Gao Neng told the girl that he knew Chun Kai's weaknesses. Shen Yi asked what those weaknesses were. Gon wondered why Shen Yi didn't say the phrase that movie heroes usually say, that they want to win with their own strength. Shen Yi replied, this only happens in movies. Getting your right information is also part of the battle. Gao Neng said that Chun Kai was learning their clan's most traditional sword skill, the 13 breeze movements. 4 of these 13 movements have flaws in the 3rd movement, and his old wound under his right arm opens up. In the 8th movement, his arm strength is unbalanced. Shen Yi was surprised to learn such details. Was Gon really secretly observing him? Gang replied, it is not difficult for a genius. In fact, the system showed the master all the information. Shen Yi said that she also had something to say. Kirin is learning 3 consecutive clan lunges. All 3 moves are very fast and dangerous. His possible talent is the ability to control molybdenum. Molybdenum has an extremely high point and can increase the resistance and anti-corrosion ability of iron. This is in addition to his sword skills. He is completely focused only on attacking actions in a duel. The elder said that even though Shen Yi was from the army, she must obey the clan's rules. The participants of the first round were invited to enter the arena. Tang Tang thought that they started the fight without giving any time to rest, with the fights taking the form of an internal competition. They pretend to be magnanimous, but in reality, they're trying to take any advantage they can all the time. The referee stated that the loser would be deemed the one who falls out of the arena or surrenders. Gao Neng inquired, could a correction be made if a person falls down but does not surrender? Do they continue to fight? The judge replied, that is against our rules. However, the elder waved his hand and the referee announced, there will be an amendment to the rules. If Gon falls from the arena and does not surrender, the fight will continue. Gan said it's normal for Kirin to feel down around me. He can get up and continue the fight since the correction was changed just for him. Everyone was surprised. How could Kirin fall down right before the fight? The elder thought to himself, this young man is truly talented. He released half of his energy in the blink of an eye. Even if it was a stealth attack, it wasn't easy to execute. The referee spoke, the fight hasn't started yet, and this fall doesn't count. Who will start over? The audience murmured, thinking that Kirin didn't lose simply because Gan changed the rules. Tang Tang commented, according to the new rules, only those who fall down can fall. They didn't expect their disciple to fall. Kirin should admit to losing if he has honor. The elder thought that Kirin was proving to be very easy to provoke. He was very fond of competition. If you made him angry, it was hard to calm him down. That was his weakness. At the very beginning, Gon had used a trick with a fake attack, and now Kirin would be desperate to win and save his face. Gon had already figured out his weakness. Kirin was clearly not his equal in terms of talent. Gon had used a technique, 3 consecutive lunges. Kirin was angry. How dare the opponent call it 3 consecutive lunges? He shouldn't humiliate my clan. Now it was Kirin's turn. He performed the same technique, claiming it was a true 3 consecutive lunges. However, our hero activated the energy release and unleashed the earth-flying dragon. Kirin was effectively attacked. Our hero sent his opponent to the jaw with a thudding leg kick that sent him crashing to the mat. Kirin lay motionless outside the arena. The spectators said it was the second fall. Gunnan said that he didn't see it as a big deal. Did they really start fighting, he asked. I just saw the opponent running at me, so I started. But according to their rules, the opponent could get up and continue. Kirin shouted, I'm about to destroy my opponent. The elders shouted for Kirin to calm down. Kirin was ashamed of his behavior. He felt embarrassed by his opponent. I must destroy Gon, he muttered. Kirin said again, I will destroy my opponent, and activated 3 consecutive lunges. The elders noticed that Kirin put all his strength into his sword strike, leaving no defense on his feet. However, Gon could simply dodge the lunges and use the chance to counterattack. But Gon didn't want to dodge the attack after all. Such a powerful sword attack deserved him to cross blades with his opponent. Our hero rushed at his opponent head-on and drew his gift sword. Those watching were surprised. Gon could have won by simply dodging, but he chose to fight face-to-face. The elder thought this young man is at the 5th order of the early stage, wanted to attack the opponent at the 6th order of the late stage head-on, just because he wanted to experience the full power of his skill. Having gotten what he wanted, our hero did not hide his strength and directed all of his power at his opponent. The opponent's swords made contact with fury, and Quan's blade gave a crack. Kirin only realized that he had lost when his opponent's blade was in front of his eyes. Was he going to die now? Gon landed a devastating blow to the master of the fight. Kirin lost his balance and flew backward. Reporters and onlookers watched in silence as Kirin flipped in midair and fell on his back. The elder thought that Kirin's mastery of 3 consecutive lunges was not perfect, but his strength was definitely the strongest a low-ranked fighter could achieve. He would never lose to Gon in a head-on fight. Govan couldn't be on the 5th order of the early stage. Guy agreed with this statement, but he still didn't understand how Gon could defeat Kirin with a single strike. Ganon said that he had already reached the 5th order of the late stage. The people present were surprised. It turns out that in 7 years, he had progressed from the early stage of the 5th order to the late stage of the 5th order, but he had been in his dormitory the entire time without meeting any supermasters. He simply practiced and achieved that. The elder was certain that this was the only person in the history of the Alliance who could accomplish such a feat. He is very young and talented. Kirin had met a worthy opponent. The cameramen and reporters were curious about how Gon felt now, especially after he made a pact with Mrs. Jang Honing. Gon stated that the key to his success was one thing: determination. Only the most persistent people are true geniuses. If you work hard, you can achieve anything. The young man added that he didn't have any specific thoughts at the moment because he was confident in his own abilities. He hoped that Ms. Jang would answer this question better than he could. The Dragonless Commission office watched this report closely. Miss Jang was asked how she felt now. Joan Hongying didn't understand how this guy managed to achieve such a feat in just 7 days. Could it really be true? The boss said that the Dragon List needed to be updated. Gan would be ranked 57th in level S. Miss Jang didn't understand why he had challenged Kirin specifically. After all, there must be a reason for it. Could it really have something to do with Shen Yi? The supervisor pointed out to Miss Jang that Shen Yi had already started the battle. Miss Jang thought that she should admit her defeat in the argument with Gao Neng. However, something was not right here. Chung Kai had completely mastered the 13 breeze movements. This skill was very fast and changed with every passing moment. Its movements were violent and unpredictable. How would Shen Yi counter this? Jang thought that there was something wrong with Shen Yi. Chung Kai attacked her opponent very quickly, but she never realized how her opponent was moving. The branch manager said that Shen Yi is attacking the void. Miss Jang stated that she was hit. She was hit in the shoulder and began to bleed. It turns out that Shen Yi was able to anticipate his movement. The elder couldn't believe it. This couldn't be. Had she really found Chung Kai's weak spot? Chung Kai thought that the wound wasn't serious, but it was already problematic. His old wound under his right arm. Even the Grand Elder didn't know about it. Miss Jang thought that Shen Yi's attack was weak, but she seemed to have anticipated Chung Kai's actions. She knew in advance where to strike him. Gunning thought that Shen Yi would surely win if she was so strong and knew all of Chung Kai's weaknesses. He saw how quickly she attacked. Would he be able to do that if he were fighting against Chung Kai? But for that, he would need to be on the 6th order. Chunkai thought that Shen Yi was deliberately teasing and provoking him. However, he was not Kuran. He was calm as a rock, unyielding in the wind. Chunkai thought that even if she figured out his 3rd move, she wouldn't be able to predict his next ones. We have to keep going. Shen Yi was fast and unpredictable. She fluttered like a butterfly and stung like a bee. The elder assumed that Shen Yi could only defend herself after the 4th move. Her attack was just a fluke. Chunkai maintains his composure. He does not succumb to her influence. Chunkai thought that he was right. She had changed her attack strategy and was even able to injure him, but she was also much weaker than him. No longer would she rush after his movements. The opponent applied the 8th breeze movement. Shen Yi appeared to be ready for it. Everyone saw the bloodstains that appeared on the arena. Chunkai didn't understand how this could happen. Now he had a leg injury. Shen Yi put her bloody sword to her opponent's head. The girl inquired, "Will you continue to fight?" The elders were surprised. Shen Yi was on a completely different level, attacking the opponent twice right at his weak point. If the first strike could be considered as luck, the second one definitely wasn't anymore. How could she see through the 13 movements of the breeze? The elder thought that Chunkai had completely forgotten about defense. He had already lost his composure. Chunkai, believing, shouted, "It can't be. After all, the 13 breeze movements can't be solved so easily. Shen Yi is apparently trying to provoke him. But is it really a coincidence?" Chunkai decided that he wasn't going to give up. After all, he still had his crowning technique, the 13th breeze movement. Shen Yi seemed ready for this technique and didn't even try to dodge. The elders shouted for Chunkai to remain calm. God thought that another crazy person had appeared. Tang Tang didn't think anything. She just watched silently. Chunkai tried to calm himself down, making a conscious effort to avoid any rash actions. The elders were surprised. Was Shen Yi really trying to attack him? Now combining mental power with the spear is a method commonly used by high-ranking fighters. Even the elder, as a 9th order fighter, felt threatened by this strike. Shen Yi energetically attacked her opponent and a powerful explosion occurred. After this attack, Chunkai was lying on his back, his body slightly smoking. The elders shouted out that Chunkai was in danger. This strike was clearly overkill. Shen Yi walked over to her lying opponent. The elders had to admit that the girl was stronger than her representative. Gunning thought that Shen Yi was not fighting Shan Kai, but was showing him her strength. The guy thought that he might be able to defeat Shan Kai, but he would be seriously injured in the process. However, Shen Yi only needed 1 strike to do so. Tang Tang said that the list has been updated again. Shen Yi was now in 6th place. Gang was surprised. Could this really happen after just 1 fight? Gang was crushed. Her 1 hit on the 10th ranking had pushed Shen Yi to the 6th spot in the rankings. He, on the other hand, was only ranked 57th after also winning by 1 strike. This was unfair. God asked Tang Tang if she remembered their plan. The girl nodded affirmatively. Ganon grabbed his chest and started spitting blood. The people around him wondered what had happened to him. The reporters reported that something unexpected had just happened. Ganon felt his health deteriorating. Apparently, he was seriously hurt in the last fight. Tang Tang said Ganon got caught. She had been waiting for this chance for a month. The audience was surprised. Are they not a team? Ganon wondered, was Tang Tang really going to challenge him? Had she forgotten that he had beaten everyone even in this state? Did she really believe in herself that much? Tang Tang said that she was officially challenging him. She was now in the 4th order of the late stage and could defeat him fair and square. Ganon noticed that Tang Tang had reached the 4th order late stage in just 1 month. She had proven to be a genius. In that case, he accepted the challenge. He believed that a brilliant future awaited the girl. Tang Tang thanked him. If you realize that, then you are very wise. Ms. Zhang's assistant didn't understand what was going on. Weren't they in command? After all, Tang Tang had always been his agent. Ms. Zhang remembered Ganon's words. If a fighter of the 5th or lower order can defeat a fighter from the top 60, they would be considered talented enough to receive the S level. This was what Ganon was trying to achieve. A colleague asked, does Ms. Zhang really mean that Ganon will deliberately lose to Tang Tang to let her get the S level? But that's too tricky, isn't it? Jum Hong Ying was angry. How dare Gao Neng do such a thing? Tang Tang didn't boldly deny that she had taken advantage of her opponent's injury, but she didn't expect him to accept her challenge so cheerfully. For that, she would beat him without any respect. Gan was delighted that the girl had challenged him, despite being only on the 4th order. For this, he was willing to put his reputation on the line. The elder couldn't believe that their disciple had been beaten by such a rascal. Their clan's reputation would suffer. The judge asked if they would fight. It had been half an hour since they had praised each other. Tang Tang said that she was constantly trying to find a gap in his defense and attack him, but he easily understood her intent. Based on that alone, I should have gotten a higher spot on the dragon list, he added. The opponent was in complete agreement with her. The Dragon List Committee is unfair to him, she said. Shen Yu was ranked 6th after defeating Chang'e with 1 punch. But in his case, it was different. The commission is so unfair that it cannot be explained. Tang Tang said it was amazing after being treated unfairly. Her opponent could still think straight. It would be a great honor for her to defeat him. Gan told the girl that it was time to fight. Stop talking so much, he said. Gan began to release his kinetic energy, preparing to repel the attack. The guy threw a punch, and Tang Tang flew far back. The people watching thought it was a strong punch, no weaker than the one he had given to Karen. Had they misunderstood? Did he not intend to lose? Was he not afraid of destroying Tang Tang? Gan threw another punch, but the girl blocked it. The boy was indignant. How could she block his strongest blow? Gan was surprised. She's much stronger than Karan. She deserves the 57th spot on the list, he said. Ms. Jiang was furious and smashed the tablet. The assistant quickly spoke up. This tablet is defective. A new one should be bought urgently. The aide offered another tablet, but its screen showed Gan again, smiling as he looked at the camera. Our hero activated the realization of energy, and the underground flying dragon pounced on the opponent. Tang Tang dealt with that dragon and said that it wouldn't work against her. Even though Gan had almost no energy left, his skill was still strong. Gan stated that it impressed him a lot. His punch was very powerful and could destroy almost anyone below the 60th rank. However, she calmly blocked it. The aide was startled to find that his tablet had also been destroyed by Jiang. Jiang Hongying angrily said, 50,000 will be allocated to buy a new tablet. Miss Jiang said that she wouldn't be so annoyed if it wasn't for their Terry acting. They are purposely throwing mud on my name, she added. Thus, Gan is taking revenge on me. Tang Tang said during the attack that she was using a godlike positron battle cannon with a sequential strike. Gan stated that he would now attack with a 44th level Space Marlin with a super strong magic strike. Tang Tang stated that she would respond with an infinitely fast, ferocious double strike. The young men continued to praise each other and occasionally threw punches. Tang Tang expressed regret that Gan was injured, but she said that she would still defeat him because she had a secret weapon that she hadn't used yet. Once she got it, he could surrender immediately. Gan wondered, was the conversation really about the Type 4 electromagnetic cannon their company had recently developed? Just how powerful is it? Zheng Hongying smashed a huge window in the company's office. She shouted, I know this cannon was designed precisely by Ga, that rascal. Now he's advertising his products after all of his disgusting pretenses. A colleague told Ms. Jiang to calm down. We have another batch of new tablets. Gan and Tang Tang did, indeed, still advertise this electromagnetic cannon for some time. Tang Tang intensely began talking about the functions of the electromagnetic cannon. Gan mustered up his courage and asked permission to touch it. Tang Tang agreed, for this fellow was a respected opponent. The young men addressed the audience. This Type 4 electromagnetic cannon has one revolutionary change. The elders couldn't figure out whether they would continue to fight. After all, they are using their platform now for publicity. It is necessary to ask them to pay for it. Gan asked the girl how their company overcame the said technical problem. Tang Tang replied, that's a good question, but you should ask Gan about it. Tang Tang added, Gan is our technician. He was the one who solved the problem. Guy stated, it was a small step for me, but a giant leap for the Alliance. Another tablet was smashed against the wall. A colleague said, this could be done indefinitely, but after today, our commission will be dissolved anyway. The assistant asked the principal, are these young people really going to get away with this? I mean, it's too much. The principal asked, what suggestions do you have? After all, we have to fulfill his conditions and give him what he wants. The young man shouted, everyone, watch closely. Tang Tang fired the cannon. Tang said, everyone, look carefully. This is how powerful the electromagnetic cannon is. The Hashin clan's Aina could withstand duels between 5th and 6th order fighters. But it couldn't withstand the shots of this cannon. The shot went through the wall. Tang Tang said, I can fire as many shots as I want. Gan ran around the arena, dodging the shots. The elders sighed, they spent so much money, and yet these two ruined 2 arenas in one morning. Who will pay the compensation? Tang Tang replied, Gan is the best opponent I have ever met, but I have another secret weapon. Zheng Hongying thought, here they go again, advertising something. Gan asked, are you sure you want to use it? Tang Tang? Shed you warned, after you use it, everyone will know what your secret weapon is. Tang Tang responded, I don't care. I just want to prove I truly deserve the S level. Shed you cautioned, in any case, you must control it very well. The maximum you can use is only 1,000. Tang Tang said, Ganon, prepare for defeat. Gan was confused. She speaks as if she really has a secret weapon, but why doesn't he know about it? Those observing from the office thought it sounded strange. From what Shen Yi had said, it seemed that Tang Tang might indeed have a secret weapon. But it's probably just a ruse. The department director said, everyone knows her and she won't do it in front of so many people. You need to bring an ID. A check was made to see if access was available. The director noticed that Tang Tang, at 16 years old, already had the rank of junior lieutenant. Her mother and father had died in an accident shortly after her birth. Her father was Feng Yuan's only child. Feng Yuan's only son was the only person to have received the highest degree of a technical specialist. He could have led corporation to even greater success. But 16 years ago, he and his wife died, leaving behind a daughter. After his death, the 27 members of the board of directors of Tannen Corporation immediately appointed Tang Tang as the heir to the corporation. Both of these events were rather strange. Access to further information was denied. The principal was surprised because he had level 7 access, yet he could not see all the information about the student. The director thought he was looking at Sashimo's profile of the top-ranked dragon, but he couldn't look up all the information on Tang Tang. In that case, one would have to look at her war reports. That should definitely be available. This information was not available either. The director wondered, was it really beyond his access? Had she been involved in any battles? The assistant asked the director if there was anything special about this girl other than being an ace of the Tannen Corporation. The director thought he didn't seem to need to dig into it. Gao Neng didn't understand what he had to prepare for now. After all, this was not in their scenario. Could anything really be a threat to him? Gao Neng decided that it was necessary to go ahead with the show anyway. He said he was always ready. Tang Tang said that Gon is indeed a worthy opponent. Now he must be careful because she is going to use her secret weapon. Gao Neng thought that the girl was acting as if it was true. Even Shen Yi had said something about it. Gao Neng noticed that even Shen Yi hid behind her shield. Was it really serious? Gon suggested that the girl take her time and talk about it for a while. Tang Tang said that Gon was about to test her secret weapon. Her body unleashed a powerful force. A devastating explosion occurred. Our hero was very close to the epicenter, and the shockwave hit him. To defend against this attack, the protagonist activated a life-form transformation, a hypergravity electromagnetic storm. Even from a great distance, it was visible as a powerful thermonuclear explosion erupted on the mountain top. The office lost the picture on the monitor screens. The director said, "Connect to the drone cameras immediately." When the signal was restored, it was clear the scene was still shrouded in smoke. What is happening at the epicenter? Shen Yi, looking out from behind her shield, thought that Tang Tang had controlled her power within the arena. Shen Yi hoped that Gon would be all right. With the smoke cleared, the outline of a person slowly became visible. Our hero, a bit disheveled with a changed hairstyle, emerged from the danger zone, unharmed. He thought he had managed to survive. His electromagnetic storm had spiraled completely out of control. He couldn't connect with any electrical elements if he didn't possess a talent for handling radioactive elements. He would die. Tang Tang appeared out of the smoke. She said that Gao Neng could still stand, so he was very strong. Gao Neng asked, "Tang Tang, what kind of bomb is this?" The girl replied, "It's a neutron bomb. It's awesome." Gao Neng was outraged. How could she use nuclear weapons against me? Gao Neng gave the girl a showy punishment in the arena for using nuclear weapons against him. The elders were shocked. She could create a nuclear explosion without any device. Although the scale of the explosion was small, the force was quite large. The department director now understood everything. Now it was clear why all information about this girl was classified. Tang Tang must be the only successful outcome of the nuclear weapons from the human body program developed by the Alliance more than a decade ago. Colleagues asked Ms. Zhang, what is the nuclear weapon of the human body, and what does it mean that she is the only successful outcome of the program? The director said, everyone probably knows what nuclear weapons are and what they do. In the year of the disaster, human society was in an era of rapid technological development. Nuclear weapons were among the most powerful weapons created by humans. But after the catastrophe, their main disadvantage prevented them from being used in wars anymore. The disadvantage was that nuclear weapons could not reach alien races. Launched at a distant target, they easily stopped halfway and destroyed human habitats. People were forced to use them soon after the disaster because they had no other choice. But the result was deplorable. The areas where humans could now live had been greatly reduced. This weapon was also unable to block blows from the strongest alien races. About 20 years ago, the strongest humans were becoming fewer and fewer, while the alien races were greatly increasing in number. Due to this contrast, the Human Alliance realized that in the next war, humans would not be able to win and would simply be annihilated. It was then that the topic of nuclear weapons for the human body was raised. Father Tang Tang was one of the leaders of this program. However, in that war 18 years ago, the Human Alliance lost almost all of its fighters. Wasn't that a failure of the program? Actually, the program was a success, and Tang Tang is the only successful outcome, the director added. But all this is only my guess. If the program was successful, the director continued, The human body's nuclear weapons would become some of the most terrifying weapons of the human alliance. These weapons don't need to be launched or aimed. They can explode right next to the target. Even the strongest can't avoid it. Jum Hong Ying wondered if nuclear weapons are so strong and even the strongest can't survive them, then why is the result like this? Why is Ganon perfectly fine right now? The director replied, "This is one of the reasons I'm not 100% sure. The neutron bomb Tang Tang used wasn't powerful enough to harm a fifth-order late-stage fighter." He paused, then added, "No matter how weak she was, it was still a nuclear weapon. Even the strongest shouldn't be able to stay perfectly fine." Tang Tang cried bitterly. "I won't do it again. Ganon is a monster. Even a neutron bomb is no match for him. She won't test her weapons on him anymore. He must let her go." The young men didn't understand what was going on. Was Gon okay? Why wasn't he affected by the nuclear weapons at all? Shenny thought about examining him or testing another nuclear explosion on him. Gon was as surprised as anyone. He had been hit by a neutron bomb, and he should have been affected by it. Gon leaned over and began coughing up blood. The young man thought he could endure the pain through sheer willpower, but the effects of this explosion he could no longer endure. Gon collapsed into the arena. Gao Neng quietly told the girl to hit him. Tang Tang replied that she had already attacked him with neutron bombs. She would not touch him again. Gao Neng asked, "Doesn't she want to get Slee?" Tang Tang shouted that she didn't want anything else. She had lost. Gao Neng covered the girl's mouth with his hand and told her to be quiet. Those watching thought he was strangling her. Our hero has faced different opponents, but how can he deal with someone who wants to surrender? Gon thought that he had planned to make a draw, and if it succeeded, they could both rank 57th. He would leave the commission with no other choice. It was the perfect plan, but now it would have to be changed and improvised. Gunnan said, "I didn't expect the effect of the explosion to be so strong." Now he was running out of energy. Even if he was destined to die, he would take it with him. Tang Tang was frightened. Did Gon really want to destroy me? After all, they were best friends. Was he willing to destroy her just because she tested a neutron bomb on him? The girl said he had forced himself on her. "The neutron bomb isn't my only secret weapon," she added. Gan said she was out of her mind. Tang Tang, with a bump on her head, continued to cry loudly. The young men were synchronously deactivated and lay motionless in the arena. The spectators concluded that the arena was now a tie. After the explosion, Gon had tried his best to neutralize it, and that was the end of it. The elders realized what his plan was. He had been able to cheat and end the fight in a draw. Jum Hong Ying wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He had also arranged it in their clan's arena. The director of the department said this guy would prevent them from overplaying the situation. Jum Hong Ying said it's necessary to give Tang Tang an S level and place them both in 57th place. Miss Zhang replied, "Tang Tang deserves it. If she doesn't have an S level, we'll all be criticized." Director Song was overjoyed. 3 of their students had earned S levels. This was an absolute success. Gan thought that finally the task was complete. The system reported that it was now possible to increase the skill level. After receiving the information from the system, our hero concluded that he was already 60% evolved. Would the system continue to evolve after completing 4 more tasks? All that remained was to choose the skills that needed improvement. The prophetic book of heaven could enhance other skills, so it had to be improved first. Our hero successfully upgraded the prophetic evolution book using the attack formula, defense formula, and dexterity formula, while the attack of formula could raise a high-level skill to its highest point. It will also have the opposite effect. The other 2 formulas work similarly. There is a more difficult battle ahead, so it is time to level up. Life form transformation has improved into life element integration. This allowed the host to integrate and transform all talent elements. However, all of this came at a considerable cost. Our hero was attacked by people in white coats. The orderly said, "It is necessary to put the victim on a stretcher and urgently inject an anesthetic. He must be sent directly to the laboratory because he is a victim of a neutron bomb. Under the influence of anesthetic, all senses will be disabled." Gan told the medical staff that he was already fine. The doctor objected. The young man could not have recovered so quickly. Messrs. Li and Wang said they were here because of Gan. If he really has recovered, then the medics can be released. Mr. Li said as he brought Lieutenant Colonel Shen an invitation. She must undergo a physical examination at a specified place and time. Gao Neng also received his invitation. The invitation was from the Institute for the Study of Unusual Objects at Parliament House in the federal government building. Mr. Li added that it would just be a full-blown physical examination, nothing more. Gunnan wondered, why is this man smiling so much at the word full-fledged? Would their equipment get damaged during the inspection? Previously, almost all of the equipment had exploded. Mr. Li replied that they had never had such a thing happen. No need to worry about it, he assured. Also, the invitation should be given to Mrs. Tang Tang. Tang Tang lay in the arena, deactivated. Mr. Lee wanted to grab the girl's hand. Gan said, Tang Tang is still unconscious. We need to wait for her to wake up. Mr. Wang stated that they had a team of doctors with them. They will treat her quickly. Gunnan told Mr. Lee and Mr. Wang not to make him say it again. Mr. Lee asked, what is Gan doing here? They are from Parliament and all they want to do is give her an invitation. She said that Tang Tang hadn't come to her senses yet. She can take the invitation and give it to the girl later when she wakes up. Messrs. Li and Wang thanked Lieutenant Colonel Shen and asked that they come on time. Shen Yi told our hero, you shouldn't hurt people with the Parliament. Shen Yi explained that these people came because of Tang Tang. The elder turned to Gao Neng and said, stop. You've destroyed 2 of our arenas and now you're going to leave without paying compensation. Gao responded, it wasn't on purpose. The elder retorted, you did it on purpose and it wasn't during the battle. The young man argued it was a common injury. I had 2 hard fights with Kira and Fang. Tong, isn't it abnormal that the arenas are destroyed? The elder responded, your battle with Tang Tang has nothing to do with us. We can forgive the arena damage during your fight with Kirin, but not the one Tang Tang destroyed. Tang Tang, now more aware, said Gan came up with a plan and he should be held responsible for it. Gao Neng asked, how much should the elder pay for the arena? The old man replied, it will cost 20 million to rebuild, and that's the minimum amount. The elder added, everyone saw the young man advertising during the battle with Tang Tang. They don't even charge money for it. Gan suggested that 2 million should be enough. The elder didn't agree and kept haggling. No one would rebuild the arena for that amount of money. Tang Tang offered a bet. We'll pay you 2 million if you can rebuild the arena, or you'll pay us 200 million if you can't. The elder said, that sounds a little suspicious, but what's the catch here? The clan had agreed. If the young man repaired the arena, he would receive 2 million. Gunnan thanked the elder for hiring him. The elders thought even if this guy was capable of such a task, it would take him an eternity to restore an arena composed of more than 5 rare elements. Is he planning to live here for the rest of his life? They wondered, what is he hoping for? The young man thought that a full medical examination would reveal all his talents anyway, so there was no point in hiding them. He decided it was time to surprise everyone. The old man was shocked. Does this young man really possess the talents of all 5 required elements and all of them at least above 95%? Gao Neng smiled and said, I'll discount it and rebuild 2 arenas at once. After some time, the arena was restored. But how is that possible? Tang Tang said that she had rebuilt 2 arenas, each of which the elders claimed should cost at least 20 million. She's only charging 2 million for it. After all, it's a good deal. At the military academy, Shen Yi said goodbye, gang. Take care of Tang Tang. We'll meet at the medical checkup. After our hero used many talents in front of others, he was looking forward to the physical examination. I wonder how many people would be shocked to find out about my talents. The young man remembered that he hadn't tried out the improved skills yet. He decided to look up the prophetic book of evolution and told the system to use the agility formula to improve Gobstrun. The system reported Gobstrun has been upgraded to Crouching Ghost Shadow. Ganon thought, Crouching Ghost Shadow. He liked it a lot. Gaon was satisfied. He thought that today had been a success. Li Tan saw the $18 million debited from his account again. Where did this guy start spending money? Pig him. The Deputy Chief of General Staff and the Deputy Commissioner General for Political Affairs decided it was not worth upsetting Mr. Li today. He already looked angry. The Deputy Chief of General Staff asked, where do you want to build a military academy, Mr. Li? Li Tenen replied, I want to build it in the Forgotten Lands. The officials were surprised. Why would the elder want to do this? After all, he had already retired from military affairs for 10 years. The old man saw that another 7 million alliance coins had been debited from the card. Seeing the old man's anger, the officials quickly responded, we see no problem with it, sir. We can make it happen. We just need to solve the issue of resources. The lieutenant added, I'll take care of it, but we still need to find 20 teachers to teach there. Elderly thought about it. Teaching the Forgotten Lands felt like exile. No teacher would want to go there. Another 185 million alliance coins were debited from the cart. The frightened officials, now in a panic, promised, we will definitely solve all the issues. We will immediately prepare advertisements and start recruiting candidates. The officials decided they had better keep quiet and go along with everything. Levin said Loe, a teacher from Dongdu Military Academy, would be the director of the new military academy. The officials wondered, who is Lao? Does Dongdu Military Academy really have some official with that name? Hanon thought it was expensive, but it was worth it. 185 million to upgrade the hypergravity electromagnetic storm to Thunder God, and another 7 million to upgrade his sword skills. Right now, he could be in the top 100 on the dragon list, even without the help of the system. The young man had a wonderful feeling of invincibility and his beauty at the same time. There was a message on his smartphone. Liu Ying from the military academy was going to fight Yin Xing, ranked 29th on the dragon list. Ganon wondered, is Lin Ying still challenging people? Ganon watched the online battle with interest, not knowing how he could have missed such a fight. Ganon thought that Lin Ying's goal was to get into the top 30. But just in case Yin Xingyi refused the challenge, he punched his sister in the chest. It was a very deliberate move. It was reported that one of the participants in the battle, Yin Xing, was about to arrive. No wonder he had already reached S level in his 20s. How old is his sister? The lieutenant entered our hero's room through a portal and wondered, is this guy really watching a live broadcast? The old man couldn't understand how this young man could spend over 200 million at once. It turned out that the money had gone to the live broadcast. Does this guy really give gifts to streamers? He's throwing all his money away. The old man drew his sword and said he was about to deal with this guy. Gunnan didn't take his eyes off the battle between Lin Ying and his opponent. Our hero thought that one of them was at the 6th order middle stage and the other at the 6th order late stage. However, Lin Ying was fighting for the second bout in a row. Yin Kinga used explosive power against Lin Ying's stable defense. The opponent was very eager to use his trump cards after being defended for so long. He intends to finish off his opponent with one blow. Ling exposed his fist and rushed forward to attack. A massive explosion erupted as the rivals collided. Gan wondered what wonders had occurred. After that explosion, even the tablet in his hands exploded. However, how could this have happened? Someone must have had a hand in it. Master Li Tianen's shadow loomed behind the young man's back. Gang sensed with his spinal cord that something was amiss. The guy grabbed his sword and swiped it behind his back. The elder thought that this guy had refined a hypergravity electromagnetic storm. However, he effortlessly stopped the sword's movement with just 2 fingers. Struff felt that his strike was still too weak. The young man was thrown far aside with just 1 palm strike. Gunnan grabbed his head and said, "Don't be beaten, for your master is Lian. If they dare to kidnap him, then that person's master will destroy that person." Li Tianen, while continuing to strike the young man, said that he was about to destroy him himself. The young man saw that it was his master, and said that he was afraid someone wanted to kidnap him. Master Li replied, "This guy is out of hand if he gives up so immediately." The guy said, "I'll make tea for the master." Master Li nodded, signaling that he could calm down and wait. The old man congratulated the young man. "You're now an S-level holder," he said. Gowan responded, "I could never have achieved this without the master's help." Lieutenant added, "The guy is good. He's fulfilled all the requirements. He'll have to keep his word. The decision to build the academy will be approved within 10 days. The old man continued, 20 teachers will be sent there to teach. He then said, even though the lad will now have an academy, he won't be burying himself in just one job. The war is only a year and a half away. The young man must prepare. Gam replied, as long as the academy is being set up, the people in the Forgotten Lands will see the prospect and believe in the future. And where there's faith, there's hope. The lieutenant scoffed. After this guy gave a lot of money to streamers, I wouldn't believe a word, he said anyway. Gowan firmly stated, I couldn't give money to anyone. The old man grew angry. He came here just as Ganon was watching the live broadcast. And here was the story of his card being charged. Ganon got upset. Turns out the old man gets notifications of debits even if he uses it through the system. Ganon admitted that he didn't donate that money to streamers. It was the streamers. The old man inquired if the young man knew where he was going in 3 days. Gan said uncertainly that he would return to study at the academy. Master Li wondered, why was there a dragon list in that case? The elder remarked that he could not tell the young man too much until he had seen for himself, but he wanted to offer some advice. Too much curiosity might destroy him once he was in the underground city. Ganon wondered, what underground city are we talking about? Do they really have one? Master Li said, Ganon naturally doesn't know about it, but he does know that there is a huge mine under the capital of Hope, doesn't he? The boy replied that he had heard of it, and there was a mine under the Dark Elf City as well. The elder confirmed the underground city is a large mine, and it is the Alliance's most valuable resource. The Alliance's main secret is hidden there. However, you should not be too curious. The old man added that he had told the young man all he could, and that he should keep that in mind when he got there. Gonen said that he had another question to ask about Tang Tang. The old man replied, all I can add is nuclear weapons of the human body. Gan wondered, is it dangerous? Master Li responded, if her father is dead, how does the guy count himself? The lieutenant said, it's better for the young man to worry about himself rather than her. He too is considered a potential nuclear weapon of the human body. The old man hiding in the portal said the guy survived a neutron bomb. You can't defend against that with normal talents, unless the young man can prove he has some unique skill. Gomen thought, it won't be so easy to fool them this time. Our hero couldn't find a place to go. Only 3 days left. He needed to get stronger to reach the sixth order. The stronger he became, the more likely they would believe he could defend himself from the neutron bomb. So, what strong skill could help him do that? The boy saw a computer disk. Perhaps it had been left here by an elder. The disk was labeled Triumph Blade. After all, it was a combat skill. Gon thought that the master might seem evil, but he was clearly kind to him. The elder was leaving again with the ore crystals. He thought the boy probably wouldn't need those stones. Lieutenant received a notification on his smartphone. 240 million Alliance coins had been debited from his card. Gon held the app in his hands and thought that the old man might consider it an investment in the future of humanity. The funds were spent on upgrading the Triumph Blade into an innovative Triumph Blade. Gon thought that he had only reduced 9 moves to 3. The first movement contained the initial movements from the first to the third. The second movement contained the movements from the fourth to the ninth. The last movement must contain all 9 movements performed once. Gon thought that it was all very complicated. After all, he still needed to train the Stealing Ghost Shadow and Thunder God. He didn't have enough time for everything. Louis answered the night phone call. Gon asked his mentor to help him train for the next 3 days. Louis agreed. After finishing the phone call, Teacher Guy thought, why did this guy suddenly become such a diligent student? He even asked for training. As he fell asleep, Lai thought that he should only be happy about this anyway. It was time to teach this guy discipline and responsibility. It was reported that Lin Ying from the military academy had defeated Yin Xing. This guy can't be ignored. The female elf thought that Ganon would enter the underground city in 3 days. However, she was not strong enough to sneak in. The elf woman twisted the arm of the manager, who was suddenly in her room. What's he doing here? The man yelled, they're full of customers and you're here loitering and attacking your manager. The woman apologized and said, I'll go to the customers right away. The man told her to hurry up and come into his office afterward. He felt he needed to teach her a lesson. The female elf was very angry and thought, this manager is vile. The elven woman said hello to the hooded man and offered him tea. He wondered if she thought humans were disgusting. The visitor was Xiang, a girl with silver hair. She said she wanted to make a deal. The elven woman inquired about the deal in question. Xiaoming replied that there was only one thing she was interested in. The elven woman became wary. She said she didn't know what she was talking about and had to leave. Xia grabbed the elf by the throat and lifted her off the ground. She said the interlocutor should be able to understand what we're talking about. The manager saw the hooded girl and asked what she was doing. At the same moment, a white cat jumped onto the manager. The man was surprised. Where did this animal come from? The manager was accompanied by people in uniform. They said they were representatives of public security. The elf is to be released. Who is this stranger anyway? Xiaoming looked at the people, and they fell to their knees with their heads down. It was clear that she was using mental control. So this girl is a high-level one. Xiaoming told the elf to give her the seed. She could make it sprout again. The seed that revitalized her. With mental control, the silver-haired girl was able to extract the seed from the elf and absorb it. The elf woman, exhausted, fell to the floor. The girl with silver hair told the cat, we're coming back. The stranger and the cat left the room through the window. The elf's bloody, motionless body was left lying on the floor. The public security representative reported over the radio, there's been a crime. A high-level individual destroyed a person. We need to send help to the tea house. However, the humans saw a mysterious, fleshless bird rising above the elf woman. It was the displacement of a soul. Appearing to be from an alien race, the woman made her way to the capital of Hope. A public safety representative radioed in her soul has dissipated. It's an emergency. Destruction is suspected to be from an alien race. She's heading toward the capital of Hope. In the abandoned area, several cats were walking in a circle, obviously waiting for something. A seed dropped into a small hole in the ground. The seed soaked into the ground and a small hittle appeared in that spot. The silver-haired girl dripped a few drops of blood from her finger onto the spot where the seed had been. After a few moments, the seed sprouted and a young sprout appeared. The girl, smiling, said, finally, there is an elf tree. Mentor Gui continued to train our hero intensely. After fending off Gowen's attack, the teacher sent the guy into a knockdown and said that he still had milk on his lips. Getting up from the floor, Gon thought that making 3 moves at once was very difficult. La thought that the semester wasn't over yet. The winter break was still more than half a month away. But in such a short period of time, this guy had become stronger. One would have to try very hard to defeat him. Gon perfectly combined mental power with skill. In addition, his attacks were both fast and powerful. The timing and location of the attack were always perfect, and he could fight for quite a long time. Lei thought if he wasn't of the 7th Order, he would probably lose. Gon is worthy of being Master Li's disciple, and his swordsmanship does not dishonor the Master's name. Gon told his mentor that he had already rested and could continue. Lai thought that they had fought for 4 hours, but this guy recovered very quickly. He's a real monster. Gan thought that he should learn to make 3 moves with 1 punch. 3 moves in 1 means he has to be fast, accurate, and savvy at the same time. He's already gotten the most out of his speed, accuracy, and strength, so savvy is now the most important thing. Mentor Goose said that this punch came out faster and stronger than the last one. However, our hero felt that it was still not enough. He had already used all of his strength and found the best angle to attack, but how could he execute the attack more skillfully? Lai thought that every strike of the young man was getting better and better. He was very talented. Gan found the best angle to strike, swung, and shouted loudly. Lai realized that the guy had changed the momentum and direction of the attack. This was his strongest skill, Blood Blade. However, the master was able to stop the sword and sent the young man far back with a kick of his foot. Ganon lay on his back and rejoiced. He had finally done it. He had succeeded. The young man told his teacher that he now knew how to do 3 movements in 1 stroke. Gunning said that Teacher G is very strong. He blocked his strongest attack and he wants to try again. Loey said he didn't mind. The mentor thought that this disciple's speed of improvement was absolutely incredible. Lu asked, "What color is the magnetic core of Gan?" The Dai replied, "My core is silver." "Is that a bad thing?" Law was surprised. The young man had the same color nucleus as him, yet he was of the 7th order, while the disciple was only of the 5th order. While our hero was packing for his medical checkup, Xiong the cat said she wanted to watch. Gunnan replied that he didn't mind. Gunnan met his mentor on the way and asked him how he was feeling. "Does your lower back hurt?" Law replied, "It's still sore. I'm not recovering as fast as my disciple, but one must hurry. Rector has arranged a ceremony for the students." Gunning said hello upon meeting Shen Yi and Lin Ying. He asked where Tang Tang was now, for she had been with Shen Yi for the past few days. The rector said that there were 3 S-level students on the dragon list from their academy. This was an unprecedented honor for the academy. He wanted to welcome them, and they would be giving speeches. First of all, Rector Song offered a round of applause to the youngest among them, Fang Tang Tang. The girl greeted everyone. Tang Tang said that there was nothing she could teach the people present, as she was a rare genius. They would never be able to replicate what she had done. Even if she shared all her training, it wouldn't help. However, she encouraged everyone not to be discouraged. Not everyone could be such a genius, but they could still compare themselves with others. Gang Shen Yi and Lin Ying stood silently with their heads down. The director thanked Tang Tang and gave the floor to Gao Neng. The people present rejoiced. Gang would soon be giving a speech. He was also a beginner like them, but have been able to defeat a talented disciple of the Hashian clan. He is a true example to all of them. One of the people present said that he had met Gao Neng at the academy entrance exam. The neighbor remarked, "At that time, Gao had just beaten the guy up." Ganon said, "I want to talk to my classmates today about history. It's been about 100 years since the disaster. For some, it seems an unimaginably distant past. However, there are still traditions that we must learn from. As everyone here knows, Gaon comes from a forgotten land where people suffer far more than in the capital of Hope. But he managed to get here. And despite everything, he holds one conviction in his heart." The speaker continued, "One should not stop learning. One should learn all of his life until his last breath. After all, teaching is light and the unlearned are darkness. It's what they always believed in before the disaster." He became what he is today, not only because of his talent, but also because of his beliefs. Rector Song applauded and said, "Well said. This guy still remembers his home, land. He could surely become one of the strongest. Gan is a role model." The protagonist held his hands up and told those present, "Spread my words to everyone." For a while longer, the young men said hello on camera and wished everyone good luck. In the car, Chenbi was at the wheel. He greeted Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yi and Gong. "Chenbi has already been promoted to lieutenant," Gang said. "That's great." Chenbi replied, "I'm just lucky." Shenbei was overjoyed to hear that Gang was aware of his promotion. Gan smiled and said, "I'm now a captain, higher in rank than Shenbei." Tong Tang added, "I, too, have been promoted to captain." The girl wondered, "Why didn't Shenbei greet me? I'm higher in rank than him." Linim said, "I've also become a captain." Shenbei became upset. Did the military academy really teach one to be so insolent? Lining had been polite and respectful before entering the academy, but after just 1 semester, he had already been spoiled by these 2 impudent men. Gao Neng said, "Don't take it personally, because he is still young and has great potential." Tang Tang added, "I heard that the lieutenant is not yet 35 years old. What place does he rank on the dragon list?" Gan said the lieutenant should cheer up. He could at least try to match Tang Tang since she is only 16 years old. Tang Tang replied, "It would be better if Chen Bai concentrated on driving now. I feel that this conversation is hard on him." Shenbai thought, if I could turn back time, I wouldn't have come to get these disciples now. Passersby on the street saw the car from the eastern capital. There were 4 S-level individuals in the cabin at once. It was incredible. It's a veritable army of super talents, one of them said. Not counting the driver, all of them occupy spots on the Dragon's roster. One of the people present said, Tang Tang is a nuclear weapon of the human body. She will definitely become the strongest. Lin Ying already deserved praise. He was applying blood fury. Gan defeated his opponent effortlessly. Shen Yi is a true goddess of war. The federal government employee said hello and motioned for the young men to follow him to his office. Gan asked, is it possible to bring a cat? The officer replied, this is possible, provided the animal also passes the security check. Tang Tang boldly went through the metal detector and safely passed the security check. Tang Tang also passed the test, his upright robot accompanying him. There were security checks and magnetic reactor technology everywhere, new sights our heroes hadn't encountered before. The Alliance had really outdone itself. Gan thought this was all about scrutiny, a way to check for talent of every element. This would certainly shock them. However, with a walking nuke nearby, it probably wouldn't stand out much. Our heroes saw familiar faces. What are they doing here? He wondered. If nameless lowlifes like these two are here, it turns out that physicals are for everyone, not just the special ones. Gunning thought he had seen this person before. It was Yinking, the one who had fought Lin Ying. So the girl beside him was his sister, the one who had been stabbed in the chest by Lin Ying. Gao Neng asked his companion, wasn't it the girl whose breast had suffered from his manhandling? Sister Ying Qingyi looked at the cold-blooded Lin Ying with hatred. Tang Tang said that this girl would not be allowed to pass without a line. Tang Tang added that if that sassy girl wanted to fight, she would have to face the electromagnetic cannon. Gan told Tang Tang to calm down. The girl replied that she intended to teach the insolent girl a lesson. Gan said he'll figure it out for himself since he likes to fight more than anything. Inkini told his sister to calm down. After all, that's not why they are here. Qingling said that all the students at the military academy are shameless scoundrels. Gang wondered, was Qin really afraid to fight him? Liggy thanked our hero for his support. Gan replied that it was a lot of fun. Gang remarked that according to his prediction, karma would bring Lin Ying and Yinking together. A monk who appeared nearby said hello and asked if Gan could also predict. Sheni said that it was Sashimo, the first on the dragon list. Stashimo added that he too could tell that something was going to happen between these people. We sometimes added that it would be something terrible, as these two have old scores to settle. He advised them to stay away from each other to avoid further conflict. Gan asked, what then could the monks say about their relationship? Did he see any good karma? Sashima was surprised. He didn't know that this young man liked men. The monk added, I already have one I like. And remarked, the monk in front of me is a monk who doesn't follow the rules, and I know who the monk likes. After all, it's Yin Qinglian. Gonin thought that this girl had such a powerful suitor. That's why she's so willful. Gana thought it was obvious from the look on Sashima's face that he was a common cuckold. The people present wondered, did Sashima really love Yin Qinglian? No wonder he immediately decided to help her after Gan started bullying her. Would they really start fighting? Stashima bowed to our hero and said he was proven right. Tang Tang decided that the monk was a nerd. She already thought he would at least pick a fight. Gan said, the monk had just warned me. Our hero added that for Lin Ying's happiness, he would beat that monk someday. Lin Ying said, there is no need to do that. Those watching from the office decided that young people are young people. They are all from big sects and ancient families, also from the army. They have different characters and interests. Only in a competitive environment will they be able to improve themselves. Gang provoked Yin Qinglin, knowing that it would infuriate Sashimo. Most likely, Mr. Shen's grandmother will be the leader among them. She has the patience and self-control of a leader. The aide told Mr. Speaker that all 300 MPs were already present. Winkin, the Speaker of the Human Alliance Parliament, said, in that case, we can start. You can skip the talent test from Tang Tang. As for Gang, you'll be tested individually. The aide said they were at a crucial stage now, but the Speaker interrupted and said, it is up to me to make the decision. Wu Jingyan added, I will not let what happened to Funghausen happen again. Gunnan noticed that it was already noon. Why were they asked to meet so early? A woman entered the room and announced that she would be the examiner and was responsible for the medical examination. Gan couldn't help himself and accidentally spilled water on Yin Qinglin. Yin Qinglin said, Gan did that on purpose. Is he really going to keep provoking me? The woman introduced herself. My name is Jiang Hong Ying. Everyone thought that the whip in her hand must have a reason. According to the customs of ancient families, she was a master. According to military standards, she was a captain. The people present assumed this was the same woman who had argued with Gan and lost in their previous confrontation. Since she would be testing them, Gan would certainly have a difficult time. Sashimo commented, "That's the law of karma." Jang Hongying said, "I was appointed by the federal parliament. From now on, you may all call me Captain Jang." Gan objected, "I'm against this." But his objection was ignored. Our hero was frustrated with karma. Was Captain Jang blackly abusing her power for personal revenge? Captain Jang then said, "We will proceed with the testing in groups." She divided the students into groups so that no one would feel pressured by their peers. But to help unlock their potential, the first group includes Sashimo and Gon. Our hero thought it was an obvious revenge. Gao Neng again said that he was against it. Captain Jang deliberately chose him against Sosimo. "I just want to help the young man," Captain Jang said. He added, "I will fight Sosimo sooner or later." Gon regretted that he was talking about it. In that case, he stated, "I am grateful for the help." Gunning said aloud, "Captain Jang seems to like the magnetic crystal ores I gave her." As such, he continued, she should try to make Sashimo's results worse and prevent him from becoming the best. Those watching thought, this guy is not afraid of anything. He even dares to slander the captain. Doesn't he know that sometimes it's better to stay silent? Tang Tang wondered, had Gon really given the captain the magnetic crystal ores found in the Dark Elf City? Then it was no wonder that she bet and gave them the S level. Shen Yu was also surprised. Li added, "I heard that the young man brought back a lot of this ore from the battlefield. But he didn't have more of this ore." The people present thought that Captain Jang had indeed been bribed by this young man. The captain announced the next group, "Why yeah, and join." Captain Jang said, "All couples need to go to the testing area and prepare for the physical examination." On the first test, Sashimo and Gon showed the rest of us how it's done. Sashimo demonstrated everything perfectly. Liang said, "This monk has truly earned the name of a golden arhat. Sashimo has mutant genes." Gao Neng remembered Shin-ai telling him that her brain works at 100% because she also has mutating genes. This is similar to the integration of life elements in Sashimo. After the readings on the monk's body were taken, it was no wonder that he was ranked number 1 on the dragon's list. Sashimo's muscle strength reached 9 points after training. He was given extra points due to his mutant genes. Those present said that the Golden Arhat's advantage was the strength of his muscles. With such a strong body, even a high-level one wouldn't be able to harm him. Sashimo told them not to take offense. After all, he only got a high score because of his new genes. Gon told his companion, "This monk just wants to boast and keeps saying some incomprehensible words, probably dishonoring all of his deities." Captain Jang said, "Now it's Gao Neng's turn." Li Yining reassured our hero. His muscle strength shouldn't be weaker than that of a monk. Gon stated, "I want to defeat this monk." Gang asked the examiner, "How are the points for mutant genes counted?" Jang wondered, "Do young boys have them?" The captain observed there are 2 kinds of mutant genes, one innate, the other acquired. Each species has several subspecies. Sashimo's genes allow her to combine elements with muscle strength. Gon thought about what he had heard. Captain Jang said, "It's Gang's turn now." Gon joined the machine and began the muscle test. His performance was close to that of the monk. So, this person has indeed overcome the 4th limit of the human body. That's the maximum for the 5th order. However, the figure continued to grow. Our hero realized that the integration of the elements of life was taking place. Activated iron. Captain Jang couldn't believe it. After all, he didn't have any mutant genes. Why did he have 18 points now? Could it be that he could combine iron with his muscles? But that was impossible in such a short time. Sashimo stated, "I didn't expect your muscles to be nearly as strong as mine." He justified the S level. Gan was surprised. "I only have 18 points. I used the wrong element. I want to do it again." Those present were shocked. Did Gon really want to do more testing? The integration of the elements of life and gold was activated. The final score was 25 points. Tang Tang said, "Did he really hide such an ability from us?" Shed Yi replied, "There's a special energy in Gon's blood. Perhaps that's what caused the mutant genes." The monk was stunned. How could this happen? The others thought if Sashimo was a golden arhat, then Gon must be a golden Buddha. His mutant genes scored higher than Sashimo's. Gan smiled and stated, "There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm a true genius." He could have scored more points, but he didn't want to humiliate Sashimo too much. Captain Jang said, "Set the 7th level of pressure in the next test." The assistant was surprised. "The 7th level is meant for testing 7th order fighters," he remarked. Jung Hong Ying reassured him, "There's no need to worry. Both of them have mutant genes." Gan thought to himself that he was clearly at a disadvantage. Sashimo, however, believed that he should surpass his opponent in the next test. With the alliances developed biosonar, a pressure test was performed. The bioaura stimulated the body's tissues and pushed the metabolism to its limits. Sashimo was now a late-stage 6th order fighter. He was almost at a high-level rank. On top of that, he was also a golden rut. it wouldn't be difficult for him to withstand the pressure of the 7th level. Gon, on the other hand, was only at the 5th order. When the pressure exceeded his limit, it could leave him with a damaged psyche for the rest of his life. The observer said he's still a long way from being high level. Would he even last 1 minute under the pressure of the 7th level? But after all, the pressure of the 7th level was not pleasant, especially for the 5th order. Obviously, Sashimo has the advantage of being able to last more than 5 minutes. Captain Jang told the assistant that he could begin testing. The young men closed their eyes and prepared to overcome the increasing pressure. Gon looked unperturbed. He thought that the Buhner was rapidly using up the energy of its magnetic core. It felt like he was resisting some kind of master. The people present saw that Gon was even humming something. However, Sashimo was clearly having a hard time. Those present could not hear what our hero was saying because the capsule isolates his voice. Maybe he is asking to stop the experiment. The assistant reported that Gon wanted to try the 8th level of pressure. Sashimo thought that he didn't want any level 8. The monk realized that even if his opponent couldn't last even a minute at level 8, he would still try and could lead to victory. Sashimo shouted that he wanted to try the 8th level too. Captain Jang said, "We can raise the level. Bios and R won't do any permanent damage to them, so let them try as much as they want." Gon thought that the pressure of the 8th level was truly strong. His magnetic core was running out. The protagonist decided that he would then transition to the 2nd magnetic core and activated the transition process. The monk couldn't believe that Gon was excelling and even smiling. Shinny knew that Gon would prove to be stronger than this monk. Those present thought that Sashimo was asking to stop. However, the monk thought that he could endure. He could do it. Sashimo felt that there was no way he would lose to this boy Gon. However, the unexpected happened. The monk couldn't help himself and pissed his pants. The command was given to stop his capsule. Captain Jang thought that even Sashimo couldn't stand it. What kind of monster is this Gon?